In the celestial realm, where the proud tread and myriad paths converge, I, the sword sovereign, alone shall ascend the pinnacle of the ultimate way. This sword of mine may appear unremarkable, yet you shall undoubtedly perish. Volume 1, Chapter 1, The Grand Freedom of the Demon Scriptures. In the Great Qi Dynasty. At the western frontier in Tianwu City, within the Gu family estate, the hall was ablaze with light as night descended. In the center of the hall lay a youth, drenched in blood and on the brink of death, surrounded by dozens of core members of the Gu family, each exuding an aura of murderous intent akin to a pack of wolves encircling their prey. Today, we have the adopted son of the Gu family, Gu Han. A treacherous soul, defying humanity, driven to madness. He has harmed his kin and harbors the intent to slay his father. A tall young man fixed his gaze upon the boy, his eyes glinting with cruelty and satisfaction as he spoke in a low voice. The patriarch has decreed to deprive him of his position as the young master, to obliterate his cultivation, sever his meridians, expel him from the family, and cast him beyond the city as a lesson to others. Gu Han, unable to move, remained silent, his face smeared with blood, save for his eyes, which burned fiercely with a raging fire, as if seeking to incinerate all that lay before him. At the head of the hall, the patriarch Gu Chang raised his hand and coldly commanded, "Throw him out." At once, several responded, dragging Gu Han away like a mere dog. Outside the hall, the night loomed dark and heavy as the boy was carelessly pulled along, accompanied by the distant cries of a girl, gradually fading into the abyss of darkness. Within the hall, the atmosphere was charged as Gu Chang surveyed the assembly, pointing to the young man and declaring solemnly, "My grandson, Gu Yang, is the newly appointed young master of the Gu family. Do any of you dissent?" All present bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the young master. No need for formalities." Gu Yang laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. 3 days later, within Tianwu City, on a long street, a frail girl of 13 or 14, gritting her teeth, bore the weight of a youth on her back, struggling to move forward. The boy, around 17 or 18, had a black, tattered sword bound to him with coarse cloth, bloodied and barely clinging to life. It was Gu Han. The girl, though not much stronger, bore her burden with determination. Once delicate and fair, her face was now marred with dirt and streaked with blood from the thorns encountered along the way, sweat trickling down her wounds, causing her to wince in pain. It was uncertain how far she had traveled, her shoes long since worn through, her feet a gruesome sight. "Is that not Gu Han and his maid? I heard his cultivation was destroyed, his meridians shattered, and that he was expelled from Tianwu City. I can hardly believe he survived. What a stroke of fortune. She actually carried him back? How did she manage such a distance? But what of it? Look at him. How much longer can he endure? Such a pity," one lamented, shaking their head. "Once a genius, now reduced to this state. What a pity indeed." Another scoffed, "A parasite is no better than a beast. Let him die." The Gu family, in their old sentiments, merely stripped him of his cultivation and cast him out of Tianwu City. Truly, they have shown him too much leniency. The crowd buzzed with derision, scorn, mockery, and outrage. Nonsense. Hearing their words, the girl halted, fighting back tears as she struggled to defend him. "Young master did not. You're quarreling with fools, throwing away your dignity." "Indeed, she is foolish, just as you are." Laughter erupted among the crowd. The young maiden, known as Asha, serves as a humble attendant to Gu Han, renowned in Tianwu City for her lack of sharpness. Without Asha to articulate her thoughts, she could only shake her head, affirming that her master was wronged and was the finest person in the world. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Gu family, Grandfather Gu and his grandson Gu Yang were engaged in a clandestine discussion. "Grandfather," Gu Yang inquired, "I still do not comprehend why we do not simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles." "Kill him?" Gu Chang shot him a glance. "He is gravely injured. His meridians completely shattered by me. He will not survive beyond 3 days. Why should I dirty my hands? Furthermore, the longer he clings to life, the more advantageous it becomes for us." "I understand now," Gu Yang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Grandfather intends to leverage this situation to our benefit?" "Indeed." Gu Chang nodded in satisfaction. "The more tragic his end, the more it will intimidate others. This will not only fortify the Gu family's position, but will also greatly benefit your future at the Deqi Martial Academy." The Deqi Martial Academy, located in the capital of the Deqi Kingdom, is a gathering place for the elite of the younger generation, a coveted institution that countless young talents strive to enter. However, the Academy's admissions are stringent. In a month's time, the competition for enrollment will commence, and you must not be negligent. Do not squander this fortuitous opportunity. Without Gu Han, the others pose no threat. This battle is destined to mark the beginning of Gu Yang's ascent. In the realms of condensing energy, opening meridians, connecting orifices, gathering essence, spiritual mystique, and transcending the divine, each stage can be further divided into 9 minor realms. Presently, he has reached the 5th stage of opening meridians. Although it is slightly inferior to Gu Han's 7th stage, he surpasses the rest of the younger generation in Tianwu City. Regrettably, he could not acquire the golden seal from Gu Tian. Do not be overly ambitious, Gu Chang waved his hand. To have secured the Gu family's control while rendering that wretch incapacitated is already the best outcome. As for that golden seal, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Grandfather, do you believe Gu Tian is truly dead? He cannot survive. Gu Chang squinted, his expression resolute. That sword was driven into his heart by my own hand. Not just him, even the city lord would have no chance of survival. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Elder of the clan, young master. The young master, Gu Han, has returned. What did you say? Instantly, Gu Yang's expression darkened. Where is he? It seems he went to the city lord's residence. In the back garden of the city lord's estate, a young woman clad in a light blue dress stood quietly, her skin fair as snow, and her figure graceful and slender. She exuded a cool, ethereal elegance. It was the city lord's daughter, Lu Ying. Behind her, a maid's eyes were filled with confusion. He is on the brink of death. Miss, do you truly believe Gu Han has committed patricide? Patricide? She dismissed the notion. It no longer matters. He is now a cripple, no longer the prodigy he once was. She paused, then continued, the esteemed guest should arrive in Tianwu City today. I must go greet him. Yes, miss, the maid replied, hastily following her. In a secluded corner of the street, Asha continued to carry Gu Han, each step causing her intense agony. Suddenly, her body swayed, unable to maintain her balance, and she collapsed to the ground, with Gu Han tumbling beside her, coughing, which aggravated his injuries. Gu Han spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. With great effort, he raised his arm and rubbed it against his chest. After a moment, his blood-stained palm opened to reveal a gold seal, roughly the size of a thumb, square in shape, and adorned with intricate inscriptions, lying quietly in his palm. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he expelled a drop of essence blood onto the seal. In an instant, the seal erupted with brilliance. The inscriptions on its surface seemed to come alive, slowly cascading down and transforming into mysterious symbols that surged into his third eye. Countless symbols converged, coalescing into a towering tome of gold within his mind. Divine light shimmered. An aura of profound mystery enveloped it. On the cover of the book, 6 resplendent characters glimmered. The great freedom demon scripture. Simultaneously, a voice filled with emotion unexpectedly emanated from within the gold seal. Gu Han, your physical compatibility is adequate. Your talent is passable, and your appearance is unremarkable. Yet, in times of adversity, one cannot be choosy. You are the one. In the first chapter of the first volume, The Great Freedom Demon Technique. Over a month ago, Gu Tian returned from his travels, bringing back a mysterious gold seal. However, he did not anticipate that the elder of the prominent Gu clan, Gu Chang, would covet it. During Gu Tian's seclusion, Gu Chang plotted against him, attempting to seize the gold seal and frame Gu Han. Little did they know, after days of contemplating the seal, Gu Tian's mind became somewhat clouded. In a moment of crisis, he exhibited a wild temperament, breaking through the encirclement of danger and, in a fleeting moment of clarity, entrusted the gold seal to Gu Han, solemnly warning him, within the seal lies great fortune, but also great peril. If your cultivation is insufficient, do not rashly delve into it, lest you invite catastrophic disaster. However, at this moment, Gu Han found himself in a dire predicament, compelled to activate the gold seal. As the voice within the seal faded, a pitch-black, inexplicably eerie aura suddenly surged forth, instantly penetrating Gu Han's brow. Moments later, his dazed eyes regained their luster. Yet, he was now a stark contrast to his former self. An uncanny aura radiated from him, his gaze icy, subtly emanating a sinister energy, as swirling tendrils of dark mist enveloped him, rendering him unrecognizable as a living being. Examining his condition, he furrowed his brow slightly. His injuries were quite severe. It seemed he would need to exert considerable effort to recover. Nevertheless, having assumed this body, I shall bear your karma, and those who wronged you shall suffer a fate worse than death at my hands, as I exact my vengeance." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the gold seal in his hand, his tone filled with wrath. "Those two treacherous wretches dared to betray me. Little did they expect that I would rely on this gold seal to preserve a fragment of my soul and narrowly escape. Wait for me. Once I restore my strength, I shall return to the 9 layers of the demon realm and make you pay for your blood debts." With that, he willed the gold seal to vanish from his grasp. Now, having accomplished this task, his gaze swept around. It was imperative to find a place to heal. Was it not? Just then, he noticed a broken sword lying on the ground. To call it a broken sword would be an understatement. The sword, entirely cloaked in darkness, was crafted from an unknown material. Its blade was pockmarked and riddled with chips. Even the tip was missing a portion, rendering it a woeful sight. This fellow was remarkably destitute to wield such a wretched relic. No, something was amiss. His discerning eye caught an anomaly. As he grasped the long sword, he scrutinized it closely, his brow furrowing in an instant. There was something peculiar. No sooner had he voiced this thought than a ghostly gleam flickered across the blade. By heavens! He was momentarily stunned, then erupted in a torrent of curses. What in the world was this? A scream echoed as the ethereal light pierced his brow. Thud! The sword clattered to the floor, still appearing as dilapidated as before, seemingly unchanged. Within the realm of consciousness, Guhan was blissfully unaware of the external events or the enigmatic existence concealed within the golden seal. His entire focus had been captivated by the golden tome before him. The Great Freedom Demon Sutra? Under the spell of its allure, he found himself irresistibly drawn closer to the book. In the depths of his mind, a voice, rife with temptation, incessantly urged him, "Open it. Quickly, unveil its secrets." Once revealed, one could attain unimaginable fortune and transformation. The dire predicament before him was no longer a dead end. The threats from the Gu family were rendered inconsequential. As long as he could comprehend the true essence of the golden tome, he could shatter all shackles and restrictions, thereby achieving eternal freedom and liberation. Unbeknownst to him, he had already approached the golden tome. At that moment, his eyes were filled with confusion and infatuation, with nothing in his heart but an insatiable longing for the book. His right hand extended, nearly grazing the tome's cover. Suddenly, a twist of fate transpired. Swish! A flicker of ghostly light surged forth, instantly enveloping the golden tome, creating a transparent ripple that yanked Guhan back from the brink of oblivion. In awe, he gazed at the colossal golden tome, a shiver of fear coursing through him. No wonder. His adoptive father had warned him against recklessly delving into the golden seal until his cultivation was adequate. Yet, he remained fixated on the ghostly light that was engaged in a relentless struggle with the tome. What was this? Boom. Before he could finish his thought, the ghostly light erupted. A vast and overwhelming sword intent descended, tearing the golden tome into countless fragments, which then morphed into mysterious runes, flickering for a brief moment before vanishing entirely. Guhan's mind was a blank slate. The sword intent had reached a level of power beyond his comprehension. Could there truly be someone in this world capable of wielding such a sword? At that moment, the residual sword intent trembled lightly, transforming into a complex and esoteric scripture. Upon closer inspection, each character within the scripture was composed of delicate strands of sword intent. The Great Transformation Sword Scripture. These 4 characters bore boundless sword intent and dominance. The preamble captivated Guhan completely. In the myriad of supernatural powers and myriad of paths in the world, only by discerning their meaning can one grasp their essence. The word sword embodies purity at its core. By cultivating this sword scripture, one can condense the essence of the ultimate sword form. Upon initial mastery, it holds the power to cleave mountains and rivers, vanquishing the formidable of this world. At a minor accomplishment, it can slice through myriad stars and the divine and demonic entities across the heavens. Upon achieving great mastery, it can sever the depths of the underworld and the cycle of causality. At the pinnacle, it embraces the cycles of the great path, transcending the river of time, giving birth to one sword and extinguishing another. Dominant, confident. Upon reaching this juncture, Guhan was profoundly astonished. A person capable of uttering such words is either brazenly arrogant or possesses the inherent strength to justify such confidence. Judging by the formidable aura of the sword intent just witnessed, it was evident that he belonged to the latter category. Regaining his composure, he continued to read. The preface not only introduces this sword scripture, but also records a divine sword technique, the great yin sword chi. By harnessing the spiritual energy within one's body and employing a specific incantation, one can forge and refine to condense 49 strands of great yin sword chi, invincible and capable of shattering all. In the realm of mystical techniques, aside from a few exceptions, most are classified into the 4 stages of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. Furthermore, each stage can be subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Although it is ideal for a mystical technique to perfectly resonate with one's being, disregarding such factors, it is evident that the higher the tier, the greater the power. The Gu family also possesses a technique known as the Fiery Blaze Incantation, ranked as upper tier yellow and renowned within Tianwu City, serving as the foundation of the Gu family. However, compared to the Great Yin Sword Chi, it seems trivial and insignificant. How formidable! Gu Han's eyes momentarily sparkled, only to dim shortly after. With his current cultivation utterly depleted and his meridians severed, he was incapable of harboring any spiritual energy, rendering him unable to practice the mystical techniques or refine sword chi. As if sensing Gu Han's sentiments, an unparalleled sword intent suddenly surged forth from the scripture, exploding outward in an instant. His eyes widened in astonishment. The once shattered meridians within him began to regenerate and grow, nourished by this sword intent. In mere moments, his meridians were entirely reforged. Not only that, but the grievous injuries that had nearly claimed his life also healed over 80% under the nurturing of the sword intent. The newly formed meridians were several times wider than before, adorned with countless silvery glimmers, exhibiting a resilience far surpassing the previous state, making them exceedingly difficult to destroy. Such is the overwhelming power of the preface. Suppressing the tumult within, he continued to observe. However, no matter how intently he scrutinized, the text following the preface remained obscured, eluding his comprehension. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. His current strength was too feeble, rendering him unworthy of witnessing the subsequent content. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness back to his body, a voice, weary and aged, resonated from within the scripture. We can assist you no further. Depart swiftly, for it is about to awaken. Who? Gu Han's heart quivered. Who is speaking? And who is about to awaken? No response came. The scripture remained suspended in silence, enigmatic and majestic, showing no sign of alteration, as if that voice had merely been a figment of his imagination. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, he seemed to have heard something, his expression changing dramatically. Asha, in a moment of urgency. He remained oblivious to the depths of his consciousness, where within a profound space lay a sword prison constructed solely from pure sword intent. A shadow darted back and forth, cursing incessantly. Chapter 3 of Volume 1. She is foolish, so you think you can bully her? Do you need elixirs? In a medicine shop. The rotund shopkeeper gazed at the anxious Asha, chuckling derisively. Certainly, you may purchase with yuan crystals. I have as many as you desire. Yuan crystals, a concentration of the world's spiritual energy, serve not only as a means for cultivation, but also as the most fundamental currency in the realm of cultivation. Asha sorrowfully shook her head. I have no yuan crystals. Then be gone. Do not waste my time. But I have this. Asha seemed to recall something, extending her small hand to reveal 3 or 4 thumb-sized, irregularly shaped, transparent crystals. The young master said this could be exchanged for yuan crystals. Beast cores. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened, a flicker of greed passing through him, though he concealed it well. However, these are merely first-tier beast cores, of little value. Beast cores are the concentrated essence found within the bodies of magical beasts, indispensable materials for both alchemy and crafting. Though first-tier cores are the lowest grade, they still hold considerable worth. The reason Gu Han was injured further was that he had encountered several first-tier magical beasts outside the city. What should I do? Asha was at a loss. This is all I have. Forget it, forget it. The shopkeeper hastily snatched the beast cores from Asha's hand, tossing her a vial of elixirs. I am a kind-hearted person. Seeing your plight, I will take a loss. Just take it. Thank you. Thank you. Asha exclaimed with joy, receiving the elixirs as if they were treasures, disregarding her own injuries as she hurriedly left the shop. Bah! Onlookers witnessing the shopkeeper's apparent good fortune muttered curses. What a disgrace. Even deceiving a fool. Those few beast cores could have exchanged for at least 10 vials of superior healing elixirs, yet he only gave her a single vial of the lowest grade. Truly heartless. The shopkeeper ignored their disdain, glancing at the beast cores in his hand, and then in the direction Asha had departed. His eyes gleamed with avarice. Unbeknownst to Asha, she had been deceived. At that moment, her sole focus was on saving Guhan. After running a considerable distance, she finally caught sight of him. Young master. She raised her small hand, calling out incessantly. I found the medicine. Just then, a foot extended out abruptly. Ah! Asha lost her balance, crying out as she fell to the ground. The jade vial shattered upon impact, scattering shards everywhere, and a black elixir rolled out, now covered in dirt. Oh! A sarcastic voice echoed. Isn't that Asha? TSK, TSK, TSK. Another voice chimed in. Silly girl, can't you walk more carefully? Are you so concerned for that worthless one? It was a pair of men, one tall and one short, dressed as servants. Medicine. A foolish girl, seemingly oblivious to her pain and wounds, extended her small hand, grasping the precious pill tightly, shards of porcelain clinging to her fingers. I'm speaking to you. The tall man's expression turned icy. Are you deaf? As he approached, he crushed the girl's hand beneath his boot. In that instant, the sharp porcelain pierced her palm, blood flowing freely from her small hand. The girl winced in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she clung fiercely to the pill, unwilling to let go. Master's medicine. Bah! The tall man scoffed mockingly. Indeed, you are a fool. Foolishness aside, you possess decent looks. First, we'll deal with that waste, then. His laughter was sinister. Ha ha! The young master has indeed bestowed upon us a fine task. As they spoke, the two lecherous figures advanced toward the despondent girl, whose vacant gaze betrayed her despair. Remove your filthy hands. Suddenly, a chilling voice filled with murderous intent echoed from nearby. Release her. The tall man shuddered involuntarily, retracting his foot and instinctively turning toward the sound. Guhan. He clicked his tongue, taken aback. To survive such grievous wounds, you truly are fortunate. Upon recognizing Guhan, the two men breathed a sigh of relief. A notorious cripple, severely injured, still clinging to the illusion of being the former young master of the Gu family? Ignoring them, Guhan hurried to the foolish girl's side, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Thanks to the nourishing effects of the mysterious sword intent, his injuries had healed significantly, and his cultivation had partially returned, though still far from its peak. Young master, a bloodied, mangled hand reached out. I found the medicine. You don't need to die. Silly girl. Seeing her pitiful state pained Guhan deeply as he carefully took the pill from her. My life is not as significant as yours. He discerned that the quality of the pill was exceedingly low, offering no real benefit to his current injuries, and wondered where the foolish girl had procured it. Tianwu Lilu. His gaze, filled with lethal intent, fell upon the two men. You two wretches. Were you sent by Gu Yang? He recognized them as servants of Gu Yang with ease. Impudent. Tianwu sneered. The young master's name is not something you can. Before he could finish, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, followed by excruciating pain. Ah! A cry of agony erupted as he staggered, collapsing to the ground, horror filling his eyes as he beheld his severed leg. Thud! The blade glimmered once more. A spray of blood erupted from his neck, and as he gasped for breath, his head tilted, silence enveloping him. Guhan instinctively glanced at the sword. It seemed sharper and heavier than ever before. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Now, with a swift motion, he pointed his sword at Li Lu. It's your turn. Li Lu's eyes widened in terror upon witnessing Guhan's fierce demeanor, a stark contrast to the arrogance he had displayed moments before. Trembling in fear and utterly shaken, he exclaimed, You are clearly incapacitated. How could you dare to bully Asha? You must perish. Guhan, no. Please spare me. With a swift flash of the sword, a head rolled to the ground, and without a glance back at the lifeless bodies, Guhan tore a strip from his garment, carefully tending to Asha's wounds. Young master, she finally grasped the situation. Are you unscathed? Indeed, Guhan replied, gently patting her small head. For now, I am not destined to die. That is splendid, she exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. The young master need not perish. Indeed, Guhan said, lifting her gently onto his back. If I survive and given a little time, it will be they who meet their demise. With the mysterious sword scripture in his possession and his injuries nearly healed, He felt an inexhaustible confidence. With just a bit more time, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar. That day would herald a reckoning for blood debts. Casting a deep glance towards the direction of the Gu family, he strode purposefully towards the city outskirts, carrying Asha with him. At the Gu family martial arena, Gu Yang's fury ignited upon seeing the two corpses that had been returned. These men were sent by him to humiliate Gu Han, yet they had met their end instead. "I will ensure your demise," he vowed. "Commander Gu." He inhaled deeply and turned to a companion behind him. "What is your assessment?" "Quite remarkable," Commander Gu concluded after a mere glance. Both possessed the cultivation of the third realm of qi condensation, yet they exhibited no resistance and were dispatched effortlessly. Given Gu Han's current severely weakened state, he could not possibly possess such strength. The mention of the golden seal sent a jolt through Gu Yang, instinctively recalling the events surrounding Gu Tian. Could that golden seal be in Gu Han's possession? A sense of unease enveloped him. "Go. Quickly gather men and pursue him. I demand his death." Commander Gu hesitated. "But the elder has indicated that circumstances have changed. I must return to consult with grandfather. Gu Han is a threat that cannot be allowed to linger. In a month, the competition for the Martial Academy's qualifications will commence, and I wish for no disturbances during this time. Do you understand?" "Yes. I shall attend to it immediately." Gu Yang's expression twisted slightly. "This time, we shall see how you escape." Outside Tianwu City, Gu Han pressed onward without pause, hastening along the road. Asha, unable to maintain her strength, had succumbed to a deep slumber upon his back. The outskirts were sparsely populated and bordered the wild forest, where demonic beasts occasionally roamed. Yet for Gu Han, the exterior offered significantly more safety than the confines of the city. Though fearsome, the beasts paled in comparison to the treachery of men. Remaining within the city would surely invite the Gu family's wrath upon discovering his recovery. They would not let him go unscathed. Through this ordeal, his maturity deepened. Suddenly, he paused, sensing something amiss. In the distance, a man and woman walked side by side. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her elegance unparalleled, and she laughed joyously with the man beside her, appearing as a perfect pair. It was none other than Lu Ying. Volume 1, Chapter 4, The Savage Forest and Ambush. Upon merely casting a glance, Gu Han swiftly withdrew his gaze and continued on his journey. Having known Lu Ying since childhood, he was intimately aware of her character, fully cognizant of the cold and unforgiving heart concealed beneath her exquisite beauty. Moreover, in his heart, while Lu Ying was undeniably beautiful, she could not compare to Asha in the slightest. Lu Ying, too, noticed Gu Han. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she regained her composure. After Gu Han's downfall, their fates diverged drastically, one soaring high while the other plummeted to the depths, ensuring that their paths would no longer intertwine. Her expression, however, did not escape the notice of the man beside her. "Are you acquainted with him?" "Not very well," Lu Ying replied, shaking her head as if reluctant to discuss Gu Han further. "But you, the seventh prince, hold a noble status. I did not expect you to visit this humble Tianwu City." Cough, cough. The seventh prince cleared his throat several times. Though Tianwu City is small, the savage forest stretches for miles, rich with countless spiritual materials and precious herbs. I merely accompanied Elder Shui to partake in the excitement. Elder Shui? Could it be that renowned physician Shui? Lu Ying found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Physician Shui, possessing profound cultivation and extraordinary medical skills, was renowned in the Qi dynasty for his humility and benevolence. Indeed, the seventh prince coughed again, his face displaying a pallid hue. "It is indeed he." As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the direction of the savage forest. "I hope Elder Shui will find a solution this time. The cold poison within me can no longer be endured." As dusk approached, Gu Han continued his journey while keenly attuning himself to the changes within his body. Although his cultivation had diminished to the fourth level of qi condensation, the unique nature of his newly formed meridians rendered his internal spiritual energy significantly purer and more refined than before. Consequently, the power he wielded at that moment far exceeded what one might expect from a fourth-level qi condensation practitioner. Roar. Suddenly, a feral roar echoed from not far away, causing Gu Han to pause momentarily. A beast. In the next instant, a monstrous wolf, exceeding 3 feet in length, appeared before him, its eyes filled with bloodlust and savagery, drool dripping from its bared fangs as it fixed its gaze firmly on Gu Han. A first-tier demon beast, just as humans have their ranks. So too do demon beasts possess classifications. The first and second tiers correspond to various realms of human practitioners. It is said that should a demon beast evolve to a higher tier, it can transform into human form, calling itself a demon clan. And in addition to the innate abilities of its bloodline, it can also learn various secret arts of humanity, becoming extraordinarily powerful. Guhan had never encountered one before. In the savage forest, he had only ever seen up to a third-tier beast, which corresponded to the human realm of Qi opening. Roar! The demon wolf let out another howl, creating an afterimage as it lunged towards Guhan. Asha, startled awake, was filled with urgency. Young master, be careful. Fear not. Guhan replied in a deep voice, hold on tight. With that, he raised his sword and met the wolf demon's charge head-on. Upon the blade, a faint and nearly imperceptible glimmer flashed momentarily. With a soft sound, a light impact echoed. The demon wolf, without so much as a whimper, was cleaved in two by the long sword, its severed edges remarkably smooth, akin to a mirror's surface. Guhan raised the long sword, contemplating the blade now marred with nicks and scars. This battered sword was the sole remnant of his past, discovered by Gu Tian when he first found him. Over the years, he had cherished it as a precious relic, never parting from it. Just moments ago, he felt a subtle resonance between the sword and the spiritual energy within him. It became abundantly clear. The great transformation sword manual had been concealed within this very blade all along. Meanwhile, the young mistress, Asha, wore an expression of astonishment. You were truly remarkable just now, she exclaimed. Indeed, Guhan replied, pulling his thoughts back to the present as he affectionately ruffled her hair, offering a gentle smile. Are you hungry, my dear? Just as he was about to tend to the demon wolf's remains, his expression abruptly shifted. He gently set Asha down and gazed into the dimming horizon, a chill sweeping over him. Come forth. A mocking voice echoed in response. It seems that my elixir has significantly healed you, young Master Gu. I wonder how you intend to express your gratitude? As the words hung in the air, a rotund figure emerged from the shadows. It was the plump shopkeeper from the apothecary he had encountered earlier in the day. Asha's recognition was instantaneous. It's you? Asha, do you know him? Guhan inquired. Yes, I'm quite pleased, she replied, her innocence shining through. Young master, he is a good person. He gave me that elixir. Unbeknownst to her, she had been deceived, yet she recounted the day's events with joy. Is that so? Guhan's eyes narrowed. If you've even managed to deceive Asha, it seems you are indeed scum. The shopkeeper chuckled, unfazed. With your current state, young Master Gu, you hardly possess the standing to cast aspersions upon me. Who would have thought that, despite being rendered a cripple, you still conceal such treasures as beast cores? It would be wise for you to hand over all remaining beast cores on your person. I might consider sparing your life, should you choose not to cooperate. As he spoke, he slowly advanced, exuding a powerful aura that revealed his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi condensation. The entire city was aware of Guhan's fall from grace, and the shopkeeper felt emboldened, confident in his dominance. You seek beast cores? Guhan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Then prepare to pay with your life. His adoptive father, Gu Tian, and the maid Asha were the only two family he had ever known, and they were his ultimate vulnerabilities. To provoke such a bond would inevitably summon forth his boundless fury and lethal resolve. Seeking death? The shopkeeper scoffed, charging toward Guhan with surprising speed. An incongruity to his rotund form. Then I shall grant you this wish. In that moment, Guhan channeled every ounce of his limited spiritual energy. A faint glimmer ignited upon the dark blade. In the blink of an eye, their figures intersected. A soft thud resounded. The shopkeeper staggered, a crimson line blossoming across his neck, and he fell forward, lifeless. Guhan's figure swayed slightly. His current cultivation had not yet recovered, and having slain his opponent across 4 small realms required an immense expenditure of energy. Young master, Asha displayed a face full of concern. Are you all right? Let's go? Guhan dared not delay for a moment. He swiftly retrieved the beast core from the wolf demon and rummaged through the corpulent shopkeeper's body. Then, he hoisted Asha onto his back and set off towards the wild forest. He was acutely aware that he was not only being pursued by the shopkeeper. The night had deepened. Much time had passed since Guhan's departure. The shopkeeper's corpse inevitably attracted numerous vultures that delighted in carrion, pecking at it eagerly. Suddenly, with a flurry of wings, the vultures scattered in all directions. In the darkness, the silhouettes of a dozen individuals advanced rapidly. Captain Gu, One person inspected the corpses of the shopkeeper and the wolf demon, then turned to his companions. The wounds are smooth, identical to the manner of death of Qian Fu and the others. It must be him. Captain Gu's gaze fell upon the distant wild forest, certain that the figure lay hidden within. Pursue. Captain, the wild forest is vast, and with beasts lurking everywhere. Can we truly catch him with just our numbers? Captain Gu took a deep breath. Have you forgotten the young master's orders? Catch up to him, show no mercy, and kill him outright. Understood. The wild forest was immensely expansive. Even its outskirts were choked with dense foliage and encircled by mountains, while within lay countless demonic beasts and venomous creatures, claiming the lives of numerous cultivators each year. The deeper one ventured, the greater the peril. As for the innermost depths, no one knew what lay there. Some may have ventured in, yet none ever returned alive. However, it was precisely due to this extraordinary environment that the wild forest harbored countless spiritual materials, precious medicinal herbs, and valuable mineral veins. Therefore, despite the dangers, many rogue cultivators chose to test their luck here, for even if they could not find spiritual herbs, the beast cores from the demonic creatures held considerable value. In a secluded thicket, Guhan casually dispatched a first-tier demonic beast and claimed its lair, cautiously setting Asha down. Young master, Asha whimpered, tugging at her wound, tears streaming down her cheeks. It hurts so much. Poor girl. Guhan felt a mix of amusement and heartache. She had carried him for such a long distance without a single complaint, yet now that they were temporarily safe, her inherently fragile nature emerged. Wait a moment, he gently comforted. I will tend to your injuries right away. Suddenly, his expression tightened. Young master, what is wrong? Someone is speaking. I didn't hear anything. It is indeed someone. As a practitioner, Guhan's hearing far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he began to perceive more acutely. It seems to be cursing. This is bad. Realizing the source of the voice, his expression darkened immediately. The curse was unmistakably emanating from within his own mind. Where is your rebellious spirit? Recover it. Damn it. Why must my hand be so restless? Why touch that broken sword for no reason? Deep within the realm of consciousness, there lay a sword prison measuring roughly 10 feet in square dimensions. A shadowy figure, indistinct in form, stood transfixed before the prison cell, suffused with a sense of despair and regret. What a predicament! Trapped in this wretched place, he could scarcely fathom how long he would remain ensnared. He had indeed attempted to breach the sword cage, yet despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance, each time he endeavored to escape, a pure manifestation of sword intent would descend upon him, siphoning away a portion of his soul power. Previously, after but a few collisions, a full third of his residual soul had been stripped away, instilling a profound caution within him to refrain from further reckless attempts. Alas, his regret was palpable. The moment he beheld the sword intent, he comprehended the futility of his situation. Even if his original self were present, at the pinnacle of his cultivation, he would still be unable to withstand that sword capable of severing the very fabric of the Tao. How greedy he had been. Had he known better, he would have chosen the individual known as Gu Tian. Though his aptitude was woefully inadequate and his physical form ill-suited to the prince, it would have been far preferable to languishing in this cursed confinement. After a protracted silence, he sighed despondently, his hand gradually unfurling to reveal a mysterious golden seal resting in his palm. Was this object truly beyond his reach? It was all that wretched little scoundrel's fault. The sight of the golden seal rekindled memories of Guhan. Damn it! To possess such an extraordinary sword legacy nearby, and yet be reduced to such a pitiful state. What a waste! Not only was he a failure himself, but he had also ensnared the prince in his folly. In the midst of his vitriolic lamentation, a twinge of regret pierced through him. How unfortunate that his physical body had been so perfectly aligned with the prince. Suddenly, a cold voice sliced through the air from behind him. What is it? Who goes there? The shadow's heart quickened, and he swiftly turned to find a youth standing outside the sword cage, his expression stern, eyes brimming with wariness and suspicion. Who but Guhan could it be? It's you. Upon seeing Guhan, the shadow's eyes reddened with rage, nearly provoking him to curse aloud. That little scoundrel! Having ensnared the prince, how dare he appear before him now? Enough! I must endure. He was acutely aware of his precarious position. Though he had not witnessed the Diyin sword cannon with his own eyes, the sword cage alone revealed the terrifying nature of the legacy Guhan had acquired. Regardless of how formidable he appeared in the outside world, here he was but a hapless creature at Guhan's mercy. Youth, he said, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an inscrutable demeanor. You have finally arrived. Guhan regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Well, what do you think? The shadow feigned ignorance of his expression. Are you satisfied with the legacy I have bestowed upon you? Legacy? Guhan finally spoke. What exactly is it? Thing. The shadow quivered, nearly erupting in indignation. How could a dignified sovereign of the 9th layer of the demon domain, commanding 72 demon generals and ruling over countless beings, be so humiliated by a mere insect? Young man, he suppressed his fury, speaking with a tone that brooked no argument. You ought to be more courteous when addressing your benefactor. Benefactor? Indeed. The shadow let out a soft hum. I am the sovereign of the 9-fold demon realm, the supreme demon lord. Alas, I was betrayed and unexpectedly arrived in this land. Earlier, upon seeing you grievously wounded and on the brink of death, I intentionally manifested to bestow upon you an extraordinary opportunity and legacy. Is that not enough to deem me your benefactor? That the yin sword scripture, is it yours? What a cough. Indeed, it is the creation of my own hand. The golden seal you possess is an unparalleled divine artifact, within which resides a fragment of my divine essence. I comprehend now, Guhan nodded. You intend to seize my body and usurp my soul. A jolt surged through the shadow's heart. Young man, he erupted in fury. How dare you distort right and wrong so brazenly? I am, no need for pretense. Guhan's tone turned hostile. Just now, every word, every syllable you uttered, I heard crystal clear. Gu Tian, the golden seal, my body, he is no fool. Upon hearing these words, how could he remain oblivious to the unfolding events? In this world, there exist mighty beings whose power is unparalleled. They can even be reborn from their blood, even if their physical form is utterly obliterated. A remnant of their soul can be entrusted to various divine artifacts. When a suitable body is found, they can resurrect through it, living once more. Commonly referred to as soul possession, the shadow fell silent, wishing to strike himself for his folly. How careless, how reckless with my words. What? No retort. Youngster. The shadow seethed in embarrassment and anger. Do not speak so harshly. You were on the verge of death, your body fortuitously compatible with my essence. What harm is there in my utilizing it? Utilizing it? Guhan laughed in disbelief. Trapped yet still so arrogant, truly a wretched entity. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through his mind. Buzz. As if sensing his intent, the sword prison trembled slightly, and a slender strand of sword intent suddenly descended, piercing into the shadow's body in an instant. Ah! A scream echoed. A transparent hole, the width of a thumb, appeared on his body. Huh. Guhan was momentarily taken aback. So, I can control this sword prison? With a thought, puff. Another strand of sword intent fell. Puff, puff, puff. Following that, a barrage of sword intent surged forth from the sword prison, nearly turning the shadow into a sieve. Youngster. The shadow immediately sensed something was amiss. What are you doing? Stop at once. Puff. Guhan was in no mood to heed his words, unleashing yet another strand of sword intent. I command you to cease. Did you not hear? Puff. Youngster. Do not be ungrateful. If you provoke me, do not blame me for being merciless. Puff. Scoundrel. I shall end your life. Puff. Gradually, the shadow's voice grew weaker, and his form became increasingly transparent. In contrast, Guhan felt his spirit invigorating, his senses sharpening, and his mastery over his cultivation and physical form vastly exceeding his previous capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, the portion of the shadow that had been severed transformed into pure strands of soul power, continuously merging into his being. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a theorem. The art of mystical cultivation is relatively easy to practice, yet the enhancement of one's soul power presents the greatest challenge. Apart from a handful of rare techniques, ordinary practitioners must resort to painstaking effort, tirelessly using their physical bodies and cultivation to replenish their souls to achieve even a modest improvement. Even a remnant soul holds substantial power. The original form of the shadow possesses boundless cultivation, rendering its soul exceptionally formidable. Thus, even a mere thread of soul power proves immensely beneficial to Guhan. At this moment, Guhan's soul strength exceeds that of an ordinary cultivator by more than double. He harbors an inkling that, despite no tangible advancement in his cultivation, his mastery over the power within has reached an exquisite level, precise to the finest detail. Should he confront the corpulent shopkeeper once more, he could effortlessly strike him down without inflicting harm. Outside, not far from Guhan's resting cave, a guard from the Gu family pointed at the carcass of a beast on the ground. Look, another one, judging by the wounds. It must have been dealt by Guhan. A flicker of delight crossed the eyes of the guard accompanying him. Moreover, the beast had only recently perished, indicating that Guhan must be nearby. Go inform Commander Gu. I will closely follow him and mark our path, ensuring he cannot escape this time. In the realm of consciousness, Guhan remained oblivious to the happenings outside. At that moment, as his soul power continued to surge, he gradually immersed himself in the experience. Yet, the inevitable sword intent did not wane in its descent. After a prolonged duration, the shadow finally could no longer withstand the pressure and relented. At that moment, its form became translucent, the previously boisterous tone now replaced with a weak demeanor. Ahem, young man, please pause. Let us discuss a matter, shall we? Another wave of sword intent descended. Guhan slowly opened his eyes, showing no inclination to grant mercy. Did you not intend to seize my body? This is merely a misunderstanding. The shadow, with a look of exasperation, retorted, the great freedom demon sutra within the golden seal is something I would never rashly cultivate. Even at the height of my power, you and your adoptive father, mere insignificant beings, lack the requisite cultivation and composure, yet insist on forcibly comprehending it. How can you place the blame on me? Are you conceding? The shadow fell silent. As a dignified demon lord, it naturally detested showing weakness before someone it deemed insignificant, unwilling to live in such indignity. However, in the face of overwhelming vengeance, it was willing to forsake everything. Will you submit? I will. Do you wish to live? I do. Why are you not as arrogant as before? Guhan sneered. In truth, I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. I urge you to return to that. The shadow finally broke down, unleashing a torrent of curses. You wretched, despicable creature. A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Since childhood, I have been endowed with extraordinary talent, waging countless battles without defeat, and have cultivated 6 supreme realms, earning a name that reverberates through the stars. Each of my 72 demonic generals is renowned, striking fear into the hearts of countless powerful beings. And now, having fallen from grace, I am subjected to humiliation by you. A mere insect. Kill me if you must. He remained motionless, yet chose not to speak further. This was unexpected. The imagined intent of the sword did not descend upon him. Just moments ago, Guhan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. What precisely is this so-called ultimate realm you mentioned? Chapter 6, Crisis. Fourth Order Demon Beast. In the dense forest, a resounding thud echoed as he effortlessly sent a first-order demon beast flying. Commander Gu then turned his gaze towards the guard before him. Is it truly him? Judging by the wound, it matches perfectly with the previous encounter. It must be him. Good. Commander Gu nodded in approval. Well done. To eliminate a first-order demon beast so cleanly indicates that his strength has significantly recovered. It was wise of you not to act rashly. Now, I shall personally deal with him. Indeed, the so-called ultimate realm. Within the realm of consciousness, the shadow regained its earlier air of calm confidence, engaging Guhan in conversation. It is a special realm concealed beyond the ordinary boundaries. How could a weak cultivator like you, who has only recently embarked on the path, possibly comprehend it? Moreover, even those knowledgeable about the ultimate realm find it exceedingly challenging to cultivate within it. In my earlier days, get to the point. The shadow was momentarily taken aback, responding with irritation. In summary, it is exceedingly difficult. Not every realm possesses such a state. Furthermore, to achieve this realm requires not only considerable time and effort, but also a significant degree of luck. Earlier, he had reached an agreement with Guhan. He revealed the methods to cultivate within the ultimate realm in exchange for Guhan sparing him. Thus, despite the frustration within, he conveyed the truth. The realms of condensing chi, opening meridians, and connecting spirit may appear to culminate at the 9th layer, but in reality, the 10th layer is the true endpoint. This, as I just mentioned, is the ultimate realm. And what follows? Guhan interjected without hesitation. You, the shadow, was incensed. Did you not just claim to be at the condensing chi stage? Why bother knowing so much? Youngster, do not aim too high. Being grounded is the way to go. Very well. Guhan ceased his inquiries. First, tell me how to cultivate the ultimate realm at the condensing chi stage. He was acutely aware of the other's ulterior motives, deliberately withholding information to stoke his curiosity and desire for strength, making it harder for him to act impulsively. In truth, Guhan had every intention of keeping his promise. With the sword prison in place, the shadow could not play any tricks. Furthermore, his origins were extraordinary, and allowing him to live would prove more beneficial than ending his life. The ultimate realm at the condensing chi stage is not overly complicated. Noticing Guhan's cessation of questioning, the shadow secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The usual method of cultivation involves drawing chi into the body. Once the spiritual energy fills the primary meridians, one reaches the 9th layer, allowing for the opening of meridians to progress to the next realm. However, for the ultimate realm, one does not open the meridians but continues to draw chi into the body. When the spiritual energy within the meridians is compressed to its utmost limit, transforming from energy to liquid, success is achieved. Just imagine, he said, his tone laden with temptation. When you battle against others of the same realm, your spiritual energy concentration is several times greater than theirs. How could they possibly contend with you? Do not even mention the same realm. Even in the ordinary opening of the meridians, the reservoir of spiritual energy within you may not match mine. Setting aside the divine powers and secret arts, in a mere contest of spiritual force, you would undoubtedly perish. Several times, Guhan felt a flicker of yearning. If he could truly cultivate this, it would not only lay a solid foundation for his future path of cultivation, but also significantly enhance his combat prowess. And then, he suppressed his emotions and inquired once more. Is that all? Just that? Indeed, it is that simple. You need not harbor any suspicions, given my esteemed status. How could I deceive someone of your insignificant stature? Just focus on your cultivation, and should any issue arise, feel free to seek me out. Very well, Guhan nodded. I will trust you this once. The fate of the shadow lay within his thoughts, and he was unfazed by any potential tricks. Having concluded the matters at hand, he chose not to linger, for leaving Asha outside made him somewhat uneasy. Upon witnessing Guhan's departure, the shadow let out a cold chuckle. As expected, he is still naive. The method is undoubtedly correct and is indeed the easiest extreme to achieve. Yet who among the ordinary would dare to undertake such a feat without having reinforced their meridians with various spiritual herbs from a young age, and without the careful guidance of experts to ensure their meridians can bear vast amounts of spiritual energy? Boy, prepare for your inevitable demise. When that time comes, I shall be free at last. Within the cave, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. Asha, having exhausted her strength, was already in a deep slumber, her beautiful eyelashes occasionally fluttering as if she were troubled in her dreams about Guhan's safety. Not wishing to disturb her, Guhan retrieved the storage bag of the rotund shopkeeper. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Someone was nearby. Had it been before, he would not have possessed such acute awareness, but after being nourished by the shadow's soul force, his spiritual perception had greatly enhanced. Every sound around the cave was within his grasp. Even the faint rustle of grass swaying in the wind was distinctly audible. Casting a glance at the slumbering Asha, he quietly exited the cave. Beneath a colossal tree with gnarled roots, thick as a man's waist, a guard from the Gu family cautiously marked the ground with a secret sign before stealthily concealing himself. It was confirmed. Guhan was just ahead. Provided that Captain Gu arrived in time, he would achieve a great deed. Strangely, he felt a lingering confusion. Clearly, his cultivation had been rendered null by the clan elders, and he had lost his meridians. How could it be possible? Suddenly, a sword's edge lightly pressed against his back. Who? He spun around abruptly, only to meet Guhan's eyes, filled with coldness and murderous intent. Guhan, as expected, I knew you would not relent. Guhan thrust his sword forward by an inch. How long have you been here? Guhan, I advise you to surrender. Captain Gu will arrive soon. In a flash, the sword light flickered, and an arm fell to the ground in an instant. I ask you, how long have you been here? Not long. How many of you are there? A dozen or so. Good. Guhan nodded. You go down and wait for them. A faint glimmer flashed across the sword's blade, and the head was severed from the body. The guard he recognized was merely at the 5th level of chi condensation. Thus, dispatching him was effortlessly within reach. Captain Gu. He exhaled softly, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Were it not for his heightened spiritual perception at this moment, he would have undoubtedly failed to detect the guard's presence. Captain Gu, a formidable master at the 8th level of meridian opening, would have been an insurmountable opponent had he arrived. In such a case, all would have been lost. Time. With time comes the opportunity for cultivation. Contemplating this, he ceased his delay, quickly tidied up, and promptly returned to the cave. With the dazed Asha slung over his back, he swiftly made his way deeper into the primal forest. It was a realm teeming with second-tier beasts and a haven for numerous wandering cultivators. Shortly after Gu left, Captain Gu, following the trail left by the guard, arrived at the same location. The guard had only recently perished. Indeed, it was his doing. After inspecting the guard's corpse, he discreetly left a mark and meticulously searched for the clues left behind by Gu, advancing forward. As he delved deeper, the forest thickened, the overhead light obscured, casting an even more foreboding shadow upon the already dim surroundings. Along the way, Gu encountered many individuals. Some were solitary, while others traveled in groups of 3 or 5, most possessing cultivation levels above meridian opening, hailing from the nearby Tianwu City. Gu's acute perception allowed him to sense the dangerous gazes directed his way. Yet, none dared to act recklessly. To kill and seize treasures, one must first ascertain the strength of their adversary. Someone like Gu, who boldly wandered the primal forest with a young girl, was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Time passed, and soon, the presence of others faded from sight. The deep green vegetation underfoot transformed, interspersed with vibrant streaks of crimson. The deeper he ventured, the more intense the scarlet hue became. Simultaneously, a subtle yet enchanting fragrance wafted toward him from ahead. "Young master," Asha stirred groggily awake. "It's so warm and fragrant." Gu had long sensed it. Although he had frequently traversed the primal forest, this phenomenon was a first for him. Nevertheless, even a fool could discern that ahead lay spiritual herbs. Moreover, judging by the situation, these herbs were undoubtedly of extraordinary value. At that moment, eager to enhance his cultivation, he possessed nothing but a handful of essence crystals obtained from the rotund shopkeeper and the guard. Encountering such treasures, he would not let them slip away easily. Slowing his pace, he cautiously approached the source of the aroma. This place was not concealed, and he could not believe that the wandering cultivators were blind to the anomaly here. The sole reason was the considerable danger present, a peril so great that none dared approach. As if to validate his suspicions, after advancing a short distance, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end, and an ominous warning surged within his spiritual perception. "Danger! Flee quickly, otherwise there would be a threat to his life." "Young master," sensing the unusual demeanor of Gu Han, Asha grew tense. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Gu Han scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of any monstrous beasts before gently setting her down. "You should rest for a moment. I'll scout ahead." He understood all too well. To survive, one must fight fiercely, with Commander Gu relentlessly pursuing them from behind. He had no time to gather ordinary spiritual herbs. Furthermore, with so many gathered in this place, it was likely that those herbs had already been stripped bare, leaving no chance for him. "Young master." Observing the gravity etched on Gu Han's face, Asha's heart raced. Ahead, Gu Han proceeded cautiously, the fragrant aroma intensifying, while the warnings in his senses grew more pronounced. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt. 100 feet away, on a peculiar, 2-foot-tall tree devoid of leaves, a plump, crimson fruit, roughly the size of a baby's fist, swayed in the breeze, emanating warmth and fragrance into the air. Just inhaling the scent, Gu Han felt an intense heat surge within him, invigorating his own spiritual energy. A treasure, undoubtedly a rare find. Yet, he refrained from acting hastily, even moderating his breathing. This was due to the small tree's branch being entwined with a snake, about the thickness of a thumb and measuring a foot in length. Its body a striking red. The sense of danger he felt emanated from it, though the snake appeared unassuming. Its presence bore a latent power that eclipsed any third-tier beast he had encountered before. Fourth tier. This snake was undoubtedly a fourth-tier beast, possibly even higher. Gu Han quickly deduced the reality. No wonder no one dared to venture here. Even the beasts had vanished, all due to the intimidation of this small serpent. At that moment, as if sensing his gaze, the snake opened its chilling, slit-like eyes, locking onto him with unwavering intensity. In that instant, a wave of impending doom enveloped Gu Han. "This is bad." His heart raced, and his spiritual energy surged wildly as his body instinctively recoiled. To dare to fight was one thing. To foolishly court death was another. Hiss! Gu Han's movement seemed to provoke the creature. Its bright red tongue flicked out, transforming into a streak of crimson light, darting toward him with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, it was upon him. The serpent's pearly fangs gleamed ominously. A nauseating stench and potent aura assaulted him. There was no escaping this. It was a fight for survival. In the blink of an eye, that thought crystallized in Guhan's mind. At that moment, his exceptional spiritual awareness came to his aid once more. Although the snake moved with blinding speed, he could barely track its trajectory. Without hesitation, he drew his longsword, channeling what little spiritual energy remained within him, and aimed a decisive strike at the serpent's neck. There lay its vital point. Hiss! Within the blood-red vertical pupils of the small serpent, a flicker of human-like trepidation emerged. Its body twisted slightly, deftly evading a fatal strike. A resonant clang echoed as metal met metal, sparks flying from the serpent's scales, leaving a deep white mark upon its body. Apart from that, no further injury was sustained. Meanwhile, Guhan's entire right arm had succumbed to numbness, trembling uncontrollably, to the extent that even his sword was becoming difficult to wield. A sharp hiss escaped his lips as pain surged. The serpent, emboldened by the agony, twisted again, sinking its fangs into the web between Guhan's thumb and index finger. Pain. Heat. In an instant, venom coursed into his veins, an unbearable intensity spreading from the wound up his arm, transforming it into a vivid scarlet. Soon, the fiery poison began to engulf his entire being, seeping into his flesh, bones, and organs, his consciousness gradually fading. Yet, Guhan gritted his teeth, clinging fiercely to the last vestiges of clarity in his mind. Wielding his sword in his left hand, relentlessly striking the serpent's body. Clang! Clang! Sparks erupted as the serpent writhed in agony, its ferocity intensifying, injecting even more fiery poison into Guhan's system. Swiftly, the venom coursed through his meridians. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The newly formed meridians, instead of being corroded, began to shimmer with glimmers of silver light, transforming into minuscule, almost imperceptible vortices that incessantly drew the fiery poison inward. Under the filtration of the vortices, the toxins within the fire poison were entirely absorbed, leaving behind only pure, exquisite spiritual energy that flowed ceaselessly through his meridians. In that fleeting moment, Guhan's cultivation ascended at an astonishing speed. 5th level of Qi condensation. 6th level. 7th level. Soon, he reached the 9th level. On the verge of breaking through the barriers of his meridians and advancing into the opening meridian stage, he could not afford to break through. The searing intensity within him gradually dissipated, and clarity returned to Guhan's eyes. Sensing the anomaly within, he made a swift decision. Such an opportunity was rare beyond measure. At this critical juncture, without pondering the cause of this transformation, he focused intently, sealing the barriers of his meridians tightly, trapping ever more spiritual energy within. The serpent's rank far surpassed Guhan's, and the fiery poison was a culmination of its essence, naturally abundant in spiritual energy. Soon, waves of slight pressure began to emanate from his meridians. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been overwhelmed by the chaotic energy, leading to a catastrophic explosion of their meridians. However, Guhan's reconstituted meridians were extraordinarily resilient, several times wider than those of an average person, though discomfort lingered. He had not reached his limits. Time became an abstract concept. The small serpent, having exhausted its fiery poison, lay motionless on the ground, utterly depleted. No longer the fierce and brutal creature it once was. Simultaneously, the discomfort within Guhan's meridians began to wane. The vast mist-like spiritual energy had now transformed into a gentle stream, flowing quietly through his meridians. Liquid spiritual power. 10th level of Qi condensation. With a gentle exhalation, Guhan slowly rose to his feet, acutely aware of the transformations within his body. Is this the extreme realm? The liquid spiritual energy, though only 1/5 the thickness of a thumb, was nearly 5 times the total amount of an ordinary practitioner of the same realm, even surpassing those in the 5th or 6th stages of the opening meridians. Moreover, the purity of his spiritual energy was far superior to that of the past. Indeed, it was formidable. Although he remained at the condensation stage, those at the 5th or 6th stages of the opening meridians were undoubtedly no match for him. That individual had not deceived me. This extreme realm is not so difficult. Yet, casting a glance at the small red serpent on the ground filled him with trepidation. Next time, I must not act so recklessly. Upon reflection, He comprehended the sequence of events. Although the red serpent possessed a high rank, its primary means of attack was its fiery venom. If used against an ordinary person, even a master at the opening meridians would hesitate to confront it head-on. However, facing Gu Han, with his extraordinary meridians, it had unwittingly encountered its nemesis, rendering its full strength utterly ineffective. How could it avoid defeat? Yet, had he been confronted by another beast, he would likely have been torn to shreds, never to have benefited from such a fortuitous encounter. Just as Gu Han contemplated this, the red serpent seemed to regain some strength. Its tongue flicked out, and its blood-red eyes brimmed with malice, darting towards Gu Han's face with lightning speed, aiming directly for his eyes. However, it had underestimated Gu Han's spiritual perception. The moment it moved, Gu Han had already reacted. With a swift flick of his long sword, liquid spiritual energy surged forth from within him, tracing an intricate path before fully merging into the blade. His speed in drawing the sword had more than doubled since before. This time, he aimed directly for the serpent's vital point. With the serpent significantly weakened and Gu Han's cultivation vastly enhanced, their speeds matched each other almost evenly. With the continuous flow of spiritual energy, a 3-inch sword aura erupted from the tip of the long sword, which was missing its point. With a soft sound, just half a foot away from Gu Han's face, the long sword cleaved through the serpent's vital point, where the defenses were much weaker than the rest of its body, effortlessly slicing through. A spurt of searing blood gushed forth, and the serpent's slender form was severed into 2 pieces, which twitched a few times on the ground before becoming still. At that moment, Gu Han's gaze shifted to the long sword in his hand. Was that the great yin sword Qi? As his thoughts turned, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate once more according to the records of the great yin sword classic, swiftly restoring the 3-inch sword aura that had replaced the missing tip of the long sword. As his spiritual energy continued to flow, the sword aura lengthened until it ultimately reached half a foot. At this juncture, he had expended a full 1/5 of his spiritual energy. With a flick of the long sword, the sword aura shot forth like a beam of light, slicing towards a nearby grayish-blue boulder. Without the slightest obstruction, the sword energy flashed past, directly embedding itself into the distant mountain wall, leaving behind an unfathomable tiny hole. Moments later, the massive boulder suddenly split in 2, rolling aside. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, impeccably polished. Invincible, indestructible. Gu Han took a deep breath, gripping his long sword tightly. The Day Yin Sword Classic was indeed formidable. Yet, with my mastery at the 10th level of Qi condensation, I can barely cultivate a single sword energy. I can hardly imagine what it would be like to achieve 49. Recalling his thoughts, he stored the snake's corpse in his storage bag and turned towards the small tree. With this spiritual fruit, my cultivation will surely see a significant enhancement. Each advancement brings me closer to the moment of vengeance. Young master, run. Suddenly, a cry echoed from afar. Oh no! Gu Han immediately recognized it as Asha's voice. Without a moment to spare for the spiritual fruit, his internal energy surged forth, and he dashed like the wind toward the source of the sound. In an instant, he reached the dense forest. There stood a middle-aged man, his large hand firmly clasped over Asha's mouth, preventing her from speaking. It was none other than Commander Gu, who had pursued him all the way. Volume 1, Chapter 8, Borrowing Your Head for a Use, to Honor My Foster Father. Gu Tao. Upon seeing Commander Gu, Gu Han's eyes instantly turned red. Let her go? Gu Han. Commander Gu released his grip, scrutinizing Gu Han with a frown. Your injuries have indeed healed. Gu Han pressed forward. Release her. Indeed. Commander Gu suddenly laughed. Gu Han, you remain the same. Capturing this girl is tantamount to holding your life in your hands. As he spoke, his hand lightly brushed against Asha's neck. The implication was unmistakable. You. Gu Han suppressed the murderous intent within, halting his steps. What do you truly desire? Naturally, it is your life. Commander Gu replied leisurely. The young master has decreed that in a month's time, he shall depart for the Qi Martial Academy. During this period, he does not wish to be troubled by a parasite like you. Do you understand? Parasite? A glimmer of sorrow flashed in Gu Han's eyes. Do you genuinely believe such words? You were nurtured by my foster father. You are his trusted confidant. I have always regarded you as an elder. Do you think I could be deranged enough to kill my own foster father? Gu Han. Commander Gu shook his head. You remain as naive as ever. As he spoke, he produced a long spear from his storage ring. The spear was a brilliant crimson, etched with countless runes. far more exquisite than the long sword in Guhan's hand. Fire Cloud Spear. Guhan's heart trembled. Why is my foster father's Fire Cloud Spear in your possession? No reward without merit. Commander Gu's expression was impassive. This spear is, of course, my rightful reward. Realization dawned upon Guhan. His voice choked with grief as he articulated each word. You are also complicit in the harm done to my foster father. One must always strive for higher aspirations. Mustn't one? I have diligently followed Gu Tian for so many years, not merely for a trivial position of commander. You ungrateful wretch, I shall end your life. Halt. Commander Gu exerted a slight pressure with his hand. If you approach, she shall perish. Despite his current cultivation at the 8th level of the opening veins, Guhan emitted a palpable aura of danger that unsettled him. Cautious by nature, he could not afford to overlook Asha, this vital bargaining chip. Young master, Asha cried, her voice choked with sobs. Please, don't mind me. You must flee. In her simplistic reasoning, Guhan, still recovering from his severe injuries, was no match for Commander Gu. Speak. Guhan suddenly regained his composure. What do you intend to do? Naturally, it is your demise that I seek. Commander Gu sneered. First, lower your sword, then come forth. Suddenly, a pained cry escaped him, for Asha had summoned all her strength to bite down on his hand. Foolish girl. He roared in fury. I shall slay you. With a slight tightening of his grip, Asha's small face flushed crimson, yet, driven by a desire for death. She refused to relent, biting down even harder than before. She loathed her own helplessness. More so, she despised Commander Gu's treachery. The accumulated grievances and sorrow of recent days erupted at this moment. Her large, expressive eyes, once clouded, now fixated on Commander Gu with an eerie depth and intensity. In an instant, their gazes locked, and Commander Gu was momentarily lost in a daze. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air, reminiscent of the coldest ice. Gu Tao, how dare you? As the words fell, a light suddenly illuminated the dark forest. Commander Gu snapped back to reality, but the light was too swift for him to react. In the periphery of his vision, he barely registered it before it was upon him. The great Yin sword Qi. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy sliced through his left shoulder, vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving no trace. He was utterly stunned. What on earth was this? Before he could finish his thought, blood gushed forth, severing his left shoulder and arm from his body. Only then did he feel the excruciating pain, his body tilting as he half-kneeled on the ground. Meanwhile, Guhan stepped forward to gently cradle Asha in his arms. Young master, Asha's voice was faint. I'm so sorry. Asha has caused you trouble. It was my fault for leaving you alone here. Young master, I'm so tired. Then rest for a while. Guhan replied softly, stroking her head. When you awaken, I shall prepare delicious food for you. Before he could finish, she had already fallen into a deep slumber. Gently setting her down, Guhan approached the pale-faced Commander Gu. You shall meet your end, Guhan declared. You dare wield my adoptive father's weapon? With a flash of sword light, the long spear fell from Commander Gu's right arm. Guhan, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to lift his head, his pallid face drenched in cold sweat. I know I was wrong. I also know I deserve this fate. Yet, we have shared many years of camaraderie. You rode on my shoulders every day in your youth. Surely, you have not forgotten? Therefore, Guhan remained impassive. You wish for me to release you? Very well. Lend me something of yours, and I shall acquiesce. What do you desire? Gu Tongling's expression brightened. Excellent. Whatever you ask. I shall grant you. The Fire Cloud Spear? Take it, for I am unworthy of wielding it. No. Guhan shook his head. I seek to borrow your head, to honor my adoptive father. With that proclamation, a flash of sword energy sliced through the air, and Gu Tongling's head fell to the ground. His eyes still glimmering with a hint of joy. Adoptive father. Guhan deeply bowed before the spear. This is but the first. Those who harmed you shall not escape. You wish to go to the Deqi Martial Academy? He cast a cold glance into the distance, his expression grave. A month hence, you shall all repay my adoptive father with your lives. Useless. Nonsense. Within the Gu family's main hall, Guyang seethed as he gazed upon Gu Tongling's lifeless body. To think that you could not even handle Guhan. What purpose do you serve? Below, several guards trembled, scarcely daring to breathe. Enough. From above, Gu Chang cast a cold glance at Guyang. In times of crisis, one must maintain composure. Have you forgotten the lessons I imparted? Yes, grandfather. I ask you. Gu Chang's gaze shifted to the guards. Did you witness Gu Han slay Gu Tao? We did not see it, but the wound on Gu Tongling. Father. A middle-aged man beside Gu Yang suddenly interjected. It is peculiar. Just yesterday, Gu Han was a mere invalid. Yet today, he possesses the strength to kill Gu Tao. He is Gu Yang's biological father, Gu Chang. Withdraw. Gu Chang waved his hand, dismissing the guards. If he indeed committed this act, to regain his strength in a single day and possess the power to slay Gu Tongling, it must be due to that golden seal. However, Gu Chang furrowed his brow. We all witnessed how Gu Tian went mad, forsaking kin. How could he possibly bestow the golden seal upon Gu Han? Carelessness. Gu Chang's gaze deepened. We only witnessed his madness, yet we do not comprehend the extent of his frenzy. Perhaps he retained a sliver of lucidity, and we were deceived. Father, if that golden seal truly rests in Gu Han's possession, might he also succumb to madness like Gu Tian? It is possible. Gu Chang's gaze remained inscrutable. Of course, whether he is mad or not, this menace must ultimately be eradicated. I have erred once and shall not repeat the mistake. Immediately, issue a bounty to the wandering cultivators of the wild forest. Gu Han has rebelled and murdered his father, indiscriminately slaughtering kin, and shows no sign of repentance. Anyone who captures him will be rewarded with 2,000 yuan crystals and a high-grade spiritual weapon, regardless of life or death. Grandfather. Gu Yang felt a pang of sympathy. Such a bounty, 2,000 yuan crystals, nears his resource allocation for half a year. In the world of treasures, there are indeed various tiers. Magical tools, spiritual weapons, precious artifacts, and mysterious artifacts are classified further into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. A high-grade spiritual weapon is exceedingly rare within the Gu family's inventory. It matters not. Gu Chang waved his hand dismissively. The wilderness forest is vast, and the limited manpower of the Gu family is utterly insufficient. Moreover, should you successfully reach the Great Qi Martial Academy, this minor expenditure could be repaid tenfold or even 100-fold. Rest assured, grandfather. The mention of the Great Qi Martial Academy rekindled Gu Yang's confidence. I shall achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation soon, and I am on the verge of mastering the family's blazing flame technique to the realm of both form and spirit. This opportunity is rightfully mine. Excellent. A smile finally graced Gu Chang's face. Truly, you are the prodigy of the Gu family. The future of our clan rests solely upon your shoulders. In the wilderness forest, as always, the deeper one ventures, the darker it becomes. Amidst the heavy shadows, two figures advanced steadily, one following the other. The foremost individual, with hair as white as crane feathers yet possessing a youthful visage, exuded vitality and warmth in his gaze. Half a step behind him was an elderly man of delicate demeanor, pale and beardless, his spine slightly hunched. Masterly, is your injury of no concern? Cough, cough. Thank you for your concern, Elder Shui. It was our negligence. We did not expect that fiery toad to have evolved to the 6th tier. You have worked hard. Elder Shui, you flatter me. We have come this time to ensure your safety. The 7th prince's cold poison affliction is becoming increasingly severe. We must rely on you. Alas, the man ahead sighed. My methods can only alleviate the symptoms, not cure the root cause. If my mentor were here, everything would be resolved. The ghostly physician has been elusive, wandering without a trace for decades. In such a vast eastern wilderness, where can we find him? Alas, how unfortunate for the 7th prince. Fortunately, Elder Shui felt somewhat reassured. We have discovered many spiritual herbs this time. Upon our return, What is it, Elder Shui? This fragrance. Could it be the sunfire fruit? The sunfire fruit. Master Li's expression brightened. Isn't that the very herb we seek? Precisely. Splendid. Elder Shui, please wait here. I shall venture ahead to investigate. Be careful. The birthplace of the sunfire fruit is often accompanied by the crimson flame serpent. Once matured, it becomes a 6th-tier beast, and its fiery poison is not to be underestimated. Rest assured, Elder Shui, I will exercise caution. As he spoke, Master Li deftly maneuvered, swiftly disappearing from sight. Along his path, he followed the alluring scent and soon located a peculiar little tree, which happened to be the battleground of Gu Han and the small serpent. His smile faltered. Where is it? Before him stood a barren tree, the only remnant of the delightful fragrance lingering in the air. Yet, the trace of the sunfire fruit was nowhere to be found. How infuriating! He cursed inwardly, his gaze swiftly landing upon a newly unearthed cave not far away. You there? Come out at once. His voice was sharp and cutting, echoing far and wide. Moments later, a youth emerged, brandishing a tattered long sword. A wary expression etched upon his face. It was none other than Guhan. Volume 1, Chapter 9, A Fragmented Soul, an Incurable Affliction. Upon seeing Master Li not far away, Guhan's heart raced, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword. Strong, quite formidable. The elderly man, who referred to himself as our family, exuded an air of danger that was utterly irresistible. With a subtle shift, he instantly blocked the entrance behind him. There lay Asha, still in slumber. It had been 2 days since the confrontation with Commander Gu, yet Asha had displayed an unusual disposition, remaining asleep until now. Guhan presumed it was due to her exhaustion and decided to carve out a cave for her to rest peacefully. The lingering scent of a small red snake remained in the air. This place, seldom approached by both humans and beasts alike, could be considered safe for the time being. As for the fruit, it had long been plucked and consumed by him. However, despite the extraordinary properties of the fruit that had facilitated his smooth breakthrough to the second realm of meridian opening, it paled in comparison to the venom of that red snake. After much contemplation without resolution, he could only attribute it to the liquid spiritual energy within him and his unusually expansive meridians. Kit, noticing Guhan's silence, stewardly grew increasingly impatient. I am inquiring about the fruit of the blazing sun. Where has it gone? The blazing sun fruit? Guhan mused. Is that the name of the fruit? I am unaware. Naturally, Guhan would not admit to it. I have never encountered such a fruit you speak of. You slippery little rascal. Stewardly raised an eyebrow. Do you dare to deceive me? If you claim to have never seen it, then where does the scent of the blazing sun fruit on you originate? Speak the truth. Guhan was left speechless. Was this fellow akin to a hound? How could he detect such nuances? Hand over the fruit, and I shall be in a good mood, granting you favorable treatment. If you dare to speak further nonsense, prepare to experience my methods. As he spoke, a chilling aura pressed down upon him. You are tardy. Guhan understood that today's events would not conclude amicably, so he chose to be candid. The fruit is gone. What do you mean by that? I consumed it. What did you say? Stewardly shrieked. You ate it? You insolent brat. There is a limit to arrogance. The effects of the blazing sun fruit are formidable. Even those at the gathering essence realm must exercise caution in refining it. With your mere cultivation at meridian opening, how could you withstand such ferocious energy? Believe it or not, I have consumed it. Very well. Stewardly chuckled sinisterly. You refuse to heed my words. Do not blame me for using my power against you. For a lesson shall be imparted. With that, the chilling aura intensified several-fold. Guhan felt as if faced with a formidable opponent. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his cultivation, preparing the great yin sword chi. Stop! Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from a distance, timely halting Stewardly. It was Physician Shui. Stewardly. He approached with a solemn expression. What is the meaning of this? Physician Shui, you are unaware. Stewardly shot Guhan a fierce glare and recounted the events. This brat has a foul temper, and we are left with no choice. Across from him, Guhan coldly regarded him. I have a foul temper? You ought to reflect on your own character. Enough. Physician Shui's brow furrowed deeply. This matter, you have acted recklessly. He was the first to arrive, and the fiery sun fruit rightfully belongs to him. Your attempt to seize it is utterly inappropriate. Yes. Stewardly quickly forced a smile. You are correct, Master Shui. Our family, concerned for the safety of the seventh prince, acted without sufficient consideration. Yet, in his heart, he remained unconvinced. This esteemed Physician Shui, admirable in many ways, was simply too soft-hearted, a hopelessly kind soul. My young friend, Physician Shui mused, gazing at Guhan. Though the fiery sun fruit is indeed precious, it is characterized by its intense heat. Its medicinal potency is formidable, yet its effect on enhancing one's cultivation is not as significant as one might imagine. Considering your current level of cultivation, this fruit is merely a superfluous trinket. Intense heat? Guhan suddenly understood. No wonder the fruit's effect on his advancement was far below expectations. This was the underlying reason. My young friend, Physician Shui continued, this fiery sun fruit holds great value for me. Would you consider parting with it? Rest assured, I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss. And I am willing to offer an equivalent item for your cultivation in exchange. Guhan felt a tinge of regret. If only he had preserved the fruit until now. The resources he could have obtained in exchange might have propelled his cultivation to the third, or even the fourth level of the meridian opening stage. Senior. Physician Shui's demeanor was gentle, devoid of any coercive authority, and Gu Han naturally refrained from responding coldly. It is not that I am unwilling. I indeed consumed the fruit. You, stewardly exclaimed once more. Enough of this. Physician Shui cast an irritated glance at him, shaking his head. Since the young friend is unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. Come, stewardly, let us depart. Alas, very well. Stewardly grumbled, glaring at Gu Han one last time. Young man, may we never cross paths again. Gu Han maintained a stoic expression. A threat? He felt no fear. Though he had gathered hints about Steward Li's identity from his tone and address, he held little regard for the royal family of Deqi. Since childhood, Gu Tian had instilled in him a principle. A true man stands between heaven and earth, honoring but not fearing. Young master, at that moment, a soft and feeble voice emerged from behind. It was Asha, stumbling forth, still appearing drowsy, as if 2 days and nights of rest had not sufficed to replenish her energy. Asha? Gu Han's expression brightened, and he rushed to support her. You are awake? Do not move too much. Your foot is still injured. Young master, I am so hungry, she lamented. Lacking any cultivation, her mere mortal body could hardly withstand such a prolonged absence of food and water. Hungry? Very well. My young friend. Just then, Physician Shui's voice returned. As he approached Gu Han once more. Senior, Gu Han's heart raced, instinctively shielding Asha behind him. That fruit, I truly consumed it. Not that matter, Physician Shui chuckled, producing a jade vial from his storage ring. I see this young lady is quite injured. This is a medicinal powder I prepared during my leisure. I shall offer it to you, my young friend. Thank you, senior. Gu Han sighed in relief without pretense as he accepted the jade vial. The exquisite craftsmanship of the vial alone attested to the preciousness of the medicinal powder within, far surpassing the ordinary elixirs he had previously acquired from Commander Gu. In the distance, Steward Li wore a grim expression, torn between the urge to lash out and the fear of doing so. How infuriating! This young man has indeed struck luck, encountering the renowned kind-hearted physician, Shui, of the great Qi dynasty. Thank you, grandfather. Asha peeked out from behind Gu Han, timidly expressing her gratitude. Very well. Upon hearing the term grandfather, Shui's gaze momentarily drifted into a reverie, softened by an unspoken understanding. You are quite courteous. This medicinal powder shall not be in vain. Yet, as he spoke, his brow suddenly furrowed in concern. What is it, esteemed elder? Gu Han's heart sank. It appeared that Physician Shui scrutinized Asha intently, pondering deeply. Child, come forth. Allow me to examine you. Asha glanced nervously at Gu Han. Go on, he encouraged with a smile, sensing no malice from the elder. He understood that both Shui and Steward Li possessed unfathomable abilities, far surpassing his own. If they intended him harm, they would not resort to such subtleties. Physician Shui gently placed his hand on Asha's forehead, a faint milky glow encircling them. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his gaze toward Asha now tinged with pity. Poor child, esteemed elder? Gu Han's heart tightened. What is wrong with Asha? If I am not mistaken, this child appears to suffer from the legendary soul deficiency affliction. Soul deficiency? What is that? The soul is the essence of a person. Whether cultivator or mortal, their soul remains tightly sealed within their spirit, showing no signs of leakage. Those afflicted with soul deficiency live in a haze, sluggish and dull-witted, with severe cases resembling foolishness. The more Gu Han listened, the colder his heart grew. Everything matched perfectly. From the moment he found Asha 10 years ago, she had always exhibited this lack of lucidity. 10 years. Upon hearing Gu Han's account, Physician Shui's brow furrowed deeper. According to ancient texts, those afflicted with soul deficiency are in a perpetual state of soul energy depletion, unable to survive beyond 3 years. Yet this child, beside them, Asha gazed at him with gentle, confused eyes. Esteemed elder, Gu Han's anxiety surged. Can you cure this soul deficiency? My skills are insufficient, Physician Shui replied. And Gu Han's heart plummeted. Yet, the next words from the elder reignited hope within him. My mentor, known as the Ghost Physician, possesses unparalleled expertise in medical theory and alchemy. I must admit, though I am honored with the title of Divine Physician, my abilities pale in comparison to my mentor's. I am merely somewhat renowned in this corner of the great Qi dynasty. If only he were here, he might have some solutions. Ghost Physician? Gu Han's heart leaped with joy. Where is he? Speaking of which, Physician Shui sighed with a bittersweet smile. For decades, I have not heard any news of the venerable elder. After so many years, Gu Han felt his heart grow cold again. He could wait, but could Asha? Young master, Asha finally comprehended the meaning behind their words, feeling a pang of sadness. Is Asha going to die? Asha is not afraid of death. But Asha is reluctant to leave young master. Do not worry. Guhan's heart ached as he held her tightly. I will not let you die. I shall find a way to save you. This is my promise to you. You know I have never deceived you. Sighing, Physician Shui seemed lost in thought, letting out another long exhale. What a remarkable girl, such a pity. After a moment's hesitation, he took out a small vial, shimmering in pure gold. Its surface adorned with countless exquisite engravings, far more precious than the jade vial from earlier. This is a spirit-nurturing pill, left to me by my esteemed master when he departed. It was intended for my own breakthrough to the divine realm, but due to some fortunate circumstances, I have yet to utilize it. The elixir he crafted is certainly extraordinary. I shall give it to you now, and it should serve you well for the time being. Physician Shui, Chief stewardly exclaimed, nearly jumping in distress. That is a pill personally concocted by the ghost physician. How could you? Physician Shui's expression darkened. It is my own possession. Do I need your permission to gift it to someone? His normally gentle nature was now visibly roused in anger. I would not dare. Chief Stewardly hastily smiled. It is our household that lacks proper decorum. Please do not take offense, Physician Shui. He was equally puzzled. Though Physician Shui was known for his kind-heartedness, he had never been this generous before, offering even the ghost physician's pill for a girl he had never met. Not even the seventh prince received such treatment. Thank you for your immense kindness. Guhan bowed deeply, sincerity etched upon his features. I shall forever remember this in my heart. At that moment, the heart that had been frozen by the betrayal of the Gu family felt a flicker of warmth. Thank you, Grandpa. Asha imitated him. Grandpa is truly a wonderful person. Hearing Asha's innocent and carefree words, Physician Shui burst into laughter. Very well, very well. With this elixir, my gift is indeed worthwhile. Chief Stewardly smirked. You give us the pill, and we shall call you Grandpa, or even Great-Grandpa. Guhan solemnly accepted the small vial, gently opening it. At the bottom lay 3 golden pills, each the size of a thumb, resting quietly. In an instant, a gentle fragrance, soothing and distinct from the fiery aroma of the sun fruit, wafted through the air. Just inhaling it made Guhan feel his spiritual awareness sharpen slightly. Young master, Asha's mouth watered in anticipation. It smells so good. Here, eat one first. It tastes wonderful. As the pill entered her mouth, Asha became somewhat dazed, her body leaning and collapsing into Guhan's embrace. Senior, it is fine. It appears to have taken effect. However, as she has no cultivation to support her, she will need some time to absorb the pill's essence. Thank you, Senior. Dr. Shui cast another glance at Asha, a faint sigh escaping his lips. What transpires next shall depend on your fortune. Enough. With his thoughts collected, he had no intention of lingering any longer. Old man, this. Suddenly, Guhan called out to him. May I inquire what the esteemed elder intends to do with the blazing sun fruit? There's no need for such formality. Dr. Shui was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. I offer you this elixir simply because if you believe I am seeking the blazing sun fruit as a favor, you would be underestimating my character. You misunderstand, elder. Guhan pondered for a moment. I indeed consumed the blazing sun fruit, but I wonder if it could be substituted with something else. Something else? Like this. Guhan gently set Asha down and retrieved a small red serpent. The crimson flame serpent. Chief Stewardly exclaimed, hastily approaching them. No wonder. Elder Shui mentioned that the birthplace of the blazing sun fruit must host the crimson flame serpent. We were puzzled as to why we hadn't seen it. It was in your possession all along. Young man, why did you not present it earlier? Ignoring him, Guhan turned to Dr. Shui. Elder, is this creature of any use? Indeed it is. Dr. Shui nodded with satisfaction. This crimson flame serpent is an extraordinary species, although it is not yet mature. It belongs to the 4th tier. Its beast core is equal to, if not superior to, that of the blazing sun fruit. Gazing at the serpent's smooth wound and the broken sword in Guhan's hand, Dr. Shui began to comprehend the situation. It seems I underestimated you. You flatter me, elder. It was merely luck. Guhan was reluctant to reveal his secrets. Dr. Shui did not pry further. Everyone harbors secrets, including himself, and he was not inclined to delve into the matter. However, he now believed Guhan's earlier words. To slay a crimson flame serpent at the meridian opening realm. Consuming the blazing sun fruit would indeed be a trivial feat. Only Chief Stewardly harbored a cold smile within. Surely, Dr. Shui does not genuinely believe the serpent was killed. does he? It must have been sheer luck, or perhaps it was merely stumbled upon. The more he observed Gu Han, the more he found him disagreeable. At least you understand the importance of gratitude. Hand it over. You want it. Of course. Trade it for spirit crystals. What did you say? This crimson flame serpent is for the elder, and I seek no recompense. However, you must exchange it for spirit crystals. Gu Han choked Chief Steward Li with his retort, then turned to present the crimson flame serpent to Dr. Shui. Despite his urgent need for cultivation resources, he did not demand a single spirit crystal from Dr. Shui. Saving Asha equated to saving himself. Since childhood, Gu Tian had imparted a principle to him. Gratitude should be repaid tenfold, and vengeance, likewise. Before departing, Chief Steward Li remained irate, leaving behind a harsh remark. Young man, do not let us cross paths again. Gu Han dismissed his words as mere bluster. Meanwhile, the Gu family's bounty had swiftly spread throughout the ears of numerous wandering cultivators in the area within just 2 days. 2,000 spirit crystals and a high-quality spiritual weapon. What a grand undertaking. Who exactly is Gu Han, that they would expend such vast resources? It is rumored he is a parasital wretch, which explains why the Gu family has placed a bounty on him. So, what is the verdict? Are we in or not? Obviously we are. If we manage to eliminate him, the rewards would afford us a life of leisure for several years. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Among them were those who had encountered Gu Han and Asha, now filled with regret, lamenting their missed opportunity at such a considerable fortune. In an instant, all thoughts of gathering spirit herbs and slaying demon beasts were cast aside, as they frantically sought Gu Han's whereabouts based on the clues provided by the Gu family. Unbeknownst to Gu Han, in the cave, Asha remained in a deep slumber, her expression now notably more serene and tranquil, devoid of the pain she had once shown. Nearby, Gu Han carefully applied medicinal powder to the soles of her feet. The powder given by the esteemed physician Shui was indeed extraordinary. As soon as it was applied, the blood that had been seeping from her wounds abruptly ceased. Suddenly, Asha stirred slightly, murmuring in her sleep, "Young master, Asha is hungry. Asha wants to eat chicken leg." Upon hearing those words, Gu Han's mind was momentarily lost in reverie, as memories surged forth from a decade past. In the frigid embrace of winter, a 3 or 4-year-old girl, ravaged by hunger and cold, had collapsed at the doorstep of the Gu family, only to be fortuitously discovered by him. A single chicken leg and a pot of warm coals had pulled her back from the brink of death. From that moment on, he chose to keep her by his side, and she became his devoted little maid. Over the past 10 years, they had shared mutual sorrows and joys, growing inseparable in their companionship. Gazing upon her delicate, pale face, Gu Han inhaled deeply. "I will not allow you to perish. With your adoptive father gone, you cannot leave me too." Thoughts of the soul deficiency affliction, the ghostly physician, and elixirs began to swirl in his mind. Suddenly, a realization struck him, illuminating his thoughts. That fellow might just have a solution. In the realm of consciousness, within the sword prison, an exasperated shadow leaped up from its meditative position, cursing vehemently. What kind of existence is this? Unable to die, yet unable to truly live. Am I destined to remain trapped here forever? How can I exact my revenge? After a prolonged tirade, he despondently sat back down. Well, after all these years, what difference does a little more time make? I shall wait for that lad to break through to the 10th level of qi condensation. What are you muttering about? Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded from behind him. Coughing. The shadow stiffened and quickly turned around. Why are you here again? Just came to check on you. Given the stakes concerning Asha's safety, Gu Han's tone softened slightly. Here to see me? The shadow eyed him suspiciously. Are you truly so benevolent? Indeed, I have a question I wish to ask you. A question? The shadow's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder you're speaking so courteously. You seek my assistance. You rascal. He raised his hands with a sense of pride and remarked, "Surely, you have encountered difficulties in your cultivation? This mere state of qi condensation is nothing more than a realm inferior to that of an ant, and yet you still face issues? It is best to heed my counsel and refrain from aspiring too high. Simply devote yourself to diligent practice." Gu Han shook his head. "Moreover, I have opened my meridians." "Opened your meridians?" The shadow scoffed derisively. "What are you saying?" Instantly, he lost control, his anger flaring. "Who permitted you to open your meridians? Did I not already warn you against aiming too high? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Why should I require your permission to open my meridians?" Gu Han's expression darkened. In that moment, The sword prison trembled lightly, and several strands of sword intent surged forth, poised for action. Only then did the shadow recognize his lapse in composure. Ahem, it is not as you think. Although the 10th level of qi condensation is indeed the most rudimentary realm, it lays a solid foundation for you. If you can master it, it will greatly benefit your future path of cultivation. How could you so easily abandon it? This is not just foolishness, it is sheer stupidity. He feigned a look of deep concern, as if genuinely invested in Guhan's future. Guhan regarded him with skepticism. Has this fellow truly changed his disposition? Why the sudden concern for my well-being? In truth, he had already mastered the 10th level of qi condensation. What? The shadow fixed his gaze on Guhan. You have achieved it? Yes, Guhan replied. Then, ahem, do you have any particular sensations? Sensations? Guhan pondered for a moment. Aside from a slight swelling in my meridians, there is nothing else. You were right. Mastering the ultimate state of the qi condensation stage is indeed not difficult. Ah, I see. I have misjudged you. The shadow responded with a facade of approval. Yet inwardly, he cursed vehemently. Damn it. How has this little rascal's life proven so resilient? I cannot believe he has escaped such peril. Unbeknownst to him, Guhan's newly formed meridians were extraordinary. His original intention had been to harm Guhan, but through a twist of fate, he inadvertently aided Guhan in achieving the 10th level of qi condensation, which left him seething with frustration. I must ask you something. Guhan, troubled for Asha, disregarded the shadow's peculiar demeanor. Have you heard of the soul deficiency affliction? Soul deficiency? The shadow replied with a lackluster tone. Is it not merely the damage to the soul and the loss of soul energy? Why do you ask this? After a moment of silence, Guhan slowly began. I have a friend in the first volume, chapter 11. He reflected, when it comes to yielding, there are only 0 instances or countless instances. Guhan detailed Asha's condition to the shadow. The shadow's interest was piqued. Your little maidservant possesses a remarkable background. Why do you say that? The soul is fundamental to a cultivator. If it is damaged, unless one reaches a realm like mine, where the spirit remains undying, a mere mortal such as her would surely not survive beyond 3 years. Yet your maidservant, devoid of any cultivation, has lived steadily for so many years. It is evident that someone has employed extraordinary means to seal her soul, preventing the loss of soul energy. Such an individual, even if not on par with me, must possess considerable prowess. Guhan furrowed his brow, for he had indeed inquired about Asha's origins. Yet how could Asha recall such matters when her memory from the past 2 years remained somewhat hazy? In her simple mind, there exists only Guhan, chicken legs, and half of Gutian. Given that a seal has been established, why ponder further? It is undoubtedly a sign that the seal has been broken. Did you not mention that he has been incessantly complaining of fatigue these past few days? That is surely an indication of soul energy depletion. What then shall we do? It is quite simple. The shadow suddenly began to tease. However, there is a condition. Speak. Release this sovereign. Guhan fell silent for a moment. Uft. In the next instant, a formidable sword intent pierced through the shadow. You little rascal, he exclaimed in exasperation. You promised not to lay a hand on this sovereign again. I have rescinded my promise. Will you speak or not? In her current predicament, she must either consume a soul-nurturing elixir to prolong her life, or wait for this sovereign to restore his cultivation and reseal her soul. There exists no other alternative. He could discern that if threats continued, Guhan would indeed sever ties and annihilate him completely. Such capitulation is a matter of either never or countless times. Thus, this time he chose to yield instantly. Is there truly no other recourse? Guhan remained somewhat unconvinced. Do you not claim to be a demon lord? Is your prowess so limited to mere insects? You brat. The shadow seethed with rage. Do you truly believe this sovereign is omnipotent? Furthermore, do you understand what it means to be a demon lord? In essence, it signifies one who dwells in the demonic path, solely adept at slaying, utterly ignorant of salvation. To overshadow the heavens, to suppress myriad beings, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. This is the essence of my purpose. Have you ever encountered a practitioner of the demonic arts who dedicates himself to the study of healing? His words rendered Guhan momentarily speechless, as there seemed to be a kernel of truth in his assertions. However, release him? Absolutely out of the question. Setting aside the time it would take for him to regain his powers, one could fear that if set free, he would undoubtedly turn against himself immediately. Sensing that Asha appeared to be awakening, he chose not to linger any longer. disregarding the shadow as he departed the realm of consciousness. Damn it! As Guhan left, the shadow cursed vehemently. This little rascal, young yet possessing an exceptionally dark heart and ruthless methods. At this rate, I shall inevitably meet my end at his hands. No, he must be eliminated. Just wait. Time is on our side, and we shall see. Outside, Guhan opened his eyes, greeted by Asha's bright, sparkling eyes. Compared to before, there was a reduction in her dullness and an increase in her vivacity. If she was once a stagnant pool, she now resembled a clear spring. And paired with her already exquisite visage, she exuded an unspoken allure. Young master. Under Guhan's intense gaze, Asha's cheeks flushed. What are you staring at? Guhan instantly realized. Asha, have you become more intelligent? In the past, the simple-minded girl, lost in her own world, exhibited a profound emotional detachment. Aside from her interest in Guhan and chicken legs, she displayed little reaction even when Commander Gu and his companions perished before her eyes. However, after consuming the medicinal pill, her emotional spectrum seemed to have expanded significantly. Indeed, the simple-minded girl had come to this realization. I too feel as though I have become more astute. From now on, aside from young master, no one shall dare call me simple-minded again. Very well. Guhan replied with a gentle smile. Henceforth, should anyone dare to call you simple-minded, I shall deal with them. Young master. I just had a dream. What was it about? I dreamt that someone took me away, and I could no longer see young master. Silly girl, Guhan chuckled. Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one will take you away. Indeed. The simple-minded girl nodded obediently. Suddenly, a faint, ominous roar echoed in their ears. A demon beast. Young master, the simple-minded girl said nervously. Do not be afraid, it's nothing. The roar reverberated again, growing increasingly distinct. Guhan's expression darkened. Not due to the beast itself, but because his powerful spiritual sense detected that several individuals were steadily approaching them. Stay here and do not move, he instructed calmly. I will go and take a look. Understood. Outside, a group of scattered cultivators fled in panic. Unbeknownst to them, they had drawn near to the cave where Guhan resided. Second brother, we cannot proceed any further. Indeed, second brother, the demon beast there seems even more fearsome. There is no time. A man in his 30s glanced back anxiously. If it catches up to us, we are doomed. We might as well fight back. There may be a glimmer of hope. As he spoke, the colossal creature pursued them relentlessly. Over 10 feet long, with menacing fangs and a coat of bristly black hair adorned with silver strands emerging from its brow and cascading to its lower back. It was a second-tier demon beast, the silverline ironback bear. In an instant, they reached the vicinity of the cave. Second brother, there are people here. The demon beast seems to have vanished. This is bad. It's coming after us. The silverline ironback bear appeared to have lost its sanity, disregarding the lingering scent of the crimson flame serpent and barreling into the cave. With a gaping maw, it lunged to devour the group. It's over. Despair washed over their faces. At that moment, a brilliant flash suddenly pierced the air, striking the bear between its eyes. With a thud, the enormous creature fell without so much as a grunt, its body splitting in two before the stunned onlookers. As they stood in shock, Guhan emerged from the shadows, ignoring them entirely as he calmly retrieved the beast's core and stored the carcass in his spatial pouch. Only then did the group come to their senses. The silverline ironback bear was not only tough and resilient, but also possessed strength comparable to that of a cultivator at the 5th level of the meridian opening stage. Known for its brutality and vengeful nature, they had fled in terror, yet they never imagined it would be so effortlessly subdued by Guhan. Young brother. One of the men approached respectfully, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you for saving us. In an instant, he discerned Guhan's appearance. What is it? Guhan furrowed his brow. It's nothing. Thank you for saving my life, young brother. No need to thank me, Guhan replied impassively. I merely wish to seize the beast core. If there is nothing else, you may leave. With that, he disregarded the others and strode into the cave. The survivors, still recovering from their ordeal, were naturally reluctant to linger given Guhan's frosty demeanor. On their way, one man wore an expression of excitement. Hey, isn't that the boy I recognize? A female cultivator expressed her surprise. What's wrong, second brother? I know him. Know him? What is there to know about someone like that, flaunting his strength and acting all high and mighty? If Big Brother were here, he wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. Such a pity about the beast core. No, the man shook his head. You don't understand. A beast core is trivial. He seems to be Guhan. Guhan, the one wanted by the Gu family? Indeed. So what you mean is, haha, who would have thought we would turn misfortune into fortune? We're bound to make a substantial profit. Yet another person appeared troubled. But he easily dispatched the silver line ironback bear. His cultivation must be at least the 8th level of the meridian opening realm. I couldn't even see how he attacked. And among us, the highest cultivation is merely the 3rd level, that being the one they call second brother. Let us find Big Brother. The man snickered. He is a master of the aperture realm. He will handle this easily, right? How could we forget Big Brother? Let us go, lest we arrive too late. If that young man is discovered by someone else, we would suffer a great loss. In their conversation, it seemed they had entirely forgotten that Guhan had just saved their lives. Delicious. Inside the cave, before the campfire, Asha gnawed gleefully on a roasted bear paw, revealing her true nature as a glutton. Beside her, Guhan was also diligently tackling another bear paw. It was not that he was hungry. Having reached the meridian opening realm, he could easily go half a month without food or water. However, this giant bear was a second-order demon beast, and the essence within its flesh could provide even a slight enhancement to his cultivation. Though minimal, he could not afford to overlook any opportunity to elevate himself, given his current state of destitution. I am so full. Finally satiated, Asha set down the bear paw, which was nearly as large as her head, and let out a satisfied belch. Are you full? Guhan wiped the grease from her mouth. Then let us depart. He urgently needed to seek spiritual herbs to enhance his cultivation and would not linger any longer. Moreover, the red flame serpent had died several days prior, and the lingering aura had grown increasingly faint, rendering this place less secure. Otherwise, even the ferocious silver line ironback bear would have never dared to step foot here. Okay. Asha did not question further. Wherever Guhan went, she would follow. Over the past decade, an unspoken understanding had formed between them. Young master. She suddenly spoke while perched on Guhan's back. I want to cultivate too. Cultivate? Yes, I want to help you. Very well. Guhan smiled. I will teach you. Previously, he had attempted to teach Asha the ways of cultivation, but at that time, her mind was clouded, unable to perceive even the slightest hint of spiritual energy, let alone draw it into her body. Over time, this matter faded into obscurity. However, now these obstacles were no longer present. Shortly after Guhan's departure, a group of individuals arrived at the entrance of the cave, consisting of the very people whom Guhan had rescued earlier. Oh no, exclaimed one man, his expression darkening as he surveyed the situation within the cave. Big brother, he has escaped. Fear not, replied a middle-aged man bearing a vicious scar across his face. Casting a glance at the smoldering fire, there is still warmth. He hasn't gone far. Pursue him. This bounty must not fall into another's hands. Chapter 12. Counterattack. Outside the wild forest, Stewardly could no longer contain his curiosity. We cannot comprehend this. The medicine is one thing, but the elixirs crafted by the esteemed ghost physician are of immense value. Why would you bestow such a treasure upon a girl you have never met? Is this not a bit excessive? He longed to say it was a waste, yet feared inciting the ire of the revered Dr. Shui. So he held his tongue. What kind of figure was the ghost physician? Not only the 7th prince, but even the entire royal family of Deqi looked up to him with reverence. Do not concern yourself, Dr. Shui replied, shaking his head. That elixir serves little purpose here other than as decoration. If it can extend that girl's life even slightly, it will have fulfilled its purpose. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the storage ring on his hand, his gaze dimming slightly. Dr. Shui, Stewardly remarked, somewhat astonished. You. Stewardly's words were cut short as Dr. Shui, seemingly unwilling to delve further into that topic, shifted the conversation. I overheard some wandering cultivators discussing a bounty being issued in the city for the capture of someone. Have you heard anything about it? Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Stewardly did not press further and merely chuckled coldly. A small temple can stir up a great deal of mischief. This little Tianwu City has certainly produced its fair share of schemes. Enough, Dr. Shui said, gazing in the direction of Tianwu City. We must return. We cannot delay any longer regarding the 7th prince. In the wild forest, Guhan carried Asha on his back, navigating through the dense foliage with remarkable agility. Along the way, he encountered several second-tier demon beasts. With his current cultivation at the 2nd level of the meridian opening stage, combined with the formidable strength of the Dian sword Qi, those beasts posed no threat to him, merely surrendering their lives and beast cores in vain. However, despite his efforts, He had yet to come across a single spiritual herb. It was no wonder, as this area was only slightly deeper than the outskirts of the wild forest, frequented by many. Over the years, all the more valuable spiritual herbs and fruits had been harvested, making them exceedingly rare to find. Suddenly, while Guhan was contemplating whether to venture deeper, Asha on his back exclaimed, "Young master, something over there is glowing." Something? Guhan halted momentarily and followed Asha's. Besides a massively thick ancient tree and a tangle of vines, he saw nothing. "Asha, are you mistaken?" "I am not." Asha insisted, her conviction unwavering. Beneath the roots of the tree, I observed with clarity. Lo and behold, it resembled a plump doll. A plump doll? Guhan approached with curiosity. Gently, he brushed aside the decayed leaves, which were a foot deep, his skepticism evident. "Is it here?" Indeed, it is here, young master. Hurry and dig." Guhan could not fathom that Asha would deceive him without reason. Reluctantly, he assumed the role of a laborer, tirelessly excavating under Asha's guidance. Deeper. Almost there. Before long, a pit 3 feet deep emerged before Guhan. Asha, peering into the void, plunged his sword into the earth. Is it still? Just then, a surge of rich spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within the hole. There is indeed something. Guhan's spirit lifted, and with a sweep of his sword, soil flew as a spirit herb, approximately half a foot in length, tender and white, adorned with numerous roots, manifested before him. The surrounding aura intensified. Jinshan. Guhan recognized it well. While this herb may not compare to the exceedingly rare spiritual plants, it was still uncommon, preferring dark, damp environments and typically thriving underground, making it exceptionally difficult for ordinary individuals to discover without special means, thus holding considerable value. Years ago, when he entered the awakening stage, Gu Tian had expended considerable effort to find one for him, but it paled in comparison to the specimen before him. Asha, with the Xian Shun in hand. The dense spiritual energy made every pore on his body open wide. "How did you manage this?" "Huh." Asha scratched her head. "I don't know. I was just casually looking around." Casually looking around. Guhan fixed his gaze upon her eyes, clear and bright, infused with a hint of playfulness, showing no other peculiarities. The previous Asha would never have possessed such abilities. Could this newfound capability be linked to that soul deficiency, or perhaps to the pill concocted by the ghostly physician? "Young master." Meanwhile, Asha appeared expectant of praise. "Am I not impressive?" "Truly impressive. Splendid." Asha was so elated she nearly leapt with joy. "I can finally assist you, young master." "Silly girl." Suddenly, Guhan sensed a faint disturbance, instinctively pulling Asha behind him as he gazed into the depths of the empty forest. His senses were sharp. He remained vigilant and soon detected an anomaly. Crack, crack. The sound of brittle branches snapping drew nearer, footsteps, and they belonged to a person. "Who goes there?" A glint of cold light flashed in Guhan's eyes as he raised his sword. "Brother, this lad has such sharp ears. He actually discovered us. No matter. Even if he finds us, he shall not escape this time. Hee. With my brother's prowess, it will be a simple task." Amidst the conversation, the owner of the footsteps finally emerged, leading a group with a scarred man at the forefront. "It's you." Guhan instantly recognized those behind him. "Brother." That female cultivator's gaze lingered greedily on Guhan's left hand. "Look at what he holds, Xian Shun." The scarred man's expression brightened. "A fine treasure indeed." To my astonishment, this encounter has yielded unexpected gains. The ginseng in Guhan's possession is valued at no less than several hundred crystal coins, which undoubtedly constitutes a significant fortune for them. "This ginseng belongs to me." Guhan, unaware of the bounty on his head, mistakenly believes that the group intends to seize the ginseng from him. "Yours?" One of the men, a burly figure in his 30s, scoffed. "You can barely keep your own life intact, and you still covet this ginseng?" A surge of anger welled up within Guhan. "I just saved your lives." "Huh. As you said, you intervened for that beast core, which has nothing to do with us. Now you want to embellish your own reputation." "Enough." The scarred man waved his hand dismissively. "Do not waste time. Surround him. We must not let these 2,000 crystal coins escape." 2,000 crystal coins? Guhan was taken aback. "You brat." The scarred man approached slowly, his imposing aura revealing his cultivation level at the second stage of the Qi opening realm. Dark energy swirled around his fists, a result of years spent mastering a yellow-tier low-grade technique, the Seven Fiends formula. "Encountering me is your misfortune." Before he could finish, A flash of sword light suddenly cut through the air. Oh no! The scarred man's pupils constricted as he sensed a grave threat to his life. In a critical moment, he twisted his body, narrowly evading the lethal blade. With a soft thud, the expression of the triumphant woman behind him froze in shock. The next instant, her head was severed from her body. That was close. The scarred man stared at the long, crimson line etched across his body, filled with trepidation. Had he not received a warning yesterday about Gu Han possessing a formidable weapon, and knowing his own cultivation surpassed Gu Han's by a significant margin, he might have been the one to perish. What are you standing there for? He seethed with embarrassment and anger. Everyone, attack. Capture that little girl first. The man, acutely aware of Gu Han's prowess, dared not confront him directly. His eyes glinted with malice as he redirected his assault towards Asha. In that instant, the pent-up fury within Gu Han erupted. You seek death. With a surge of spiritual energy pouring forth from him like a torrent, he wielded his long sword, unleashing another wave of sword energy that hurtled toward the man. Ah! A scream pierced the air as the man, merely at the third stage of the chi opening realm, could not evade the attack and was instantly cleaved in two. At this moment, the other two assailants were but a foot away from Asha, who stood frozen in fear, her eyes again glimmering with a ghostly light. Die! In a critical juncture, Gu Han's form suddenly shielded her, his sword brimming with energy, piercing directly into one man's forehead without a moment's hesitation. The blade swiftly turned, following through to sever the head of the second assailant, which tumbled to the ground. You brat, die! A furious roar echoed as the scarred man seized the opportunity while Gu Han was momentarily distracted, lunging forward with his hands enveloped in dark energy to strike at Gu Han. It is you who will die. At this moment, Gu Han's eyes glowed crimson, a tempest of murderous intent surging within him. His inner energy flowed ceaselessly, and with a swift motion, he struck downwards with his sword. In an instant, the arms of the scarred man flew away, his astonished eyes wide with disbelief. Before he could utter another word, his head followed suit, a lingering glimmer of shock remaining in his gaze. It was incomprehensible to him how Gu Han, merely at the meridian opening realm, could possess such formidable combat prowess. In the brief span of moments, among the 5 assailants, save for the one who continued to wail in agony, the other 4 were slain. Ah, kill me. I beg you, kill me. The man cried out in despair. Though he possessed some cultivation, rendering him temporarily alive, the overwhelming pain threatened to shatter his sanity. Please, he implored as Gu Han approached. Struggling, he extended his hand. End my suffering. Gu Han's demeanor was icy. What do you mean by the 2,000 crystal coins? The man, amidst his fragmented thoughts, divulged everything he knew about the Gu family. A bounty? Gu Han suddenly chuckled, though there was no warmth in his smile. Oh, the Gu family indeed lives up to its reputation. I hope you can bear the consequences of your actions. Ignoring the man's desperate pleas, he gathered the spoils of battle before making his way to Asha. Asha, let us depart. However, Asha remained motionless. Asha, he sensed something was amiss. As he instinctively gazed into her eyes, a chilling realization struck him. Her body stiffened, and her mind fell into an abyss of emptiness. The look in her eyes was eerily strange and terrifying, as if her body, spirit, and even consciousness were being gradually consumed. In the 13th chapter of the first volume, the special bloodline, the Eye of Illusions, Asha, grappling with immense discomfort, felt Gu Han's hand on her shoulder after he bit his tongue, his arm trembling. What is wrong? He inquired. Young master, she murmured, and in that moment, the 2 glimmers in her eyes vanished. Yet, her gaze returned to a state of confusion, as if the earlier vibrancy had dissipated along with the ethereal lights. Young master, she said, a deep weariness overtaking her, and she collapsed into his embrace. Asha is so tired. Panic surged within Gu Han upon hearing her address him. Before he could respond, Asha succumbed to slumber once more, as she had before. Please, kill me. The man nearby continued his pitiful supplication, his voice growing weaker. Gu Han's fury ignited. If it weren't for you, how could Asha have ended up like this? You wish for a swift death? Not a chance. He cast a cold glance at the man, cradled Asha in his arms, and vanished into the distance. Roars echoed moments later, the nearby beasts drawn by the scent of blood, their intentions clear. What did you say? In the realm of consciousnness, the shadow listened intently to Gu Han's account, excitement coursing through him as he leapt to his feet, his hands rubbing together incessantly. Good, good, good. To my astonishment, I encountered such an extraordinary bloodline in this secluded corner. Haha, this is my fortune indeed. Bloodline? Guhan furrowed his brow. What bloodline? Young man, do you not understand? The shadow remained excessively excited. Do you think everyone in this world is like you? A wretchedly ordinary being? Let me tell you the truth. Geniuses abound in this world, akin to fish crossing a river, countless in number. Among them, some awaken special constitutions or bloodlines in their youth, and these individuals are referred to as the geniuses of geniuses. Provided they can grow successfully and cultivate their constitution or bloodline to perfection, they can undoubtedly become a formidable ruler. And that little girl, he felt a twinge of envy. She awakened the bloodline of the Eye of the Void. TSK. Among the top 10 recognized powerful bloodlines and constitutions, it surely holds a place of honor. As for your claim that she can perceive the location of spirit herbs, that is merely its most basic utility. It is rumored that when the Eye of the Void is cultivated to its zenith, it can see through the past and the future, granting one an innate advantage in battle. Yet look at you. He glanced at Guhan, disdain dripping from his tone. A mere ordinary body. Yet you have taken in a maid with the Eye of the Void. TSK. What extraordinary luck is this? And you? Guhan coldly regarded him. What about your constitution and bloodline? I possess the innate undying demon body, though not as formidable as the Eye of the Void. It ranks within the top 50, something you could only envy. Is that so? Guhan let out a cold laugh. And what of your demon body? How is it reduced to this mere remnant soul? The shadow was rendered speechless. This little brat may lack in many areas, but his ability to strike at the heart is truly exceptional. Ahem. He dared not incite Guhan's ire further and promptly shifted the topic. The reason you mention her soul being flawed lies here. The great Tao is most impartial. The Eye of the Void is so extraordinary that, if perfected, it approaches invincibility. Yet it bears a fatal flaw. Each use consumes soul power. The more powerful the bloodline, the greater the consumption. In ancient times, there was one who perfected the Eye of the Void, sweeping through the world with unmatched prowess, nearly shattering the heavens and earth, yet ultimately vanished mysteriously, likely due to the depletion of soul power. Guhan instantly understood. The two instances of Asha's slumber were due to her concern for him, leading her to unconsciously utilize the Eye of the Void, resulting in the loss of soul power. Young man, the shadow had divulged much, but ultimately revealed his true intentions. How about this? I take that little girl as my disciple. Rest assured, once she becomes my disciple, no? Guhan immediately rejected without a second thought. How about this? I will exchange a golden seal with you. What do you say? No. You must recognize the value. This golden seal is, cough cough. Let me put it this way. I solemnly swear by the great Tao that if you release me and allow her to become my disciple, I will devote myself entirely to nurturing her. As for her soul power depletion, I will certainly find a way to resolve it. How about that? So your previous oath was a falsehood? Guhan's expression darkened. Indeed, you are no good. Your words, not a single one can be trusted. This matter is trivial. Simply declare whether you consent or not. Are you aware of how many have wept and begged to be accepted under my tutelage? Farewell. Guhan, utterly disinterested, turned away without a second glance. Just wait. Witnessing Guhan's instantaneous disappearance, the shadow erupted in furious curses. Sooner or later, I shall eliminate you. This disciple. I have already claimed him. Within a concealed cavern, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Asha, who was blissfully asleep after consuming the elixir, then withdrew his thoughts and presented the spoils of the recent encounter. Numerous beast cores, over 300 essence crystals. Additionally, a vial of spirit-gathering elixir to enhance cultivation and a vial of blood-replenishing elixir for healing. These were the most rudimentary of potions. However, from the storage bag of the scarred man, Guhan discovered 2 spirit herbs. Although they paled in comparison to the Xianshun, they were still a pleasant surprise. In truth, most scattered cultivators are impoverished and often face various crises and disputes. Upon acquiring resources, they prioritize enhancing their cultivation, leaving little profit. He poured the spirit-gathering elixir directly into his mouth, then seized several essence crystals, exerting himself to absorb the spiritual energy within. Should others witness this, they would undoubtedly mock Guhan for his recklessness. The elixirs contained poison, and the crystals were tainted with impurities. Thus, ordinary practitioners cultivate with utmost caution, gradually refining their essence. If one were to follow Guhan's approach, indiscriminately absorbing everything, while it might temporarily elevate their cultivation. Over time, they would be corroded by impurities and toxins, rendering further progress nearly impossible. Guhan understood this principle well. Yet, after absorbing the Liang fruit, he had already come to realize the peculiarity of his newly awakened meridians. Impurities? Poison? Regardless of their nature, after being cleansed by those small whirlpools, only the most refined spiritual energy would remain to flow into his meridians. Within his meridians, strands of pure spiritual energy continually descended, becoming part of the spiritual liquid, coursing unceasingly through his channels. The so-called opening of the meridians entails thoroughly unblocking all the pathways within one's body. There are 12 primary meridians and 360 branches within the human body, mirroring the celestial order. Thus, although the human body may be frail, it is inherently endowed with the bounty of the Tao, making it the most conducive vessel for cultivation. Be they demonic beasts or other entities, most ultimately choose to transform into human form, and this is the reason why. As each branch meridian was unblocked, the essence crystals visibly diminished. 89 crystals. 90 crystals. Suddenly, a tremor surged through Guhan's aura, propelling him into the third tier of meridian opening, while the essence crystals and the 2 spirit herbs were entirely consumed. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, then produced the Xian Shan, thoughtlessly chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole. In an instant, a far more vigorous surge of spiritual energy flooded his meridians. The power provided by this single Xian Shan surpassed all that he had previously consumed. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes once more. His cultivation had ascended to the 4th tier of meridian opening. Yet, he exhibited not the slightest hint of joy. The widening of his meridians and the liquefaction of spiritual energy naturally bestowed upon him an extraordinary combat prowess. Yet the accompanying consumption was also an order of magnitude greater than that of an ordinary person, and as time progressed, this depletion would become increasingly formidable. At this juncture, Asha, having seemingly awakened fully, rubbed her eyes and sat up. Young Master Asha? Guhan felt a surge of joy, momentarily setting aside his concerns about resources. How are you feeling? I slept so comfortably, she replied. Although the light returned to her eyes, her enthusiasm seemed somewhat subdued. But I had another dream. Another dream? Yes. Asha stared intently at Guhan. I dreamt that someone took me away, but I couldn't bear to leave you, young master. Asha, noticing her return to normalcy, Guhan adopted a serious demeanor. Tell me, what did you feel when you saw those individuals before? They're all bad people. Asha exclaimed angrily. Just like Commander Gu. They want to kill you. I lack cultivation and cannot fight for you, so I can only glare at them. Young master. At this point, she appeared somewhat excited. I feel that I am still of some use. Asha, Guhan's expression turned grave. Remember, you must never do that again. Do you understand? Why? There is no why. Guhan's tone grew increasingly stern. Listen to me. Not doing it means not doing it. Those people cannot harm me, nor can they kill me. What you must do is watch how I retaliate against them. Do you comprehend? Yes. Taken aback by Guhan's rare display of anger, Asha instinctively nodded. I understand. Young master, you have already helped me immensely. Relieved by her compliance, Guhan's tone softened. The mystical ginseng you helped me find has been a tremendous aid. Without it, my cultivation would not have advanced so swiftly. Young master, Asha's eyes sparkled anew. Can I continue to help you find spiritual herbs in the future? That is indeed permissible. Wonderful. Shall we go now? Let us depart at once. Guhan slowly rose, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. And let us also take lives. Take lives? My adoptive father once said, those who kill shall themselves be killed. Many seek my life in this wilderness forest. Therefore, I have resolved to claim theirs first. Somewhere within the wilderness forest, a group of over 10 individuals, with varying levels of cultivation ranging from the 1st to the 6th layer, gathered together. They were a motley assembly of scattered cultivators, united in their pursuit of a bounty. How unfortunate. Not even a shadow to be found. Could he have heard of our arrival and hidden away? This area is so vast. Where shall we search for him? Sigh. I told you, these 2,000 spirit crystals aren't so easily earned. We must search, for this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As they debated, a chilling voice resonated from not far away. I hear you are looking for me? Before the words had faded, a youth appeared, carrying a delicate and charming little girl on his back, wielding a broken sword in hand, and slowly approached the group. It was none other than Guhan and Asha. Volume 1, Chapter 14, The End of the Road, the Gu family's surrounding assault. Who? The crowd was startled, instantly turning around with expressions of vigilance. However, upon seeing Gu Han, their wariness gradually transformed into excitement and greed. Could he truly be the Gu Han? Indeed. He bore a striking resemblance to the description on the bounty. It must be him. How fortunate. Just when they were struggling to find this lad, he appeared right before them. Was he not a fool to expose his identity so recklessly? As they spoke, the crowd slowly began to close in on Gu Han. You villains! Asha, on Gu Han's back, exclaimed resentfully. Young master is not acquainted with you. What gives you the right to seek his life? Simply the fact that he committed patricide. A voice from the throng declared, emanating an air of righteous indignation. By eliminating him, we rid the world of a calamity. Not only can we remove this scourge, but we can also earn spirit crystals. What could be more advantageous? Indeed, from my perspective, we have aided the Gu family immensely. 2,000 spirit crystals are hardly sufficient. The crowd exchanged fervent words, inciting tears in Asha's eyes. Asha began, but Gu Han, with an impassive countenance, slowly raised his sword. There is no need for further discourse. Whether or not I committed patricide is no longer of consequence. What truly matters is that my life is now worth 2,000 spirit crystals. Remember this. Attempting reason with those devoid of it is the most foolish endeavor under the heavens. Young master, Asha wiped her tears. What shall we do? Quite simple. Gu Han's gaze swept over the crowd, and he uttered a single word. Kill. With that, a blade of sword energy, sharp and formidable, surged forth, splitting mid-flight and striking the gathered multitude. Having attained the 4th level of the opening vein realm, he had successfully condensed his second yin sword energy. Help! The swiftness of the sword energy was such that even those in the connecting aperture realm found it difficult to evade, let alone these common foes. Screams of agony echoed as, in the blink of an eye, several fell to the ground, wailing in despair. Charge! The highest-ranked cultivator's heart sank, and he bellowed urgently. This boy is no ordinary foe. Everyone, attack together. Anyone who dares to hold back shall receive no spirit crystals. Before he could finish his command, the sword light flashed again. With a chill at his neck, relying solely on instinct, he managed to utter the final 2 words before the world spun around him. Darkness engulfing him, and consciousness slipped away entirely. It was only at this moment that the crowd finally comprehended the terror of Gu Han. Yet it was too late. Amidst the cries of anguish and lamentation, the scene transformed into a veritable hellscape in mere moments. The dark soil, mingled with copious amounts of blood, emanated a nauseating stench that sickened all who inhaled it. From start to finish, the battle unfolded with overwhelming dominance. The prey had become the hunter, while the hunters had turned into defenseless lambs. On his back, Asha trembled slightly, having regained a portion of her soul power. She naturally restored some semblance of normalcy to her emotions. After living a muddled existence for 10 years, her mind a blank slate, the sudden encounter with such a gruesome scene left her feeling utterly bewildered. Asha, are you afraid? A little. No worries, one will get accustomed to it eventually. Indeed. Having resolved to instruct the simple-minded in cultivation, Gu Han steeled his heart and imparted to her certain principles of the cultivation realm, the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. This principle is particularly stark and merciless within the realm of cultivation. Had he possessed sufficient strength previously, how could Gu Tian have been besieged and slain by his kin? How could he have borne the infamous burden of patricide, banished to the outskirts of the city, nearly losing his life? All this transpired solely due to his lack of strength. Since he was not strong, he must become strong. Swiftly clearing the battlefield, he did not linger and departed once more. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had elapsed. During this time, Gu Han frequently appeared, acting as bait to lure others into attacking him. The outcome, of course, was self-evident. The wandering cultivators that ventured here had reached their limits at the opening meridian realm, while those at the gathering essence realm were barely considered formidable within the Great Qi dynasty. They either occupied a territory in leisurely comfort or became esteemed guests of various clans. Unless there were pressing matters, who would dare to risk personal safety in this wild forest? As time passed, many were left trembling in fear from his onslaught, and no one dared to mention the bounties anymore. On a small hill, several individuals gathered, engaged in incessant discussion. Have you heard? Just yesterday, someone foolishly attempted to ambush Gu Han and was killed in return. Of course, I know someone in that group, a cultivator at the 9th level of opening meridian. I never imagined he would fall short against Guhan. A palpable sense of dread enveloped them as they pondered Guhan's strength. Who knows how powerful he truly is? Regardless, those at the opening meridian realm now hesitate to confront him. As for us, we should abandon such notions. While essence crystals are enticing, one must have life to claim them. That cursed Gu family issues a bounty without disclosing Guhan's capabilities. Clearly a trap for us. Bah! I told you there was no such thing as a free lunch. Suddenly, a cultivator rushed up the hillside, his face wrought with horror. I think I just saw Guhan heading this way. What? The harbinger of death is coming. Quickly, we must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the group scattered in all directions, vanishing from sight. Moments later, Guhan stood atop the hill. Young master, Asha glanced around. It seems they have fled again. Indeed, Guhan replied with a sardonic smile. Every living being fears death. They are no exception. Ever since being ambushed yesterday, I have not encountered a single wandering cultivator. Even if I happen to catch a distant glimpse, they flee as though they've seen a ghost, not daring to approach. Young master, shall we pursue them? No need. Guhan inhaled deeply. Time is running short. Now that everyone regards me with trepidation, pursuing those wandering cultivators is devoid of any meaning. Furthermore, with only a few days remaining until the Martial Academy's qualifying battle, I must convert the resources I have amassed during this time into cultivation. Then, I shall settle the score with the Gu family. The gaze of Asha appeared somewhat dim. Are we truly seeking vengeance for Uncle Gu? Although Gu Tian did not regard her as his own like Guhan, he treated her quite well, and naturally, she felt sorrow over Gu Tian's demise. Indeed, hatred surged within Guhan's eyes. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. At that moment, had there been anyone present, they would have undoubtedly sensed the deep-seated animosity emanating from Guhan. Soon, various rumors from the wild forest reached the Gu family. Father. In the main hall of the Gu family, Gu Cheng looked at Gu Chang, seated at the head, with a face full of concern. What shall we do now? These scattered cultivators are utterly useless. Not only are the other families in the city mocking us, but whispers have also begun to circulate, claiming that Gu Tian was actually harmed by us, and that Guhan is merely a scapegoat. Let them speak. Gu Chang scoffed. It is nothing but the machinations of those few families. Once Gu Yang exits his seclusion and obtains qualification for the Martial Academy, they will obediently fall silent. By then, the truth will no longer matter. My Gu family shall rise above Tianwu City, becoming an existence they can only aspire to. Father makes a valid point. Yet that Guhan Gucheng hesitated. With him around, he is always a considerable nuisance. This child cannot be allowed to remain. Gu Chang's eyes narrowed. I believed I had given him enough attention, yet I underestimated him. Take 2 people with you, retrieve 5,000 crystal coins from the storeroom, and head to the wild forest. With ample rewards, there will surely be brave souls willing to assist in surrounding and killing him. Since we previously underestimated him, we must not let our guard down this time. Yes, Guhan, oblivious to the cost Gu Chang was incurring to deal with him, was currently in a concealed cave. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, surrounded by a pile of crystal coins, diligently enhancing his cultivation. Over this period, he had made significant gains, over 1,000 crystal coins. 4 ordinary spirit herbs, more than 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, over 100 first-tier beast cores, and more than 20 second-tier beast cores. Moreover, the most precious finds were 2 rare spirit herbs discovered by Asha, a bright red jute fruit, and a spirit herb whose name Guhan could not recall, both rivaling the mysterious ginseng. Suddenly, Guhan's aura fluctuated momentarily, and he successfully broke through to the 6th level of the meridian opening realm. At this moment, the resources acquired from those scattered cultivators were dwindling. As before, without a hint of hesitation, he seized the jute fruit and the spirit herb, stuffing them into his mouth. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy flooded into his meridians, replenishing the previously exhausted spiritual force, revitalizing its momentum as it continued to spread through the remaining branches. Meanwhile, in the wild forest, the Gu family once again issued a bounty. This time, however, it was not for the capture of Guhan, but rather a reward for his location. No need for specificity, just a general area would suffice, and one would receive 100 crystal coins. This time, the scattered cultivators stirred restlessly. 100 spirit crystals, though they pale in comparison to the 2,000, pose no risk whatsoever, akin to a windfall. Some opportunistic wandering cultivators. having caught a glimpse of Guhan's trail, eagerly rushed over to claim their reward. Soon, after expending several hundred spirit crystals, Chang had discerned Guhan's precise location. He then, accompanied by 3 wandering cultivators who had secretly tracked him and 2 elders from his clan, surged forth with murderous intent towards Guhan's position. Within the cave, Guhan's aura fluctuated erratically, yet he found himself at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. Beside him, Asha, having feasted to his heart's content, did not disturb Guhan. He propped his head up with his hands, his large eyes fixed upon Guhan, filled with an expression of deep affection. Suddenly, a faint murmur of conversation wafted in from outside. Is this the place? Don't be deceived by those people. Humph, in Tianwu City. No one has ever dared to deceive the Gu family. All right, let us search carefully. Look, there's a cave on the cliff. It seems to be a newly opened one. Inside the cave, Guhan abruptly opened his eyes. Chapter 15. The dagger appears, the revenge begins. Under ordinary circumstances, Guhan's spiritual awareness would have alerted him to the approaching individuals. However, at this moment, as he was on the brink of a breakthrough, his senses were considerably dulled. Young master, Asha's expression tightened. It's them. Upon hearing a voice he was all too familiar with, a surge of hatred ignited within Guhan's heart. Chang. As the hatred intertwined, the scene of his betrayal resurfaced in his mind. On that fateful day, he had been ambushed and fell into unconsciousness. When he awakened, he found himself faced with the frenzied Gu Tian, a sword protruding from his chest, his own sword. Just as he approached Gu Tian, the critically injured and delirious Gu Tian had struck him down with a palm. When he regained consciousness once more, apart from the bloodied long sword on the ground, Gu Tian had vanished, and a golden seal had mysteriously appeared within his robe. The words of Gu Tian echoing in his ears, warning him never to rashly comprehend the golden seal, haunted him. Subsequently, he was framed by Chang and others for patricide. His foundation was dismantled, and he was expelled from the Gu family. He understood all too well that the instigators of this entire affair were none other than Chang and his cohorts. At that time, with his cultivation level, he had possessed no capacity for resistance against several masters of the Aperture realm. Adoptive father. Reflecting on the kindness Gu Tian had shown him over 17 years, his eyes instantly turned crimson with rage. The murderer stood before him. Even Asha sensed that Guhan was somewhat terrifying at this moment. Asha. Guhan turned, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of his reason. Do not go out. Wait for my return. Young master, Asha's voice quivered, tears welling in his eyes. Please don't die. The ones who will perish are them. Guhan slowly rose, gently brushing his fingers against a storage pouch at his waist. Within it lay the fire cloud spear. Boom. Amidst the tempest of emotions, his inner spiritual energy surged like a raging tide, instantly breaching the final barrier, propelling him into the 7th layer of the meridian opening realm, the very level he had attained before his downfall. Those who had wronged him, the sword at his command, had accumulated sword energy to its utmost, poised yet restrained. They shall pay dearly for their transgressions. As the words fell from his lips, a fleeting shadow remained in his wake as Guhan surged forward with remarkable speed. In the distance, Chang approached with 5 companions, exuding confidence. Let us not forget. Among the scattered cultivators, a young man appeared somewhat uneasy, casting a glance at Chang. After eliminating him, the crystal and spiritual tools you promised. Previously, he had contemplated seizing the opportunity for the 2,000 spirit crystals, yet Guhan's impressive achievements rendered him uncertain of victory, disinclined to share the bounty with others. After much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from taking action. He was not alone in this hesitation. The other 2 shared similar thoughts. However, this time Chang offered 5,000 spirit crystals along with a superior spiritual tool, a fortune too tempting to resist even when divided. Moreover, among the 6, he and Chang were at the 4th layer of meridian opening, while the remaining 4 were at the 3rd layer. This formidable power rendered them invincible in this region, unless they sought their own demise by pressing further. Rest assured, Chang sneered. In Tianwu City, the Gu family's reputation stands unrivaled. As long as we eliminate him, the crystals and spiritual tools will be yours. Likewise, you must give your utmost effort. Before the last word could escape his lips, a roar akin to a wild beast reverberated through the air. Chang. Before the sound faded, a chilling sword energy was mere feet away from him. How swift! His pupils constricted, and a faint red glow enveloped him as he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Bang! Bang! Behind him, several ancient trees were felled by the sword energy's onslaught. Gu Cheng's expression darkened considerably. So powerful. At this moment, Gu Han appeared as if reborn, significantly stronger than before his downfall. Had the distance not been great when Gu Han struck, even with his fourth layer cultivation, he would have had no assurance of evading that sword energy. Nearby, the three scattered cultivators were soaked in cold sweat. Thankfully, their prior caution had spared them from engaging. Otherwise, facing that inexplicable sword energy alone would have spelled disaster. Gu Han disregarded the others, his sword unwaveringly directed at Gu Cheng. Today, you shall pay for my adoptive father's life. Pay for a life. The young man faltered, looking to Gu Cheng. Did you not claim this lad was a patricide? Why does he demand your life instead? None of your concern. Gu Cheng's expression was frigid. If you wish to claim the spirit crystals, refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. The young man promptly fell silent. In comparison to the crystals, the truth of this situation held little significance. Little wretch. Gu Cheng glared coldly at Gu Han. You possess the item, do you not? Hand it over, and perhaps in my good graces, I might leave you with a complete corpse. To hell with you. What did you say? Gu Han slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with unbridled hatred. Damn you, he exclaimed. Very well. Gu Cheng trembled with rage. You little wretch, the moment Gu Tian brought you home, I knew you bore a rebellious spirit, destined to be a calamity, and now it is evident. Those not of our blood must harbor different intentions. You are ultimately nothing but a bastard. Gu Yang is the true heir of the Gu family, the future we cherish. Your mere existence has usurped what rightfully belongs to him. Nearby, two elders wore expressions of cold indifference. Gu Han, a thorn in the side of the entire Gu family. If he were merely mediocre, it would be tolerable, but his brilliance casts a shadow over everyone in the clan, leaving them feeling inferior. The more exceptional he became, the deeper this thorn embedded itself in their hearts. Gu Tian was no exception. Gu Cheng continued to provoke Gu Han. As a member of the Gu family, you fail to consider your kin, Gu Yang, and instead, you consistently side with this bastard. How laughable. On that day when he was near death, he dared to negotiate with my father, demanding that he ensure your safe passage out of Tianwu City. What a touching father-son bond, utterly repulsive. As tears of blood streamed down, Gu Han's last shred of rationality was swept away. I will make them all perish. The moment the words escaped his lips, he vanished from his spot, his sword exuding a chilling aura, aiming directly at Gu Cheng. Come, Gu Cheng sneered. The essence of the Gu family is not so easily taken. Before he finished speaking, a youth, seemingly adept in a technique that emphasized speed, appeared before Gu Cheng, moving with such swiftness that he outpaced Gu Han significantly, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. At the same time, two other rogue cultivators launched their assaults from either side. The youth believed he had devised an excellent strategy. Faced with such an onslaught, Gu Han would naturally retreat, allowing him to utilize his agile movements in concert with the other two to wear Gu Han down. However, he was mistaken. In his current state of fury, Gu Han was singularly focused on killing Gu Cheng and did not evade, enduring two heavy blows. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, the force of the impact only served to accelerate his speed. Poof! A crisp sound echoed as a chilling sword energy abruptly flashed and pierced the youth's brow. Until his last breath, the youth's eyes held a glimmer of confusion, unable to comprehend why Gu Han would choose such a self-destructive approach. At that moment, the distance between Gu Han and Gu Cheng was merely 10 feet. You little wretch. Gu Cheng cackled savagely as he swiftly drew a long knife, enveloped in flames that danced along its blade. Flame-devouring technique. Today, I shall rid the Gu family of this scourge. As he spoke, the long knife whistled through the air, radiating heat as it sliced toward Gu Han. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as the long sword met the long knife. To Gu Cheng's astonishment, Gu Han's tattered long sword effortlessly severed his blade in two. The long sword, still brimming with momentum, suddenly swept through the air before him, severing his right arm at the elbow. A cry of agony escaped his lips. Kill! Slay this wretched beast. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a hint of death's looming presence, and fear gripped his heart. Suddenly, another scream echoed through the air. He looked up to see Gu Han, drenched in blood, his eyes ablaze with hatred, while yet another of the remaining two rogue cultivators lay slain. Gu Cheng, Ignoring everyone else, Gu Han charged towards him, heedless of the consequences. Death. Panic surged within Gu Chang. He realized he had gravely underestimated Gu Han's strength. Remaining here could spell disaster for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his power and fled into the distance. The sounds of curses, roars, and screams gradually faded into the background. After a while, he glanced back, and seeing no one in pursuit, he slowed his pace, gasping for breath. So formidable. He could not comprehend how Gu Han had become so powerful. 6 cultivators at the Qi awakening stage? No. It would require at least double that number to stand a chance of victory. This wretched beast. To be reduced to such a state by someone he despised most was a source of profound shame and fury, his eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Just wait. I will, suddenly. A voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell resonated behind him. It was Gu Han. Panic surged through Gu Chang as he felt a chill run down his spine, and he dared not even glance back as he prepared to flee once more. In an instant, a flash of sword light surged forth. He felt a sharp pain in his legs, and he plunged face first into the dark, foul-smelling earth. Casting aside all semblance of dignity, he struggled to lift his head, only to find Gu Han towering over him. His body drenched in blood, both his own and that of others. Those eyes appeared to be stained with crimson. Gu Han. At that moment, Gu Chang's mind raced as he desperately sought a way to evade death at Gu Han's hands. Yet, Gu Han offered him no opportunity to speak. With a swift motion, the sword flashed once more, and a head rolled to the ground. Foster father. That's the second one. Within the cave, Asha curled up in a corner, hugging her knees as she listened to the distant sounds of battle, her face awash with helplessness and concern. Young master, you must not die. If you die, I will no longer obey you, she murmured to herself. Suddenly, the light at the cave's entrance was obscured. Young master. Asha instinctively looked up and was met with the sight of Gu Han, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Are you all right, young master? She sobbed. Why? Why don't you want my help? I know I can assist you. Stop crying. Gu Han's voice carried a note of weariness. It's just a minor wound. I will not perish. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Depart? Asha wiped her tears away. Where to? Back. Gu Han gently took her small hand, his voice soft. To seek vengeance. Volume 1, Chapter 16. Fury, Gu Tian's Spirit Tablet. Meanwhile, the wilderness forest erupted once more. What a grand display. 5,000 crystal coins and 6 masters of the Aperture Realm. How lavishly the Gu family has spent. Alas, none of this fortune is ours to claim. What are you pondering? Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. In my view, Gu Han is certainly facing dire straits. Indeed, a wandering cultivator scoffed. With 6 masters of the Aperture Realm, they can dominate this place. What can a single Gu Han do, no matter how formidable he may be? Ha, he is doomed. Suddenly, another individual exhibited a look of terror. Look, what are you staring at? Surely, it cannot be that Gu Han has returned? The fear etched upon his face intensified. It is him. What? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they followed his gaze. In the distance, a bloodied youth, radiating an aura of menace, was leading a little girl by the hand, slowly making his way toward the forest's edge. Such unmistakable features. Who else could it be but Gu Han? Moments later, Gu Han and Asha as figures gradually faded from view. Unbeknownst to them, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Gulp. The wandering cultivator who had confidently predicted Gu Han's demise swallowed hard. He is still alive? Of course you saw it too. He is alive and well. But if he is alive, a sudden realization struck the onlookers. Their hearts raced. Could it be? Is it possible that he single-handedly turned the tables on the 6 masters of the Aperture Realm that sought to kill him? What is he planning to do? They observed his direction. It seemed he was headed toward Tianwu City. What could he possibly want there? Naturally, if one were besieged in such a manner, would they not seek vengeance? Let us go. A cultivator exclaimed suddenly. We must see for ourselves. To those lowly wandering cultivators, who often skirted the edge of peril, such rare and grand events were not to be missed. Watch, but do not get too close. Your words are redundant. He is a harbinger of death. Who among us would wish to prolong their existence unduly? In an instant, people called to one another, forming groups, and cautiously followed Gu Han at a distance. Within the Gu family's main hall, an unusual bustle filled the air, starkly contrasting the usual stillness. The hall was packed with the core members of the Gu family. Grandfather. Below, Gu Yang bowed deeply to Gu Chang, his gaze sweeping over the assembled relatives, a spirited expression gracing his face. Is it too late for my grandson to emerge from seclusion today? It is not late. Chang stroked his beard, a hint of a smile breaking through his previously somber demeanor. The timing is impeccable. He could clearly discern that Yang had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Aperture Realm. Today marks the qualification battle for the Great Qi Martial Academy. After today, Yang shall become the new head of the Gu family. Do any of you have objections? None whatsoever. The young master possesses extraordinary talent. He is the most suitable candidate. Indeed, the young master is the legitimate heir of the Gu family, and it is only natural for him to assume the role of family head. Unlike certain individuals, whose selfishness blinds them to the point of wanting to entrust the Gu family to a wretched wolf cub, the assembly of clan members erupted in flattery, simultaneously belittling Gu Han and Gu Tianming in hushed tones. Very well. Chang was quite pleased with the response from the crowd, waving his hand dismissively. You may all retire and await further instructions. Yes, grandfather. As the crowd dispersed, Yang inquired, Where's my father? Is there still no news? Do not worry. Chang settled back down. He has been away for several days. Surely the matter has been resolved. If all goes well, he should return today or tomorrow. Splendid. This time, Gu Han is doomed. Your focus should not be on that. Chang's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This competition demands your utmost effort. Do you understand? Why? Yang was taken aback. Those few individuals do not merit my full strength. In the royal capital, Chang's gaze turned contemplative. A distinguished guest had arrived. A distinguished guest? Indeed, this guest is a member of the royal family. This is an unparalleled opportunity for both you and the Gu family. You must secure a clean and impressive victory this time. If you can capture the attention of this esteemed guest, your future accomplishments will be limitless. Although it was not widely publicized, the news of the 7th prince's arrival in Tianwu City had already reached every family. Rest assured, grandfather. Yang's spirit lifted. This time, I will show them who truly embodies excellence in Tianwu City. Excellent. Chang nodded. You are the hope and future of our family. Whether the Gu family can soar to new heights depends entirely on your performance this time. Within Tianwu City, the long street remained as it had always been, yet it bore a somewhat desolate air compared to before. The qualification competition for the Daki Martial Academy was a grand event that occurred once every few years. Aside from those who truly could not leave, everyone else naturally flocked to witness it. I wish I could go and see, lamented a shop assistant at the city gate. Having missed this opportunity, we shall have to wait another 5 years for the next. There's nothing worth seeing, the shopkeeper shot back. I heard that young Master Yang has been in seclusion for a month, and he has already broken through to the 6th level of the meridian opening realm. The qualification for the academy is undoubtedly his. TSK, it seems we underestimated him in the past. Is that so? The assistant, bored, glanced outside and suddenly froze. Gu Han, wasn't he wanted? Why has he returned? Outside, under the astonished gaze of the assistant, Gu Han strolled into the city. Everything appeared as it had a month ago, except this time. Instead of being carried by Asha, he was now the one carrying her. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, he gently set Asha down. Young master, isn't this qualification for the academy meant for you? Yes, those people are despicable. They not only harmed you, but also stole your belongings. Let us go? Gu Han took her hand. First, let us visit my adoptive father. Compared to before, at this moment, his expression and tone were supremely tranquil, to the point of bordering on the abnormal. This fellow, observing Gu Han's retreating figure, the innkeeper couldn't help but marvel. Fate is indeed generous. Had it been another individual, they would have perished multiple times over. Suddenly, a throng of people surged in from the city gate, leaving the innkeeper utterly astonished. This brother, after a brief moment, he seized a wandering cultivator. What is happening here? What a silly question. We are here to witness the spectacle. A spectacle? You must be unaware. Did you see that, Gu Han? He was besieged by 6 masters of the Enlightenment realm in the wilds. And what do you think happened? What transpired? He single-handedly turned the tables and defeated them all. What? The innkeeper was completely taken aback. 6 formidable opponents were vanquished by Gu Han alone? Just watch this. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he hastily instructed his assistant and swiftly joined the crowd. The qualification battles of the Martial Academy occur once every 5 years, while not exceedingly rare. The drama of such a revenge and counterattack is something one might witness only once in a lifetime in this small town of Tianwu. He was determined not to miss it. Gu family, main entrance. Half an hour prior, Gu Chang had departed with the majority of the elite family members, leaving only a handful of guards to protect the residents. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted. The magnificently carved, splendidly ornate door shattered into a multitude of fragments. Who dares to intrude upon the Gu family, courting death? Upon hearing the commotion, several guards and family members rushed over, their faces a mask of indignation. Amidst the swirling dust, Gu Han, accompanied by Asha, slowly emerged before the crowd. Gu Han. The onlookers gasped in surprise. It's you. How dare you return? Quickly, seize this patricide. In an instant, several guards charged forward. Get lost. Gu Han spoke casually. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than the dormant spiritual energy within him erupted violently, unleashing an invisible aura that sent several guards careening backward, blood spewing from their mouths. Throughout, Gu Han did not cast a glance at them, merely proceeding with Asha towards the ancestral hall. There lay the Gu family shrine. Halt! Suddenly, an elderly member of the Gu clan stood defiantly before Gu Han. This is the Gu family shrine. As an outsider, you have no right to enter. Step aside. Gu Han slowly raised his sword. Otherwise, you shall die. Truly a wolf cub that cannot be tamed. Gu Tian was blind to have taken you in. With such a calamity, he still hopes to entrust the Gu family to you. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he spewed blood and was sent flying away. No one dared to speak further. Asha, wait for me. Yes. Clang. Gu Han casually plunged his sword into the bluestone ground. The implication was clear. Anyone who dares to approach shall meet their demise. Pushing open the doors of the shrine, he was met with a long offering table, upon which the spirit tablets of the Gu family's ancestors were meticulously arranged according to their generation. And in the corner, a spirit tablet, covered in dust, lay carelessly on the ground. On the tablet, a clear footprint was visible. Gu Han's body trembled, and his eyes instantly turned red. That spirit tablet belonged to Gu Tian. Thud! Gu Han heavily knelt on the ground. Foster Father. Volume 1, Chapter 17. Revenge. Return to the Gu family. Outside, numerous members of the Gu family gazed at the long sword, their faces filled with resentment and trepidation, yet none dared to approach. In recent days, they had certainly heard much about Gu Han's exploits in the wild forest. Now that the main fighting strength of the Gu family was absent, they did not dare to intervene, nor could they. However, they did not hold back on their various curses. Quick, go inform the clan elder. What does this wild child intend to do? Dismantle the ancestral hall. Indeed, a wolf cub. He repays kindness with enmity. Nonsense. Asha could no longer contain herself and began to argue with the crowd. The young master has wronged the Gu family. It is the Gu family that has wronged the young master. Yet, her voice was quickly drowned out. The gravest mistake Gu Tian made was bringing him back. Don't mention him. Humph. Always favoring Gu Han. He is unworthy of being the head of the family. Dying at the hands of this wild child is merely retribution. You all, Asha's eyes brimmed with tears. You speak such nonsense. Inside the ancestral hall, Gu Han cautiously wiped the dust off the spirit tablet, murmuring softly. Foster Father, do you hear? We have fought tirelessly for the Gu family, step by step raising it to its current status. Yet they are blind and cannot see. Foster Father, the Gu family is already rotten. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. Then there is no need for existence. In the realm of consciousness, the shadow, upon seeing Gu Han again, brightened with enthusiasm. Young one, you've returned. So, have you come to a realization? I've told you before, being my disciple is a great honor. I assent it. As he spoke halfway, he suddenly noticed something amiss about Gu Han. TSK, such heavy malice. Previously, while Gu Han exhibited some malice in his words and actions, it was but a fraction of today's intensity. Unexpectedly, the shadow appeared astonished. You are indeed a natural-born cultivator of darkness. So, have you considered becoming my registered disciple? I seek revenge, Gu Han stated directly. I need your assistance. Help you? On what grounds? Consider it a debt of gratitude owed, he replied. Preposterous. Your gratitude is of no value to me. I am not interested. Gazing at the numerous sword intents hovering beside him, his expression turned serious, and he quickly yielded. Well, speak then, what assistance do you require? Though I am a cultivator of darkness, I also possess a warm heart. My foster father, Gu Han's tone was somber, was harmed, betrayed by those he trusted the most. Upon hearing his account, The shadow fell into an unprecedented silence. Previously, he had spent much of his time in slumber, only aware that the golden seal had suddenly fallen into Gu Han's possession, with little knowledge of the events surrounding Gu Tian. Is that so? After a moment, he suddenly sighed. The feeling of betrayal by the most trusted individual is one I can comprehend. Very well, today I shall assist you with this task. In the heart of Tianwu City, there stands a martial arts arena, constructed from azure stone and measuring approximately 10 paces in diameter. At this moment, the arena is surrounded by layers of spectators, creating a scene so densely packed that one could hardly squeeze through. In the center, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, exuding an air of authority, is none other than Lu Yuan, the lord of Tianwu City. Flanking him are the heads of various families within the city, yet apart from Gu Chang, the expressions of the other family leaders betray their unease. They are acutely aware that this competition is merely a formality. Given Gu Yang's current prowess, claiming victory will be an effortless feat. Lu Yuan, however, remains indifferent. As the city lord, his primary concern is maintaining stability within Tianwu City, and he is quite pleased to see the families competing vigorously against one another. Lord, the time has come. At this moment, a guard steps forward. Indeed, Lu Yuan nods absent-mindedly. Let us commence. With that, he instinctively casts a glance towards the quiet chamber behind him, where the seventh prince resides. In the realm of consciousness, the shadow explains to Gu Han, strictly speaking, this is not a supernatural ability, but rather a technique for manipulating soul power. Your soul strength far surpasses that of others. At this juncture, the shadow feels a pang of sorrow. All this soul power rightfully belongs to me. That wretched little scoundrel has brought nothing but misfortune since our paths crossed. Very well. Gu Han replies, I understand. This soul manipulation technique has been meticulously chosen by you and is perfectly suited for the current circumstances. Suddenly, he turns back before departing. That favor still stands. Bah! The shadow curses inwardly. A worthless favor. I have no need for it. Yet, a thought crosses his mind. This lad possesses a sense of loyalty and righteousness. No, that won't do. He abruptly shakes his head. I cannot afford to show mercy. I must devise a way to eliminate him. Outside, the members of the Gu family grow increasingly agitated in their denunciations. Suddenly, the ancestral hall's grand doors swing open once more, and Gu Han emerges, cradling the spirit tablet of Gu Tian. In an instant, a profound silence envelopes the crowd. Asha, Gu Han ignores the throng, drawing his long sword. Let us depart. Indeed, Asha wipes away tears, casting a fierce glare at the onlookers. Young master, these people are too wicked. I never wish to return. Then we shall not return. Behind them, the crowd gazes at Gu Han's retreating figure with a burning desire to consume him. Wait. Gu Han suddenly halts. There is one more matter. With a hum, the long sword quivers, and two fierce and unmatched sword energies surge forth. Boom. Amidst the despairing and vengeful gazes of the Gu family, the grand ancestral hall is instantly reduced to a heap of ruins. Within the martial arts arena, a resounding crash echoes as Gu Yang wields his spear, which glimmers crimson, striking his opponent with devastating force. The individual spits blood and plummets beyond the arena's edge. Come. Gu Yang did not even glance at him, brandishing his spear. Next, Gu Yang, the young master, is truly formidable. Who would dare to challenge him? None can match him in a single encounter. Oh, the qualification for the martial academy seems to be without contest. Around the arena, the crowd buzzed with chatter, utterly satisfying Gu Yang's vanity. In stark contrast, the expressions of the heads of families in the front row were grim. First, there was Gu Han, and now, another prodigy in Gu Yang. What extraordinary fortune has befallen the Gu family? Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded, glancing at Gu Chang beside him. There is some potential. You flatter me, city lord. Despite his typically inscrutable demeanor, Gu Chang could not hide the smile on his face. If Gu Yang could enter the martial academy, it would be a stroke of good fortune for our Tianwu city and even for the city lord. That's precisely the case. Lu Yuan naturally accepted his goodwill. I have some old acquaintances at the martial academy. Before Gu Yang departs, let him visit the city lord's mansion. I appreciate your assistance, city lord. Gu Chang's smile could no longer be restrained. Lu Yuan, being an alumnus of the martial academy, would surely pave a bright path for Gu Yang, even if he did not attract the favor of the seventh prince. Suddenly, a voice filled with sarcasm broke through. Although Gu Yang is impressive, he still pales in comparison to Gu Han. Not just a little, but significantly. What do you mean? Gu Chang's expression darkened. Such a parricide must be punished. What of his talents? But your Gu family has offered such a generous bounty, and yet he remains unscathed. You must tread carefully. The two speakers were not defending Gu Han. Rather, they were simply irritated and sought to vex Gu Chang. Humph. Gu Chang sneered. You need not concern yourselves. By the end of the day, that wretched child shall meet his end. On the arena, Gu Yang remained composed, occasionally casting his gaze toward the quiet chamber behind Lu Yuan. That esteemed individual should have recognized his potential by now, right? Inside the quiet chamber, the seventh prince coughed violently, his complexion growing even paler. Your Highness. Behind him, Stewardly hurried forward, pouring his spiritual energy into him, as if it were of no consequence. That will suffice, the seventh prince waved his hand. Conserve your strength, it is of little use. Your Highness, Stewardly lamented. What is there to see in this qualification battle? Your health is so frail. It would be better to consult old Shui and see if he has devised a solution. The seventh prince chuckled softly. If he could think of something, he would have done so long ago. Alas, I have troubled old Shui over the years. While I am still able to move, I should take the opportunity to behold the splendid sights of this world. Moreover, this young man appears to possess considerable strength. Who would have thought that a small Tianwu city could yield such talent? Him? Stewardly scoffed. Could such a person truly be deemed talented? If we speak of real potential, old Shui and I encountered someone extraordinary in the wilderness forest. Thinking of Gu Han, his expression darkened. What is it? Nothing, nothing. Your Highness, let us return to the residence of the venerable Shui. The competition is nearing its conclusion, and there is little left to behold. Sigh indeed. The seventh prince slowly rose to his feet, knowing he would once again trouble the esteemed elder. Outside, Gu Yang, noticing the prolonged silence from the stage, smirked haughtily. Is there no one left? Ha ha. Truly, they are but a collection of pretty faces devoid of substance. Below, the disciples from various clans clenched their fists, their faces flushed with humiliation. Yet, due to Gu Yang's formidable prowess, none dared to ascend the arena. The city lord, disregarding the discontented expressions of the other clan heads, smiled with self-satisfaction. In my opinion, there is no longer any necessity for this contest to continue. Indeed, it is unnecessary. Lu Yuan slowly stood up. If so, then what of the qualifications for the martial academy? Suddenly, a deep, husky voice resonated from afar. Who speaks? The crowd exchanged glances, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, making it difficult to pinpoint the source of the voice. It was Lu Yuan who, with his cultivation at the third level of Yuan gathering, easily discerned the origin of the voice. Gu Han. It is he. Gradually, the other clan heads, including Gu Zhang, came to the same realization. Gu Han. Which Gu Han? What nonsense. Who else could it be? His return. Does he still covet the qualification for the martial academy? What a joke. A parricide. How could the city lord possibly tolerate him? As discussions erupted, the crowd parted to create a path. Gu Han, cradling Gu Tian's spirit tablet in his left hand and leading Asha with his right, walked expressionlessly to the edge of the arena amidst various gazes. Gu Han. On the stage, Gu Yang's expression darkened instantly. The qualification for the martial academy belongs to me. Gu Han stated calmly. If you wish to claim it, you must first seek my consent. In the quiet chamber, the seventh prince, initially set to depart, was drawn back by the commotion outside. Li the steward? It seems another spectacle is unfolding. Upon spotting Gu Han, the steward's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. What a narrow road for foes. How have I encountered him again? Stewardly? Noticing his peculiar demeanor, the seventh prince inquired with curiosity, do you know him as well? Indeed, your highness, I have seen him from afar before. Recalling Gu Han's previous attitude, the steward's expression soured as he recounted the events that transpired in the wild forest. Scoundrel! Outside, Gu Zhang bellowed in anger. You, a parricide with grievous sins, dare to spout such words here. TSK, what a master of slander. You don't even allow him to finish his words. Do you truly believe this Tianwu city belongs solely to the Gu family? Remarked the heads of the Zhang and Wang families. Mocking him once more. City lord. Gu Zhang ignored their taunts. This wretch is a disgrace to my Gu family, and indeed a disgrace to Tianwu city. It would be best to apprehend him swiftly. He inwardly cursed. What is Gu Qing doing? How could he allow this scoundrel to escape? Surrounded by 6 experts at the Aperture Realm? Gu Han. Lu Yuan's expression grew somber. Step back. I demand fairness. Gu Han met his gaze unwaveringly. Dare you repeat that? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. In the past, he held a certain admiration for Gu Han, even contemplating the possibility of betrothing Lu Ying to him. However, once Gu Han became infamous for patricide and his cultivation was utterly dismantled, he naturally ceased to regard Gu Han with any importance. Moreover, with the seventh prince now in Tianwu City, he instructed Lu Ying to flatter and ingratiate herself, further diminishing his regard for Gu Han. I seek a fair opportunity, Gu Han implored, taking a deep breath, hoping the city lord would grant him a chance. Audacious, Lu Yuan rebuked, calling for his men. Yet, mid-sentence, his expression shifted dramatically. Very well, he said, resuming his seat, albeit with a markedly altered demeanor. I shall grant you this opportunity. City lord, Gu Chang interjected, his urgency palpable. You need not elaborate, merely observe. Within the quiet chamber, Li the steward wore a reluctant expression. This brat has a notoriously foul temper. What is there to see? Just moments ago, it was the seventh prince who had urged him to convey a message to Lu Yuan, insisting that the competition continue. You are biased, the seventh prince remarked, casting Li a sidelong glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Regardless, the beast core of the crimson flame serpent was a gift from me. For that alone, I must reciprocate and afford him this chance. Li's countenance darkened further. That was procured with the painstaking efforts of the ghost doctor. That young man has profited immensely. Gu Yang, upon hearing Lu Yuan's acquiescence, turned his gaze back to Gu Han. Let us engage in battle. Do you dare? At this moment, Gu Han was drenched in blood, his body marred by several gruesome wounds. Yet despite his ghastly appearance, his imposing presence overshadowed Gu Yang. Just then, a hurried member of the Gu family approached Gu Chang, whispering a few words. Crack! A flash of murderous intent flickered in Gu Chang's eyes as he crushed the armrest of his sturdy chair to smithereens. You little wretch! Seeking death. On the arena, Gu Yang found himself in a precarious position. Very well. He cast a glance at Gu Han. Today, I shall purge the Gu family of this calamity once and for all. Had Gu Han been unscathed, he would not have dared to accept so readily. However, witnessing Gu Han's current state, he believed his own cultivation had significantly advanced, instilling him with a newfound confidence. Today, Gu Han handed his spirit token to Asha and ascended the arena with measured steps. For the sake of avenging my adoptive father. Avenging? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Had he just claimed to seek vengeance for the family patriarch? Was it not he who had slain the patriarch himself? What sort of vendetta could he possibly pursue? The onlookers murmured, their eyes fixed on the arena, anxious not to miss any unfolding drama. On the stage, Gu Yang brandished his spear, instantly channeling his full cultivation to its pinnacle. A faint crimson glow cascaded down like flowing water, enveloping him and his spear entirely. Is this the Gu family's fiery burning technique? Impressive indeed. The cultivation of the young master Gu Yang was formidable as well. Haha. A member of the Gu family chuckled with pride. My young master possesses extraordinary talent. His prowess is beyond mention. Merely considering the blazing flame incantation, he has attained a realm where both form and spirit are in harmony. He is indeed a rare prodigy of the Gu family. Dealing with Gu Han will be a mere trifle. Suddenly, a wandering cultivator from the crowd, who had been following along, erupted in laughter. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your young master's overconfidence. He will surely be struck down by Gu Han in no time. Nonsense. The spear in my young master's hand is a top-tier spiritual weapon. With Gu Han wielding that broken sword and already injured, he stands no chance against my master. The wandering cultivator merely shrugged off the remark. Your eyes are not blind. See for yourself. These wandering cultivators had witnessed Gu Han's might and understood the true lethality of the broken sword in his grasp. On the arena, Gu Yang fixed his gaze intently on Gu Han. Today, I shall take your life to vindicate my own. To defeat Gu Han in a fair confrontation was a long-held aspiration buried deep within him. With that thought, he launched his attack, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, his form blurring as the ominous tip of his spear aimed directly at Gu Han's brow. Gu Han remained motionless. Die. Gu Yang increased his speed, the crimson aura around him intensifying. Just as the spear was a mere half-foot from Gu Han, he finally made his move. With a swift motion, he brandished his long sword, delivering a delicate slice. A crisp clang echoed through the arena, plunging the surroundings into silence. On the stage, Gu Yang found himself paralyzed, the edge of Gu Han's sword hovering perilously close to his forehead, while the once mighty spear in his grasp lay shattered in two. Its radiance dimmed and rendered useless. TSK, the wandering cultivator mocked. Form and spirit in harmony. Top-tier spiritual weapon? Huh. The expression of the Gu family member turned pale. Impossible. How could the young master be defeated? The crowd gaped, astonished. Just a moment ago, Gu Yang had exuded confidence, claiming dominance over the younger generation of Tianwu City. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Gu Han. From a distance, Gu Chang abruptly rose to his feet. Gu Yang's face was a mask of despair. Disbelief etched across his features. You were clearly injured. My cultivation has improved. I cannot lose. Gu Han paid him no heed, pressing his sword down with increasing force. In an instant, blood began to trickle from Gu Yang's forehead. With no other choice, he lowered his stance. As Gu Han's sword continued to press down, Gu Yang's body sank lower. A gasp echoed through the crowd as they suddenly grasped Gu Han's intent. He sought to force Gu Yang to kneel. You little beast. Gu Chang's countenance twisted with fury. Release him. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds. Yet Gu Han remained unmoved. This is how you betrayed my foster father. At that moment, a glimmering light flickered in his eyes, seemingly penetrating Gu Yang's very soul. Soul-capturing technique. Thud. Gu Yang's eyes glazed over, and he fell to his knees in an instant. Gu Tian's cultivation is too high. My grandfather is no match for him. We bribed Commander Gu to secretly poison Gu Tian's food. Enough. Gu Chang roared in exasperation. Silence. He was about to take action against Gu Han. He insisted that everyone should hear it. Indeed, let it be known that the Gu family is nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. The heads of the clans wore grim expressions, blocking Gu Chang's path. The opportunity to topple the Gu family was at hand, and they would not allow anyone to sabotage it. As the effects of the medicine took hold, Gu Yang, in a daze, continued speaking. My grandfather secretly acquired your sword, and, together with my father and two elders, surrounded Gu Tian. Unexpectedly, he fought back in his dying moments, nearly escaping. Why? Gu Han's body trembled slightly. My adoptive father has devoted his life to the Gu family because of his selfishness. A hint of resentment crept into Gu Yang's tone. He thinks of you and everything, giving you all the benefits. Why should it be so? You are merely an adopted child, while I am the true bloodline of the Gu family. I am the one who should be the young master. No, I should be the family head. Each word was distinctly heard by the crowd. The atmosphere froze for a moment. How ruthless. Who would have thought that the illustrious Gu family is merely a collection of sanctimonious individuals? Alas, it is truly unfortunate that Gu Han has been wronged. The actions of the Gu family are truly contemptible. The foremost clan of Tianwu City? Bah! A cacophony of discussions erupted. Except for the members of the Gu family, the tide of opinion turned overwhelmingly in favor of Gu Han. Huh. How did this first position come about? Who among us is unaware that it is all due to the tireless efforts of the Gu family head? They even have the audacity to call Gu Han an adopted child? Wasn't the ore vein of Hongfeng Valley established by him? And the medicinal fields and spiritual veins outside the city, weren't they reclaimed from the other families by him? Every year, when the Gu family contributes so many beast cores, who is always the first to venture into the wild forest to slay the beasts? A significant portion of the Gu family's foundation was established by that father and son duo. Without them, how would you, Gu Yang, have the essence crystals to purchase that exquisite spiritual weapon? Exactly. A group of wastrels who only know how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Yet they have the gall to accuse someone of selfishness? The crowd erupted in condemnation. Among them, there were indeed some who genuinely felt guilty and stood up for Gu Han, but more were merely instigators from the other families. The effect was palpable. From this day forth, the reputation of the Gu family was irrevocably tarnished, utterly finished. In the crowd, the Gu family members could not hold their heads high amidst the barrage of insults. With their facades stripped away, they felt utterly humiliated, seething with rage. Yet their hearts held no remorse. Rather, they harbored even greater hatred for Gu Han. Ultimately, they had never acknowledged Gu Han. At this moment, Gu Han no longer required their validation. He gently took Gu Tian's spirit tablet and placed it before Gu Yang. With a swift motion, a fiery red spear plunged into the bluestone ground. The fire cloud spear. Adoptive father, those who have wronged you shall pay with their lives. As he spoke, he retrieved 4 severed heads, arranged neatly before Gu Tian's spirit tablet. The first belonged to Commander Gu. The remaining two were the heads of two elders of the Gu family. The last one was unmistakably Gu Chang. Upon completing the task, he struck his sword against Gu Yang's shoulder, and a chilling sword aura instantly penetrated his body, shattering his meridians into fragments. The immense pain jolted Gu Yang back to consciousness. What have you done? My cultivation, my meridians. Father? How could this be? Upon seeing Gu Chang's severed head, his expression twisted in horror. Gu Han, I shall kill you. He has harmed my adoptive father, and thus he must pay with his life. You wretched beast. Not far away, Gu Chang's visage was contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, as he nearly lost his sanity. You dare to kill my son, cripple my grandson? I will slay you. With a swift motion, a layer of crimson flames erupted around him as he charged at Gu Han. This time, no one would stop him. The objective had been achieved. Now it was merely time to observe the unfolding drama. As he watched the nearly frenzied Gu Chang, Gu Han's eyes also reddened. Adoptive father. This is the last one. Volume 1, Chapter 19. Blood feuds repaid. Turbulence resurfaces. Nonsense. Lu Yuan's face turned a deep shade of iron. Everyone, cease this at once. Under normal circumstances, he would remain indifferent to the squabbles and conflicts among these families, and at times, he would even subtly incite them. But today was different. In plain sight, before him, during such a pivotal moment as the qualification battle at the Deqi Martial Academy. If Gu Han were to continue stirring the situation, it would utterly disgrace him as the city lord of Tianwu. However, Gu Han and Gu Chang were already blinded by rage, eager to eliminate each other without a thought for his words. In an instant, the two were on a collision course. What audacity! A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, his aura surging dramatically as the full extent of his cultivation at the third level of gathering essence was revealed. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the two on the verge of collision, unleashing his spiritual power to force them apart. You wretched beast! Gu Chang roared incessantly. The one regret I harbor is not having personally slain you that day. Old dog! Gu Han glared intensely at him. Today, you must pay for my adoptive father's life. Before his words could fully escape, a 3-inch sword light coalesced at the tip of his sword, aimed once more at Gu Chang. The hatred within him far surpassed that of Gu Chang. Arrogance. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and unleashed his full strength with a single palm strike. Bang! Given the vast difference in their cultivation levels, and with Gu Han having sustained significant injuries prior, he was naturally unable to withstand the blow. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as his figure was forced back. City Lord. At this moment, Gu Chang regained a modicum of composure and hastily bowed to Lu Yuan. Thank you, City Lord. No need for gratitude. Lu Yuan shot him a frigid glance. I am not doing this for your sake. Yes, yes. Gu Chang bowed again. After today, I shall personally visit the City Lord's residence to plead my case, accepting whatever punishment you deem fit, without a word of complaint. Old fox. The heads of the various families exchanged glances, secretly cursing Gu Chang's cunning. After today, in Tianwu City, the Gu family found themselves devoid of a foothold. Certain to face universal opposition, the vast family estate would undoubtedly be unsustainable. It would be wiser to relinquish a significant portion of their benefits and fully align with Lu Yuan. In doing so, any attempts by other families to target the Gu family would require careful consideration. Lu Yuan, comprehending his intent, softened his tone. Before arriving, this chaotic situation must be resolved. Gu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the severed head of Gu Chang and the utterly incapacitated Gu Yang. His teeth clenched in resentment. No matter the cost, Gu Han must be eradicated. Below the arena, onlookers observed the silent Gu Han, quietly lamenting the circumstances. With the city lord as protection, it seemed impossible to avenge this grievance. In stark contrast, the members of the Gu family wore expressions of surviving a calamity, silently praising Gu Chang's sagacity. Young master. The foolish Asha rushed over in tears. At this moment, she was perhaps the only one who truly understood Gu Han's feelings. Revenge. Gu Han muttered to himself. It must be avenged. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Could it be that Gu Han had lost his mind? With the city lord present, how could he even contemplate revenge? What could he use to exact it? Lu Yuan's expression darkened once more upon hearing this. The city lord. Gu Chang felt a surge of joy and seized the opportunity to declare, "This boy is unruly and disregards your authority. If he is allowed to remain, he will undoubtedly become a calamity." Before he could finish, a flash of light suddenly erupted. The brilliance was so swift that even Lu Yuan, with his cultivation, could not intercept it in time. With a soft thud, a gaping wound appeared in Gu Chang's chest. In the distance, Gu Han gently lowered his long sword. With the speed of the Dian sword Qi, the arena's limited space allowed for instantaneous movement. How could Gu Chang evade such an attack? Inside the quiet chamber, the seventh prince watched the strike with flushed excitement, leaping to his feet. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. Coughing violently, he struggled to finish his thought. My prince. Steward Li was deeply concerned. Did not Elder Shui instruct you to maintain emotional stability? Alas, why do you not heed his counsel? He did splendidly. Splendid. Steward Li was filled with frustration. Such momentary prowess is merely the act of a brute. A brute? The seventh prince shook his head. When one's father's killer stands before them, to not strike would invite unimaginable suffering. He sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. If only I possessed half of his courage. My prince. Steward Li's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. It is the fault of this old servant. Do not blame yourself. The seventh prince forced a self-deprecating smile. Enough. I am but a person clinging to life. To have survived until now is fortunate enough. Why ponder further? It is merely a moment of reflection upon seeing him. After all, we are somewhat fated. My prince, please continue watching. Outside, silence reigned. The crowd was utterly stunned. Gu Han truly made a move? Did he genuinely dare to act? He was evidently at the pulse-opening realm. Yet he managed to slay Gu Chang of the aperture realm. Moreover, what was that beam of light I just witnessed? On the arena? Gazing at the gaping wound the size of a fist in his chest, Gu Chang swayed precariously. At this moment, he seemed to comprehend why the 6 aperture realm cultivators had attempted to ambush Gu Han, only to be turned against themselves. But alas, it was too late. The strength and vitality within him rapidly ebbed away. He fixed his gaze on Gu Han, his face a mask of unwillingness, staggering a few steps forward. But ultimately succumbing to the inevitable, collapsing to the ground, never to utter another sound. Before where he knelt lay Gu Tian's spirit tablet. Grandfather. Gu Yang's expression was one of sheer terror and despair. Why is this happening? Father, your vengeance has been avenged. Gu Han exhaled softly, his body swaying slightly. The exhaustion from days of relentless exertion, compounded by the injuries sustained in previous battles, all surged forth at once, and even with his profound foundation, he felt himself faltering. Young master. Asha hurriedly supported him. Are you all right? Gu Han. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury bellowed, You, audacious fool. Lu Yuan glared at Gu Han, his complexion ashen. How dare you defy my orders? Gu Chang was dead, and worse, he had been slain right beneath Lu Yuan's nose. Not only did he lose the advantages for the Gu family, but his reputation as the city lord would also plummet from this day forth. A chill ran through the crowd. In Tianwu City, Lu Yuan was akin to the heavens, and his words had never been defied, until Gu Han came along. Not far off, the heads of various families were reveling in their secret glee. They could see that Lu Yuan had turned murderous. Now, it was no longer a question of whether Gu Han could retain his position in the martial academy, but rather whether he could survive at all. Everything that transpired today made them the true victors. That is unjust. Unexpectedly, before Gu Han could speak, Asha stepped forward. What did you say? That is unjust. Asha repeated boldly. Those people conspired against the young master and sought to kill him. Why can't he retaliate? Protecting those villains is what is truly unfair. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Goodness. Is this truly the simple-minded Asha, suddenly displaying such cleverness? Fairness? Lu Yuan sneered ominously. As the lord of Tianwu City, my word is law. You dare discuss fairness after violating my edicts? City lord. On the arena, Gu Yang suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with malice. Please kill Gu Han. Avenging my father and grandfather. I am willing to offer everything of the Gu family. Before he could finish, a long sword pierced through his chest. Well. In a fit of rage, Lu Yuan found an unsettling calm. Gu Han, to commit acts of violence repeatedly before me. Do you truly disregard my authority as city lord? As he spoke, dozens of city guards surged through the crowd, encircling the entire arena. Asha speaks the truth. Gu Han gently grasped Asha's hand. You are unjust. I have no obligation to respect you. Heed your words, or abide by your rules. With these words, he gradually retreated, channeling the waning energy within him with all his might, fully prepared to break free. Capture him. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Take him down. Sigh. The emotions of the onlookers were rather complex. The Gu family was finished. Yet, Guhan himself was also doomed. Was it worth sacrificing everything for revenge? TSK, TSK, TSK. Just as Guhan was poised to make a desperate escape, a sharp and acerbic voice suddenly echoed. Lord Lu, what great authority you wield. We have no intention of adhering to your rules. Do you intend to take us down as well? Chapter 20. Paying respect to Elder Shui, encountering Lu Ying once more. Who? The crowd was momentarily stunned. How dare someone speak to Lord Lu in such a manner? Furthermore, the voice was truly unpleasant. Lu Yuan's expression shifted. The heads of the various families could no longer remain seated, while others might be oblivious. They were well aware that a distinguished guest resided within the quiet chamber behind them. Unexpectedly, he sought to intervene in this matter. Chief Li, Lu Yuan hastily bowed. How do we disturb you? Upon seeing Chief Li's appearance, and then observing Lu Yuan's respectful demeanor, the crowd felt a jolt. Goodness, could this person be? Others were being exceedingly cautious, yet only Asha gleefully waved her hand. It's you. We meet again. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could she possibly know Chief Li? Little girl. Chief Li smiled with a fade of politeness. We are not familiar. Do not attempt to get close. Oh. Asha looked somewhat dejected. Chief Li. Observing the situation, Lu Yuan exhaled in relief. What instructions does that esteemed individual have? He understood perfectly. Chief Li's appearance undoubtedly signaled the consent of the seventh prince. Lord Lu. Chief Li cast a sidelong glance at him. We inquire. Has the qualification battle of the Martial Academy concluded? It has concluded. Who emerged victorious? He. Lu Yuan reluctantly pointed towards Guhan. Oh. Chief Li did not even spare a glance at Guhan. Then there is no matter. At this point, it was abundantly clear. Guhan's qualification for the Martial Academy was secured. Chiefly, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, he had repeatedly committed acts of violence. Disregarding the rules of Tianwu City, we have stated. Chief Li emphasized with a firmer tone. This matter ends here. Do you comprehend? Yes, yes. Ugh. Casting a glance at Guhan, Chief Li's expression darkened further. Wretched boy, he has once again encountered fortuitous luck. Wait. As he prepared to depart, Guhan spoke up suddenly. What is it? Chief Li's face bore evident impatience. Where might Elder Shui be? I wish to pay him a visit. Now that Guhan had avenged his deep-seated grievances, he naturally sought a remedy for Asha's soul deficiency, and without a doubt, Elder Shui, a master of alchemical remedies, was the optimal choice. Impatiently, Chief Li provided an address before turning to leave. The more he glanced at Guhan, the worse his mood became. Your Highness. Upon returning to the quiet chamber, Chief Steward Li remained somewhat aggrieved. The task you commanded has been accomplished. Ah, you. Cough, cough. The seventh prince shook his head, poised to tease him, when he was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing. Simultaneously, a visible chill emanated from his body, quickly forming a thin layer of frost upon him. Your Highness. Chief Steward Li hurriedly stepped forward to shield his vitality with his spiritual power. Hold on. I shall immediately take you to seek Elder Shui. Outside, Lu Yuan's mood was exceedingly poor. The words of the seventh prince were not something that he, as the lord of this border town, could dare defy. Despite harboring great resentment towards Guhan, he could not take action again, unless he wished for his own demise. Humph. With a cold snort, he turned away without casting a glance at the crowd, intending to lead the city guards away. Wait. Guhan suddenly interjected. My qualification for the Martial Academy. Just wait. Lu Yuan shot him a deep glance. Someone will deliver it to you. As he departed, the venue erupted in fervent discussion. Was that person just now? Nonsense. Did you not hear the city lord address him as Chief Steward Li? He must be from the royal capital. Goodness. A significant figure indeed. It has been years since such a person graced our Tianwu City. Do not even think about it. You are not worthy. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The events of the day were simply too thrilling, with twists and turns that left them breathless. In such a remote border town, this momentous occasion would surely be the talk of the town for a decade or more. In comparison, the Martial Academy qualification battle seemed trivial. Guhan paid them no mind. He tucked away Gu Tian's spirit token and the fire cloud spear, exhaling a deep breath, releasing much of the pent-up resentment that had accumulated within him. Young master, Asha gently inquired, where shall we go next? We shall seek Elder Shui, Guhan replied, patting her head. To cure your ailment. Young master, Asha's gaze dimmed. Is my illness beyond cure? Nonsense, Guhan said softly. I will surely find a way to save you. All you need to do is stay by my side and assist me in treasure hunting. Upon hearing treasure hunting, Asha's eyes sparkled. After all, this was the only way she could assist Guhan. In their leisurely conversation, the master and servant gradually drifted away. Observing Guhan's retreating figure, the onlookers wore expressions of envy. It was evident that regardless of attitude, the appearance of Chief Steward Li was meant to aid Guhan. With such a significant figure as an ally, it was clear that Guhan was destined to soar to great heights, with an unlimited future ahead. In stark contrast to the crowd's enthusiasm, the Gu family wore expressions of despair and confusion. Not only had their family name been tarnished, but the one in charge had also perished. Within a few days, the vast estate of the Gu family would undoubtedly be divided among the other clans, leaving those who had previously relied on their family's power in Tianwu City to face a dire fate. In the city lord's manor, rascal. In the main hall, Lu Yuan's face was ashen with anger. Wretched fool. Father? Such a commotion has indeed drawn Lu Ying's attention. What has happened? Guhan. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, filled with disdain for this scoundrel. Guhan. Lu Ying was taken aback. Had he not ventured into the wilderness forest, currently being hunted by the Gu family? Hunted? Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh and recounted the events of the day. It is precisely because of him that I have lost all face today. Lu Ying's heart trembled. She had long known that Guhan had encountered fortuitous circumstances and restored his cultivation, but she never anticipated that he would become so formidable, single-handedly dismantling the Gu family. Although the Gu family's own actions played a part, Guhan's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. By the way, Lu Yuan seemed to recall something. How have you fared with the 7th prince? Why did I not see you accompanying him today? Lu Ying's expression darkened. She had spent several days with the 7th prince, and through deliberate effort, had garnered considerable favor from him. However, upon the return of Steward Li, she found herself at odds with him, facing not only indifference, but also sharp and caustic remarks. Her absence from the Martial Academy's qualification battle today was due to a confrontation with Steward Li, which had led her to sulk and abstain from attending. Father, for some reason, the thought of Guhan reverting to his former genius self made her uneasy. You just mentioned that the 7th prince came to Guhan's aid? Indeed. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. It is rather peculiar. While he intervened on Guhan's behalf, Steward Li's demeanor towards him was exceedingly cold. Cold. Lu Ying inexplicably felt a sense of relief, her mind racing with speculation. Could it be that Guhan has aligned himself with the 7th prince? Father, upon this realization, she promptly formed a plan. I shall pay a visit to the 7th prince. Perhaps I can glean some useful information. Very well. Lu Yuan nodded. You are about to head to the Martial Academy. Even if the 7th prince is not highly regarded, he is still of royal blood, and cultivating his friendship could be advantageous. Although there is only one spot at the Martial Academy, as the city lord, he certainly has alternative means to secure Lu Ying's admission as well. In the southern part of Tianwu City, within a secluded and tranquil alley. Young master, Asha raised her small face. Are we to meet that Elder Shui? Yes. Guhan smiled. Elder Shui assisted us greatly last time. We have yet to express our gratitude. Before he could finish, he paused. In the alley, 5 or 6 individuals stood respectfully before a small courtyard, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the person within. By their attire, Guhan immediately recognized them. These individuals were all stewards from various merchant associations in the royal capital. The wilderness forest is rich in resources, and every year, merchant associations from the capital dispatch numerous personnel to the borderlands to procure spiritual herbs, beast cores, and various cultivation resources. Tianwu City is naturally among them. Oh. Upon seeing Guhan, the last person in line expressed surprise. Little brother, are you also here to see Elder Shui? Indeed. With that, Guhan stepped forward to knock on the door. What are you doing? The foremost individual immediately blocked Guhan's path. Young man, do you not understand the rules? Rules? Nonsense. Dr. Shui did not summon you, yet you audaciously knocked on his door. If you provoke his displeasure, can you bear the consequences? Look at your tattered attire. You have come empty-handed, yet you expect Dr. Shui to see you? Even if an audience were to be granted, one must observe the order of arrival. Go to the back of the line. Such a small place as this has no sense of decorum. A few individuals from the capital naturally looked down upon the people of Tianwu City, mercilessly mocking Guhan. Guhan's countenance darkened. Do not underestimate others. Asha exclaimed indignantly. I know that grandfather. Oh, you are acquainted with Dr. Shui? Indeed, what stature Dr. Shui holds. Even the leaders of our merchant association must show him utmost respect. How could he possibly know a wild girl from a remote place like you? The group spoke with disdain, inciting Asha to clench her tiny fists in anger. You all. A chill flickered in Guhan's eyes. Hold on, little brother. The last person in line quickly restrained Guhan, whispering, patience. They hail from the capital and are all at the Qi realm. You cannot provoke them. Heed my advice. Do not rush. We only need to wait patiently. We will eventually have the chance to meet Dr. Shui. TSK, Qinping, you are quite the good Samaritan. Look at your own plight. You are on the verge of being expelled from the treasure pavilion due to your consistently poor contributions for 2 years. No household would keep a layabout. The others revealed Qinping's shortcomings, causing his face to flush crimson. You all. The flames of indignation surged within Guhan. At that moment, from the other end of the alley, a graceful lady approached, clad in a pale yellow dress, her face veiled by a light gauze. Her figure slender and her demeanor ethereal, akin to a celestial being. Luing, Guhan. The two instantly recognized each other. Their eyes met, devoid of tenderness, only coldness. Volume 1, Chapter 21. This Luing is far too fond of pretense. In the small courtyard, within the side room, Dr. Shui, Chief Steward Li was in a state of distress, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his voice trembling. Is there no way to save His Highness? It is difficult. Gazing at the seventh prince, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes, enveloped in an aura of fiery energy, Dr. Shui shook his head. I can only temporarily suppress the cold poison. I cannot eradicate it. As you know, the poison has long since penetrated to the marrow, becoming one with him. Each suppression will inevitably trigger a backlash, and I am now at my wit's end. After a pause, he sighed. This time, I can still manage to suppress it. But upon the next outbreak. Alas, Your Highness. Chief Steward Li understood the weight of his words, unable to contain his tears. The poor Empress has but this one child. Should anything happen to His Highness, our family would be unable to atone for the crime. Just then, a frail voice drifted over. There is no need for sorrow. I am well aware of my own condition. If not for you and Dr. Shui's efforts over the years, how could I have survived to this day? Even if my mother were aware from beyond, she would not blame you. It was the seventh prince who had awakened, his voice filled with a haunting melancholy. Your Highness, Chief Steward Li could no longer bear to witness the scene. Reflecting on his near brush with death, the seventh prince seemed to have come to terms with life and death, expressing a sense of melancholy. Today, I encountered a rather intriguing individual, quite fortuitously. Mr. Shui, you are familiar with him as well. Outside, Asha's expression brightened, and she was about to greet him when she suddenly recalled her demeanor towards Guhan a month prior, causing her countenance to fall, and she turned away in indignation. Guhan, Lu Ying's voice remained as frosty as ever. I have heard about your affairs. Is that so? Your news travels swiftly. What brings you here? Hee. That is hardly a matter for Miss Lu to concern herself with. Lu Ying's brow furrowed slightly. She was already convinced that Guhan's serendipitous arrival here must be an act of allegiance to the seventh prince. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Her tone was unassuming, yet carried an air of condescension. The essence of being human lies in knowing one's place and not overstepping boundaries. Your previous misfortunes stemmed from your excessive prominence. Should you fail to temper your ambitions, even if you manage to evade this instance, you shall not escape the next. Feigning indifference, Guhan scoffed coldly. My affairs are of no concern to you. The choice to heed my words rests solely with you. With that, she turned to knock on the door. Wait. The foremost individuals were displeased once more. They did not recognize Guhan or Lu Ying, and thus were reluctant to allow them passage. Who are you? Are you also here to see the esteemed physician Shui? My father is the city lord, Lu Yuan. Lu Ying chuckled lightly. I am here to meet the seventh prince, for we are friends. As she spoke, she cast a casual glance at Guhan. The distinction between friends and subordinates could not be more apparent. The city lord's daughter? Friends? A ripple of trepidation coursed through the group. The former title was manageable, yet the latter was somewhat daunting. Though the seventh prince's reputation within the capital was modest, and he was not held in high regard, he was still of royal blood, far beyond the reach of these minor officials. My apologies for the earlier rudeness. Please do not take offense, Miss Lu. The group quickly altered their demeanor, now showing deference. We hope Miss Lu might speak a good word on our behalf. Indeed, we have waited so long here, without even a glimpse of physician Shui. Lu Ying, possessing an elegant demeanor and refined mannerisms, coupled with her stunning beauty, left no room for doubt regarding her words. Such a captivating lady was indeed a rarity in the capital, and it was unsurprising that she could count the seventh prince as a friend. No trouble at all. Lu Ying cast a fleeting glance at Gu Han. When I meet the seventh prince shortly, I shall inquire on your behalf. Thank you, Miss Lu. The crowd rejoiced at her words. Young master, Asha expressed her discontent. Why do they not believe us, when we are acquainted with that esteemed elder as well? Hee. Gu Han sneered. They simply look down upon us. How dare you insult us? Young man, it seems you are weary of life. The locals, lacking in experience yet brimming with audacity, glared at her with malice. What a farce. Gu Han scoffed, resolutely unperturbed by their threats. You say we are not allowed in. So we shall not enter? Today, I shall defy that. Come, Asha, he declared, taking Asha's hand and proceeding forward with measured steps. Sighing deeply, Chen Ping remarked, My young brother, why do you not heed my counsel? These individuals, accustomed to their noble origins and the authority they wield over the wandering practitioners, are not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise resonated from within the courtyard. Little girl, what brings you here? Come, let me have a look. It was none other than the esteemed physician Shui. The others instinctively turned their gazes toward Lu Ying. Could it be that she was well acquainted with physician Shui? Lu Ying, though curious, maintained her composure, offering a gentle bow. Thank you, esteemed elder. At that moment, the small wooden door swung open. What is all this commotion? Manager Li, brimming with pent-up frustration, caught sight of the gathering and erupted in anger. A bunch of rascals. How dare you disturb the rest of the seventh prince and elder Shui? I could easily dispose of you with a single strike. The group recoiled in fear, silenced by his wrath. Little girl. Manager Li directed his ire toward Asha, his expression darkening. Come with me. Huh? Are you calling me? Asha pointed to herself, bewildered. Is it you? Of course. Who else could I mean? Manager Li's countenance darkened further. Elder Shui wishes to see you. Despite his frustration, he could not disregard the orders of physician Shui. As he passed by, Gu Han could hardly suppress a laugh. For reasons unknown, he found great delight in witnessing Manager Li's discomfiture. The others exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Could it be that this little girl truly knew physician Shui? Oh, right. Asha suddenly recalled something, turning to Chen Ping. Do you wish to meet Elder Shui as well? Indeed. Chen Ping nodded instinctively, eager for the opportunity. I would like to see him. Then come along. Asha beckoned. You just assisted the young master. You are a good person. Thank you, young lady. Thank you. Chen Ping exclaimed, overjoyed, as he hurried to follow her. He never anticipated that a mere act of kindness would yield such unimaginable rewards. Manager Li's lips twitched in irritation. Yet, recalling physician Shui's inexplicable regard for Asha, he suppressed the urge to stop Chen Ping. Very well. We shall not interfere with Elder Shui's matters. The remaining individuals seethed with jealousy, their eyes nearly bulging with envy. Is it truly so easy to gain entry? Why should it be him? Instinctively, they cast hopeful glances toward Lu Ying. Do not despair. There will be another opportunity. Manager Li, sensing their longing gazes, took a deep breath and presented what he considered a flawless smile before stepping forward to bow gracefully. The seventh prince is too occupied to meet you. Manager Li coldly retorted. Not feeling entirely satisfied, he added, What are you trying to present? Uffed. Gu Han could no longer contain his laughter, erupting with glee. You insolent brat. Manager Li was nearly provoked to act. What is so amusing? I find your words profoundly insightful. Gu Han raised his thumb, and for the first time, he found that Steward Li was not as detestable as he had previously thought. With a resounding thud, Steward Li swept his long sleeves and closed the courtyard gate. Come in, he commanded. Naturally, he was referring to Chen Ping. Hey. Chen Ping repeatedly bowed, remaining obediently in place. To enter this courtyard meant he would have the opportunity to meet the esteemed physician Shui. A far superior fate compared to the hopeless individuals outside. In the outer area, a few people were consumed with jealousy, their gazes towards Lu Ying tinged with disdain. A friend of the seventh prince? How charming, they scoffed. Yet she couldn't even pass through Steward Li's scrutiny. Meanwhile, Lu Ying's complexion fluctuated between red and white, her heaving chest betraying her agitation. Wait for me. She spat out a powerless threat. Embarrassed and furious, she could no longer bear to remain in their presence. Fleeing as if pursued. Inside the room, physician Shui withdrew his hand. With the support of my master's elixir, although her soul energy has diminished slightly, there is no immediate cause for concern. Gu Han breathed a sigh of relief. With this, he would have time to continue searching for a remedy for Asha. Of course, this was contingent upon Asha refraining from utilizing the power of the broken illusion eye. Thank you, Grandpa Shui. Asha exclaimed with joy, hurriedly bowing. Good. Good. Physician Shui affectionately patted her head, his demeanor towards her markedly warmer than towards the others present, including the seventh prince. I have heard about your situation, he remarked. Glancing at Guhan, you have done well. Maintaining your true self is indeed commendable. Compared to before, Guhan now bore none of the bitterness that had once shrouded him. The hostility between his brows had diminished significantly, restoring him to the state and temperament befitting a youth. Indeed, the seventh prince noted. Earlier, when I saw you cough and act with such vengeance, I couldn't help but feel envious. Today, I thank you for your timely intervention. Guhan clasped his fists in gratitude. Young man, stewardly raised an eyebrow. This is the seventh prince of Dachi. You should be more courteous in your speech. Guhan remained expressionless, treating the remark as if it were inconsequential. Well, the seventh prince chuckled self-deprecatingly. My status as a prince only serves to intimidate those who are unaware of the truth. You know well how things truly are. He turned his gaze towards Guhan. By the way, your gift of the crimson flame serpent to Elder Shui has indeed been a tremendous help to me. You also have your own ailments? Guhan furrowed his brow. Hey, young man, how can you speak like that? Indeed, the seventh prince nodded, sighing. I am indeed afflicted, and my condition is dire. It turned out that during the 10 months of gestation, the seventh prince's mother had been attacked, allowing the chill to invade her body and leaving him with innate deficiencies. Had it not been for physician Shui's diligent care over the years, he would not have survived beyond 2 years, succumbing to the frigid energy. As it stands, even now, the chilling energy had become so entrenched that even physician Shui was at a loss. You are truly pitiful. Asha looked at the seventh prince with a face full of sympathy. It matters not, the seventh prince replied with a faint smile. Each person has their own destiny. One cannot force it. I wish to give it a try, he declared. Meanwhile, Guhan furrowed his brows. As if having finally resolved within himself, he suddenly spoke up. Earlier, had it not been for the seventh prince's timely intervention, not only would he have been deprived of his qualifications at the Martial Academy, but he might have also found it difficult to escape from Tianwu City. Yes, a tenfold repayment for enmity. That has always been my belief. What did you say? Chief Stewardly failed to catch his words clearly. I said, I wish to give it a try. You? Even Shui Lao is at a loss. What can a mere child in the pulse-opening realm do? What if I can? Guhan retorted sharply, the favorable impression left by Chief Stewardly dissipating completely. You, young lad. Chief Stewardly gestured towards several beast cores beside the seventh prince. Do you see those? If you truly manage to come up with a solution, I shall consume these before your very eyes. Really? Guhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Haha, we do not speak lightly. Our words are as binding as gold, and we never retract them. Very well, just wait. Upon finishing his statement, Guhan slowly closed his eyes. What are you doing? Taking a nap. When I wake, I shall have a solution. Chief Stewardly, Chapter 22 of Volume 1. Do you understand what it means to be a demon cultivator? Which demon cultivator would save a person? Young lad, are you here? In the sword prison, the shadow appeared before Guhan intermittently, already accustomed to such visits. How well can you wield my soul-capturing technique? Where has your malevolence gone? The shadow expressed a hint of regret. Alas, what a pity, with that malevolence aiding you. If you were to practice demonic arts, you would surely achieve twice the result with half the effort. So what do you think? Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Absolutely not. Guhan rejected firmly and decisively. Not merely a named disciple, but a direct disciple. That is still a no. The shadow faltered momentarily. Then why are you here? Are you simply here to jest with me out of boredom? I am here to thank you. Guhan's expression grew serious. Without the soul-capturing technique bestowed by the shadow, his quest for redemption and to exact vengeance on his father's murderer would not have gone as smoothly as it has. Thank me? The shadow's demeanor brightened. Are you preparing to release me? No. Then how do you intend to express your gratitude? I have yet to decide. The shadow trembled in anger. This little rascal. How thick-skinned can one be? No, this is beyond thick-skinned. This is shamelessness. Suddenly, Guhan felt a tinge of embarrassment. There is a question I wish to ask you. Speak. I have a friend. Hearing that familiar tone, the shadow's heart tightened. As expected, the moment Guhan finished speaking, he exploded in fury. Did I not tell you before? I am the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord. I know only of killing, not saving. What nonsense about the extreme cold syndrome. I cannot treat it. Let your friend wait for death. Truly no way. The shadow's abrupt and decisive response made Gu Han feel a flicker of doubt. Think again. No. No. The shadow bellowed incessantly. How many times must I repeat myself for you to understand? He seemed to have recalled something, his tone shifting as his demeanor softened abruptly. Was there a method? Indeed, there was. What method? I have a request. If it involves releasing you, then that is out of the question. Gu Han shook his head. This was his bottom line. In the absence of sufficient strength to ensure his own safety, he would never allow the shadow to escape. Naturally, the shadow understood this. There was no possibility of persuading Gu Han to let him go, so he refrained from mentioning it further. What is this request? Gu Han inquired with a hint of curiosity. I have yet to finalize it. The shadow mimicked Gu Han's earlier demeanor. Once I have made up my mind, I shall certainly inform you. Gu Han hesitated for a moment. Very well. After a brief pause, he nodded. I agree to your terms. The shadow was somewhat taken aback. Had Gu Han responded without a moment's thought, he would have surely doubted his sincerity. However, given Gu Han's current reaction, it was evident that once he agreed to this request, he would not retract it. Is this friend of yours of great importance to you? It was our first meeting. Then why do you assist him? He has helped me. Gu Han's expression grew earnest once more. I am not one to enjoy being in debt to others. He aided me, and naturally, I shall reciprocate. I have also aided you. That is different. If you do not assist me, I would be compelled to end your life. The shadow was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his composure again. After a pause, he managed to calm himself. The chill within him had long since penetrated his bones, and he was no healer, unable to conceive a method to save himself. However, in truth, his condition did not require treatment. Not required? Strictly speaking, he could be considered a body of extreme cold. Although somewhat unconventional, it was indeed a special constitution. With the appropriate techniques, he could transform the chill into a source of strength, alleviating the threat to his life. Of course, such a physique would yield only mediocre accomplishments in the future. Do you possess a technique? Certainly. Are you not a demonic cultivator? Where would such a technique come from? Steal it. The shadow's interest piqued instantly. In my past conquests across the universe, I gazed haughtily upon all. Lacking resources, I seized them. Lacking techniques, I appropriated them. As for women, cough. Young man, the benefits of cultivating demonic arts are numerous. Have you truly considered not acquiring the techniques for yourself? Provide me with the technique. The shadow's enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted as he shot Gu Han a glare, casually sketching out a technique. This technique, while ordinary, bore an intriguing concept, following an extreme path, seemingly tailored for the body of extreme cold. I found it fascinating back then and noted it down. The more Gu Han examined the technique, the more profound it appeared. What is its rank? According to your classification, it would be considered celestial tier. The shadow replied nonchalantly. Celestial tier. Gu Han's heart skipped a beat. It was likely that within the entire Qi dynasty, one could scarcely find a technique above the mysterious tier, yet the shadow casually presented a celestial tier technique. And yet, it is still deemed unremarkable? He took a deep breath. How does this technique compare to the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Scripture? Compare to what? The Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Scripture is the supreme scripture leading directly to the highest realms of demonic paths. Even I cannot fathom it completely. To compare this with it would be an affront. And this one? Gu Han gestured towards the sword prison, acknowledging its unparalleled nature. A glimmer of trepidation flickered in the shadow's eyes. The strength of this sword intent is indeed the most formidable I have ever encountered. The master of this sword intent has surpassed my comprehension. It is no wonder you lack interest in becoming my disciple, with such a transcendent inheritance of swordsmanship. Akin to the Great Freedom Heaven Demon Sutra, all other techniques must seem trivial to you. Unexpectedly, Gu Han expressed mild surprise. You exhibit humility as well. I have never been an arrogant person. On the contrary, you, with the world outside so splendid, never proactively inquire, where is your ambition? If my cultivation were sufficient, I would behold the world's wonders. If my cultivation is insufficient, knowing more would be futile. You perceive this clearly. The shadow waved his hand. Enough. I have granted you the technique. Do not linger here any longer. You previously mentioned that Gu Han made no move. Such heavenly techniques, do you possess many? Not all are heavenly. I only collect the finest. Techniques that are commonplace. Even if they surpass the heavenly rank, I cannot be bothered to glance at them. Why do you ask this? Gu Han smiled, a gleam of discovery illuminating his expression. Outside, Steward Lee paced anxiously, contemplating whether to rouse Guhan, yet he restrained himself, weighed down by the almost non-existent hope of 1 in 10,000. Beside him, Asha displayed signs of boredom, nearly succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, Guhan opened his eyes. "Young master." Asha wiped his drool, his face brimming with joy. "You're awake." "Young man," Steward Li's voice trembled slightly. "Have you devised a solution?" Not just him. Even Physician Shui and the seventh prince fixated their gaze upon Guhan, aware of the slim chances yet unable to suppress their underlying tension. "I have." Guhan exhaled softly, carefully selecting his words as he reiterated the shadow's insights. Therefore, the cold energy within the seventh prince does not require suppression, nor is there a need to restrain it, as long as a suitable technique can be found. This cold energy will not only spare his life, but will become his greatest ally in his cultivation journey. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the space. Only Asha blinked, uncertain if he understood. "What is the matter with you?" Guhan inquired, puzzled. "Young lad," Steward Li spoke haltingly. "You mean His Highness possesses a special constitution?" "A special constitution, exceedingly rare, even in the century-long history of the Great Qi dynasty, with its vast populace. Only 3 individuals with such constitutions have emerged. One was the founding ancestor, one departed early to the upper sect, and one currently resides within the royal family." Strictly speaking, Guhan wished to label it as unremarkable. However, upon seeing the seventh prince's hopeful expression, he quickly amended his response. "It could be considered so, Your Highness." Tears streamed down Steward Li's face. "Did you see? His Highness possesses a special constitution. If you were aware from beyond the grave, you would surely find solace." "Young master," Asha cautiously inquired, "what is a special constitution? Is it impressive?" To this, Guhan rubbed his nose. "Impressive? Not at all. In comparison to your mere bloodline of the Eye of Delusion, it stands as the most inconsequential of the inconsequential. Marvelous. Truly marvelous." At the side, Physician Shui was filled with emotion. "I had previously strayed onto a wrong path, solely focused on suppressing the cold poison, never once contemplating this aspect. Alas, young friend, despite your tender years, your knowledge and experience far surpass those of this old man, leaving me quite humbled." Hee. Asha wore a blissful expression. "The young master is indeed formidable. Even in slumber, he devises methods to save lives." Guhan felt a deep sense of embarrassment. In truth, it was not entirely the fault of Physician Shui for his limited understanding. After all, he was merely proficient in the art of healing, and naturally, his knowledge in other domains was scant. Moreover, he was confronted by the dimensional onslaught of an unfathomable demon lord. Suddenly, a sigh resonated from the seventh prince, who wore a bitter expression. "It is too late. Had I encountered Brother Gu in earlier years, perhaps I would have had a chance, but now with Elder Shui, how much longer can I survive? A month? 2 months? I fear that when the cold poison next manifests, my demise will be inevitable." A jolt shuddered through Chief Steward Li and Physician Shui, as the joy that had briefly graced their faces vanished without a trace. Such a cultivation technique, suited for those with an extremely cold constitution, is not only exceptionally unique, but also of a rarity that surpasses ordinary methods. Not to mention the Great Qi dynasty. Even the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness may not yield such a treasure, even if, by some stroke of luck, it were to be found. How could the seventh prince possibly wait for that moment? "Are you not a prince?" Asha inquired, perplexed. "Your family's influence must be substantial. Why not have them assist in your search?" "It is futile." The seventh prince smiled bitterly. "They would not care for my life or death." "Your Highness," Chief Steward Li exclaimed sternly, "you must never utter words of surrender. You are the sole bloodline of the imperial concubine, even if it costs me my life. I shall traverse the entire Eastern Wilderness to find this cultivation technique for you." Alas, Physician Shui sighed. It was evident that in his excitement, Chief Steward Li had lost his composure. "Young master," Asha recalled his own plight, his gaze dimming. "He is so pitiable." Guhan felt speechless. "I have yet to finish speaking, and you are all acting as if the world is ending. Is it truly so dire?" He cleared his throat. "The technique. I possess it." "What?" Perhaps in disbelief, or perhaps having not heard correctly, Chief Steward Li suddenly stammered. "I said, I have the technique." Guhan reiterated. In an instant, the seventh prince sprang to his feet, his body trembling with excitement. "Then you." At the side, Chief Steward Li's face flushed crimson. Seeing his expression, Guhan instinctively exhaled in relief. He realized he had won the gamble. Though Chief Stewardly spoke with a sharp tongue and exhibited a hint of bullying, his essence was not malevolent, or else he would not have reacted thus. We understand. Noting Guhan's silence, Chief Stewardly gritted his teeth, sweeping away several beast cores beside the seventh prince, swallowing them whole. In an instant, his complexion turned pale. His cultivation technique leans towards the delicate. Yet the essence of fire within this beast core is exceedingly vigorous. To recklessly consume, it would undoubtedly impose a significant burden on the body. Stewardly sighed. There is no need for such lamentation, Your Highness. There is no need for further discussion. He gazed at Guhan, recalling how their family had been humiliated like a dog in the past. Had it not been for the royal consort's rescue, they would not have attained their current standing. The seventh prince is the only blood relative of the royal consort. If he could be saved, then even if it meant consuming the beast core or sacrificing their lives, they would comply without hesitation. As he spoke, his knees buckled, and he nearly knelt down. Physician Shui could no longer bear to watch. Yet, since the cultivation technique belonged to Guhan, he believed he had no right to speak and thus refrained from persuading him. I actually wanted to say. Guhan, feeling a headache coming on, quickly interrupted him. Even if you do not consume the beast core, I will still present this technique. Steward Li's expression froze. Why did you not say so earlier? I did not have the chance, Guhan replied, recalling his earlier embarrassment. Steward Li felt as if he could die from shame. Ha ha ha. Asha, observing his misfortune, laughed heartily. Very well. Just as Guhan was about to speak, he noticed Physician Shui rising. The person outside has come to see me. I cannot keep him waiting too long. Senior, Guhan hurriedly said, there is no need. Not at all. Physician Shui waved his hand. Resolving the seventh prince's issue would also fulfill a long-held wish of mine. This technique is exceedingly precious. To avoid suspicion, he found an excuse to take his leave. Enough, Guhan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He no longer hesitated and recounted the content of the technique word for word to the seventh prince. The Nine Nether Ice Soul technique. It ranks among the mid-tier celestial techniques. In an instant, both the seventh prince and Steward Li were enraptured. After a moment of stunned silence, Steward Li turned to Guhan, a look of astonishment etched on his face. In all my years, I have never encountered such a remarkable technique. You certainly have not. Guhan replied with a tone that brooked no argument. This is a celestial technique. Celestial. Instinctively, both men gasped in unison, frozen in place. Not to mention celestial techniques. Even the most precious techniques in the Great Qi dynasty were merely of the high-grade mystical tier, which had been fortuitously acquired by the dynasty's founder and cherished by the royal family, passed down through generations without being easily revealed. As for celestial techniques, they dared not even dream of such a thing. At this moment, Guhan's image in their eyes suddenly became enigmatic and profound. Gu brother. The seventh prince restrained his excitement. Such a precious technique, why would you? It's quite simple, Guhan smiled. You have aided me, and naturally, I shall assist you in return. Wouldn't you agree, Asha? Yes. Asha's face was filled with sincerity. The young master has said, for kindness, repay tenfold. For enmity, also repay tenfold. The seventh prince fell silent. He understood that by presenting this technique, Guhan not only exposed his own secret, but also took an immense risk. If even a whisper of this information escaped, it would surely spell disaster. Despite Guhan's unwavering resolve, he was driven solely by the desire to repay the slightest kindness previously bestowed upon him. Yes, kindness is repaid tenfold, and enmity shall also be avenged in equal measure. As he contemplated these words, the seventh prince suddenly bent low, bowing deeply in gratitude. Such profound grace deserves no words of thanks. Brother Gu, rest assured. You have saved me, and I shall never repay your kindness with treachery. The events of today shall remain shrouded in secrecy. Should I betray this promise, may heaven and earth conspire against me. You may call me Jiangfeng. In that moment, the seventh prince felt that his royal status was insignificant in the presence of Guhan. Brother Jiang, Guhan replied, grasping Ashan's arm, indicating his intent to depart. There is no need for further thanks. The martial arts teachings have already been entrusted to you. The sooner you begin your practice, the sooner you shall escape the torment of the cold poison. Until we meet again in the capital. Suddenly, Stewardly called out to him, gritting his teeth as he performed a deep bow. I sincerely apologize for any prior offenses. I hope you can overlook them. You have saved the seventh prince's life. And for that, our family owes you a debt of gratitude. In the future, Should you require assistance, we shall provide it without hesitation. Stewardly, Gu Han mused. I must admit, aside from your sharp tongue and petty demeanor, you possess no other flaws. Li's lips twitched in disbelief. Is that truly a lack of flaws? Meanwhile, the seventh prince chuckled softly, his mind swirling as he recalled the details of the martial arts teachings. From this day forth, the precarious fate of the seventh prince is no more. His destiny shall be irrevocably transformed by Gu Han. Outside, Chen Ping's honest nature naturally endeared him to the esteemed physician Shui. Thank you, Elder Shui. Grateful for the elixir crafted by physician Shui himself, he expressed his gratitude profusely, bowing repeatedly before departing joyfully. Physician Shui holds great renown in the Qi dynasty. The elixirs he concocts are sure to elevate Chen Ping's standing in the treasure-gathering pavilion to the top 3. In a narrow alley, several individuals watched Chen Ping's retreating figure, their eyes ablaze with envy. Who would have thought that this fellow would reap such benefits? Alas, how did we not realize that the ragged boy truly knew Elder Shui? Bah! What nonsense about the city lord's daughter, so self-important. Such lamentations are futile. One among them spat bitterly. Let us consider what to do. Such a grand opportunity must not be squandered. Perhaps, another proposed, a glint of malice in their eyes. If the treasure-gathering pavilion investigates, what then? We shall gather more manpower. Keep it discreet. The capital is far from here, and they would hardly uncover anything. Agreed. That shall be our course of action. However, with so many witnesses around, we shall wait until he leaves the city. In a secluded courtyard, physician Shui, having seen off Chen Ping, sat quietly on a stone bench, gently caressing a piece of ancient jade, his gaze dimmed. Elder, upon witnessing this scene, Gu Han felt a pang of curiosity. What troubles you? Physician Shui suddenly regained his composure, tucking the jade away. I was merely reminiscing about some past events. The seventh prince is now safe. That is a relief. Shui, the esteemed physician, exhaled deeply, finding solace in the thought that he could depart with a peaceful heart. Grandfather Shui, Asha lamented, her face etched with reluctance. Are you truly leaving? Indeed, Shui replied, gently ruffling her hair with a tender gaze. Many years ago, I fled to Daki due to a calamity and was saved by the mother and consort of the seventh prince. I chose to remain. And when the seventh prince fell ill with a cold poison, I took it upon myself to heal him. Little did I know that I would stay for 2 decades. Now, with his affliction no longer a threat, it is time for me to pursue my own desires. Gu Han hesitated, sensing that Shui bore secrets hinted at by the fragment of jade he had seen earlier. However, respecting Shui's reticence, he refrained from probing further. My dear, Shui contemplated, retrieving a storage ring and delicately placing it in Asha's hand. Take care not to injure yourself again. Yes. Asha nodded obediently, determination brightening her expression. Observing her demeanor, Shui felt a pang in his heart. If she had lived, she would have been several years older than this girl. Once he steadied his emotions, he turned to Gu Han. Are you heading to the martial academy? Yes, Gu Han affirmed. The path of cultivation is endless. Tianwu City feels constricting, and I wish to explore the outside world. Additionally, it would be easier to seek out spirit herbs in the capital that can replenish soul energy. That is wise. Shui smiled. Tianwu City is indeed too small for you. However, the capital is fraught with complexities, and the martial academy is rife with factions. Exercise caution in your endeavors. Thank you, esteemed elder. Gu Han expressed his gratitude earnestly before departing with a reluctant Asha. In the capital, Shui observed Gu Han's retreating figure, contemplating that perhaps the entirety of Daki remained small in comparison to the challenges ahead of him. Days swiftly passed. During this time, Gu Han found a modest inn to recuperate from his injuries before promptly setting forth for the capital. As he journeyed, the perception of him shifted dramatically. A month ago, he was known as the traitor of the Gu family, bearing the infamous name of patricide, hunted by all. A month later, he was recognized as a vengeful son, esteemed by the nobility of the capital, and on the verge of attending the martial academy as Tianwu City's foremost talent. Gu Han remained unfazed, his experiences having sharpened his intellect and maturity at an astonishing pace. At the city gate, he fortuitously encountered Lu Yuan, who was escorting Lu Ying out of the city, accompanied by several guards. Yet, neither of them exchanged glances. City Lord, one of the guard captains remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Han's retreating form. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. Do you wish to court death? Lu Yuan retorted coldly. Do you truly believe that Steward Li's words were jest? A mere Tianwu City cannot afford to offend him. After Lu Ying returned and recounted her experiences, Lu Yuan grew increasingly convinced that Gu Han's connection with the seventh prince was far more intricate than it appeared. Even with resentment brewing in his heart, he dared not confront Gu Han. Yes, I misspoke. I beg for your pardon, City Lord. Not to worry, Lu Yuan scoffed with a chilling smile. He believed that his future would be illuminated upon his arrival at the Martial Academy. Little did he know the treachery that lurked within the royal capital. Young master, Asha glanced back at the darkened city walls. Shall we not return? Indeed, Gu Han did not turn around. With the loss of Gu Tian, there was no one left in Tianwu City that held any significance for him. Let us proceed. With a glance at the grand map of the Great Qi, he gently hoisted Asha onto his back and strode forward. Soon, the city walls faded from view. Suddenly, he halted. Ahead, a few individuals lingered, and upon sighting Gu Han, they hurriedly approached, as if they had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Brother Gu, we have awaited your presence. Yes, we intended to pay you a visit earlier, but our affairs kept us preoccupied. We hope you will not take offense. Their voices blended in a cacophony, each fearing to invoke Gu Han's displeasure. They were the heads of various families within the city. What is your intention? Gu Han's wariness intensified. Brother Gu. The head of the Zhang family quickly clasped his hands in greeting, a smile plastered across his face. We come with no ill intentions. Indeed, Brother Gu, we are aware of your journey to the Martial Academy and have come specifically to bid you farewell. The head of the Wang family promptly produced a storage pouch. A humble token of our regard, we hope you will accept it. With suspicion, Gu Han accepted the pouch, casting a cursory glance inside. To his astonishment, it was filled to the brim with essence crystals, over 10,000, by a rough estimate. These essence crystals were, of course, a portion of the benefits they had reaped from the Gu family. Had Gu Han fallen to Lu Yuan earlier, they would have undoubtedly kept it all for themselves. But now, with Gu Han not only retaining his qualification for the Martial Academy, but also entangled with the seventh prince, they could no longer turn a blind eye. After all, the Gu family's wealth had largely been amassed by Gu Tian and Gu Han together. Presenting the essence crystals served not only to curry favor, but also to bestow a sense of security. Your generosity is noted, Gu Han remarked, devoid of sympathy for the Gu family, as he accepted the storage pouch. I shall accept this gift, currently in need of resources for cultivation. He was certainly not inclined to refuse such an unexpected boon. Ha ha ha, Brother Gu is a man of forthrightness. May your future be bright, and your name resound throughout the royal capital. Amidst a chorus of flattery, Gu Han continued on his journey. As he departed, the group exhaled in relief, no longer delaying their return, eager to reap the substantial benefits that the vast Gu family had to offer. As night deepened, Gu Han had journeyed nearly a day. Though he did not feel fatigued, he sought a secluded spot to rest and to inventory his resources. He possessed approximately 150 first-tier beast cores, over 50 second-tier beast cores, and a dozen third-tier beast cores, along with a superior spiritual weapon and more than 17,000 spirit crystals. These constituted Gu Han's entire wealth at present, including the resources he had acquired after vanquishing Gu Zhang. Sighing, he reflected on the circumstances. Young master, Asha set down the fragrant roasted beast meat. What's wrong? She asked. Asha, we are so impoverished. If an outsider were to hear this, they would surely chastise him for his lack of contentment. With such abundant resources, one could rival the entirety of a small family in Tianwu City. Yet here, he was lamenting his poverty. However, Gu Han understood deep within. Given his ravenous consumption of resources during cultivation, this meager supply would scarcely last long. Eventually, he would find himself utterly destitute. Although attending the Martial Academy allowed for a regular allocation of resources, it remained a mere drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient for his needs. He sighed bitterly, realizing he should have been less generous earlier. The thought of having carelessly given a heavenly grade technique to the seventh prince suddenly pained his heart. Young master, Asha exclaimed, her expression serious as she found the beast meat in her hands suddenly unappetizing. I want to help you earn money. All right. Gu Han affectionately ruffled her hair. I believe in you. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside his worries and picked up the map once more. The geography of the Great Qi dynasty resembled a crescent moon, with its borders touching the wild forest. While Tianwu City and the royal capital were located at the two tips of the crescent, if one were to proceed directly, they would inevitably traverse the wild forest. Although it was merely the outskirts, it introduced a plethora of uncertainties and dangers. Conversely, taking a detour, while reducing some risks, would extend the journey by more than threefold, requiring passage through numerous checkpoints and cities, which would consume considerable time. Lost in contemplation, he pondered the choices. "You finished the beast meat," Asha said, leaning in closer. "What are you looking at?" "Asha," Guhan explained the situation to her. "If it were you, which path would you choose?" "This one," Asha declared without hesitation, pointing directly at the route through the wild forest. "Why? I can help young master find spirit herbs. Didn't you say we are very poor? These spirit herbs can fetch a good price, right?" "Clever girl," Guhan smiled. "Very well, we shall take this route." Asha's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. Having made their decision, he stowed the map and, using his cultivation, assisted Asha in refining some of her meridians, guiding her to sense the energy, thus preparing for her upcoming cultivation. He then began his own practice. The following morning, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he had lost over 1,000 essence crystals, yet his cultivation still had a significant distance to cover before reaching the 8th level of meridian opening. At that moment, his desire to earn essence crystals grew ever more urgent. With Asha on his back, it took merely half a day for him to arrive at the fork in the road, plunging into the wild forest. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. "This is it," Asha exclaimed joyfully as she watched Guhan secure a fist-sized azure fruit into his satchel. In her heart, there was no greater joy than being able to assist Guhan. Even a chicken leg paled in comparison. Having harvested the spirit fruit, Guhan felt an immense sense of elation as well. This region lies quite distant from the major cities and fortresses, with the presence of predominantly third-tier demonic beasts, resulting in a significant reduction in human activity. Over the course of several days, he had only glimpsed 2 groups of people from afar. Conversely, the abundance of spiritual herbs here was remarkable. With the assistance of Asha, and including this green fruit, he had already harvested 5 varieties of spiritual herbs, 2 of which, based on their appearance alone, surpassed the value of that black ginseng significantly. Additionally, the beast cores acquired from slaying demonic creatures throughout his journey rendered his bounty in these few days sufficient to equal the laborious search of an ordinary person over 6 months. Naturally, while seeking these spiritual fruits, he did not neglect his cultivation and had successfully advanced to the 8th level of the meridian opening realm, expending over 4,000 essence crystals in the process. Still, he found himself rather impoverished. With a wry smile, he shook his head and continued onward. Asha, invigorated, scanned the surroundings with his bright, watery eyes, determined not to miss any spiritual herb. After a short while, Asha's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, breaking his earlier fatigue. "Young master, up ahead, there is something." A large orb of light appeared, surely valuable. "Where?" Guhan also perked up, racing in the direction indicated by Asha. Now, he trusted Asha's words implicitly. If Asha deemed it valuable, it must surely be a remarkable treasure. Here. Moments later, a vine as thick as an arm, adorned with sharp, half-inch-long thorns, emerged before them. "Young master," Asha pointed to a purple flower bud atop the vine, roughly the size of a human head. "It's right inside." Guhan exhaled in relief, finally understanding why such a precious spiritual herb had gone unnoticed. Within the wild forest, there were many bizarre-looking flowers that bore no value, rarely garnering a second glance. This vine appeared utterly ordinary. And aside from someone as knowledgeable as Physician Shui, how could an average wanderer discern its exceptional nature? Without hesitation, he gently set down Asha and reached out to pluck the flower. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The vine, sensing danger, seemed to come alive, its robust body coiling towards Guhan like a gigantic serpent. "Young master, be careful," Asha exclaimed in alarm. "Does it possess awareness?" Guhan felt a surge of delight within. This was his first encounter with a spiritual herb exhibiting such a reaction, indicating that the treasure within the flower bud was far more valuable than he had anticipated. In a flash, the sword's gleam cut through the vine, severing it into several pieces, which fell to the ground and writhed incessantly. Simultaneously, a stream of deep purple liquid poured from the severed ends, transforming into wisps of purple mist that dispersed into the air. "This is bad." After inhaling just a breath, Guhan felt dizzy, his ability to manipulate spiritual energy sluggish. "Asha." He disregarded the collection of the spiritual herb, swiftly scooping up Asha and retreating to safety. Once he escaped the purple mist's reach, he broke out in a cold sweat. He had never anticipated that the thorns on those vines were merely a fade. The true peril lay within the lethal purple liquid. With his current capabilities, he could scarcely withstand it, and if Asha were to inhale even a trace, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Simultaneously, a frigid wave of realization washed over him, abruptly awakening him from his reverie. He had been careless. The wilderness forest was fraught with dangers, and it was no jest. If a seemingly ordinary vine could harbor such treachery, the threats ahead were undoubtedly far more sinister. Asha, upon this revelation, felt his earlier excitement diminish significantly. Wait for me here. Without awaiting a response from Asha, he leaped once more into the expanding cloud of purple mist that now enveloped a radius of several meters. Young master, Asha's heart leaped in alarm. The moment he stepped into the mist, a wave of dizziness assailed him once more. Guhan quickly held his breath, resolutely wielding his sword to sever the flower bud that loomed before him. In a haze, he thought he heard a piercing shriek. The next instant, the density of the purple mist surged exponentially. Even though he held his breath, the mist relentlessly infiltrated his body through his pores, permeating his flesh and organs, spreading towards his meridians. Just as he stumbled, on the verge of collapse, the silver whirlpool within his meridians began to rotate once more, drawing in the purple mist, neutralizing the toxins, and transforming it into threads of pure spiritual essence, blending seamlessly with his spiritual energy. An opportunity. Guhan's mind cleared, and with a determined step, he swiftly traversed the barrier of purple mist. Young master, Asha finally exhaled in relief. Are you all right? I'm fine. At this moment, Guhan was certain of one thing. His newly awakened meridians were extraordinarily miraculous, bestowing upon him an enviable constitution that rendered him impervious to countless toxins. He took a moment to calm his thoughts, allowing himself the chance to examine the seemingly unremarkable flower bud in his hand. Just then, a figure suddenly darted past him. The figure moved with such swiftness that he had no time to react, and even his heightened spiritual awareness offered no warning. The sole explanation for this was that the intruder's cultivation far surpassed his own. Guhan broke into a cold sweat again. Thankfully, it was only a passerby. Otherwise, to his astonishment, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the figure returned, reappearing before him. Guhan finally discerned the person's appearance. A man in his 20s, clad in white robes, with a long sword slung across his back, exuding an air of distinction. Alarm surged within Guhan. He hastily pulled Asha behind him. A realization struck him. The man had returned surely due to the spiritual herb in his grasp. For the potency of the purple mist indicated that the herb's value was on par with that of the blazing sun fruit. To give or not to give? As Guhan wrestled with his dilemma, the young man spoke up. Unexpectedly, he did not even cast a glance at the spiritual herb in Guhan's hand. Suddenly, he clasped his fists, his expression filled with embarrassment and indignation. Please help me. Volume 1, Chapter 25. This warrior is actually a woman? What? Guhan was momentarily taken aback. Help? What kind of help could you possibly need? With your cultivation, why would you require assistance from a mere meridian opening practitioner? My dear brother, you simply must help me, the young man repeated, his tone tinged with a hint of desperation. When someone inquires about me, you must never, ever admit to having seen me. Never. My lifelong happiness rests in your hands. With that, he vanished like a gust of wind. Happiness? Guhan remained somewhat dazed. What happiness? Young master, Asha peered out curiously. Who is he? Doesn't he want our spiritual herb? Forget about him. Guhan hastily stowed away the herb. He might be unwell. What does happiness have to do with me? Of course, despite his grumbling, he dared not linger any longer. Should that person return and notice the spiritual herb in his possession, it would truly be a grave miscalculation. Carrying Asha, he deliberately chose a path opposite to that of the young man and sprinted away with great vigor. About an hour later, upon realizing that no one had pursued him, Guhan let out a soft breath. Thankfully, no one followed. Having battled the demonic vine for an extended period, he had already exhausted much of his energy. Now, after exerting himself to traverse such a distance, even with his substantial spiritual power, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Young master, Asha said with concern, wiping the sweat from his brow. Should we continue running? No more running. Guhan shook his head. Let us find a place to rest for a while. Then, suddenly, a roar erupted from nearby. A beast. And judging by the sound, This beast was undoubtedly formidable. Guhan's heart tightened as he instantly snapped to attention, drawing his sword and preparing for battle. First the demonic vine, then that mysterious man, and now a powerful, ferocious beast. Was today particularly unlucky? As he pondered, another roar resounded. With the crash of several towering ancient trees, the beast finally came into view. It resembled a wild boar, measuring at least 2 zhang in length, adorned with a row of 3-foot-long bone spines along its back, glinting menacingly. This beast was at least of the 4th rank. Guhan's heart sank. A 4th-rank beast equated to a master in the Gathering Essence realm. Even in peak condition, he might not prevail, let alone in his current depleted state, which diminished his chances even further. Young master. Asha suddenly tightened her grip on him. Let me handle it. She could clearly see Guhan's caution and understood that this beast's strength was extraordinary. Furthermore, she had an inkling that if she were to employ that indescribable ability of hers, vanquishing this beast would be a trivial matter. No, Guhan decisively refused. Have you forgotten my words? You stood by, observing, as I took a deep breath. Before I could finish my words, the monstrous beast paid no heed to either of us and charged forward. Guhan was taken aback. Just moments ago, he thought he had perceived a hint of fear in the creature's eyes. Suddenly, without allowing him time to contemplate, a sharp, whistling sound sliced through the air. A colossal purple-golden hammer, measuring a full 2 feet across, descended from the heavens, striking the beast with unfaltering precision. Boom! The ground trembled beneath Guhan's feet. Upon regaining his focus, he beheld a newly formed pit several yards wide, within which the once mighty beast lay reduced to a mere pulp by the hammer's might. Guhan's pupils constricted. Boom! Boom! Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the earth quaked once more. Almost immediately, an imposing figure reappeared in his line of sight. Guhan was utterly bewildered, as was Asha, who stood in stunned silence. Bang! Bang! The figure beckoned with a massive hand, and the purple-golden hammer flew back into its grasp. In a few strides, it approached Guhan directly. Hey kid, boomed a deep, resonant voice. Have you seen anyone pass through here, running at great speed? Guhan instinctively looked up, compelled to do so. The figure towered over him. 3 heads taller than an average person, muscles rippling beneath a loose-fitting green robe that did little to conceal its formidable physique, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. As Guhan's gaze traveled upward, he was left utterly speechless. Astonishingly, atop that brawny body sat the head of a woman, appearing no different from an ordinary lady, perhaps even possessing a certain elegance. Is this a woman? What are you staring at? The woman warrior seemed slightly annoyed. I'm asking you, have you seen this person or not? No. Recalling the desperate plea of the man he had encountered earlier, Guhan instinctively shook his head. I haven't seen him. And you? The woman turned her gaze toward Asha. No, I didn't see anything. Asha, frightened, hastily hid behind Guhan. I didn't see a thing. Humph. The woman warrior disregarded the two, resting the purple golden hammer on her shoulder. You better wait. When I find you, I will peel your skin off. Boom, boom. As her words fell, she took enormous strides, vanishing at an astonishing speed that belied her size. After a moment, the ground gradually ceased its trembling. Guhan wore a bewildered expression. This day's experiences were neither fortunate nor unfortunate. Master, Asha said, still shaken. She is gone. Guhan dared not linger any longer. If he stayed, he feared he might encounter even more bizarre individuals. Later that night, within the cavern of a beast, a fire illuminated the space as brightly as day, while the cave's owner was being roasted over the flames, sizzling and oozing fat. Guhan exhaled a heavy breath, slowly opening his eyes. Not only had his fatigue dissipated, but his cultivation had also advanced further, albeit at the cost of several precious crystal stones. Asha gazed longingly at the beast meat, his lips glistening with anticipation. Hungry, are you? Guhan chuckled lightly, about to reach for the meat. How fragrant. Just then, an abrupt voice interrupted, and before Guhan could react, a figure had already appeared within the cave. Who goes there? Guhan's heart tightened, and he instantly stood up. It's you? The newcomer was indeed the young man he had encountered earlier in the day. Don't be alarmed, the young man waved his hand. I bear no ill intentions. I merely followed the scent. Ahem, I have come specifically to express my gratitude to you, young brother. Without hesitation, he ripped off a leg of the beast and began to feast heartily. Ah, this beast meat is quite delectable when consumed occasionally. Asha glared fiercely. Seeing that the young man showed no signs of hostility, Gu Han felt somewhat relieved but remained vigilant. Why have you returned? Hee, the young man chuckled slyly. This is a tactic to mislead. You all thought I ventured deeper, yet I hardly left at all. As he spoke, he finished the piece of meat in his hand and reached out once more. That's mine. Asha could no longer contain herself and leaped forward to protect her food. Ahem, the young man sheepishly withdrew his hand. Little girl, why be so stingy? There's plenty of meat. Can you possibly eat it all by yourself? You're quite impressive, young brother. Attempting to mask his embarrassment, he turned his attention to Gu Han. That purple crystal vine-s poisonous mist would be a grave challenge even for those in the gathering origin realm. I never expected you to emerge unscathed. No wonder you dare to roam this wild forest alone with a little girl by your side. Purple crystal vine? Gu Han's heart sank. Indeed, he had been noticed. Do not fret. I, Shun Xian, am not one to resort to underhanded tactics such as murder or theft. Gu Han felt a sense of relief. He wanted to ask about the girl but hesitated, thinking of her muscular physique, rendering the word girl difficult to utter. Is she the one pursuing you? Yes. Upon mentioning the formidable woman, Shun Xian's expression turned to one of indignation. She is my junior apprentice. Gu Han was speechless. A junior pursuing her senior? And threatening to skin him alive? What enmity must exist? Or perhaps both were simply not of sound mind. Why does she pursue you? Shun Xian cast a wistful glance at Gu Han. She wishes to marry me. At that moment, Asha, who was vigorously devouring a leg of beast meat, could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Gu Han also struggled to suppress his amusement, though his composure was far more steadfast than Asha's. Across from them, Shun Xian wore a look of deep sorrow. At this moment, Gu Han's animosity towards him lessened, even stirring a bit of sympathy. Placing himself in Shun Xian's shoes, if a formidable woman were to insist on marrying him, he would undoubtedly flee 10 times faster than Shun Xian. You have my sympathies. Gu Han struggled to find words of comfort. Indeed, Shun Xian replied, his expression one of grievance. I cannot defeat her, so I can only run away, alas. As he spoke, it seemed he had bottled up his frustrations for too long and began to pour out his woes to Gu Han. Brother, you must judge this matter for me. Even though we have grown up together and share mutual feelings, she cannot compel me to marry her. I, Shun Xian, am a man of stature. How could I? Wait a moment. Gu Han felt slightly dizzy. Grown up together? Mutual feelings? You like her? Of course. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I was smitten. Hee, truth be told, she feels the same. Gu Han was tempted to exclaim that the lad was unwell. If you both have feelings for each other and she desires you to marry her, why hide from her? Brother, Shun Xian sighed. You may not grasp the situation. It is she who wishes to marry me, not the other way around. She wants to marry you? Gu Han finally comprehended. Indeed, Shun Xian's expression turned grave. A true man, born of this world, should take the initiative to propose marriage. How can it be that I am to become a son-in-law in the Morong family? Even if it costs me my life, I will never agree. Gu Han was convinced. Shun Xian was truly unwell, and quite severely at that. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Shun Xian, a booming voice resonated. You scoundrel! After making me go in such circles, come out at once. Chapter 26. The distance grows. Call me sister. Oh no. Shun Xian's face paled. They've arrived so quickly. Boom. The trembling of the ground intensified. Brother. Shun Xian's complexion turned ashen. I must leave at once. We shall meet again. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Young master, Asha approached. Why did he run? That lady does not seem malevolent. Gu Han was at a loss for words. These two are simply overindulged. Suddenly, a far more intense tremor shook the earth, and the beast's den began to collapse under the strain. Madman! Gu Han cursed under his breath, hurriedly pulling Asha to flee. Upon reaching the outer chamber, he froze. Before him lay a deep pit, and at its bottom, Shun Xian lay trapped beneath a purple gold hammer, struggling to move even slightly. Not far away, the formidable woman approached with bold strides, standing at the edge of the pit. Why aren't you running? She sneered. Morong Yen. Shun Xian's face was filled with indignation. Do not force my hand. I, Shun Xian, am a man of pride. I will never agree to become a son-in-law. Morong Yen? Gu Han thought it peculiar. Such a delicate and graceful name seemed utterly mismatched with this fierce woman. Huh. Morong Yen scoffed. Today, you will either return with me or remain here forever. I would rather die than return. You, like the others, find me unappealing, do you not? That is not true. Do not twist my words. Let us go. As the two continued their quarrel, Guhan saw no reason to linger and prepared to leave with Asha. Hey you. Suddenly, Morong Yan's voice called from behind. Do you also think I am unworthy of him? Guhan turned back helplessly. No, I want you to speak your true feelings. Morong Yan seemed dissatisfied with Guhan's response. Guhan gazed at her calmly. That is my true feeling. Morong Yan fell silent for a moment. She could sense that Guhan was not lying. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, faced with such heartfelt honesty, her previous boldness seemed to dissipate, leaving her somewhat ill at ease. You see, I am not very attractive. Does your appearance have any bearing on whether he likes you or whether you deserve him? Morong Yan was taken aback. It was the first time she had encountered such a perspective. Isn't it related? If you like him and he likes you, then you are worthy of him. What others think is their business. Their opinions have never mattered. Well said. In the pit, Shen Xian could not help but applaud. Guhan's words resonated deeply with him. Morong Yan fell silent once more. Though she appeared rough on the surface, due to her appearance, she harbored a sense of inferiority within. Her relentless pursuit of Shen Xian, urging him to marry into her family, was merely an attempt to cling to the last shred of her self-esteem, seeking to prove to the outside world that she was not unloved. Yet Guhan's words suddenly illuminated her understanding. This behavior held no real significance. Ah, silly. Guhan seemed to grasp her thoughts and turned to look at Asha. Has anyone ever told you that you're foolish? Asha nodded. Many times. Do you care? Not at all. She wrapped her arms around Guhan's. Because I have my young master. After a pause, she added, and chicken legs. You see, Guhan laughed. My Asha is far more insightful than you realize. Morong Yin could clearly see that Guhan's eyes were clear and his words were heartfelt. What is your name? Guhan. Suddenly, Morong Yin took a few steps forward, quickly closing the distance to Guhan. Her hand raised high before it came down heavily on his shoulder. Brother Gu. Ouch. Guhan felt a jolt through his body, as if a boulder had fallen upon him. Morong Yin stood a head taller than him. Looking down, he noticed his feet were deeply embedded in the ground. He began to doubt if Morong Yin was seeking revenge on him. What you said makes a lot of sense. Morong Yin, seemingly unfazed, patted Guhan's shoulder twice more. Although her emotional turmoil had not completely dissipated due to his words, it had eased considerably. In her excitement, she had inadvertently exerted too much force. Sister, Asha cried, tears welling in her eyes. Stop. The young master is almost as tall as I am. Only then did Morong Yin realize. Quickly grasping Guhan's shoulders and pulling him out of the ground like a stubborn carrot. I'm sorry, Brother Gu. Actually, when I heard you speak just now, I suddenly began to understand things a bit better, but I got too carried away. Guhan's face darkened. Had it not been for the profound energy within him, those few slaps would have undoubtedly shattered his frame. Simultaneously, he was secretly astonished. To speak of anything else, Morong Yin possessed the mightiest strength he had ever witnessed. Without exception, no wonder she could effortlessly crush a fourth-tier beast. Instinctively, he glanced at the purple gold hammer pinning down Shen Xian. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. At that moment, Morong Yin beckoned, retracting the purple gold hammer. You may come out now. I shall not force you into marriage any longer. I recognize your sincere intentions towards me. In the past, I was overly concerned with the opinions of others, which led me to pressure you. I will not do so anymore. Junior sister. Shen Xian emerged from the pit, covered in dirt, overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears. You've finally come to your senses. Brother Gu, thank you immensely. His gratitude towards Guhan was boundless. With just a few words, he had alleviated Morong Yan's long-standing affliction. A delightful surprise indeed. Had there not been others around, he might have knelt before Guhan in gratitude. How regrettable it was to have met so late. Had he appeared sooner, he would not have needed to hide and live in constant trepidation. Guhan rubbed his swollen shoulder. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Brother Gu, where are you taking this young lady? Asha asked proudly. My young master is the most talented individual in Tianwu City. The Martial Academy? Shen Xian paused for a moment before breaking into laughter. What a coincidence. However, with Brother Gu's capabilities, a mere academy cannot possibly hold you. We shall meet again, I assure you. Guhan glanced at his shoulder. It feels like my bones might break. Meet again? I apologize. But it would be best if we never do. He offered a half-hearted bow and began to walk away with Asha. Brother Gu, wait. Before they could venture far, A loud thud echoed behind them. Ah! Guhan winced, swiftly sidestepping. Another strike would indeed leave him in ruins. Brother Gu, take this. To his surprise, Murong Yin extended a palm-sized, dark iron token. Common items like crystal pills are too mundane. I shall not bestow those upon you. Take this token instead. When you reach the capital of the Great Qi, this will serve you well. At any establishment owned by the Murong family, this token will grant you the status of an esteemed guest. Guhan was speechless. In truth, crystal pills were quite valuable. However, he could not dismiss her kind gesture and reluctantly accepted it. Then I thank you, Miss Murong. You are too polite. Murong Yin, increasingly fond of Guhan, feigned displeasure. Let us not be so formal. Simply call me sister. Yes. Guhan's face twitched again. Sister Murong. He summoned the courage to utter the words. Eager to distance himself from the peculiar pair, and hastily departed with Asha. TSK, TSK, TSK. As Guhan moved farther away, Shunxian leaned in. Quite exceptional, isn't it? Exceptional? What do you mean? Dear brother Gu, at such a tender age, your temperament surpasses that of both you and me in its steadiness, and to utter such words. You must either be a reincarnation of a great being or have endured unimaginable hardships. Regardless of which it may be, you are undoubtedly a rare gem in a century. Indeed, those worthless individuals in the sect cannot compare to his grace. Murong Yin suddenly came to her senses. Senior brother, you mean? No rush, Shunxian smiled. Let him hone his skills at the Martial Academy for now. When the sect reopens its doors, we shall retrieve him together. That is a splendid idea. However, I must say, junior sister, if Elder Murong were to learn that you have given away that token, she would surely be infuriated. Humph. Murong Yin shot him a glare. The token is in my possession. I can bestow it upon whomever I choose. Besides, I have faith in Brother Gu. All right, Shunxian said, feeling a bit vexed. You may give it to whomever you please. I have no say in the matter. But, suddenly, he felt a bit awkward. Junior sister, let us refrain from discussing the matter of marriage again. Ahem. After we return, how about I ask Master to propose to Elder Murong? While I cannot marry into your family, I can certainly take you as my wife. Furthermore, it is quite bothersome to witness those two quarrel over our affairs all the time. Senior brother, Murong Yan's eyes reddened. I promise never to hit you again. In a moment of emotion, she tightly embraced Shunxian. Ahem. Shunxian's face flushed crimson. You're crushing me. Junior sister, my bones are breaking. Please let go. Beneath a towering ancient tree, Asha carefully applied medicinal powder to Guhan, his face full of concern. Meanwhile, Guhan held a rather heavy, dark iron token. Examining it repeatedly, it was somewhat crudely made, with the characters Mu and Rong inscribed on either side. Is this it? He scoffed. Such a distinguished guest? It would be far better to simply procure a few thousand spirit crystals. Young master, having finished applying the medicinal powder, Asha glanced around. Shall we continue our search for spiritual herbs? Spiritual herbs? Guhan paused. Right. I was so preoccupied with thoughts of Murong Yin that I nearly forgot about the purple crystal vine in my hand. Judging by Shunxian's tone, this item is indeed invaluable. Suddenly, he felt a shift in his demeanor and looked into the distance. Young master, what is it? Someone is approaching. His keen senses detected the faint sound of footsteps from afar, and there seemed to be more than one. He slowly rose, sword in hand, gently positioning Asha behind him. Moments later, the footsteps drew nearer. Just then, a staggering figure appeared before him, evidently injured. Is it you? Guhan was taken aback upon recognizing the wounded individual. It was none other than Qin Ping, whom he had encountered before the clinic of physician Shui. Little brother? Qin Ping seemed equally surprised. Quick, we must flee. They are close on our heels. With that, as if to avoid implicating Guhan, he abruptly changed direction and plunged into the dense forest. Where did he go? Where has he vanished? He has sustained such severe injuries that he cannot escape far. Quick, be cautious. We must not allow him to act out of desperation and ruin the elixir bestowed upon him by the esteemed physician Shui, or our efforts would be in vain. As these words were spoken, 4 or 5 figures emerged from the distance, colliding face to face with Guhan. Chapter 27, Ambush. A reunion with Qin Ping. Is it you? The group instantly recognized Guhan. They were the other attendants from the Merchant Association who had been stationed outside physician Shui's residence that day. Young master. A foolish one clutched at Guhan's garment. It's those rascals. Heh. The leader of the group let out a cold chuckle. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you in such a place. Guhan maintained a stoic expression. He had begun to piece together the truth. It was likely that Qin Ping had received the elixir from physician Shui that day, and these individuals, consumed by jealousy, had plotted to ambush him on the road. Let us go, one of them urged. Finding Qin Ping is our priority. Don't bother with him. Ignore him. The leader shook his head. Do not forget, he is acquainted with physician Shui and undoubtedly possesses several of the elixirs. Moreover, he has witnessed our actions. We cannot risk him escaping and leaking information, but he knows stewardly. Humph, the wilderness is vast, and countless souls perish each year. If you don't speak of it, how could stewardly possibly know? Exactly. The man beside him suddenly grasped the reasoning. That makes sense. Kid, since you've crossed paths with us, it seems misfortune has befallen you. Just then, a figure suddenly burst forth from the dense forest, collapsing to the ground, coughing blood profusely. It was Qin Ping. Shortly thereafter, 3 more figures emerged from the woods, joining the 5. We have captured him as promised. Remember your pledge. Fear not. The leader grinned with satisfaction, pointing at Guhan. Not so fast. Capture this brat as well, and I shall increase the bounty by 50%. These 3 individuals were mercenaries they had hired. Song Chao. Qin Ping glared at the leader, his face a mask of indignation. I never expected you to stoop so low. If the Gathering Treasures Pavilion learns of this, they will not let you off easily. Heh. Song Chao scoffed. Every year, various merchant associations lose a few attendants. Do you think, given your status, they would care for your life? The elixirs from physician Shui are indeed valuable, but you are in no position to claim them. Qin Ping fell silent for a moment, then turned to Guhan, his expression filled with regret. Young brother, I am truly sorry. You came to my aid, and I have dragged you into this mess. Dragged in? Guhan nodded. Indeed. You have entangled me in your troubles. Remember, he said, gently patting the foolish one's head to soothe her anxiety. You owe me a favor. Heh. The mocking smile on Song Chao's face deepened. What's this? You're in peril, yet still thinking of saving someone? Truly laughable. With that, he signaled for his men to take action. Wait. Suddenly, one of them, fixated on Guhan, spoke with uncertainty. Are you Guhan? Guhan frowned slightly. Do you know me? The solitary cultivator remained silent, his back already drenched in perspiration. Indeed, it is he, the god of death. This mission, I shall abandon. He hails from the vicinity of Tianwu City, and on that fateful day when Guhan unleashed a massacre in the wilderness forest, he had merely caught a distant glimpse of the scene. What did you say? Song Chao's expression turned icy. If you leave, you shall forfeit your possessions. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the solitary cultivator turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. On that day, he had effortlessly slain 6 practitioners at the Qi aperture level. Now, he could certainly eliminate 8. Stop. To his surprise, Guhan suddenly called out to him. What is it? The solitary cultivator halted momentarily. You have injured someone. Guhan pointed at Qin Ping. To swagger away like this is rather unreasonable, wouldn't you agree? What? Everyone was taken aback. What does this mean? Do you expect him to pay compensation? What a colossal joke. However, an astonishing turn of events transpired. Without a hint of hesitation, the solitary cultivator produced a storage pouch and hurled it to Guhan. It contains 1,000 essence crystals and several healing elixirs. Is this compensation sufficient? That will suffice. Guhan nodded and turned to Qin Ping. I'll take this for you. You have no objections, do you? He interjected before waiting for a response, carelessly stowing the storage pouch in his own robe. Qin Ping was utterly bewildered. Is this even a matter of objection? The man is on the brink of death. What use are these material possessions now? As the solitary cultivator departed, Guhan slowly raised his longsword and advanced towards the opposing group. Can you still move? I can. Qin Ping struggled to rise. Today, I shall fight alongside you against them. No, Guhan shook his head. There is no need for recklessness. You only need to protect Asha. Qin Ping was left perplexed but complied nonetheless. Opposite them, Song Chao and his companions finally regained their wits. What a farce. Guhan, who has heard of him? Just an insignificant nobody trying to intimidate us with such tricks. How laughable. Though they were uncertain why the solitary cultivator feared Guhan so greatly, among the 7 of them, the highest cultivation level was at the 5th stage of Qi aperture, while the lowest was at the 2nd stage. Confronting a mere practitioner at the meridian opening stage was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Attack. As Guhan drew closer, Song Chao grinned menacingly. First, we eliminate this brat, and then we deal with Qin Ping. As for that little girl, she is quite fair. She could fetch a good price. Suddenly, Guhan halted in his tracks. What did you say? I said, I will kill you first, and then sell you. Before he could finish his words, a flash of brilliance suddenly pierced through the air. Song Chao's expression froze, a thin line of blood gradually spreading from his forehead. What is that? The remaining few felt a shiver run down their spines, as if they were beginning to comprehend why the earlier solitary cultivator harbored such fear of Guhan. Though he was merely at the meridian opening stage, his combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Hurry, let us attack together. If we don't slay him, we shall be the ones to suffer. Who dares to shirk their responsibilities? Do not blame us for being ungracious. They are undoubtedly aware of the stakes. At this juncture, if Guhan and Qinping are not eliminated, they shall be beset with endless troubles. Suddenly, one individual broke free from the encirclement, hastening towards the severely injured Qinping and Asha. Qinping's heart raced, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Asha. Death! In the blink of an eye, the assailant was a mere few paces from Qinping. However, his speed paled in comparison to the swift sword energy of Dian. Thud! A brilliant flash pierced through the back of his heart, erupting in a cloud of blood, and he vanished without a trace. The man felt a darkness envelop him and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. You all. Guhan inhaled deeply, the murderous intent in his eyes no longer concealed. Indeed, they deserve to die. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he charged into the fray. In an instant, various magical artifacts and divine abilities illuminated the scene, accompanied by cries of agony, wails, and pleas for mercy. Not far away, Qinping watched in stunned disbelief. He had initially thought Guhan's actions were akin to a lamb walking into a den of tigers, but it turned out to be a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. No matter how numerous the sheep, how could they contend with a fierce tiger? Moments later, tranquility returned. Guhan stood proudly amidst the remnants, resembling a deity of death. Young master, Asha, disregarding the overwhelming scent of blood, hurried to Guhan's side. You are injured. Her heart ached at the sight of the wounds adorning Guhan's body. Mere flesh wounds. Guhan shrugged, unconcerned. To expedite the conclusion and prevent any from escaping, he had naturally opted for a head-on approach. Besides, these injuries were trivial compared to the stinging slaps from Mu Rongyan. Qinping remained in a state of shock. He seemed to comprehend why that wandering cultivator had been so terrified upon encountering Guhan. Guhan was incomprehensibly powerful. Little brother. Regaining his composure, he stumbled towards Guhan and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life. With such limited strength, Guhan regarded him with a sidelong glance and shook his head. Do you dare to venture alone into the wild forest? One sentence rendered Qinping speechless. I am at least a Qi condensation realm cultivator, while you are merely at the meridian opening realm. Should it not be I who poses that question? Yet, upon recalling Guhan's strength, little brother, you are unaware of the circumstances. He offered a bitter smile. I had originally hired 2 wandering cultivators to accompany me, but after being intimidated by those few, they all fled. Had I not encountered you, little brother, today would have been dire indeed. He was quickly at a loss for words. Not far away, Guhan darted back and forth, his movements remarkably swift as he swept the battlefield clean. Such proficiency! A shiver ran through Qinping's heart. Here, suddenly, a tender little hand extended towards him, cradling a gleaming white pill, exuding a fragrant aroma. You seem to be injured, Asha expressed with genuine concern. Thank you. Qinping felt warmth in his heart. He instantly recognized that this pill was crafted by the renowned physician Shui, incomparable to any ordinary medicinal item. Just as he reached out to accept it, how much are you prepared to offer me? Qinping was taken aback. You're charging for this? I don't wish to take your money, Asha earnestly explained, but my young master is quite impoverished, and I must assist him in earning some funds. Qinping's lips twitched at the sight of such an innocent and carefree girl earnestly conducting business. It made him feel somewhat awkward. The elixirs crafted by physician Shui were undoubtedly worth a fortune. He longed to articulate that, yet with his meager means as a mere steward, he could hardly afford them. You are a good person, Asha mused, tilting her head. And you seem quite poor as well. So how about I charge you just 100 crystal coins? 100? Qinping breathed a sigh of relief. This price was indeed exceedingly low. It should be noted that he had already expended a significant portion of his wealth, tens of thousands of crystal coins, on merely 3 bottles of elixirs from physician Shui. This clearly illustrated the immense value of the physician's concoctions. 100 crystal coins was certainly a considerable sum, yet Asha, lacking any cultivation and thus unable to use a storage bag, had no choice but to carry the elixirs in her arms, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with delight. Asha. Guhan approached and affectionately ruffled her hair. You seem quite joyful. He naturally overheard their exchange, which filled him with both amusement and warmth. Young master. Asha proudly presented the spiritual crystals before Guhan. I have helped you earn money. Well done. Guhan responded with a smile. Not solely due to Asha's actions, but also in light of their recent acquisition. The stewards of these merchant guilds were exceedingly wealthy. In a moment of reflection, Guhan's gaze upon Chen Ping grew fervent. Young brother, Chen Ping felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. What is it? No worries, Guhan assured, knowing he had no intentions of imposing on him. He then produced a fist-sized, crystal-clear orb that seemed to swirl with mist. Do you recognize this item? Spiritual source? Chen Ping replied, somewhat astonished. Spiritual source? Guhan echoed, taken aback. What is that? It was not surprising that the young brother was unaware. Chen Ping patiently elucidated. When cultivators practice, they utilize crystal coins and elixirs to enhance their efficiency. However, as crystal coins are formed within mines, they inevitably absorb impurities from the earth's veins. If used excessively without moderation, one must periodically refine the impurities from their body, or else it could impose a significant burden on their meridians, potentially jeopardizing their foundational strength. The spiritual source, however, extracts the spiritual energy from the crystal coins, refining the impurities to retain only the purest essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, thus ensuring no adverse consequences upon use. Yet, this item is exceedingly precious. Ordinary casual cultivators not only cannot afford it, but may have never even heard of it. For instance, the orb in Guhan's possession, though merely the lowest tier of spiritual source, requires over 1,000 crystal coins to refine. And when accounting for the cost of production, the price could easily double. Double the price? Guhan scoffed. That would be a significant loss. Indeed, his meridians are unique, naturally enabling him to filter out all impurities. To him, this item is merely a trifling matter, lacking any significant value. However, for an ordinary cultivator like Chen Ping, it represents a precious resource that could save considerable time in their cultivation. Of course, given Chen Ping's financial situation, he would rarely expend his wealth on such things. Nevertheless, Guhan glanced at Asha, who could indeed benefit from it. Under his diligent tutelage, Asha had successfully developed a sense of qi and was on the verge of officially embarking on his cultivation journey. By utilizing the spirit source for his training, he would naturally avoid any future complications. Young brother, Chen Ping inquired with curiosity, it seems you are heading towards the royal capital? Indeed, Guhan replied without hesitation. I am bound for the martial academy. Ah, I see, Chen Ping said, a hint of envy in his voice. I was foolish to think otherwise. With your innate talent, remaining in the modest Tianwu City would undoubtedly stifle your growth. I am Chen Ping, and as you have saved my life, should you require anything upon reaching the royal capital, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion? Guhan pondered for a moment. You do accept spirit beast cores and spiritual herbs, correct? Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback before realizing. The 5 stewards whom Guhan had slain carried a wealth of resources, and considering his own circumstances, it was estimated that their combined worth exceeded several tens of thousands of crystal coins. This was indeed a substantial fortune. We certainly do accept such items. But I lack sufficient crystal coins at the moment. Credit is not an option. Chen Ping was momentarily caught off guard. That is not what I meant, he quickly clarified. Upon reaching the royal capital, you may come to me, and I am willing to purchase at a price 20% above the market rate. This offer, while generous, would not only yield him no profit, but also incur a loss. Yet, he felt compelled to express his gratitude for Guhan's life-saving assistance. 20%? Guhan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and even his manner of address shifted. Chen brother, you are truly a straightforward individual. My life was not saved in vain. Chen Ping could only manage a wry smile. This young brother was admirable in many respects, yet he seemed overly fixated on wealth. The medicinal pills from physician Shui were indeed extraordinary. In just half a day, Chen Ping's injuries had healed significantly. Thus, he decided not to linger any longer and bid farewell to Guhan. Guhan made no attempt to retain him. Chen Ping's presence was, after all, quite inconvenient, especially given Asha's conspicuous abilities, and having one less person around would enhance their safety. Time swiftly passed, and another half-month went by. During this period, aside from encountering some fierce beasts, Guhan had not crossed paths with anyone else. Thanks to Asha's abilities, he had discovered 7 or 8 spirit herbs. Though they paled in comparison to the violet crystal vine, they still represented a notable gain. Meanwhile, Asha, under his continued guidance, was on the brink of drawing qi into his body and entering the realm of cultivation. Do you remember? In the cave, Guhan gently placed the spirit source in Asha's hands. The routes for circulating the spiritual energy that I mentioned? Yes, I remember. Asha replied eagerly. Very well. Let us begin. Asha obediently closed her eyes, following Guhan's instructions to slowly draw the pure spiritual energy from her spiritual source into her body. After approximately half a day's effort, her eyelids fluttered gently, and a layer of spiritual light suddenly enveloped her. This was a manifestation of the first layer of qi condensation. How astonishingly swift! Guhan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In his time, it took him a full 3 days to progress from drawing energy into his body to achieving the first layer of qi condensation, and even then, he was hailed as a rare genius in Tianwu City for decades. Was Asha not a once-in-a-century prodigy, truly deserving of her bloodline of the Eye of Void? With a sense of wonder, he noticed that Asha had entered a focused state, and he quietly smiled, sealing the cave entrance and retrieving the resources he had on hand. With a month remaining until the academy's opening, and having already traversed most of his journey, he felt no urgency. Before reaching the royal capital, he aimed to elevate his cultivation to the meridian opening realm, gradually closing his eyes. The mountain of essence crystals beside him shimmered for a moment, and the spiritual energy coalesced into a tempestuous surge, rushing violently into his body. Previously, he had already opened over 300 meridians, and he was merely a step away from the 9th layer of meridian opening. With such a vigorous influx of spiritual energy, the spiritual liquid within his meridians relentlessly surged toward the remaining pathways. 1, 2, 10. The 9th layer of meridian opening. Sensing that the external spiritual energy was somewhat depleted, he did not hesitate to extract a significant quantity of essence crystals, casually grabbing 2 stalks of spiritual herbs and directly consuming them. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy surged violently once more. As each meridian was unblocked, he could faintly perceive the starry mist hidden at the ends of the pathways. However, a layer of membrane seemed to exist between the mist and the meridians. Despite his acute sensitivity, he could not fully discern the specifics of that starry mist. He understood that this mist represented the acupoints of the human body, corresponding precisely to 360 pathways. By breaking through this membrane and infusing it with spiritual power, he would achieve the meridian opening realm. Moreover, with each acupoint opened, the capacity for storing spiritual power within his body would increase, and by reaching the 9th layer of meridian opening, his spiritual power would be double that of the meridian opening realm. At that moment, the last of his meridians was unblocked. Seizing the opportunity, he felt a tightening in his mind. With his meridians completely opened, the spiritual power within his body would converge and generate an immense force in an instant, marking the ideal moment to break into the meridian opening realm. Missing this chance would undoubtedly make future breakthroughs significantly more challenging. Boom. Without a hint of hesitation, he focused his intent, directing the surge of power to crash against the membrane. Crack. A faint sound echoed within him. The membrane shattered in response, and the oceanic flow of spiritual power surged into the acupoint. At this moment, while the force of impact had diminished somewhat, it remained potent. Crack. Crack. With a surge of determination, he broke through 27 layers of obstruction in one go, allowing the force of impact to dissipate completely. As spiritual energy continuously flowed into his acupoints, the remaining energy within his meridians also thinned considerably. Moving forward, any further attempts to dismantle the barriers would necessitate the slow and steady approach of diligent practice. The realm of opening the meridians is indeed a stage where ordinary cultivators tend to invest considerable time. In truth, for most, breaking through typically results in the ability to dismantle only 7 or 8 layers of barriers at most, marking the limit of their capabilities. However, Guhan, having attained the pinnacle realm, with his spiritual energy now in liquid form, far surpassed the average individual. He exhaled softly, opening his eyes. The subsequent stages of cultivation would not be achieved hastily, and the limited time remaining was hardly sufficient. Beside him, Asha stared with her wide eyes. The spiritual source in her hand had already been partially consumed, and her cultivation had progressed to the third layer of the qi condensation stage. Guhan felt a sense of satisfaction. Who could have anticipated that a girl with a naturally simple mind would possess such remarkable talent for cultivation? "Let us go," he said, rising slowly. It was time, indeed. While he was engaged in his training, he had kept a portion of his mind attuned to the passage of time. There were 10 days remaining before the academy opened, and at his pace, he could easily arrive on time. Just as he reached out, his expression shifted abruptly. A wisp of dust fell from the stone blocking the cave entrance. Something was amiss. His heart raced. Soon, more dust cascaded down, and the stone itself began to tremble. "Young master," Asha exclaimed, sensing the disturbance. Quickly, without hesitation, Guhan struck the cave entrance with his palm, and together with Asha, they dashed out. At that moment, not only the cave, but even the very ground beneath them began to quake. Suddenly, a vague roar emanated from the depths of the wildwood, filled with brutality and madness. This sound was not from a beast, but from a human. "This is dire." Guhan's complexion changed dramatically as he swiftly hoisted Asha onto his back and fled, though he could not discern the identity of the voice. An ominous premonition gripped him, warning that remaining any longer would lead to immense peril. Roar. Howl. As if to confirm his fears, countless beastly roars erupted behind them, filled with agitation, unrest, and even a hint of terror. The beasts were in a frenzy. Boom. Boom. The tremors of the earth intensified, and with alarm, Guhan realized that those beasts were chasing after him. Cursed luck. He cursed under his breath, his spiritual energy surging wildly as he navigated through the dense foliage of the forest. Even though he had attained the realm of opening the meridians, falling into the tide of beasts would almost certainly result in a fatal outcome. His peripheral vision caught sight of figures emerging from all directions, frantically fleeing from the forest. He was not the only one being pursued. Roar. The beastly cries erupted once more, now tinged with even more anxiety and fear. Guhan began to understand. Perhaps these beasts were not pursuing him at all. They appeared to be pursued, and the sole reason for their flight in this direction was to escape the wild forest. Much like him. And that individual was the instigator of all this chaos. In Chapter 29 of Volume 1, titled Mutual Rivalry, The Mysterious Fat Man, the crowd soon found themselves compelled to draw closer together, the distance between them shrinking to no more than 3 zhang. Under normal circumstances, they would have exercised caution. However, in this moment, no one cared about that. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: run. Run as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air, alarmingly close to the group. Guhan instinctively glanced back. A monstrous beast, over 10 zhang in length, its body covered in dark scales, glared at them with blood-red eyes, crashing through countless giant trees as it advanced menacingly toward the crowd. A scream pierced the air. A cultivator at the rear had been struck directly by the beast and was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. "Run! Run for your lives!" someone shouted. Recognizing the creature as a 5th-tier beast, the iron-armored beast, which filled the hearts of onlookers with despair. 5th tier. Guhan's heart sank. Judging by the beast's size and speed, it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable among 5th-tier beasts. If caught, there would be no hope of escape from the tide of beasts. Through gritted teeth, he quickened his pace. "Ah, help!" The cries of despair continued from behind. But the others were too preoccupied with their own survival to offer assistance. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the screams gradually diminished, and the once mighty group of dozens had dwindled to merely 10 or so, each of whom possessed at least the cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Qi transformation realm. The rest had either been crushed to oblivion by the iron-armored beast or devoured whole. At this moment, however, they were all on the brink of exhaustion. Their internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, yet they dared not pause to consume any elixirs, relying solely on their survival instincts to squeeze out the remaining energy within them. The only one still capable of exertion was Guhan. His extreme liquid spiritual energy was several times more robust than that of his peers, and he was far from exhaustion. Of course, even so, he was slightly out of breath, perspiration beading on his forehead, indicating that he was not without his own struggles. Clinging tightly to his garment was Asha, her small face etched with worry. At that moment, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the adjacent thicket. It was a rotund individual. "Ah, how is there one here too?" he lamented, observing the relentless pursuit of the iron-armored beast behind them. Yet, despite his complaints, his speed did not falter. Although his physique was bulky, his movements were surprisingly nimble. Within mere breaths, he surpassed the others, trailing only slightly behind Gu Han. His face unflushed and breath steady, exuding an air of remaining vitality. This brother. The fat man glanced at Gu Han, an expression of surprise flitting across his eyes, and then began to greet him. What shall I call you? Gu Han, however, did not respond, his focus solely on fleeing with fervor. The plump fellow felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at the foolish girl beside him. My dear, has anyone ever told you how strikingly beautiful you are? He inquired. Oomph. The girl shot him a glare and instantly turned her head away. The chubby man, realizing his folly, fell silent. Suddenly, that long-absent voice resonated through the air once more, filling the atmosphere with an unmistakable aura of brutality and murderous intent. Despite the great distance, the plump man inhaled sharply, murmuring to himself in disbelief. Could this be the act of the notorious Fat Lord? Roar. The ironclad beast, seemingly incited by that voice, erupted into a frenzied rage, accelerating with newfound ferocity. It appeared to regard the crowd ahead as an obstruction, swiftly sweeping its long tail in their direction. In an instant, several individuals were struck by the colossal tail, bursting into a cloud of crimson mist without uttering a sound. Panic surged through Gu Han as he felt the rush of wind behind him. His scalp prickled with fear. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his inner energy and leaped a full 10 meters in a desperate bid for survival, narrowly evading the beast's onslaught. However, while he managed to escape, the same fortune did not befall the plump man. Ah! A shriek escaped him as he was unceremoniously swept up by the giant tail. With a thunderous crash, a round figure plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Asha could no longer bear to watch. Gu Han, too, had no time to spare and leaped over the pit. At that moment, a chubby hand suddenly emerged from the crater, pressing down lightly as the spherical body shot upward with remarkable speed, quickly rejoining Gu Han. You're not dead? Asha exclaimed in surprise. Huh. The plump man, his face pale, stole a glance at the ironclad beast behind him. You wish to claim my life? Dream on. Gu Han felt a surge of astonishment. The beast's strike was akin to the full force of a practitioner in the spirit-profound realm, yet the chubby man had only sustained minor injuries. How could his physical form possess such resilience? Noticing Gu Han's gaze, the plump man was eager to boast. This brother roar. Just as he was about to speak, the beast's roar echoed once again, indicating it was hot on their heels. The plump man's complexion paled, his desire to boast dissipating as his round face flushed with exertion. In a burst of speed, he surpassed Gu Han. Gu Han immediately grasped his intention. At this juncture, the rest of the crowd had perished, leaving only the three of them. The plump man clearly aimed to have Gu Han draw the beast's attention. Dream on. Gu Han muttered under his breath, furiously channeling his inner energy, ignoring the throbbing pain coursing through his meridians. The effect was immediate. He surged ahead, leaving the plump man behind once more. Damn it! The plump man glared at Gu Han, his expression darkening. Just because you run fast does not mean I am slow. Gritting his teeth, he, too, began to push himself to accelerate. In that moment, the two individuals appeared to be engaged in a fierce competition, oscillating between pursuit and overtaking, gradually igniting a spark of rivalry. Behind them, the armored beast was being left further behind. Yet, at this moment, they were so engrossed in their contest that the creature was of no concern to them. Their gazes locked, sparks flew, neither willing to concede defeat, each determined to emerge victorious. As for Asha, he merely felt the wind rush past his ears, stinging his cheeks, completely oblivious to the fervent struggle between the two. Time passed without notice. Suddenly, the trio's surroundings brightened. They had finally escaped the confines of the wild forest. After traversing several more miles, the grand capital of the great Qi kingdom came into view. As they continued their sprint, the towering city loomed in the distance. However, the plump one could no longer endure. I can't take it anymore. Let me rest, he exclaimed. Gu Han, with your flushed face, isn't it time to admit defeat? You still lag far behind me in speed. With a thud, both collapsed onto the ground, not from a lack of desire to run, but from sheer exhaustion. Young master, Asha remarked, observing Gu Han gasping for breath, casting a fierce glare at the plump one, though it lacked any real intimidation. Enough nonsense. If it weren't for me, cough. You think you could outrun me? I carried someone on my back and still outpaced you. How can you boast? As they spoke, both simultaneously stuffed handfuls of spiritual medicine into their mouths. Once finished, they exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting that if they had the energy, they would have long since pinned each other down for a thorough thrashing. After a brief pause, as if regaining some of their strength, the plump one rose. "My dear brother, I sense you are still somewhat unconvinced." "Likewise," Guhan replied, his expression darkening. "I find you quite deserving of a beating." Just as they were poised to impart a lesson neither would soon forget, the ground beneath them trembled once more, accompanied by the roars of numerous beasts. "Trouble." Guhan's countenance shifted dramatically. "The beasts are closing in." Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted Asha onto his back and sprinted towards the massive city ahead. Within the capital of Great Qi, where many experts resided, there would surely be a way to address this threat. "Damn you." A glance over his shoulder revealed the plump one still trailing behind. Guhan's expression darkened further. "What are you still doing with me? Stop flattering yourself." The plump one retorted, exasperated. "That place is the safest within hundreds of miles. If I don't go there, where else can I?" Despite their bickering, their pace remained swift. In a matter of moments, they arrived beneath the towering city walls. The structure, a shade of bluish-gray, was adorned with countless runes etched into bricks measuring a foot in length. Under the influence of the elemental crystals, a faint milky glow enveloped the walls. Atop the city, guards stood vigilant. Rows of city guards, clad in standard armor and wielding heavy crossbows, fixed their gazes intently downward, standing at the ready. At this moment, not only Guhan and his companions, but also an increasing throng of individuals gathered below the city, fleeing from the pursuing beasts. Among them were wandering cultivators, citizens of the city, and those like Guhan, who had come from various regions to attend the martial academy. A glance revealed their simmering anger. The towering city gates, forged from rare metal, remained stubbornly shut, showing no intention of allowing anyone entry. Boom, boom. The beasts drew ever closer, and those with keen eyesight could discern their looming silhouettes. "Young master," stammered Asha, her face pale. "What shall we do?" "The city walls." Guhan fixed his gaze upon the grayish walls, his expression darkening. "If they refuse to open the gates, we shall ascend from here." Before he could finish his sentence, several quick-thinking individuals had already darted forward, leading the charge. Prominent among them was the rotund figure of a man. "Ha! My dear brother." The portly man called back to Guhan, a triumphant grin upon his face. "I shall go ahead. If the mountain 1T turn, the water will flow. Perhaps fate will reunite us later." Yet, before he could complete his sentence, a piercing scream escaped his lips as his plump body was flung backward. A transparent barrier had mysteriously risen 3 paces beyond the wall, and he had unwittingly collided with it, landing in a disheveled heap. The unfortunate souls who had followed closely behind fared no better, each one left with broken bones, writhing on the ground in agony, unable to rise. "Scoundrels!" The portly man sprang to his feet, pointing furiously at the wall. "Do you wish to see me perish?" At that moment, a roar echoed once more, reverberating from a mere few miles away. To the beasts, such distance was negligible, nearly instantaneous. "I implore you, open the gates. I am with the Hengyuan Merchant Association. Let me in. Quickly, open the gates. I am the son of the Lord of Wooding City. My uncle is an instructor at the Martial Academy." A wave of desperation surged through the crowd. A cacophony of pleas, threats, and curses erupted. Yet, the city gates remained steadfast and unmoving. Meanwhile, above the city, amidst the clouds, 3 figures hovered in the air, casting no glance at the turmoil below, but instead focusing intently on the wildwood forest, their expressions grave. "How peculiar," spoke an elderly man with graying hair. "The wildwood forest has been tranquil for decades, yet it is now embroiled in chaos due to this individual. Who could he possibly be? Could it be that a beast has transformed?" questioned a man in green, his brow furrowing. "Impossible." The elder shook his head. The disturbance caused by a transforming beast would not be so profound. Moreover, the reactions of these beasts indicate they are more frightened than submissive. This is highly illogical. "We shall ascertain the truth soon enough," declared a middle-aged man clad in heavy armor, his demeanor imposing. "It is our duty to guard the royal capital. Knowing that this individual is the mastermind behind the beastly turmoil, we need only to capture him, and this farce will naturally come to an end. What do you both think?" "Indeed." The elder nodded. "What Commander Zhou says is reasonable. We must not delay any further. Let us proceed to investigate." However, The man in the green attire hesitated for a moment. If those people were to perish outside the city, it would be difficult to explain. Let them die, replied Commander Zhou impassively. My duty is to protect the royal capital from the invasion of beasts. The rest is of no concern to me. The man in green felt a surge of irritation. Enough, enough. The elder quickly intervened to mediate. Foam, Commander Zhou is merely fulfilling his responsibilities. There is no need for further discourse. Yet, he continued, there are many among them who have intricate connections with individuals within the city. If they all perish, it would likely be detrimental to Commander Zhou. Commander Zhou fell silent for a moment. Very well, then let there be an opening. Whether they live or die will depend on their own fate. Below, the ground trembled increasingly violently, as beasts from all directions gradually surrounded them. Judging by their auras, the lowest were at the 4th tier, while the highest had astonishingly reached the 6th tier. It is over. In the crowd, the rotund man turned pale. Is this not a calamity of men? What sort of calamity is it to die among these beasts? Young master, the simpleton trembled, clutching Guhan tightly. Do not be afraid. Guhan gripped his sword firmly, the spiritual energy within his meridians surging like a tidal wave, the great yin sword qi gathering strength. We must not die here. We absolutely must not. Look, just as despair enveloped the crowd, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Over there is an opening. With the utterance of these words, a wave of elation surged through the crowd. Wonderful. We are finally saved. Hurry, or it will be too late. Hundreds of people, in a frenzy, rushed toward that portal. An opening. Guhan turned towards the sound and saw, over 1,000 feet away, a portal several feet high had appeared in the transparent barrier. Quickly, his heart soared with joy as his spiritual energy erupted, propelling him forward. Ah, no, help me please. At that moment, the ferocious beasts had also reached the base of the city walls, trampling and crashing, resulting in the immediate deaths of several individuals. This scene left the crowd utterly horrified. Whoosh! The stout man, closest to the portal, dove in at the first opportunity. Watching Guhan's figure, far away, he felt a lingering dread. Thankfully, I am fortunate. Boom, boom. The beasts relentlessly battered against the transparent barrier, causing the city walls to tremble. Naturally, many more succumbed to their assaults. Hurry, we must be swift. Guhan heightened his senses to the utmost, cautiously maintaining his distance from the beasts while steadily advancing forward. Regardless of what lay ahead or behind, all have succumbed to madness, leaving only the primal instinct for survival. Stand aside. Make way for me. My father is the Lord of Wooding City. My uncle is an instructor at the Martial Academy. My life is far more precious than yours. Allow me to enter first. Opposite Guhan, a young man wielding a long sword, his eyes ablaze with fury, mercilessly felled those blocking his path. Almost simultaneously, he and Guhan arrived at the entrance. Stand back. I shall enter first. Enraged and blinded by bloodlust, he unleashed the full force of his 3rd-tier cultivation, swinging his sword menacingly at Guhan. The two were perilously close. Should his strike land, it would spell doom not only for Guhan, but surely for Asha as well. Seeking death. A glint of coldness flashed in Guhan's eyes as he channeled his spiritual energy into his longsword, retaliating with fierce resolve. Crack! A sharp sound reverberated as the young man's sword was cleaved in twain, a powerful sword aura surging into his body. Thud! He fell lifeless to the ground without a sound. Yet, this brief moment of delay heralded another calamity. A massive tail, several yards long and cloaked in dark scales, suddenly swept forth, claiming the lives of numerous cultivators in its wake, and in an instant, it loomed before Guhan. Young master! Asha cried out in alarm. Instinctively, she prepared to wield the power of her Eye of Illusions. Enter now. In the fleeting moment between life and death, Guhan instinctively grasped Asha and hurled her into the portal. At that moment, the monstrous tail was but a few feet from him. TSK. Within the barrier, the rotund observer smacked his lips, reveling in the spectacle. This is dire. The next instant, clang. A resounding metallic note pierced the air as Guhan, in a desperate move, positioned his sword before him, bracing for the impact of the colossal tail. Splutter. Blood erupted from his mouth as he felt his body crushed as if beneath a boulder, his bones surely fractured beyond count. However, it was this very force that propelled him several feet forward, crashing into the safety of the barrier. What a stroke of luck. Nearby, the observing fat man turned pale. No way. Before he could finish his sentence, Guhan's body collided heavily with him. Bang! The fat man was sent soaring, crashing against the city wall with a resounding impact. Outside the barrier, a cacophony of monstrous roars escalated, their assaults intensifying. Boom! Boom! The ground shook with continuous thunderous sounds, and the barrier began to waver precariously. Quickly, on the battlements, a young officer's expression changed dramatically. Seal that breach, or this barrier will only maintain 50% of its defensive capacity. Buzz. As he spoke, the open portal snapped shut in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the trembling barrier stabilized completely, impervious to the relentless onslaught of the beasts outside. No, I have yet to enter. I beg you, just a little longer, please. Outside, a multitude of individuals, unable to gain entrance, cried out in despair. However, the young officer remained unmoved. Release. He gestured with his hand, issuing the command once more. Whoosh. Long arrows, inscribed with runes and measuring several feet in length, transformed into a torrential rain, incessantly descending upon the outside. Roar. Although these bolts did not inflict significant damage upon the beasts, they thoroughly incited their ferocity. Unable to breach the barrier, the creatures instantly redirected their wrath towards those stranded outside. Ah, you possess such a cruel heart. Just wait, we shall not let you escape. Accompanied by curses and wails, the exterior swiftly transformed into a bloody battleground. Soon, the barrier ceased to be transparent, instead shrouded in a faint crimson hue. Within the barrier, thud, thud. Guhan and the portly man both fell to the ground, lying motionless. Young master. Asha rushed over, her heart racing. Coughing up blood, Guhan struggled to sit up. I'm fine, I want to die. The medicine. Asha hurriedly presented the healing elixirs bestowed by Dr. Shui, forcefully placing them into Guhan's mouth. There's no need for so many, Guhan replied, somewhat helpless. I'm not severely injured. As he spoke, he cast a wary glance at the grayish castle wall. Had he collided with it at full force, it would undoubtedly have resulted in grievous injury. Yet now, he looked at the portly man lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless, and silently expressed gratitude. Thank goodness. I have a meat shield. Young master. Asha, still in shock, clutched him tightly. Just moments ago, had Guhan hesitated for even a fraction of a second, he would undoubtedly have perished. She could hardly fathom the meaning of continuing her existence without him. I say, suddenly, the portly man spoke up, his voice brimming with anger and grievance. Did you do this on purpose? Oh. Guhan shot him a glance. Thank you. His words bore no trace of sincerity. In an instant, the portly man sprang to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at Guhan. What do you mean? Thank you? You scoundrel. Are you trying to deceive me? Then I shall not thank you. You. The portly man trembled with rage. Give me. He extended his chubby hand towards Asha. I am injured too. Not a chance. Asha shot him a glare, promptly stowing the elixirs away. You little girl. The portly man lamented. Do you not see? I was injured while saving him. How can you be so ungrateful as to deny me even a single elixir? How petty, truly too petty. No. Asha remained steadfast. Just a moment ago, you were mocking the young master. I saw it all. The portly man was on the verge of tears. Is this the retribution for merely observing? Look, look. Suddenly, someone pointed at the barrier, speaking in an excited, incoherent manner. They are retreating. Those ferocious beasts are retreating. Outside, amidst wave after wave of crossbow bolts, the creatures began to suffer casualties, and after a prolonged struggle to breach the barrier, they were left with no choice but to retreat in resignation. After a while, outside, the ground was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, yet no trace of the monstrous beasts remained. The creaking sound of the long-sealed city gate finally echoed as it swung open. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, for what usually grated on their nerves now resonated like celestial music. The rotund figure glanced at Guhan beside him and declared, "We shall meet again." Without awaiting a response from the plump man, he seized Asha and melded into the throng, entering the city. Meanwhile, the rotund man's expression froze. What do you mean, meet again? I have never endured such humiliation. Just wait, I shall reclaim this debt. Concurrently, several individuals emerged from the city, gazing upon the grisly scene outside with a mix of fury and sorrow. Among them stood a middle-aged man beside the corpse of the young man whom Guhan had slain, gripping a broken sword with fury blazing in his eyes. Who dares? He seethed, his rage nearly erupting as he beheld the grievous wound that pierced the young man's heart. How dare you kill my nephew? Chapter 31. Do you think you can bully me? I have always detested being bullied. The capital of the Great Qi Kingdom was undoubtedly far more grandiose and bustling than the small town of Tianwu. At this moment, the city was abuzz with discussions regarding the recent beastly upheaval outside its walls. What could have provoked such a sudden riot among the beasts? I heard it was due to a shape-shifting beast emerging from the wilderness forest. Wait, I thought it was because of a treasure that has surfaced? Nay. One individual cast a furtive glance around, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Did you know that not long ago, Commander Zhou and two esteemed officials ventured into the depths of the wilderness forest for investigation, but returned, all grievously injured? It was said that a formidable fiend had appeared. Is that true? Someone gasped. I heard it from my family's steward, so it must have a high degree of credibility. Even if it is true, there's no need for alarm. Let us not forget that the protective barriers of our capital were bestowed by the sect. Whether it be a beastly riot or a legendary fiend, anyone daring to approach shall meet their demise. So let us not fret needlessly. Indeed, on the bustling streets, Guhan and Asha walked side by side. Having narrowly escaped the harrowing ordeal outside, they found little inclination to appreciate the capital's splendor. Young master, Asha looked up. Are we heading to the martial academy now? Not just yet, Guhan replied, his complexion still pale. Initially, he had planned to travel while searching for spiritual herbs, aiming to reach the capital in 10 days. However, after the beastly riot, he had fled in haste, racing against the rotund man, and thus arrived in merely 3 days. With 7 days remaining until the academy's opening, he decided, let us find accommodations first. Both he and Asha had expended considerable energy over the past few days and required proper rest. Resolute in his decision, he led Asha toward an inn. Yet, upon entering, they were met by the innkeeper, who approached with clasped hands and an apologetic expression. Fully booked? Guhan inquired, taken aback. Indeed. The innkeeper replied with a wry smile. Originally, the opening of the Martial Arts Academy coincided with an influx of individuals into the royal capital, exacerbated by the turmoil caused by the rampaging beasts. Consequently, numerous wandering cultivators flocked to the city from the outskirts, leading to a scarcity of accommodations. In a state of exasperation, Guhan was compelled to seek refuge in a different establishment. As anticipated, each one he approached was fully booked. He visited the 3rd and 4th inns, and after changing his lodgings 8 or 9 times, he received a remarkably uniform response. The beast uprising had prompted those nearby to hastily seek shelter in the royal capital, and Guhan, being among the last arrivals, found it entirely reasonable that he struggled to secure a place to stay. Master, Asha expressed his concern, are we truly without a place to rest? Guhan fell silent, pondering the grim possibility of sleeping on the streets upon his arrival. Shall we inquire whether the 7th prince and managerly have returned? Just then, a voice from the side interjected, why not venture into the inner city? The inner city? Guhan mused. Indeed, it was the heart of the royal capital, housing the largest shops within its confines. If young brother has sufficient spirit crystals, perhaps a lodging could be found there. Thank you. Guhan, having understood the directions, promptly took his leave with Asha. Unbeknownst to him, just outside, a middle-aged man brandished a broken sword, gripping a wandering cultivator by the collar and relentlessly demanding answers. Who killed that young man? I don't know. The cultivator stammered, trembling in fear. The scene was too chaotic. I couldn't see clearly. Say that again. The middle-aged man exerted pressure, instantly shattering the cultivator's shoulder. Ah, spare me. The cultivator cried out in agony. I think it was a boy. Yes. And there was a little girl with him. What did he look like? I truly couldn't see. Useless. The man hurled him aside, his expression darkening. A boy? A little girl? Whoever dares to slay my nephew shall meet a fate worse than death. As for the inner city, it was decidedly more tranquil compared to the outer city, with rows of buildings standing majestically on either side, some towering and imposing, others resplendent and opulent, each showcasing its own unique charm. The individuals frequenting this area were predominantly adorned in fine garments, their demeanor haughty. Master, Asha remarked, his eyes wide with awe. What an impressive sight. Indeed, Guhan mused, finally grasping why wandering cultivators were seldom seen here. It was simply too expensive. Let us go? Observing Asha's excited expression, he chuckled and made his way into the grandest, most lavishly adorned establishment. Inside, a person resembling a steward raised an eyebrow at Guhan's attire. Gentlemen, how may I assist you? Lodging, Asha eagerly inquired. Surely you are not fully booked? Of course not, the steward replied, his expression impassive. However, both the B and C rooms are fully occupied. Only the A room remains available. Are you certain you wish to stay? What do you mean by that? Guhan discerned the condescension in the steward's tone. Nothing, the steward replied coolly. The steward, with a self-satisfied smile, scrutinized Guhan once more, ensuring that his judgment was accurate before leisurely stating, "This A-grade room is equipped with a spirit-gathering array and enhances concentration, making it far superior for cultivation, yielding an efficiency fivefold that of the outside. As for the fee, it is merely 1,000 crystal coins per day." Guhan's expression darkened like a stormy sea. Truly, no matter where one goes, one encounters such exasperating instances of disdainful judgment. "Two gentlemen," the steward lifted his eyelids. "Have you made your decision? Will you stay or not?" Obviously, Guhan would not grace him with a pleasant demeanor. "Of course, we will stay," he began, but was interrupted by the voices from outside. "Lu Shimi," a man spoke, his tone imbued with fervor. "You are on the verge of breaking through, and this A-grade room is unparalleled in the capital, the finest place for cultivation. If you combine it with the spirit source you possess, you will undoubtedly solidify your realm before the academy opens." "Thank you, Brother Sure," a woman's voice responded. Cool and enchanting, tinged with a hint of joy. "Such words are unnecessary." The man was nearly entranced. "Master Lu and my father are old friends. Now that Shimi has arrived in the capital, it is only natural for me to extend my hospitality. Rest assured, in this A-grade room, you may stay as long as you wish." As they spoke, a man and a woman, both beaming with delight, entered together. The man's identity was unclear, but the woman was none other than Lu Ying. Upon seeing Guhan and Asha, her expression faltered, and her face quickly turned cold. As for Guhan, he wore a look of distaste. "Young Master Lu?" Upon seeing the man, the steward's eyes lit up, his demeanor transforming entirely. "What brings you here?" "Just browsing." Young Master Lu replied dismissively, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Ying. "Is there still an A-grade room available?" Yes, indeed." "Very well, prepare it." However, midway through his sentence, he noticed the unusual expression on Lu Ying's face. "Shimi, what troubles you? Do you know them?" As he spoke, he cast a casual glance at Guhan, a frown appearing on his brow. "I do." Lu Ying inhaled deeply, seemingly suppressing her inner turmoil, causing the man beside her to nearly lose his composure. "He hails from Tianwu City." "Oh," the man instantly lost interest. A country bumpkin from a small place. Not a beauty like Lu Ying. He could scarcely be bothered to cast a glance. "Prepare accordingly," he instructed the steward. "My Lu Shimi will be staying here." Of course. The steward's smile widened, nearly bowing in deference. He understood that this young Master Lu came from a prominent family, generous in his spending, every time he visited. The steward reaped substantial benefits. Thus, Guhan was completely forgotten. "Wait," Guhan interjected, "you forgot." He had not forgotten. "You stated that there is only one A-grade room left, correct?" "Indeed." The steward, facing Guhan, reverted to his earlier tone, a mixture of indifference and disdain. "As I just mentioned," Guhan spoke earnestly, "I wish to reside here." The steward, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, replied, "I did not quite catch that. Do you hear me clearly now? I apologize, but the rooms are no longer available." "You," Asha, feeling somewhat aggrieved, protested, "We arrived first." The steward remained unfazed, retorting, "And what of it? Have you paid the crystal fee?" "No." "Then this room is unclaimed, and I shall allow whomever I choose to occupy it." TSK. Lu Tong, observing from the side, cast a disdainful glance at Guhan. "Lu Shimi, it appears your fellow townsman is quite ignorant of the rules." He was ever the same. Lu Ying maintained a stoic expression. He consistently fails to discern the chasm between reality and imagination, indulging in endeavors far beyond his capacity merely to attract attention. "I see." Lu Tong's eyes brightened. "With your beauty, Lu Shimi, you must have countless admirers, and this fellow is surely among them." "Huh, that explains it." However, he shifted his tone, casting another glance at Guhan. "One must possess self-awareness. If you seek to draw attention and assert your presence, you ought to first weigh your own status and consider the nature of this place. The grand capital of Dachi cannot be compared to some backwater like Tianwu City." Naturally, as he spoke, he glanced at Lu Ying's countenance and smiled with satisfaction. "Today, I shall grant Lu Shimi some leniency, considering your shared hometown with her, and overlook your transgressions. However, this prime room is not one you are entitled to occupy." You have 3 breaths to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I shall be most displeased, and I assure you, few can withstand the consequences of inciting my ire. Guhan inhaled deeply. I arrived here first, and I secured this prime room before anyone else. Secondly, you claim I admire her? You might as well inquire with her who trailed behind me years ago, calling me Brother Gu and nearly offering herself to me. Indeed, Asha quickly chimed in. I witnessed her devoted attentions towards our young master. Lu Ying's complexion changed dramatically. In those days, when Guhan was still the spirited genius, she had naturally been quite close to him, showcasing her charms to the fullest. Yet, despite their frequent encounters, Guhan had always maintained a distance between them, becoming a thorn in her heart that deepened with each sighting, causing her profound anguish. This had been the reason for her targeting Guhan upon his restoration of abilities. At this moment, her secrets laid bare, she felt a mix of shame and fury. Lu Tong, observing Lu Ying's expression, quickly grasped the truth behind Guhan's words. The revelations had transformed him, who had previously sought Lu Ying's favor with extravagant gestures, into a figure of ridicule. As he felt a blend of embarrassment, anger, and heartbreak, his perception of Guhan shifted from disdain to envy, tinged with an inexplicable bitterness. Moreover, Guhan paid him no mind, continuing unabated. Whether I am entitled to stay here is not for you to decide. Guhan, the willowy songbird nearly ground her teeth in fury. You shall undoubtedly pay the most excruciating price for your arrogance. Arrogance? Guhan scoffed derisively. No, that is not quite right. It is merely that you have grown accustomed to bullying others, but unfortunately for you, I possess an innate resilience and have never enjoyed being oppressed. Therefore, you have chosen the wrong target today. I have changed my mind. At that moment, Lu Tong interjected. A tempest of jealousy surged within him, distorting his features as he fixed a fervent gaze upon Guhan. Today, you shall not escape. Chapter 32 of Volume 1. This is a distinguished guest of the Murong family. Bow down and apologize. The commotion within the inn inevitably attracted a number of onlookers. It seems this individual has offended young Master Lu. Who is he, to dare act so brazenly? I do not recognize him, but judging by the bloodstains on his attire, he appears to be one of those who returned from outside the city today. No wonder he does not know young Master Lu. Alas, this man is truly unfortunate. Having just reclaimed his life from outside the city, he has now embroiled himself in such significant trouble by offending young Master Lu. It seems he will find it difficult to escape death. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement at the unfolding drama. They were all familiar with Lu Tong, a man of mediocre cultivation and talent. However, due to his familial ties to the current crown prince, he had managed to thrive in the royal capital, fostering a haughty and vindictive demeanor over time. Those who crossed him often met with dire consequences, and aside from a select few, no one dared to provoke him lightly. In recent years, Guhan was the first to challenge him so audaciously. Leave. Faced with such coercion, Guhan's temper flared, and he was resolute in his refusal to yield. I intended to stay. Why should I leave? Stay? Lu Tong sneered. Steward Song, young Master Lu commands your attention. What an interesting turn of events. I, Lu Shimi, wish to stay, and he claims he also wishes to remain. Yet there is only one room available in the A category. What shall we do about this? Gentlemen, Steward Song's eyelids fluttered as he cast a glance at Guhan. You have all heard. Our establishment is currently at full capacity. If you wish to stay, you must wait for the next opportunity. What say you? Having regained some composure, Lu Tong's ire subsided slightly, his gaze towards Guhan brimming with provocation. Whether you are worthy of staying is determined by me. Furthermore, given his temperament, it would be utterly impossible for him to allow Guhan to depart unscathed. Kneel. You have just offended Lu Shimi. Bow and apologize to her. Otherwise, you shall not leave the royal capital alive today. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly turned their attention to Guhan. Do you think he will kneel? In my opinion, kneeling would be wise. It might at least spare his life. The impetuous youth, should he kneel, will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow to his pride. With his spirit crushed, his future path of cultivation will likely be fraught with hardships. Indeed, young Master Lu possesses a keen understanding of the situation. Amidst the discussions, they eagerly anticipated how Guhan would respond. To kneel would mean the loss of dignity. To refuse would be. Dignity can be preserved, but it may cost one's life. Beside him, Lu Ying fixated her gaze on Guhan, her eyes betraying a flicker of excitement deep within. If Guhan were to kneel, The thorn in her heart would finally be extricated. However, Guhan's response was destined to disappoint her. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury and murderous intent within, gently stroking the head of the tearful Asha beside him with his left hand, while his right hand deftly retrieved a tattered long sword from his storage pouch. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was he planning to do? No way. He actually chose to take action? Foolish, utterly foolish. This left no room for compromise. This lad truly did not fear death. They could never have imagined that Guhan would make such a reckless choice. You want me to kneel? Then I shall take your life. Seeing Guhan's determination, Lu Ying felt a pang of disappointment, only to be replaced by a surge of joy. This was not Tianwu City, and Lu Tong was not some insignificant character from the Gu family without any background. Offending him meant Guhan's inevitable demise today. I have already said. Guhan paid no heed to the crowd's reactions, his cold gaze fixated on Lu Tong. I am a person of strong will. My knees will not bend. At that moment, Lu Tong wore an incredulous expression. You dare to draw your sword against me? Do you know who I am? I do not care. As he spoke, Guhan's figure swiftly darted forward. He could clearly perceive that although Lu Tong's cultivation was slightly superior, his aura was unstable, rooted in a weak foundation. And he possessed no combat experience. Evidently, his level was artificially inflated by medicinal pills. Dealing with such a person required but a fleeting moment. Hiss! The spectators inhaled sharply. This youth possesses a formidable killing intent. Opposite him, Lu Tong stood frozen, his unique status having shielded him from defiance throughout his life, let alone someone daring to draw a sword against him. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. The long sword, though worn, shimmered ominously at its tip, the immense sword energy coiling and ready to pierce him in the next instant. How audacious! Just then, a furious shout reverberated through the air. Before the words had concluded, a figure had already interposed between Lu Tong and Guhan. Simultaneously, a surge of overwhelming spiritual power erupted, transforming into a fist-sized force that collided directly with Guhan's assault. It was Steward Song. With a clang, Guhan, still recovering from his injuries, managed to slice through the powerful fist strike, yet was forcefully pushed back, his blood surging uncontrollably, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Young master. Asha hurriedly rushed over to support him. Are you all right? You're not dead? Steward Song looked on in astonishment. His cultivation level was at the 7th stage of the Gathering Yuan realm. Although that last strike was somewhat hasty, it still concentrated half of his power. Employing the superior yellow-grade technique, the mountain-shattering fist, he had anticipated that even if Guhan survived, he would certainly be stripped of his capacity to resist. To his astonishment, however, it turned out that Guhan had merely sustained some minor injuries. Yet, he had no time to ponder this further. Setting aside the numerous benefits he had reaped in the past, the mere fact of Lu Tong's identity meant that if he were to perish here, it would create significant complications for him. Moreover, from the very start, he had instinctively harbored a certain aversion towards Guhan. At this moment, having found an opportunity, he was not about to let Guhan slip away easily. You truly seem to be tired of living. Is my Murong family's territory a place where you can run amok? The mention of the Murong family left the crowd momentarily stunned. Which Murong family? Does our Wang have such a family? Which other Murong family could it possibly be? It is indeed the one from the upper sect. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd. So it is that Murong family. Naturally. Otherwise, how could this impossibly be situated in the most prominent and bustling area of the inner city? Furthermore, with Steward Song's formidable cultivation, he could easily serve as the chief guest elder for a mid-tier family. Why would he be confined to managing an inn? No wonder. This inn has such a significant background. Alas, that lad is finished. The crowd reveled in his misfortune. He has even offended the Murong family. The youth, unaware of the heaven's vastness, is bound to suffer a grave downfall this time. Indeed, we shall merely observe. Not only does he lack any backing, but even if members of the royal family were to arrive, he would find no salvation today. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Tong regained his composure. His face flushed and his eyes filled with malice. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely sensed the peril of death. Steward Song. The thought of his disgrace being witnessed by so many filled him with an overwhelming desire to tear Guhan to shreds. Seize him for me. I shall reward you handsomely. Young Master Lu, you jest, Steward Song replied, concealing his delight beneath a facade of indifference. This young man has disregarded the rules of my Murong family and dared to commit violence here. Today, I shall not let him off lightly. He cast a menacing glance at Gu Han. You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for taking action. In a surprising turn, Gu Han suddenly regained his composure, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. Do you know Murong Yin? Impudent. Steward Song's eyes narrowed. The name of the eldest young lady is not one that someone like you can utter. Boom. Before he could finish his words, he summoned all his power at the 7th stage of the gathering Yuan realm, launching a punch towards Gu Han. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure surged forth. It's over. The crowd shook their heads in dismay. With this punch, the youth would likely be reduced to nothing more than a puddle of flesh. Beside them, Lu Tong wore a face of satisfaction and vindication. Meanwhile, Lu Ying gazed at the imminent demise of Gu Han, her expression somewhat complex, with a hint of relief. Young master, as the force of the punch approached, Asha was about to step in front of Gu Han. Do not move. Gu Han held her tightly, and with a swift motion, produced a dark iron token. In an instant, the momentum of Song, the steward, came to an abrupt halt. Upon seeing the token, his pupils dilated sharply. And disregarding the backlash from forcibly restraining his power, his complexion paled considerably. Where did you acquire this? Gu Han instinctively exhaled in relief. Had the token been ineffective, he would have had no choice but to fully brace himself against the impending strike and subsequently flee with Asha. Fortunately, Murong Yin had not deceived him. This object proved to be immensely valuable. Steward Song, Lu Tong, witnessing the sudden cessation of the steward's actions, grew increasingly agitated. Make your move. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall promptly send someone with generous gifts. You shall not lose an ounce of reward. Yet, the once exuberant steward Song now appeared oblivious to Lu Tong's fervent pleas. Staring blankly at the iron token, nearby, Lu Ying's expression fluctuated, her foreboding instincts ignited. Outside, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What could this unassuming little token be that instilled such trepidation in Steward Song? No, his expression clearly conveyed fear. Suddenly, a voice of authority resonated through the air, booming like a great bell, causing the onlookers' minds to reverberate. As they regained their senses, a new figure emerged in their midst. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe exuded an aura of unyielding power, his demeanor both calm and commanding, shrouded in an enigmatic presence that rendered him inscrutable. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Steward Song hastily bowed. Master, why have you come out? Song Xing, the man replied impassively. Have you forgotten your station? I dare not. I dare not. In an instant, Steward Song felt a chilling jolt through his body, drenched in sweat. Dare not. The man did not spare him a glance. When did you acquire the right to meddle in the affairs of the Murong family? Subordinate. Subordinate. Steward Song trembled uncontrollably, unable to articulate a coherent response. Foolish, the man continued. As a mere hound of the Murong family, you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. Targeting our most esteemed guest. What punishment do you think you deserve? Spare me. With a thud, Steward Song's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Master, I was blind to not recognize our esteemed guest. Please forgive me this once. Silence enveloped the room. Not only Lu Tong, but even the onlookers outside were rendered speechless. The once proud and imposing Steward Song now resembled a dog, groveling for mercy, scarcely daring to utter a word in explanation. Who was this man? Furthermore, when had this acquired a master? Before they could grasp the situation, a more astonishing event unfolded. The enigmatic man, whose prowess was unfathomable, transformed his frost-bitten demeanor into a warm smile and courteously inclined his hands towards Gu Han, his tone exceedingly polite and cordial. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome such esteemed guests. Forgive Murong Chuan for not being able to welcome you in a timely manner. I hope the younger brother does not take offense. Volume 1, Chapter 33. To repay kindness with enmity? No, I am one who prefers to repay enmity with straightforwardness. Upon hearing the name Murong, a chill swept through the crowd, and they suddenly realized that this middle-aged man was indeed a member of the illustrious Murong family, which even the great Qi dynasty must regard with deference. No wonder the Steward Song was so apprehensive, despite his imposing demeanor before outsiders, in the presence of Murong Chuan. He was ultimately nothing more than a mere servant. As for Gu Han, the crowd regarded him with mixed emotions. How could this seemingly naive youth transform into a distinguished guest in Murong Chuan's eyes? Was it truly due to that inconspicuous piece of scrap iron? On the ground, Steward Song continued to kneel, trembling and afraid to raise his head. Not far away, Lu Tong's complexion was pale, his eyes betraying not only resentment and unwillingness, but also a subtle hint of fear. Meanwhile, Lu Ying's heart had turned cold. The scene before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the earlier encounter in front of Dr. Shue's residence. She suddenly felt a pang of pain in her face. "Senior," Gu Han remarked, slightly puzzled by Murong Chuan's courteousness. "It is but a trivial matter today." Murong Chuan waved his hand dismissively, not concerning himself with the events at hand, but instead inquiring about another matter. "You just mentioned the young lady's name. May I ask your relationship with her?" "The young lady? Murong Yen?" "Precisely." She coughed, finding it rather awkward to utter the term sister. "She asked us to call her sister." Fortunately, Asha timely came to his rescue. "Sister?" This time, it was Murong Chuan who was taken aback. Indeed, Asha's small face was filled with earnestness. "Sister Murong is very kind and warm to us. Her strength is just a bit overwhelming, nearly causing the young master to be overwhelmed." Gu Han felt a familiar ache in his shoulders. Addressing each other as siblings? Murong Chuan's eyelids twitched. The relationship between Gu Han and Murong Yin was evidently closer than he had anticipated, which explained why she had been willing to part with such a precious and symbolically significant token from the clan. Steward Murong, Lu Tong, standing aside, felt a surge of unwillingness. However, he lowered his posture significantly. Today's incident, the younger brother. Murong Chuan ignored him entirely and turned his attention back to Gu Han. "You appear to have sustained considerable injuries. It is likely you have just endured that tumult with the demonic beasts. You must promptly rest and recuperate to avoid lingering repercussions." Behind him, Lu Tong's face flushed crimson in an instant. Yet, he dared not retaliate. Though he acted brazenly, he was not foolish. Understanding that Murong Chuan was not someone he could afford to offend, not even his cousin, the crown prince, would be of any help. However, Asha shot Lu Tong a glare, recalling his earlier aggressive demeanor. "This person claimed that my young master is unworthy of residing in a Class A room." Gu Han felt a sense of comfort. Indeed, Asha had grown more astute. "Unworthy?" Murong Chuan scoffed. "Nonsense. As a distinguished guest of the Murong family, my young brother, do not think that merely a room of Class A is sufficient. Even the room of Class S is well within your reach." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances in astonishment. "A room of Class S? I have never heard of such a thing. Indeed, the most luxurious room here is the room of Class A, is it not? I have heard whispers that the room of Class S is never open to the public, reserved exclusively for the most esteemed guests, those worthy of such accommodations being no less than the royal court's highest-ranking experts." Royal court experts? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Those few experts possess unfathomable strength, rarely making appearances, and are among the highest echelons in the Great Qi dynasty, second only to the sovereign. After a flurry of discussions, silence ensued. The once impetuous and brash youth they had viewed with disdain had now transformed into the most esteemed guest of the Murong family, creating a disorienting contrast that stirred a tumult of emotions within them. Murong Chuan finally cast a glance at Lu Tong. "Is it you, Lu Tong?" Murong's steward. "I need not elaborate further. Your offense against our esteemed guest is tantamount to an affront to the Murong family. Here is what we shall do. I will not leverage my prowess to intimidate you. Kneel before this young brother and offer your apologies, and we shall consider today as incident resolved. Otherwise, know that no one who arrives today can save you." This proclamation mirrored Lu Tong's earlier demands for Gu Han to kneel, eliciting a wave of astonishment from the onlookers. They could scarcely fathom the rapidity of this reversal. The one who had once sought to compel Gu Han to kneel now found himself in the very same position. Gu Han, however, wore a peculiar expression. He understood now that the pretense of not being able to receive him was merely a ruse. Murong Chuan had likely observed the entire affair, choosing to remain in the shadows until the opportune moment. Had he not produced the token and mentioned Murong Yen's name, Murong Chuan would undoubtedly have deemed this trivial matter beneath his notice. Lu Tong, filled with shame and rage, found himself in a predicament eerily akin to Gu Han's. He finally grasped the bitterness of being caught between a rock and a hard place, a sensation more agonizing than death itself. To kneel or not to kneel? Murong Chuan's displeasure was palpable. Should the young brother's injuries worsen due to your delay, kneeling would be the least of your concerns today. Outside, the crowd resumed their murmurs. "What do you think?" Will young Master Lu kneel? Or, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding sound of kneeling echoed through the air, freezing the speaker's expression in shock. Young Master Lu capitulated far too swiftly. Lu Tong was no Gu Han, lacking his indomitable spirit. Those who relish preying on the weak are invariably fearful of the strong. I have committed numerous offenses today. Each word was nearly extracted with great effort. Gu Han remained silent, lost in contemplation. He was now convinced that Murong Chuan could compel the once arrogant Lu Tong to kneel with but a single statement. A testament to the Murong family's strength and depth, far surpassing his expectations. As Lu Tong felt completely disregarded by Gu Han, his fists clenched tightly and his eyes bloodshot. He chose silence and rose to leave, even neglecting his goddess, Lu Ying. Meanwhile, Lu Ying's pain had subsided. Her embarrassment, however, had reached an unbearable peak. Drawing a deep breath and suppressing her indignation, she prepared to depart. Wait, Gu Han suddenly interjected. What is it? Lu Ying halted, wishing to vanish under the curious gazes of the onlookers. Remember, Gu Han stated with a grave expression. This is the last time. Should this occur again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Today's events, though mere coincidence, would not have escalated to this point without her incitement. Gu Han's leniency stemmed solely from their past acquaintance, but after today, that bond would be entirely extinguished. Lu Ying felt the sting of his words pierce deeper into her heart. She offered no reply and strode through the crowd, vanishing from their sight. Young master, Asha furrowed his brow. Why has Miss Lu become so unpleasant? Not surprising, Gu Han shook his head. In truth, this is her most authentic self. At that moment, Murong Chuan spoke again. This traitor who has betrayed his benefactor has offended a distinguished guest. How should we deal with him? He referred, of course, to Song Xing. Spare me. Song Xing, trembling in fear, pleaded. Master, I have served you for many years. I may lack merit, but I have endured hardships. Please, show mercy and forgive me this once. In stark contrast to his earlier grandeur, he now found himself in utter disgrace. Song Xing, Murong Chuan sighed. Over the years, you have lined your own pockets and engaged in numerous underhanded dealings, amassing wealth through nefarious means. I've seen it all and refrained from acting out of respect for our long-standing relationship. However, today's incident is different. You know the significance of that token. Thus, your pleas are futile. Brother, Song Xing suddenly turned to Gu Han, desperately imploring. I was blind and failed to recognize your stature. You are a distinguished guest of the Murong family. Please, speak on my behalf and grant me this reprieve. I swear I shall never act so foolishly again. Senior, Gu Han replied, expressionless. This is a matter of the Murong family. It is not appropriate for an outsider like myself to interfere. Oh, Murong Chuan responded, somewhat surprised. Then, as you suggest. Simple, Gu Han interjected. Let it be handled according to the Murong family's rules, without needing my input. I understand, Murong Chuan sighed softly. Take him away and return him to the clan. Let him face judgment according to family law. Upon hearing this, Song Xing's face turned ashen with despair. His body limp like a puddle of mud as he was led away by two expressionless men in black robes, facing the most severe punishment the Murong family could impose. I thought. Murong Chuan chuckled bitterly. Brother, you would repay evil with kindness and spare him. His original intention was to let Song Xing off the hook, which is why he entrusted the authority of his disposition to Gu Han, hoping that the young Gu Han, perhaps swayed by Song Xing's pleas, would not have the heart to act against him. However, to his surprise, Gu Han did not take the bait and promptly returned the authority back to him. In doing so, bound by the customs of his clan, he found it impossible to act out of personal favoritism. Repaying malice with virtue? Gu Han shook his head. Others might do so, but I prefer to repay malice with straightforwardness. The phrase repay malice with straightforwardness lingered in Murong Chuan's mind, prompting a sudden smile. At that moment, he began to comprehend why Murong Yin held Gu Han in such high regard. Never mind. He no longer felt conflicted. Song Xing's fate was indeed self-inflicted, and he could not blame others. To harbor resentment over this would only make him appear foolish. Outside, as the grand spectacle concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. It would not be long before today's events spread rapidly throughout the royal capital. Not to mention Gu Han, Lu Tong's name would soon become well known among all. Little brother, Murong Chuan gestured invitingly. Come with me. This Tianzi room has been vacant for several years, seemingly waiting just for you. Senior, Gu Han responded, somewhat intrigued. May I inquire about the cost of this Tianzi room? Morong Chuan appeared momentarily puzzled. For merely staying, it is not very expensive, 10 spirit sources per day. However, should you wish to utilize other functions, there will be additional charges. Senior, Guhan abruptly interrupted him. I believe the Jiazi room would suffice. Why? Do you have any idea how many people wish to stay in the Tianzi room? Senior, Guhan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I do not possess such wealth. 10 spirit sources per day. That amounts to at least 10,000 crystals. He lamented. And that is merely the basic fee. Even if I were to spend all my savings, I could scarcely afford to stay for a few days. Yes, yes. Asha quickly chimed in. Our young master is exceedingly poor. Morong Chuan was left speechless. Little brother, you do not think that staying in the Tianzi room incurs a fee, do you? Guhan's eyes brightened. No charge. Ha ha. Morong Chuan burst into hearty laughter. He suddenly found Guhan to be quite an interesting individual. It seemed the young brother was still unaware of the significance of the token he held. Volume 1, Chapter 34. Brother, please conduct yourself with dignity. Significance? Guhan queried, taken aback. Earlier, he had heard Murong Yin mention that possessing this token made one a distinguished guest of the Murong family, and today's experiences had validated her words. Otherwise, how could a mere inconspicuous cultivator like him garner such protection from a profound figure like Morong Chuan? Was that not enough? Could he also expect to enjoy free meals and lodging at the Morong residence? Little brother, Morong Chuan suddenly shifted the conversation to another matter. You must be aware of the concept of the 10 nations, correct? Indeed, Guhan nodded. In this world, there are certainly more nations than just the Qi dynasty. The Great Jin, Great Qin, Great Chu, Great Yin, Great Wei, and Great Qi dynasties united to form the 10 kingdoms, situated within the eastern wasteland. However, Tianwu City was rather diminutive, and Guhan had never ventured far from home, thus his understanding of the other 9 kingdoms was limited, and he had never encountered their people. He was aware that each of the 10 kingdoms housed a martial academy, and that their borders were all adjacent to the wild and untamed forests. At that moment, Morong Chuan smiled. Little brother, are you aware that these 10 kingdoms are, in fact, vassals of the Yuqing sect? Yuqing sect? Vassal states? Guhan's expression reflected mild surprise, though he was not deeply shaken. Morong Chuan nodded inwardly. Were it anyone else of the same age, such news would have caused a profound mental upheaval, requiring considerable time to process. Yet Guhan remained remarkably composed. This quality of steadiness alone surpassed that of most individuals, prompting Morong Chuan to regard him with newfound respect. Little did he know that within Guhan's consciousness resided a demonic lord from beyond the heavens, rendering the notion of the 10 kingdoms being vassals of the Yuqing sect rather inconsequential in comparison. Could it be that Guhan had gathered some insight? The widely spoken tales of the supreme sect refer to none other than the Yuqing sect? Indeed, Morong Chuan replied with a smile. Though the Yuqing sect is vast, it adheres to its own regulations and rarely interferes with the operations of its vassal states. Hence, the name of the sect is seldom known. Guhan's mind stirred with understanding. The martial academies established by each kingdom were intended to regularly supply the Yuqing sect with talented individuals, such as himself. I see. He nodded. Morong Yin must be a disciple of the Yuqing sect, and the fear these people hold towards the Morong family is likely connected to her? It is not so simple, Morong Chuan chuckled. While the young lady is indeed a disciple of the Yuqing sect, the true source of fear lies with my Morong family. This is because our ancestor is one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Yuqing sect. Esteemed elder. Guhan suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder Lu Tong, such a domineering individual, would exhibit such fear. With such an ancestor, the Morong family practically equated to a significant portion of the Yuqing sect. Not even a mere noble from the royal capital, let alone the entire Great Qi dynasty combined, would dare provoke the Morong family. Gazing at the token in his hand, Guhan felt a sudden weightiness to this gift. To be candid, Morong Chuan remarked with a hint of sentiment, the token you possess is solely held by our ancestor, and even the clan leader does not have the privilege to touch it. Since our clan's founding, only 8 of these tokens have been bestowed, and yours is the 9th. Solely held? Guhan paused in surprise. Then why? Morong Chuan appeared somewhat awkward. Actually, the token in the young lady's possession was, exceptionally granted by our ancestor due to his fondness for her. He refrained from divulging the truth, which was that Morong Yin had persistently coaxed and nearly plucked all the whiskers from her ancestor in order to obtain it. That being the case, beside them, Asha blinked her large eyes. On that day, Could we perhaps stay in this grand residence for free? This is merely a supplementary effect. Morong Chuan's expression grew solemn. This token possesses another purpose. Another purpose? Indeed. If the token's owner encounters a dilemma, the token can summon all the skilled members of the Morong family nearby to lend their assistance once. This, indeed, is the token's greatest function. This secret is known only to the members of the Morong family and a few within the Yuqing sect. Assist? Guhan was momentarily taken aback. Any matter? Absolutely any matter. Even to the point of facing death? Naturally. Morong Chuan replied gravely. This is a rule set by our ancestor. All commands of the token's owner must be obeyed unconditionally by the Morong family, or else face the consequences of family law. Now, my young brother should understand why our ancestor only bestowed 8 tokens, correct? If entrusted to the wrong person, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Morong family. Guhan fell silent for a moment. As for the remaining 8 tokens, over the years, regardless of the requests made by their owners, be they grand or trivial, difficult or easy, the Morong family has adhered to the agreement without fail. To this day, only the token in your possession remains, and you alone possess the authority to command the Morong family to act on your behalf, including myself. For instance, at this point, he suddenly broke into a smile. If Lu Tong has offended you and you wish for my intervention to annihilate his entire family, simply wait here for a moment. In a quarter of an hour, I shall present you with the heads of all the Lu family members. Annihilate his entire family? Guhan shivered inwardly. Lu Tong must possess some connections. Are you not afraid they will retaliate against you? Retaliate? Morong Chuan scoffed somewhat disdainfully. Let alone a trivial figure like Lu Tong. Even if I were to slay a few from the royal family, they would still not dare to challenge me. His words brimmed with confidence. What do you think? He continued to entice, whether it be Lu Tong or anyone else. As long as there is someone in the capital who wishes you harm, you may utilize this token. Rest assured, apart from that cough, there is no one in this capital who can rival me. Whoever you wish to extinguish, you may do so. Guhan discerned the cunning nature of this old fox, whose intentions were dubious. The existence of this token, wandering outside, remains a significant risk for the Morong family. If he can be prompted to use this opportunity early, it would be most fortuitous. Senior, he said cautiously, I believe that repaying kindness with kindness is not without merit. Upon realizing the weight of this token, he comprehended the true significance of the gift bestowed by Morong Yen. Not to mention, possessing this token is tantamount to having an extra life, which he would naturally be reluctant to squander thoughtlessly. Morong Chuan appeared somewhat speechless. Repaying kindness with kindness? How can you utter such words with a straight face? Alas, seeing his temptations yield no fruit, he chuckled lightly and dismissed the matter. He merely mentioned it in passing, believing it to be the best course of action. If it were to fail, he would have to adhere strictly to the customs of the Morong family. As for resorting to coercion against Guhan, he would never dare to entertain such thoughts. Not only is the ironclad rule of the Morong family in place, but should Morong Yen learn of this matter, he would undoubtedly face her wrath. Contemplating the eccentric temperament of that young lady, he could not help but let out a silent, bitter laugh. It was fortunate that it was her. Had it been another clansman who so casually distributed the token, he would have likely been met with the furious slap of the ancestral elder. Meanwhile, within the Lu residence, Lu Sun gazed at Lu Tong, who stood below with a face twisted in resentment and bitterness, his expression dark as a storm cloud. The audacity! Father! Lu Tong's eyes burned with fury. I cannot swallow this grievance. Even if you cannot, you must. Lu Sun shot him a fierce glare. What do you think the Morong family is? Do I need to enlighten you? Not only you and I, but even those of royal blood would think twice before offending them. Will we just let this matter rest? Of course not. Lu Sun's gaze shifted to the slightly dazed Lu Ying beside him. Niece, I have heard that the young man hails from Tianwu City as well. Lu Ying finally responded. Indeed, his name is Guhan. At that moment, Lu Sun recounted Guhan's circumstances to the two. Lu Sun's expression turned icy. Just a country bumpkin who has had a stroke of luck. I thought he possessed some grand background. Humph, how dare he compel my son to kneel before him? He is asking for trouble. Lu Tong sank to his knees, his face turning crimson with shame. Uncle. Lu Ying hesitated, but he dismissed her concern. No need for that. I refuse to believe he can hide in an inn for the rest of his life. Did you not say he intends to enroll in the martial academy? Unless the Morong family keeps a vigilant watch over him, once he sets foot in the academy, we shall have ample opportunities to act. Rising to his feet, He declared, "For the next few days, you shall not venture outside. Stay home and keep my niece company. We shall discuss everything once the academy opens. By then, your cousin will also be joining the academy." Cousin? Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback. Has he not already been designated as a disciple of the sect? Do not concern yourself with that. Lu Sun shook his head. He has his reasons for going there. With him around, it will be quite effortless to deal with that young man. With that, he seemed intent on providing the two with a moment of privacy. Choosing not to linger any longer and departing directly. Niece. After Lu Sun left, Lu Tong turned to Lu Ying, hesitating in his words. There is no need for my brother to be so concerned. Lu Ying, suppressing her inner turmoil, gently reassured him. I remember all that you have done for me. It was simply an unexpected turn of events today, and you need not blame yourself. As Lu Tong gazed upon the exquisite beauty of the young lady, he found himself entranced, instinctively reaching out to grasp her delicate, fair hands. Brother. Lu Ying quickly recoiled, a hint of reproach in her voice. Please, conduct yourself with decorum. Ah! Lu Tong's heart was in turmoil, his face flushed with embarrassment, completely captivated by Lu Ying. Having cast aside the humiliation of the day to the farthest reaches of the sky. Fear not, my dear cousin, he assured, thumping his chest. With my cousin's support, that fellow shall suffer endlessly once he enters the martial academy. On the bustling street, a rotund figure wandered aimlessly, boredom etched across his face. What a calamity of humanity! He muttered under his breath, his small eyes darting around in search of something. What is this calamity of mine? Damn it! I should never have heeded that old man's words. What nonsense! And yet I've nearly fed myself to a beast. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would rather have stayed home in comfort, relishing my status as a young master. As he grumbled, the conversation of a nearby pair of master and servant caught his attention. With your talent, young master, you will surely shine at the martial academy. Indeed, the young man boasted, his pride evident. I have diligently trained in Mountain City for this very day? A spark ignited in the rotund man's eyes. The martial academy? How intriguing. Since I have no leads on my calamity, why not explore this instead? With that thought, he fixed his gaze on a spirited young man not far off, narrowing his eyes into slits as he chuckled softly and stealthily followed. Brother, we are indeed fated to meet. Volume 1, Chapter 35. Did he truly kill my nephew? Indeed. Within a spacious and luminous residence, Gu Han was filled with emotion. This heavenly abode is expensive for a reason. Young master, Asha inhaled deeply, a look of bliss on his face. How delightful. Inside the courtyard, although the concentration of spiritual energy was merely 5 or 6 times that of the outside, it paled in comparison to the density Gu Han experienced with the use of crystal essence. However, the purity of the energy here was remarkable, devoid of any impurities. While it may not hold much benefit for him, for Asha and ordinary cultivators, it was a coveted treasure. What was even more precious was the faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. As the spiritual energy flowed into his body, Gu Han felt invigorated, erasing the fatigue accumulated from days of travel and battle, even healing the residual injuries within him under the nurturing of this energy. This heavenly abode was indeed a sanctuary for cultivation, rejuvenation, and healing. Young master, she exclaimed excitedly, I feel my cultivation is on the verge of a breakthrough. So soon? Gu Han was taken aback, instinctively ruffling her hair. Asha, you truly are a prodigy in cultivation. It seems I must step up my efforts, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing to be surpassed by you. Hee. Asha's eyes squinted in delight. Once my cultivation is high, I shall protect you. Very well. Gu Han's tone was laced with complexity. The workings of the heavens are unpredictable and elusive, with a bloodline as formidable as the eye of falsehood, nearly invincible in its growth, yet burdened with such a fatal flaw, it remained uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse for Asha. With this thought, he resolved silently within himself. Once the injuries have healed, I shall seek out ample elixirs to restore the divine essence. I must ensure no harm befalls her. Outside the inn, the day wore on, and the gathering crowd had long since dispersed, leaving the long street once more in a state of desolation. At that moment, a middle-aged man, wielding a broken sword and wearing a stern expression, slowly approached the inn. During this time, he had interrogated several individuals who had fled from outside the city and had finally ascertained a crucial fact. The one who had slain his nephew was none other than that young boy, accompanied by a little girl. They had actually sought refuge here. The pair of the boy and the girl was, of course, quite conspicuous, and through his inquiries, he had effortlessly tracked them down. Naturally, consumed with vengeance, he remained oblivious to the commotion stirred by Guhan. As this guest entered the inn, a tall and slender steward approached him, bowing apologetically. "I regret to inform you that we are fully booked." "Who are you? Where is Steward Song?" the middle-aged man inquired, momentarily taken aback. Though not intimately acquainted with Song Xing, he was familiar enough. The steward, who introduced himself as Qianlu, simply smiled. "I am Qianlu, and from this day forth, I am responsible for all matters of this inn." "Ah, I see." The man had little inclination to delve further. "I ask you, has a young boy accompanied by a little girl taken residence here?" "A boy? A girl?" A flicker of surprise crossed Qianlu's eyes. "You know full well." The man noticed the subtle shift in his demeanor, and his expression darkened. "Where are they?" "Sir." Qianlu's smile evaporated. "This is an inn, and I am merely responsible for the arrivals and departures. Am I expected to scrutinize the identities of each guest? If you seek information, you may have come to the wrong place." "You." The man's voice faltered. "I demand to see inside." He attempted to advance further. "Begone." A sudden, icy command rang out. With a thunderous crash, the man was propelled backward. Gasp! Before he could hit the ground, blood spurted from his mouth. Morong Chuan. In that instant, the man comprehended who had intervened, a wave of dread washing over him as he cursed himself for allowing vengeance to cloud his judgment. Thinking he could act recklessly on the Morong family's territory. "Master Morong." He disregarded his injuries and hastily bowed. "I apologize for my rudeness. I hope you will forgive my transgression. Should I dare to return, I shall face your wrath." Indeed, the man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. "Thank you, Master Morong, for your magnanimity. I shall take my leave at once." Without a moment's delay, he vanished from Qianlu's sight. "Master," Qianlu queried, perplexed. This individual seemed intent on causing trouble for that young brother. "Why did you allow him to depart?" "Quite simply," Morong Chuan's voice resounded once more. "This is the territory of the Morong family. Should anyone seek to trouble my guests, I shall undoubtedly intervene. As for the outside world, I am not his guardian. It is impossible for me to intervene in every matter, much less eliminate each of his adversaries. Do you understand?" The subordinate acknowledged this. "When you meet him later, explain this matter clearly to him. The decision lies within his own hands." Yes. In the outer city of the capital, in a secluded corner, a rotund man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glimmering with a strange light. Opposite him, a young man and his servant appeared dazed, as if their souls had been ensnared. "Remember," the rotund man wore a triumphant expression. "From this day forth, I shall be known as He Zhong. Do you understand?" The young man's expression reflected a struggle. "You are called He Zhong, but what am I to be called?" "It matters not what you are called," the rotund man replied impatiently. "There are numerous delightful names, such as Cat and Dog, or Big Fool and Second Fool. Simply choose one for yourself. Hurry. Do not waste time. Bring forth the Martial Academy credentials for me." The young man's internal conflict intensified. Nevertheless, he ultimately remained unawakened. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a jade token from his storage pouch. "This is it." The rotund man accepted it with glee. "Off you go." "Where to?" "Go wherever you please." The rotund man's small eyes darted about. "Although this great Qi dynasty is but a remote corner, it should suffice for you to wander for a year or more. Remember, do not return until you have traversed every inch of this land. Understood?" "Very well." The master and servant nodded stiffly, dazed and shambling away like soulless beings. Upon their departure, the rotund man wiped the sweat from his brow. "I am utterly exhausted. Bah! What nonsense about a person being robbed. My cultivation has diminished to this state, struggling even to perform a simple soul-capturing technique." "The Martial Academy?" He glanced at the jade token in his hand with disdain. "The name is rather fine, yet alas, it consists solely of a group of insignificant individuals." "No matter." A surge of bravado washed over him. "With me around, you inept ants can only await your trembling lamentations, groveling at my feet." Ha ha. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 5 days had elapsed. Within the Tianwu residence, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. Under the nourishment of the peculiar spiritual energy here, not only had his internal injuries healed, but he had also broken through the barriers of 4 more acupoints, bringing the total to 31, along with his previous 27. His cultivation officially ascended to the 2nd level of the channeling realm. Too slow. He shook his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Only 4? In truth, His rate of cultivation far surpassed that of others. However, compared to his recent breakthroughs, this progress felt painfully sluggish. The concentration of spiritual energy here remains insufficient. For him, a higher concentration of spiritual energy is naturally preferable. The purity of it, however, holds little significance. Regardless of how chaotic the energy may be, once it enters his body, it would be thoroughly purified by his extraordinary meridians. Forget it. He quelled his impatience. Haste makes waste. His adoptive father had often said that cultivation requires patience and tranquility, allowing things to unfold naturally. He cast a glance at Asha. She remained deeply engrossed in her cultivation, her aura noticeably stronger than before, on the verge of entering the 4th level of chi condensation. How swift! He sighed softly and gradually rose to his feet. With less than 2 days remaining before the academy opened, he still possessed a considerable amount of material beast cores, which he naturally intended to exchange for yuan crystals, while also procuring some spiritual herbs to replenish his soul power. The alchemical pills from the ghostly physician were down to the last one. He dared not gamble on whether this pill would sustain Asha for long. Everything must be prepared in advance. With this thought, he did not disturb Asha, quietly unlocking the courtyard's barrier and stepping outside. This time, Murong Chuan did not make an appearance. Instead, he was met by Qianlu. The treasure pavilion? Upon learning that Guhan intended to sell materials, Qianlu expressed a hint of regret. It is worth mentioning that the treasure pavilion is the foremost commercial establishment within the royal capital, with a powerful backing that cannot be underestimated. What a pity that our Murong family's shop for selling alchemical materials is situated in a foreign land. Otherwise, given your status, young brother, you would surely enjoy the greatest discounts. Discounts? Guhan's eyes brightened. Are they also free of charge? Qianlu momentarily choked, letting out a dry laugh. Half price. Ahem, it's all half price. I don't comprehend. Guhan felt a pang in his heart, akin to watching countless yuan crystals slip away, powerless to stop it. Why not engage in such a lucrative business? Qianlu hesitated to continue. Due to certain agreements within the sect, with the treasure pavilion present, we cannot encroach upon this business. Guhan's heart stirred. Could it be that the treasure pavilion is also influenced by the Yuqing sect? It appears that the Murong family is not the sole power within the Yuqing sect. There are indeed rivals. Determined, he resolved to explore all the shops belonging to the Murong family. Being so impoverished, he would not let such a significant opportunity slip through his fingers. Young brother. As Guhan prepared to depart, Qianlu seemed to recall something, hastily recounting the earlier incident involving the man, cautioning, this individual does not seem to bear good intentions. Although he has already been wounded by the shopkeeper, I fear he will not relent so easily. Be exceedingly cautious when you venture out. Thank you. Guhan felt a shiver run through him. I shall exercise caution. Nevertheless, while remaining vigilant, he would not retreat into the inn and refrain from venturing out. Should the adversary overstep, he would not hesitate to summon Murong Chuan and administer a bloody lesson. Watching Guhan's departing figure, Qianlu furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. What do you think? Behind him, Murong Chuan's voice inquired. How do you perceive this young man? Shopkeeper. Qianlu promptly bowed. Casting a glance at Murong Chuan's expression, he carefully chose his words. This young brother appears rather unremarkable. Why then does he garner the young lady's favor? Unremarkable? Murong Chuan withheld his judgment. Initially, I shared the same sentiment. Thus, it seems the young lady's discernment surpasses our own. The treasure pavilion. On the opposite side of the inner city, seemingly purposefully maintaining a distance from the Murong family's inn, Guhan traversed the path where he could hear the murmurs of the crowd. The focal point of their discussions was none other than himself and Lu Tong. Of course, Lu Tong was the primary subject. The people of the capital had often been oppressed by him, and upon learning that he had suffered such a significant setback, had it not been for their fear of his background, they would have erupted in cheers and applause. Guhan's sense of vigilance intensified. Could it be that the individual from before was sent by Lu Tong? Just as he pondered this, a middle-aged man abruptly blocked his path, dragging a half-dead cultivator along. Alarm surged through Guhan the moment he laid eyes on this man. His features bore a striking resemblance to the young man he had slain a few days prior. Furthermore, given the man's formidable spiritual sense, the fact that Guhan had not perceived his arrival indicated that this individual was far superior in cultivation. In an instant, a faint memory of the young man's words flashed through his mind. His second uncle was a teacher at the Martial Institute. Could this be the very person? Who are you? Guhan thought silently, maintaining a facade of composure while secretly bracing himself. Why do you stop me? Look closely. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the cultivator he was holding. Is this him? Earlier, having received a warning from Murong Chuan, he had refrained from causing a ruckus at the inn. However, the desire for revenge for his nephew's death could not be easily dismissed. So he had captured a wandering cultivator to guard near the inn, ensuring that once Guhan emerged, he could identify him without error. The wandering cultivator was already on the brink of death from the man's torment. Good, good, good. The man sneered, carelessly tossing the cultivator aside as he fixed his fierce gaze on Guhan. You dare to kill my nephew. You are quite bold. What nephew? Guhan felt an increasing sense of peril. I do not understand what you are saying. Still attempting to argue. Boom. With certainty in his accusation. The man no longer granted Guhan the opportunity to speak. His aura surged dramatically as he struck out with a palm towards Guhan. His cultivation level far exceeded that of the Gathering Essence realm. You will pay for my nephew's life. At that moment, in the outer city, on the long street, a rotund man was glancing around restlessly, grumbling incessantly. What a ridiculous martial institute. Do they truly require an auspicious date to open? How dare they make me wait for several days? He declared. Just wait. Once I overcome this tribulation and restore my cultivation, the first thing I shall do is dismantle this wretched place. As he walked, suddenly, commotion erupted in the distance. Something has happened. What is going on? It seems that the instructor you from the Martial Institute is chasing after a young man. Gasp. Instructor you. He is a formidable master of the spiritual profound realm. Who dared to offend him? Let us go see. Indeed, let us hurry. The initially listless rotund man's eyes brightened at the sound of the discussions, instantly invigorated. There's excitement to behold. Splendid. I, the rotund lord, adore lively gatherings. He sprinted forward at a speed incongruent with his physique, leaving the crowd far behind as he raced towards the source of the commotion. In the first volume, Chapter 36, a street pursuit ensued, with plans to drag the hefty man into the fray. In the blink of an eye, Instructor Yu unleashed a formidable palm strike right before Guhan. A resonant clang echoed through the air. Guhan, having anticipated the attack, swiftly drew his long sword and positioned it defensively in front of him, just as Instructor Yu's palm struck the blade. Yet, despite the sword's remarkable resilience in withstanding the assault, the relentless surge of spiritual energy, imbued with immense force, still bore down heavily upon him. With a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his bones fracturing under the impact as he was sent flying through the air. Moments later, he crashed heavily to the ground. Was he dead? Naturally. Given Instructor Yu's formidable prowess, he was certainly doomed. At that moment, a number of onlookers were drawn to the scene, though intimidated by Instructor Yu's ferocity. They dared not approach, yet remained fascinated from a distance. Isn't that someone I recognize? One exclaimed. Recognize? Who is it? Came the reply. It's the one who made Lu cough up blood, that young Master Lu. It's him. They gasped. What manner of person is he? So audacious as to offend young Master Lu, and now provoke Instructor Yu? Suddenly, someone shouted, wait. He is not dead. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Guhan. Coughing. He leaned on his sword, wobbling as he rose to his feet. Though drenched in blood and looking utterly tragic, his eyes sparkled with an unsettling brightness. The crowd's composure shattered. He truly lives. How could he survive such a lethal blow from an adept of the spirit profound realm? This young man is remarkable. Alas, some lamented, regardless of his talent, he could never withstand a second strike from Instructor Yu. Mind your words. Instructor Yu is still present. With the expressionless Instructor Yu in sight, the murmurs quieted significantly. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Instructor Yu advanced slowly towards Guhan, his demeanor devoid of emotion. The young man you killed was the only male heir of the Yu family. Do you realize the cost and effort my brother and I invested in his upbringing? You have taken his life, and you shall pay with yours. I know nothing of that. Guhan wiped the blood from his face. He sought to kill me, so I retaliated. Are you so foolish as to not grasp such a simple truth? Very well. Instructor Yu nodded. Today, you shall perish here. Perish? Guhan drew a deep breath, gradually raising his long sword. Then let it be a fight to the death. A complex array of emotions washed over the crowd, setting aside all else. This young man faced death without fear, displaying the courage to engage in a life-or-death struggle, a quality that surpassed the vast majority of people. What a pity. Then I shall grant you your wish. Instructor Yu, without hesitation, summoned a torrent of spiritual energy, enveloping his body in a faint, ethereal glow. Suddenly, Guhan's expression brightened. Master Morong, you have arrived. This is dire. Upon hearing that name, Yu Jiaoxi's heart skipped a beat, his spiritual energy momentarily faltering as he instinctively turned to look. The pressure exerted by Murong Chuan was indeed overwhelming. Yet, when he glanced back, he found nothing but emptiness behind him, no trace of a figure. By the time he looked again, Guhan had already fled the scene, his speed so astonishing that he bore no resemblance to a gravely injured person. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Had he actually escaped? Wasn't he on the brink of death? How could he still be so full of life? And wasn't he supposed to fight to the last breath? Fearless in the face of death? This youth was hardly a man of principles. Fleeing? Yu Jiaoxi's expression darkened. Today, you shall meet your demise. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he moved swiftly to pursue. On the long street, Guhan's speed had reached its zenith, almost transforming him into a fleeting shadow. Though he had sustained severe internal injuries and broken many bones from Yu Jiaoxi's strike, the peculiar meridians within him remained unaffected, which was the reason his cultivation still thrived at its peak. Of course, such reckless expenditure of spiritual energy only exacerbated his internal wounds. As he ran, he coughed up blood. This was his current state. Behind him, Yu Jiaoxi was rapidly closing the distance. Guhan steeled himself, pushing his speed even further. His direction was unmistakably toward the city gate. As for returning to the inn, that route had been completely blocked by Yu Jiaoxi's timely intervention. Thankfully, he felt a flicker of relief that he hadn't brought Asha along. Otherwise, today would undoubtedly end in certain doom. Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead. Hey, brother, it's only been a few days, and you look so disheveled. Huh. Following the voice, Guhan's gaze landed on a particularly conspicuous figure amidst the crowd, a rotund man with a gleeful expression. It's you. It's me, the fat lord. The chubby man crossed his arms, relishing the moment. Who would have thought you'd end up like this? Ha ha ha. Truly, what goes around comes around. Let us see how you continue to act arrogant in front of the fat lord. Fatty, Guhan suddenly shouted. The truth about that day has been revealed. Run. His voice was so loud it echoed throughout half the street, naturally reaching Yu Jiaoxi's ears not far away. What? Though bewildered, the fat lord's heart sank with an ominous premonition. As expected, Yu Jiaoxi's murderous gaze fixated on him. Did you also partake in the murder of my nephew? The fat lord's complexion paled as he hastily explained. Don't listen to his nonsense. I, the fat lord, don't even know your nephew. Fatty, Guhan's voice rang out once more. No need to explain. Just run. He has already figured it all out. The two of us were seen fighting that day. Upon hearing this, the fat lord's heart plummeted. He wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to provoke this vengeful character while merely watching the spectacle? Now, it was all over. Since you're involved too. Yu Jiaoxi fixed his gaze intently on the rotund figure. Then you should just die. In an instant, the onlookers, fearing for their own safety, scattered like leaves in the wind, leaving the portly man standing alone. The fat man still attempted to explain himself. You can't possibly believe that. Can you? Better to kill an innocent than let one escape. By heaven, you old fool. The rotund man erupted in fury. You believe whatever he says. If he were to claim, Fat Lord, I am your father, would you believe that too? Boom. In response, Yu Jiaoxi unleashed a powerful palm strike. Damn it. Realizing he could not evade it, the fat man gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy, which enveloped him in a faint golden glow. I will fight you to the end. Yet, before he could finish, a scream escaped his lips as he was sent flying, landing with a thud that caused his body to bounce twice upon impact. Gulp. Without waiting for Yu Jiaoxi to strike again, he sprang back to his feet as if nothing had happened, swiftly darting after Guhan. The crowd was once again dumbfounded. He didn't die? How could that be? They discreetly observed Yu Jiaoxi's reaction, wondering if his mastery of the spiritual realm was a mere fade. Beside them, Yu Jiaoxi's expression darkened further. With his cultivation, he could have easily turned a practitioner of the Qi realm into mere pulp. Yet here were Guhan and the fat man, both alive and running faster than ever. Although his recent injuries at the hands of Murong Chuan contributed to his frustration, he still could not accept this outcome. His pride was shattered. The enmity of having slain his nephew and the loss of face ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Without hesitation, he vanished from sight. leaving behind a chilling proclamation filled with murderous intent. Today, none of you shall escape. At that moment, outside the city gates, the seventh prince returned. His voice trembled with excitement as he gazed upon the familiar city walls. I, Jiang Feng, have returned. When he left the city, he was afflicted by a severe cold ailment, his days numbered, filled with despair. This was why he distanced himself from the royal capital to venture to Tianwu City. Yet upon his return, he had officially embarked on his cultivation journey, advancing rapidly and possessing a rare physique that evoked envy in others, promising a boundless future ahead. In the face of such a stark contrast, even with his temperament, he could not help but display a hint of uncharacteristic exuberance. Your Highness, beside him, Steward Li wore a broad smile. Jiang Feng had grown up before his eyes. For over 20 years, he had seldom seen the young man smile, let alone exude such joy and ease. In due time, Your Highness will surely become the foremost among the younger generation of our great Qi. Foremost? Jiang Feng chuckled softly. With me around, that title hardly belongs to me. Besides, there's still Brother Gu, isn't there? Remarkably, Steward Li refrained from countering. Gu Han's ability to casually wield a celestial-grade technique spoke volumes of his remarkable fortune and blessings, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Moreover, it is precisely due to Gu Han that Jiang Feng has attained his current spirited demeanor, thus reducing the hostility and resentment that Steward Li harbors towards him by a significant margin. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng felt a tinge of worry. With Gu, his brother, having departed before us, I fear he might be caught up in the prior turmoil caused by the demon beasts. I wonder if he is safe. Rest assured, Your Highness. Steward Li pondered for a moment. That young man, Gu, is astute and exceptionally capable. He is unlikely to encounter any danger. In truth, he wished to express that Gu Han was shameless and treacherous, but he refrained, fearing Jiang Feng's ire, and thus altered his words at the last moment. Indeed, Jiang Feng chuckled softly. I have overthought it. Brother Gu conducts himself with prudence and discernment, far surpassing his contemporaries. How could he possibly find himself in peril? Your Highness. Suddenly, Steward Li's expression transformed dramatically as if he had perceived something extraordinary. I believe I see him. His cultivation level far exceeded Jiang Feng's, enabling him to detect the unusual happenings in the distance. Who? Jiang Feng inquired, taken aback. Brother Gu? Could it be such a coincidence? It is he, Steward Li exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips. Remarkably, it truly is Brother Gu. How curious. What brings him here? Is he perhaps leaving the city? Steward Li's lips twitched slightly. He is being pursued. In the bustling street, three figures moved with the swiftness of lightning, stirring up a tempest in their wake. Those eager to witness the excitement could hardly keep pace. In but a moment, the onlookers could no longer see their silhouettes. At the forefront was Gu Han, seizing the opportunity to widen the distance, while at the rear was the enraged instructor Yu, driven by a murderous intent to eliminate the two. Sandwiched in between was the unfortunate rotund fellow, who had been grievously wronged by Gu Han. Scoundrel! Like Gu Han, he was spitting blood as he ran with all his might, vocally expressing his grievances. You heartless fiend. Heartless? Nonsense. Gu Han's voice echoed back. Who told you to mock me? The portly man, indignant, felt his flesh quiver with rage. With so many people watching, why choose me? That's irrelevant. Gu Han had no qualms about dragging him down. That affair was a joint venture. We cannot implicate others. You. The rotund man was instantly flustered. Implicate your grandfather. You filthy scoundrel. In a fit of urgency, he unleashed a torrent of expletives, each more colorful than the last. Conserve your strength, Gu Han kindly advised. Run faster. He is nearly upon us. The rotund man fell silent, realizing that Instructor Yu was now merely a few paces behind him. How infuriating. Observing the two animatedly bickering, Instructor Yu was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy, his murderous intent coalescing into something palpable. He was acutely aware that he was facing two peculiar individuals today. Gu Han, although possessing lesser cultivation, exhibited an extraordinary depth of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of his peers. As for the rotund man, despite his unassuming appearance, his physical defenses were alarmingly formidable. Die. With this thought, he charged forward. He immediately ceased to hesitate, gathering all his internal strength into his right palm, and struck towards the back of the rotund man. Today, he could not allow the two to escape. Damn it! Sensing the chilling intent behind him, the rotund man realized he could no longer evade this blow. Gritting his teeth, He resolutely halted his movement. "Brother," he shouted hoarsely, his eyes reddened, directing his plea towards Yu Jiaoshi. "You must go. I will hold him off for you." Hearing this, Guhan's heart skipped a beat, and his pace slowed. "Come on." The rotund man shimmered with golden light and charged forward, roaring. "The one who dies is killed by my brother. Whatever happens, let it be on me." Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Yu Jiaoshi unleashed a full-force palm strike onto the rotund man's chest. PFF. Blood sprayed forth, yet the rotund man uttered not a single cry. Instantly propelled back several yards, rolling twice upon the ground, motionless thereafter. By the looks of it, his fate was dire. Guhan's expression grew complex, a wave of indescribable guilt washing over him. Could it be that he had truly brought about the rotund man's demise? Earlier, he had involved him out of indignation from being mocked. Moreover, he had witnessed the rotund man's formidable defensive capabilities. He was a natural bulwark, perfectly suited to momentarily obstruct Yu Jiaoshi. Yet now, witnessing the rotund man seemingly perishing due to his actions, regret consumed him. At this moment, Yu Jiaoshi, with a few swift movements, once again positioned himself in front of Guhan. There's nowhere left for you to run. Guhan understood. This time, escape was utterly impossible. "I'm sorry, rotund man." Not far off, the rotund man lay pale and unmoving, clearly unable to hear Guhan's words. "Kid." Yu Jiaoshi slowly approached. "At this point, do you feel regret?" "Unfortunately, it is too late. I warned you." Guhan raised his sword, his internal energy surging. "If he seeks to kill me, then I shall return the favor. You too." This time, he was prepared to fight to the death. Stubborn. Yu Jiaoshi suddenly took a step forward, his aura intensifying with each moment. "I shall send you to your demise." Just as he was about to strike, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From several yards away, the rotund man, who had appeared lifeless, suddenly leaped back to life and dashed away. Yu Jiaoshi was momentarily stunned. Guhan was equally astonished. "What the hell?" he blurted out. "You're not dead?" "Of course not," the rotund man replied, growing more distant, his tone tinged with pride. "What status do I hold? How could I die in such a trivial place? Many wish to kill me, but they are not worthy. You bastard." This exclamation was directed at Guhan. "Daring to put me in such a predicament. You've messed up. I shall await your downfall." Waha! In his laughter, he vanished from sight. "Damn it!" Yu Jiaoshi, thoroughly enraged by the rotund man's mockery, declared, "You all deserve to die." Boom. As he spoke, the atmosphere crackled with tension. His profound cultivation at the 6th level of the spiritual realm erupted entirely. The mere force of his presence compelled Guhan to retreat repeatedly. "First, I will slay you. Then, I shall eliminate him. None of you shall escape." Guhan remained silent, yet an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, coalescing into a 3-inch sword light atop the fractured tip of his sword. At this moment, he found no resentment towards the plump figure. Rather, he felt a sense of relief upon seeing that the rotund man had survived. "You wish to kill me, and yet..." Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his face, revealing a hint of astonishment. "Managerly, you have returned?" "Nonsense," Yu Jiaoshi sneered, channeling a formidable force that propelled him instantly before Guhan. "Boy, do you think I would fall for your tricks again?" In the blink of an eye, a hand abruptly extended from the side, intercepting Yu Jiaoshi's strike. The two palms clashed, forcing Yu Jiaoshi to stagger back a dozen paces. As a profoundly sinister energy surged within him, exacerbating his previous injuries, prompting him to involuntarily spit out blood. "Hee." A voice tinged with a sharp edge echoed through the air. "If you dare call my family nonsense, what do you consider yourself?" Managerly, Yu Jiaoshi fixed his gaze on the somewhat stooped figure before him. "Is it truly you? How is it that you fail to recognize me after such a short absence?" "This brat." Yu Jiaoshi cast a dark glance at Guhan. "What is your connection to him? With your qualifications, do you dare question me?" He struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within. "Do you not realize he holds a blood feud with me? And do you not know that this esteemed brother Gu is my savior?" Suddenly, another voice rang out. "Seventh Prince, Jiang Feng." Alarm surged through Yu Jiaoshi's heart. Although he was unaware of how Guhan had become Jiang Feng's savior, he understood that his intention to kill Guhan was now utterly impossible. Not to mention that Manager Li far surpassed him in cultivation. The very identity of the Seventh Prince instilled a deep-seated trepidation within him. Despite his grave affliction, he was still a scion of royal blood, a status unassailable by any mere instructor of the martial academy. "What is it?" Manager Li remarked with discontent. Upon seeing His Highness, You do not pay your respects. Despite his unwillingness, Yu Jiaoshi still cupped his fist and bowed. I have seen His Highness. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The Zhang Feng before him was vastly different from the one he had encountered months prior. Not only had the aura of death that lingered between his brows vanished, as if he had been reborn, but there was also a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy surrounding him. The seventh prince had actually attained cultivation. Yu Jiaoshi. Zhang Feng's expression remained impassive as he cast a fleeting glance at him. This esteemed brother Gu has saved my life. Should you insist on making a move against him, you are effectively striking at me, and you should comprehend the consequences. Yu Jiaoshi's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Zhang Feng would cut off his retreat. Thus, unless he wished to forfeit his own life, he would have to think twice before attempting to harm Gu Han again. What? You have grown deaf. Managerly scoffed. His Highness is addressing you. Indeed, you would do well to remember this and refrain from harboring any ill intentions. Otherwise, we shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Though filled with rage, Yu Jiaoshi dared not unleash his wrath, for doing so would provide Steward Li with a justification to act. Begone, begone. You are a nuisance here. With a lingering glance at Gu Han, Yu Jiaoshi departed without further ado. Gu Han understood all too well that the enmity between himself and Yu Jiaoshi ran deep, and neither party would easily relent. This matter was far from resolved. Brother Gu. Zhang Feng expressed concern upon seeing him bloodied. Are you all right? I am fine, Gu Han replied with a shake of his head. Just a minor injury. It is nothing fatal. Thank goodness, Zhang Feng sighed in relief. Had we not returned in time, a grave incident may have transpired today. Stewardly. Gu Han clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your timely intervention. Ah, Stewardly replied cheerfully. To hear you express thanks is a rare delight. Is that so? Gu Han chuckled softly. Then I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. As their banter resumed, Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on and quickly interjected. Where is that foolish young lady? I haven't seen her. She is at the inn, not accompanying me, Gu Han replied. What of your companion? Companion? Gu Han was taken aback. What companion? Perhaps a rotund fellow? In a secluded corner of the street, the portly man appeared pale and staggered, utterly bereft of the previous vigor he had displayed. Ouch, this hurts terribly, he exclaimed. Just wait. I shall remember you. I shall avenge this slap sooner or later. You scoundrel. The thought of Gu Han, the source of his misfortune, ignited his fury. Every time I encounter you, calamity follows. The last time was tolerable, but this time is intolerable. If I did not possess some hidden cards, I would surely have met my demise today. As he pondered, his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? He murmured, recalling the old man's warning. A calamity brought about by another, leading to certain death. Is this scoundrel my personal calamity? Chapter 38. The Fire Spirit Body, the First Genius. Upon hearing Gu Han's account, Zhang Feng was rendered speechless. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the unseen, portly man. To be so thoroughly ensnared, and yet survive, his life must indeed be extraordinarily resilient. Were he in the same predicament, he feared he would have perished multiple times over. Meanwhile, Steward Li grew increasingly vigilant. Why did he suddenly feel that the prince's situation had become even more perilous? This would not do. Upon returning, he would advise the prince to maintain a safe distance from this individual. Otherwise, he might find himself in grave danger. Let us not dwell on him, Gu Han said, shaking his head. May I inquire about that individual earlier? Was he a martial arts instructor? Indeed, Zhang Feng nodded. His name is Yu Hua, one of the martial arts instructors, possessing a cultivation level at the 7th realm of Lingxian. Among the instructors, he ranks as above average. Brother Gu, what could have provoked such a conflict, prompting him to pursue you so recklessly in public? Well, Gu Han's eyes narrowed contemplatively. It was their first encounter. He recounted his recent experiences to the two of them, albeit vaguely glossing over the secret regarding the token. It was not out of disbelief towards them, but rather, the revelation of such a secret would spell immense trouble for both him and the Morong family. The chaos wrought by the monstrous beasts, Lu Tong, and the Morong family left the two listeners utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that in the mere span of a month, Gu Han had undergone such a series of extraordinary events. The sheer excitement of it was beyond anything they had ever heard. Instantly, they perceived that the life of the rotund individual was far less precarious than that of Gu Han. The man was named Yu Hua. After a brief pause, Steward Li seemed to digest this information and remarked thoughtfully, Indeed, he is a teacher at the Martial Academy, and we have heard that the Yu family suffers from a lack of heirs. It's no wonder he sought to hunt you down after you killed his nephew outside the city. In truth, Jiang Feng sighed. The martial academy is the foundation of our great Qi, governed by its own rules. He is merely a teacher and wouldn't dare to act brazenly. Furthermore, as long as Brother Gu stays with me after entering the academy, there should be no trouble. Steward Li felt a chill run down his spine. Your Highness, think twice. Following this fellow is akin to leaping into a fiery pit. Are you going too? Guhan asked, somewhat surprised. Indeed, you have opened your meridians? Indeed, Jiang Feng nodded. The cultivation method Brother Gu practices aligns perfectly with mine, and coupled with the accumulated cold energy from years past, my progress has been quite rapid. However, his expression grew somber. The opportunity to study at the martial academy and join the esteemed sect was a wish of my late mother. Regrettably, now that I have the chance, she is not here to witness it. Your Highness, Steward Li quickly offered consolation. You possess a unique constitution and are adept in celestial grade techniques. Your future is boundless. The royal family will surely take notice, and your mother, from the afterlife, will find peace in that knowledge. Take notice? Jiang Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. With my elder brother around, how could they possibly pay attention to me? Your elder brother? Guhan inquired with curiosity. Who is he? Jiang Feng's expression grew complex at the mention of his elder brother. He is a natural fire spirit. And several years ago, he was taken as a disciple by a senior of the esteemed sect, hailed as the foremost among the younger generation of great Qi. The foremost? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Yet, one cannot ascertain the authenticity of his skills. Authenticity aside, Steward Li interjected, unable to contain himself. Are you aware that this crown prince possesses another identity? Another identity? Guhan was taken aback. What identity? The Lu Tong who knelt before you is the crown prince's maternal cousin. Cousin? Guhan's brow furrowed. No wonder he behaves so arrogantly. It seems he has a powerful backing. However, our minor grievances shouldn't trouble the crown prince, should they? Steward Li was speechless. In front of everyone, he knelt before you. Do you think this grievance is minor? Are you not aware of the implications? TSK. Contemplating this, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. That Luing is truly not to be underestimated. Thus, on that day, the prince coughed lightly, causing Jiang Feng's face to flush. Do not speak carelessly. I was merely admiring. Beside them, Steward Li and Guhan exchanged glances, their opinions unexpectedly aligned for once. Within the martial academy, the atmosphere remained notably desolate, as it had yet to open its doors. On a stone-paved avenue, an elderly and stooped servant was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground. Get away. Suddenly, a cold reprimand startled him greatly. Instructor Yu? Upon recognizing the newcomer, he hurriedly bowed. You have returned. Yet, Yuhua did not spare him a glance, walking past with determination. Alas, the old man sighed, continuing his task while muttering to himself, narrow-minded and filled with resentment. Your path in cultivation shall not extend far. In the distance, Yuhua remained oblivious to these remarks. At that moment, his thoughts were solely occupied with how to deal with Guhan. Brother Yu? Just then, someone called out to him. How did it go? Were you successful? Do not mention it. Yuhua's countenance darkened. I was about to take action when the seventh prince intervened. The newcomer, surnamed Jiang, was also an instructor at the academy and shared a close rapport with Yuhua. He naturally did not conceal the details and recounted the situation succinctly. The seventh prince? Instructor Jiang furrowed his brows. If he provides his protection, it will be challenging for you to proceed, Brother Yu. This enmity caused Yuhua to grit his teeth in fury. I must take my revenge. Actually, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Perhaps you should seek an audience with the first prince. Hearing this, Yuhua was filled with disappointment. The first prince is a figure of such stature. Whether he would even see me is debatable. Even if he does, why would he interfere on behalf of an outsider against his own brother? Brother? Instructor Jiang chuckled lightly. In the ruthless world of royal families, what brotherly affection truly exists? If there were any, why would the other princes, aside from the seventh, venture to the frontiers and never return to the capital? Furthermore, Brother Yu, you may not be aware that the first prince is coming to the martial academy. What? Yuhua expressed confusion. Has he not already been designated as a disciple of the upper sect? What business does he have at the martial academy? I have heard. Instructor Jiang glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. The first prince wishes to completely seize control of the martial academy before entering the upper sect, likely at the behest of the sect's leader. You mean? Indeed. Instructor Jiang nodded. Now is an opportune moment to ally with him. If we cooperate well and assist him in taking command of the academy, brother Yu, when the time comes for your vengeance. How would the seventh prince dare to obstruct you? Excellent. Yu Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, brother Jiang, for the insight. I shall go to pay my respects to the first prince at once. In the inner city, at the heart of the area, a grand and magnificent building stood proudly. This was the residence of the first prince, Jiang Hong. Within the hall, cousin Lu Tong's expression was one of grievance and defiance. I have never suffered such a loss in my life. You must help me take revenge. Understood, spoke the young man seated at the head of the table. It was none other than the first prince, Jiang Hong. He was born with flaming red hair and eyebrows, his appearance strikingly remarkable, and an aura of intense energy seemed to circulate around him, raising the temperature in the hall considerably. Once the martial arts academy opens, I shall certainly teach him a lesson. Thank you, cousin, Lu Tong exclaimed with great delight. Your Highness. Lu Tong's companion, Lu Ying, slightly inclined her body, insinuatingly remarking, that Gu Han is backed by the Murong family. Might this action be unwise? In response to Lu Ying, Jiang Hong exhibited a notable increase in warmth. It was hardly surprising, as with Lu Ying's beauty, over 90% of men would be captivated, and he was no exception. Within the Murong family, he was a valued guest, but outside of it, he was nothing at all. Moreover, with my master present, it stands to reason that the Murong family would grant me some courtesy. In his words, he clearly did not regard Gu Han as a threat. Miss Lu. He gazed at Lu Ying, unabashedly revealing his admiration and astonishment. Might I inquire if you have any interest in visiting the upper sect? The upper sect? Lu Ying paused for a moment, her voice trembling with excitement. Am I truly given the opportunity to go? Although her talent could be deemed commendable, it paled in comparison to Jiang Hong and his peers. Gaining entry to the martial arts academy through Lu Yuan was her utmost limit. Aspiring to join the Yuqing sect seemed nearly impossible, if not utterly unattainable. Certainly. Observing her enthusiasm, Jiang Hong smiled. If it were through ordinary channels, hope would indeed be slim, but let us not forget that my esteemed master is at the upper sect. Should he express the desire to accept another disciple, it would be no great matter. Your Highness. Lu Ying's complexion flushed, momentarily losing her composure. If I could join the upper sect, I. With Lu Tong by her side, she ultimately retained some dignity and refrained from voicing her further thoughts. Yet Lu Tong was not foolish, he understood. From that moment forth, the enchanting presence beside him could no longer be his. In an instant, a surge of jealousy coursed through his heart, but in deference to Jiang Hong's authority, he could only suppress his bitterness, revealing not a hint of his feelings. Excellent. Jiang Hong was undeniably pleased. If so, then, Your Highness. At that moment, a servant approached the hall. The martial arts instructors, Yu Hua and Jiang Yi, seek an audience. Them? Jiang Hong, initially displeased at the interruption, suddenly broke into a smile. Well, they have already received news. Very well, let them enter. Inside the inn, Qian Lu was somewhat distracted. The commotion caused by Yu Hua's pursuit of Gu Han had been significant, and naturally, he was eager to learn the outcome. As he pondered, a figure entered the room. This guest, he instinctively prepared to greet. You? Young brother, is that you? Are you unscathed? Before him stood Gu Han, his body marred with dried blood. Although his injuries were severe, they were far from fatal. Qian Lu was secretly astonished. He had indeed underestimated him earlier. I'm fine, Gu Han shook his head. It's just a pity, a mishap occurred, and I was unable to visit the gathering treasure pavilion. Qian Lu was speechless. That is not the crux of the matter. What you should be discussing now is not the matter of being hunted, yet your calm demeanor is perplexing. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared before the two. Morong Chuan. Senior. Gu Han clasped his fists in respect. I sincerely thank you for your warning today. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt. Had it not been for Qian Lu's alert, coupled with Morong Chuan's severe injury inflicted upon Yu Hua days prior, he might not have survived until Steward Li intervened. I expected. Morong Chuan chuckled. You might blame me. Not at all. Gu Han shook his head. I have only met you once, and you bear no obligation to assist me. Furthermore, you have already aided me immensely. My adoptive father once said, one should not be overly greedy. Oh, Morong Chuan raised an eyebrow. Your adoptive father seems quite the character. He has passed away. What a pity. Morong Chuan shook his head, then inquired. How about this person? Does he harbor significant animosity towards you? Do you require my assistance? Free of charge? Naturally, I would need a token. Then forget it. Gu Han decisively shook his head. I believe I can manage, and considering your prowess, it would be quite a loss to use it against a mere martial academy instructor. Nearby, Qianlu listened in astonishment. How can a matter of life and death be treated like a business transaction? Life is on the line, and yet you ponder the concept of loss. Very well. Murong Chuan discerned that Gu Han possessed some hidden cards and chose not to press the issue. Should you need me, feel free to seek me out. Senior. Gu Han contemplated for a moment. I do have a favor to ask of you. What is it? If I am not present, I hope you can look after her a bit more. Today's events have made him wary. Within the city is manageable, but if we venture outside, he would never dare take Asha with him. This girl, Murong Chuan was somewhat intrigued. Is she very important to you? More important than life itself. Murong Chuan, unusually silent for a moment, suddenly broke into a smile. Rest assured, as long as she remains in the inn, even the king of hell himself would not dare lay a finger on her. This is my personal promise, no token required. Thank you, senior. Gu Han offered a solemn bow. I shall remember this favor. You are considerate. Murong Chuan was indifferent to the matter. At this moment, he was unaware of just how significant Gu Han's single favor would become in the future. Within the capital, discussions about the assassination were rampant. Of course, only a select few knew the final outcome, while the rest relied on conjecture. That youth was reduced to a pulp by Instructor Yu, a gruesome fate. Nonsense. He didn't die. It was that fat man who took the blame, and Instructor Yu failed to catch him. He escaped into the wild forest. Is that so? Cough. I was quite far away that day, so I must have misjudged. The one turned to pulp should be that fat man. Such conversations could be overheard everywhere, nearly sweeping through the capital. However, with the emergence of another explosive piece of news, discussions about Gu Han abruptly ceased. The one who had long been absent, born with a fiery spirit, the greatest talent of the Deqi, the Grand Prince Jiang Hong, is set to arrive at the Martial Academy. Volume 1. Chapter 39. The Academy opens. Selection of instructors. Time swiftly passes, and the day of the Academy's inauguration has arrived. Master, in the Tianzi room. Asha gazes anxiously at Gu Han, who is slowly rising. Her small face is filled with worry. Your injury, do not fret, Gu Han sighs. A tinge of regret creeping into his heart for revealing the previous day's events to her. It is nothing serious, though his wounds are not fatal. They are not trivial either. Despite the Tianzi room being a sanctuary for healing, recovery cannot be achieved within a single day. Master, must we not attend the academy? Asha musters her courage. Asha, Gu Han chuckles softly. On the path of cultivation, one must never harbor fear. It is imperative to confront challenges head-on. How can one retreat in the face of difficulty? However, rest assured, with the 7th Prince-in-Chief stewardly present, that person would not dare act against me. You should focus on your training here. Noting her downcast expression, Gu Han gently pats her head and reassures her, when I return in a few days, I shall take you out for chicken legs. No, Asha unexpectedly loses interest in the chicken legs. I only wish for Master to be well. Very well. Gu Han nods. I promise you, do not deceive me. Indeed, I shall not deceive you. As Gu Han departs once more, Asha stands transfixed, as if her spirit has momentarily fled. Master. After a moment, she suddenly clenches her fists. I must help you. As she speaks, a flicker of determination ignites in her eyes. The Daki Martial Academy opens its doors every 5 years, welcoming the elite youth of the new generation. Aside from a few fortunate souls chosen by the upper sect, the remainder are absorbed within the Daki court. Some venture into the political arena, others join the military. And at the very least, they can attain positions such as the lord of a remote border town, living a life of splendor and freedom. Thus, for the young aspirants wishing to join the upper sect, hone their skills, or seek opportunities for advancement, the Martial Academy is an unavoidable destination. However, the Academy's rules are stringent. Except for those with special backgrounds, all others must rely on their true abilities to gain entry. At this moment, the once solemn Academy is abuzz with activity. A crowd of 100 or 200 young individuals from various cities congregates, either in small groups or alone, breathing new life into this century-old institution. Excellent. Wonderful. Nearby, a stooped and aged servant, leaning on a broom, beams at the sight of such youthful talent, his wrinkles contorting into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. They are the future of our Daki. Of course, there are many like him, mere servants within the Academy, whose murmurs go unnoticed by the vibrant youth. Outside the Academy, a throng of onlookers fills the wide Bluestone Avenue, their eyes alight with envy, jealousy, and longing. Yet, none dare to venture inside for a closer look, for the academy has its own regulations. Non-martial academy students who trespass shall face severe penalties. Upon Guhan's arrival at the scene, he was met with a throng of people. He felt utterly speechless but pressed on through the crowd. "Let me through," he exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, a familiar voice reached his ears. It was the fatty. Unlike Guhan, he charged recklessly through the crowd, using his formidable physique to shove people aside indiscriminately. "Hey, fatty, what are you doing? Why are you pushing? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn?" The crowd erupted in furious shouts at his antics. The fatty, unfazed, puffed out his ample chest and continued to bulldoze his way to the front. It was then that he spotted Guhan in the distance. "Fatty," Guhan greeted him. "Good to see you again. You're alive." The fatty's expression froze. "What do you mean you're alive?" "Of course," Guhan replied, irritation creeping into his voice. "Can you speak like a normal person?" The fatty, with a hint of caution, asked, "Are you here for the martial academy too?" "Absolutely." Guhan flashed the jade token in his hand. "By the way, fatty, you ran away pretty fast that day. You nearly got me killed. How dare you bring that up?" The fatty's anger flared instantly. "You scoundrel. Never mind, I won't hold it against you this time." As he spoke, he seemed to reconsider, swallowing the rest of his words. Subsequently, he deliberately avoided Guhan and hurried past the guards after verifying his jade token, rushing into the martial academy. Guhan furrowed his brow. Has this fatty changed his ways? From what he knew of the fatty, he was someone who would never let an opportunity for a quarrel slip by. Normally, they would have exchanged heated words for ages, but today, he had simply backed down. Never mind. Guhan brushed off his thoughts and, after presenting his jade token to the guards, stepped into the academy amidst the envious gazes of those behind him. "Brother Gu." Upon entering, he was met with an enthusiastic greeting. "Brother Jiang." Guhan smiled as he approached. Jiang Feng was indeed his only friend in the royal capital and even in the entirety of Dachi. "What about stewardly?" Jiang Feng's expression suddenly shifted to an odd one. "Ahem, I didn't ask him to come," he stammered, recalling how the steward had repeatedly warned him to stay away from Guhan before his departure. He shook his head inwardly. Stewardly is too worried. What ill intentions could Brother Gu possibly harbor? "What's wrong?" Guhan inquired. Nothing at all, Brother Gu." Jiang Feng quickly changed the subject. "Which instructor do you plan to choose later?" "Choose an instructor?" Guhan was somewhat taken aback. His knowledge of the martial academy was limited, and since arriving in the royal capital, he had been occupied with Lu Tong and Yu Hua, leaving him little time to learn about the academy's customs. Indeed, Jiang Feng patiently began to explain. This was the rule established by the founding emperor in years past. The students of the martial academy are undoubtedly the future of our great Qi, and thus they must be granted a greater degree of choice. Naturally, each instructor also possesses the power to refuse. Students select their instructors, and instructors will likewise choose their students. "Ah, I see now," Guhan realized. He suddenly chuckled. "What if I were to choose my instructor?" "Gu brother." Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. "You cannot be serious, can you?" "Fear not." Guhan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "I was merely jesting. Which instructor I choose matters little to me." In truth, he harbored no interest in the academy's esoteric martial arts. The only allure for him lay in the generous treatment afforded to the students and the opportunity to engage in sparring with the geniuses of the 10 Kingdoms martial academies. In the distance, in a secluded corner, a rotund figure observed the jovial exchange between Guhan and his companion, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. He had a 50% certainty that Guhan represented a personal calamity for him, a calamity born of human interactions, mysterious and unfathomable. This individual could be an adversary, a friend, or perhaps someone entirely unrelated. What to do? His thoughts raced. Should he distance himself, vowing never to meet again? No. That would nullify the significance of overcoming this calamity, and failing to do so would mean his hard-earned cultivation would be irretrievable. As an opponent, there was a considerable likelihood he could perish at Guhan's hands. As a friend, even with his robust constitution, he could hardly withstand the relentless traps laid by this rascal. In that moment, he sighed deeply, caught in a web of inner turmoil. Just then, an elderly voice broke through his reverie. It was the old caretaker, broom in hand, gazing at the rotund figure with a kind smile, his words imbued with wisdom. "Do not succumb to self-doubt, nor should you concern yourself with the opinions of others. Remember, the laughter of others will only serve as fuel for your growth." The rotund figure's lips twitched in irritation. What do you mean, old man? The elder glanced at him with a sigh of nostalgia. I was once a chubby lad myself. Hence silence. The rotund figure finally grasped the insinuation, his face quivering with indignation. Which of your eyes saw me as self-deprecating? Do I require your guidance in my affairs? Go sweep your floors. Furthermore, I am not fat. I possess a prosperous stature. What do you know? With that, he shot a furious glare at the old caretaker and stormed off. Alas, the elder shook his head in dismay. The world declines, and the hearts of men grow ancient. The youth of today truly lack decorum. At that moment, as discussions among the crowd swirled with fervor, a commanding voice suddenly resonated, initially faint, yet swelling to a thunderous echo that reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd, and silence fell swiftly. Moments later, a dozen figures approached, drawing nearer from the distance. Although they did not deliberately showcase their prowess, the invisible aura emanating from them instilled a profound sense of oppression among the onlookers. Among them, the three figures at the forefront exuded the most terrifying presence. Zhang Feng quietly explained to Gu Han that these three were vice presidents of the Martial Arts Academy. The one clad in armor was Captain Zhou of the City Guard, known for his stern demeanor and esteemed by the king. The figure to his left was Elder Wu, whose strength was unfathomable, while the one on the right was Elder Feng, whose origins remained somewhat mysterious. Both of these individuals also served as royal patrons. Unbeknownst to Gu Han, these three were the very individuals who had appeared outside the city during the beastly upheaval. Vice President? He questioned, puzzled. What about the president? Zhang Feng replied with reverence. The president of the Martial Arts Academy is none other than our great Qi's founding ancestor, who happens to be my great-grandfather. However, he has been invincible for decades against the 10 kingdoms. Seeking a breakthrough, he chose to wander the world and has yet to return. I have grown up hearing tales of his legendary exploits, yet I have never had the fortune of meeting him in person. A sense of regret washed over his expression as he spoke. Gu Han, however, felt little impact from this revelation. Invincible? Unbeaten? What nonsense! After all, there resided a demon lord in his mind, not particularly admirable, yet he did not parade around proclaiming invincibility. Speaking of which, it had been quite a while since he last checked on him. Just then, Gu Han suddenly sensed a sharp gaze fixated upon him. He lifted his head and discovered that Yu Hua was staring intently at him, the murderous intent in his eyes glaringly evident. Gu Han's expression turned cold. It must be one of the academy's instructors. Indeed, Zhang Feng, lacking Gu Han's keen perception, remained oblivious to the unusual circumstances and continued his enthusiastic introduction. There were a total of 10 instructors at the Martial Arts Academy. Yu Hua, at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, Jiang Yi, at the 5th level, Chen Feng, at the 7th level, and Han Fu. When mentioning one of them, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up with fervor. Han Fu was at the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, the highest among the instructors, and consistently had the largest number of students selecting him. However, his standards were exceedingly high, as he only considered talent, making it rare for anyone to remain by his side. Naturally, given your exceptional aptitude, Brother Gu, he would likely be more than willing to accept you. As he introduced the last instructor, Zhang Feng's expression grew peculiar. Unlike Yu Hua and the others, this individual wore a countenance of sorrow, standing far in the back and appearing out of place compared to the other instructors. Brother Gu, he suddenly swallowed hard and earnestly advised, you may choose anyone later, but please, do not select him. In Chapter 40, he was referred to as Mei Yun, a being seemingly cursed by misfortune, nicknamed the Celestial Disaster's Lonely Star. What's wrong? Gu Han noted the peculiar demeanor of this instructor and felt curious. Why does he look that way? Zhang Feng sighed with a wry smile. Today, it is highly likely that no one will choose him. Is it because his cultivation is too low? Gu Han inquired. At the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm, he possesses the weakest cultivation among the 10 instructors. That shouldn't be the case. Gu Han shook his head. Even though his cultivation is low, guiding one's practice is not solely dependent on the height of one's cultivation level. It is utterly impossible, Brother Gu. Zhang Feng hesitated. Are you aware that he actually has a nickname? A nickname? The Broom Star. Suddenly, accompanied by an ancient voice, a broom, worn smooth and bare, appeared before the two. Who the newcomer was self-evident. Gu Han was taken aback. Where did this old man come from? This individual is named Mei Yun. The elder, with a face full of emotion, began to introduce himself. stating that he had come to the martial academy 15 years ago to serve as an instructor. When he first arrived, 26 students chose him. But by the end of the 5-year term, 7 had perished, 10 were left crippled, and the remaining 9 led lives of mediocrity. Unworthy of the title of martial academy students. Guhan wore a look of disbelief. Maiden? Who in the world would give such a miserable name? And what happened next? The elder shook his head. Speaking of which, this person's name contains the character for luck, yet he possesses not a shred of it. Guhan scoffed. The name may imply fortune, but have you considered the surname? 10 years ago, the number of students choosing him had diminished significantly, yet there were still 9. However, this time, they did not even survive to the end of the 5 years. All perished at the jaws of beasts in the wilderness forest, not a single one returned. 5 years ago, the elder shook his head again. Only 3 students chose him then, and this time, nothing unexpected occurred. All 3 successfully survived the 5 years, but upon reaching the end of the term, all 3 went mad. Mad. Guhan was left speechless. This is not merely a broom star. This is clearly a veritable star of calamity. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng said with a resigned expression. Now do you understand why I advised against selecting him? I feel. Guhan sighed deeply. He ought to change his name. No, he should change his surname as well. Indeed. The elder nodded in agreement. Because of this incident, he has faced severe ostracism at the martial academy, not to mention that his nickname of Broom Star has spread across the 10 kingdoms, even garnering the attention of the higher-ups. In a sense, he has become quite unique. Guhan was once again at a loss for words. It seems that one can achieve notoriety even in the depths of misfortune. Certainly. The elder glanced at Jiang Feng, shifting the topic. The notion of luck is elusive and should not be entirely relied upon. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one will inevitably retreat. Therefore, the choice of instructor is not what truly matters. What is vital is to possess an indomitable spirit that strives against heaven, earth, and humanity. Without that, even with unparalleled talent, the road ahead will be fraught with obstacles, and great achievements may remain elusive. His words left Jiang Feng blushing with embarrassment. Elder. He quickly bowed. I have learned from your teachings. Your words today are like a refreshing awakening. Previously, I was overly stubborn. Quite right, quite right. The elder smiled, his wrinkles gathering in delight. A teachable child. Seeing Jiang Feng caught in a whirlwind of persuasion, Guhan could no longer contain himself. Old man, who exactly are you? He chuckled. The elder waved his hand, a look of self-satisfaction upon his face. The notion of sanctity is hardly applicable. It is merely a matter of sweeping the floors of the martial arts academy for 30 years. 30 years. Jiang Feng felt a surge of respect. However, Guhan was perplexed. After sweeping for 30 years, does that not merely make one a sweeper? What is there to take pride in? In the distance, a group of vice deans led by Commander Zhou remained silent, their expressions impassive as they observed the murmuring crowd, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, Commander Zhou squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance. As his words fell, the crowd outside the martial arts academy erupted into a commotion. Quick, clear the way. The Crown Prince is coming. Everyone step aside. My heavens. The last time I saw the Crown Prince was several years ago. I am fortunate to behold him once more. The Crown Prince's fire spirit body must have reached great perfection by now. Even from 100 paces away, I can feel that searing aura. Amidst the discussions, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. In Qi, particularly within the imperial capital, Crown Prince Jiang Hong is undeniably regarded as a paragon of excellence in everyone's hearts. Your elder brother? Jiang Feng was somewhat taken aback. Had he not been accepted as a disciple by the supreme sect? Why then was he coming to the martial arts academy? Your elder brother? Guhan realized. No wonder such grandiosity, attracting so many people to await him. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng expressed his concerns. Although it was unlikely that his elder brother was intentionally seeking him out, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Is that so? Guhan's tone carried a hint of mockery. Surely, a dignified crown prince would not condescend to target an inconspicuous individual like myself? You do not understand him. Jiang Feng's expression grew complex. His elder brother possesses extraordinary talent and a strong-willed character. Since childhood, few have dared to oppose his wishes. Seeing his demeanor, Guhan subtly shook his head and patted him. There is no need for such alarm. Yet, before he could finish, an elderly man interjected from the side. Young man. He shook his head. Though his fire spirit body is indeed formidable, it does not imply that you are necessarily inferior. He may have progressed further than you for now, but the future remains uncertain. He cannot perpetually leave you behind. Ultimately, it all depends on you. Old man, Jiang Feng's expression shifted, murmuring to himself. Do I still have a chance? Ha ha. The elder glanced at Guhan. What do you say? Me? Guhan could not help but roll his eyes. What more can I say? You've said it all. Do you enjoy lecturing on profound truths so much? Please, continue. I'm all ears. The elder, however, fell silent, scrutinizing Jiang Feng with a glimmer of appreciation in his murky eyes. At that moment, amidst the envious and reverent gazes of the crowd, 3 figures entered the martial arts academy. At the forefront was naturally Jiang Hong, flanked by a man and a woman, Lu Ying and Lu Tong. In an instant, all attention was drawn towards them. This was no surprise, for Jiang Hong and Lu Ying were indeed striking figures, one of noble status and extraordinary gifts, the other captivating and of unparalleled beauty. As for Lu Tong, he appeared exceedingly ordinary. However, at this moment, he had no inclination to ponder such matters. His gaze swept around, seemingly in search of something. The martial academy was not particularly crowded, and he soon spotted Guhan's figure. With a cold smirk, he strode forward. Brother Gu, he addressed, while Jiang Feng felt a heaviness in his heart. He had arrived. As Lu Tong approached the two, he cast a glance at Jiang Feng, devoid of any respect. I didn't expect you to be at the martial academy as well. Lu Tong, Jiang Feng inhaled deeply. Your Highness. Lu Tong showed him no courtesy. I hope you will not meddle in the grievances between me and him. Otherwise, Seeing his blatant rudeness, Jiang Feng clenched his fists. We meet again. Lu Tong locked his gaze on Guhan. Surprised? Surprised is hardly the word, Guhan replied, unfazed, though slightly repulsed. Humph. Lu Tong's expression darkened instantly. I remember the humiliation from that day all too clearly. Remembering is good, Guhan replied, his face impassive. Consider it a lesson learned. You. A flicker of resentment flashed in Lu Tong's eyes. Despite his bravado, we shall see. At that moment, a faint voice interjected. It was the first prince, Jiang Hong. Return. Yes. Lu Tong dared not defy his command. This is the martial academy, not the Morong family. Let's see who can protect you. With that, he returned to Jiang Hong's side. This little brat. The elder shook his head in dismay. There's no saving him. Old man, Guhan urged. You have been sweeping the floors here for 30 years. You must have some connections, right? Since this brat is beyond redemption, why not leverage your relationships to eliminate this menace? I believe many would be grateful for your benevolence. Well, the elder chuckled awkwardly and swiftly departed with his broom. Cough, cough, let's discuss this further. Jiang Feng's expression was far from pleasant. Lu Tong is malicious and petty, and with my elder brother present, I fear. Let us wait and see. Guhan understood that given Lu Tong's connection with Jiang Hong, his subsequent days at the martial academy would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Subconsciously, he touched the storage bag at his waist. If worse comes to worst, I can always call upon Morong Chuan for assistance. At this moment, Jiang Hong and his companions had reached the forefront, standing alongside the vice presidents and instructors. In his presence, none dared to assert their status. Even Commander Zhou wore an unprecedented smile. Among them, Lu Tong and Yu Hua congregated, whispering incessantly and occasionally glancing at Guhan. After a brief while, Commander Zhou spoke gently. What is the situation? Behind him, an instructor replied with a smile. Apart from the 13 who perished during the beast riot, all 135 students from the other cities are present. Good. Commander Zhou nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of excited young individuals. You all understand the rules. I shall not elaborate further. Time is of the essence. Let us commence. The assembly comprehended the gravity of the moment. The selection of instructors was about to begin. Almost in unison, a full third of the participants promptly positioned themselves before Han Fu. The remainder, not lacking in ambition, merely deemed their talents insufficient to catch Han Fu's discerning eye and thus chose to forego the effort, opting for other instructors instead. In that moment, among the gathered educators, varying numbers of students stood before them, save for Mei Yun. Gu Han was an anomaly. His circumstances remained unclear, yet the others were well aware of his reputation. Who would dare select him? Wasn't that tantamount to courting disaster? At this moment, the look of despair deepened on Mei Yun's face. Should he fail to attract even a single student this year, he would have no choice but to resign from his role as an instructor. Brother Gu. Jiang Feng suppressed the unease within him. Let us choose Instructor Han. With his royal status, he can select any instructor without fear of rejection. And bringing along Gu Han is purely for his own benefit. Seventh brother, at that precise moment, a voice resonated from afar. It was Jiang Hong. What is this? You see your elder brother and neglect to offer a greeting? Startled, the crowd's attention shifted. Was that not the seventh prince? Many felt a pang of regret, wishing they had known his identity sooner, that they might have forged connections with him. However, those hailing from the royal capital, privy to the underlying dynamics, silently shook their heads. Did they truly believe that harmony prevailed among the princes? Such a notion was profoundly misguided. Elder brother, Jiang Feng clasped his fists respectfully. I have just returned and have yet to pay my respects. Not a problem. Jiang Hong waved his hand dismissively. I heard that your cold poison has been cured and that you have officially embarked on your cultivation journey. Thanks to old Shui. Jiang Feng, of course, refrained from divulging the complete truth. Indeed, Jiang Hong nodded. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly express my gratitude to him. He has already departed from Dachi. Oh, I see. Jiang Hong seemed unperturbed. However, now that you have begun your cultivation, the martial academy is the right place for you. One must be wary of straying from the path in cultivation. Since you have just embarked on this journey, it is essential to have a renowned master to guide you. Gu Han furrowed his brow at Jiang Hong's veiled insinuations. This man was certainly not to be trusted. As anticipated, Jiang Hong's smile widened. Allow me, as your elder brother, to assist you in selecting an instructor, shall I? Elder brother, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. In my opinion, Jiang Hong continued, disregarding him, his gaze sweeping the room before landing directly on Mei Yun. Instructor Mei would be an excellent choice. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Instructor Mei? The one they referred to as the harbinger of misfortune? Surely, the first prince jested. At that moment, the only individual who found joy in this turn of events was Mei Yun himself, his laughter nearly bursting forth uncontrollably. Your Highness, the seventh prince, of such esteemed stature. Alas, what merit or capability do I, Mei, possess to instill in him the proper guidance? The onlookers harbored secret disdain, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It transcended mere instruction. It was a matter of survival. In the distance, the aged servant leaned on his broom, shaking his head in disapproval. Brothers turning against one another. What a disgrace. Elder brother, Jiang Feng's face flushed crimson in an instant. The reason was clear. Given Jiang Hong's esteemed reputation, his designation of Mei Yun as the instructor meant that the other 9 teachers, regardless of their inner thoughts, would outwardly show him respect. In other words, Jiang Feng had lost his agency. Seventh brother, Jiang Hong's smile gradually faded. I have heard that you have associated with dubious characters during your recent excursion. Considering your status, how could you engage in actions that undermine the dignity of the royal family? This is unacceptable, truly unacceptable. The crowd was left bewildered, yet Gu Han understood the implication. The true target of Jiang Hong's ire was himself. Elder brother, Jiang Feng grasped the meaning swiftly, exclaiming, Brother Gu is not, seventh brother. Jiang Hong's tone intensified, cutting him off. If you can recognize your mistake and amend it, I, your elder brother, can offer you an opportunity. Apart from Mei as your instructor, you may select from the remaining 9 teachers, including the 3 vice deans. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, more than that, they felt a surge of desire. Historically, there had never been an instance of students choosing their instructors, and to have the privilege of learning from them would be an immense honor. Upon hearing this, Wu and Feng, the 2 esteemed advisors, exchanged subtle frowns, while Commander Zhou remained impassive, lost in thought. Mei Yun was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of dismay. This is not what was agreed upon. The seventh prince had promised me as his instructor. How could he renege? Brother Jiang. Gu Han fell silent for a moment, fully aware that this was not merely a matter of choosing an instructor for Jiang Feng. Offending Jiang Hong would undoubtedly lead to a difficult path ahead for him. Moreover, the 3 vice deans presented an enticing allure for one just embarking on the journey of cultivation. You need not. Mei as your instructor. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng exhibited no hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully to Mei Yun. I shall rely on you henceforth. Mei Yun was overjoyed. This matter had indeed taken many twists and turns. Fortunately, the outcome remained favorable. Oh dear. He hurriedly rushed over from afar, assisting Jiang Feng. You flatter me, your highness. Rest assured, I, Mei Yun, vow to impart my knowledge without reservation. The crowd exchanged knowing glances. Imparting knowledge? One must have the life to learn. Brother Jiang, it would be disingenuous to say that Gu Han was not moved. His sincerity was evident. Having made his decision, Jiang Feng felt a weight lifted from his shoulders, smiling brightly. You have saved my life. To betray you now would be akin to a beast. Besides, we are friends. Are we not? Friends, Gu Han smiled in return. Indeed, we are friends. Master Mei, in the midst of conversation, he suddenly clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Mei Yun. What? Mei Yun was taken aback, unable to believe what had just transpired. In the future, I sincerely hope Master Mei will offer me ample guidance. This left Mei Yun feeling so ecstatic that he did not know where to place his hands. What a delightful surprise. Ha ha ha. Rise, rise. Between us, there is no need for such formalities, entirely unnecessary. His excessive politeness stemmed from a concern that Gu Han might abruptly change his mind. Whether it was an illusion or not, upon hearing his hearty laughter, Gu Han suddenly felt a shroud of gloom enveloping him. Very well, very well. In the distance, Jiang Hong maintained an impassive expression, having uttered the word good thrice before directing his gaze elsewhere, no longer casting a glance at the two. As for Lu Tong and Yu Hua, their eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. If one seeks their own demise, they have no one to blame but themselves. At this moment, the selection of instructors was nearing its conclusion. Han Fu could not possibly accept everyone. He only selected 9 individuals with the highest cultivation levels and the greatest potential. Gently closing his eyes, the other instructors had at most 20 individuals surrounding them, while the least had around 10. Aside from Mei Yun, he glanced left at Jiang Feng and right at Gu Han, wearing a look of satisfaction. This is satisfactory. One should not be overly greedy in life. With that, Captain Zhou spoke softly. Then, wait a moment. Suddenly, the esteemed Wu pointed to a distant corner. There is still one here. Huh. The crowd was taken aback, turning to see a plump figure standing far off, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, under the scrutiny of so many, the plump man snapped back to reality. What is the matter? Young one. Wu, with his good-natured temperament, did not become angry but explained the situation to him. Selecting individuals? The plump man was momentarily stunned. Then he noticed Gu Han standing beside Master Mei. Never mind. After much contemplation, he seemed to have made a decision. This scoundrel, with a thick skin and a dark heart, must not become his enemy. To be safe, it was better to stay close and observe for a while longer. Thus, amidst the peculiar gazes of the crowd, he boldly approached Mei Yun and nonchalantly declared, You are an instructor as well. I shall choose you. Mei Yun was left speechless. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This plump fellow is truly fearless. Plump man. Gu Han explained the identity of the plump man to Jiang Feng, wearing an expression of amazement. Your judgment is indeed remarkable. Of course, the plump man, oblivious to the context, felt a tinge of annoyance. My judgment has always been impeccable. Now, tell me, do you agree or not? Agreed. Agreed. Mei Yun was nearly overwhelmed by happiness. Let it be known, there can be no turning back. That cannot happen. The plump man waved his hand dismissively. I, with a single word, guarantee my commitment. Very well, it is settled. Mei Yun's face nearly split from smiling, his gaze sweeping across the remaining instructors as he boldly proclaimed, Who dares to say that Mei Yun can only meet with misfortune? Step forward. The portly man suddenly realized something was amiss. You call yourself misfortune, young man? Mei Yun feigned displeasure. I, Mei Yun, am after all your instructor. How can you address me so casually? Upon saying this, he appeared concerned that the portly man might take offense, and quickly added, Of course, if you prefer. You may call me Brother Mei. It was done. The portly man blinked, standing frozen in place. Although he was unaware of Mei Yun's background, just hearing that name chilled his heart. Indeed, being associated with that scoundrel had never brought any good fortune. What you just said. Mei Yun continued to chatter incessantly. You must not go back on your word. The portly man was at a loss, on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng cast curious glances at him. Is this the man with such a fateful destiny? He glanced at Mei Yun again, pondering whether this instructor's misfortune could be dispelled. Enough, Commander Zhou interjected, interrupting the murmurs among the crowd. Now that the induction ceremony is complete, let us. Suddenly, Jiang Hong, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Your Highness. Unperturbed by the interruption, Commander Zhou replied, What is your command? I believe, Jiang Hong said, surveying the crowd, that this gathering lacks a certain excitement. Lacks excitement? Jiang Hong smiled lightly. The rule of the Martial Institute is that the strong take precedence. As the Martial Institute has recently opened, these individuals are all elite talents of our great Qi. Why not take this opportunity to let them spar, allowing the instructors to select the best among them for careful cultivation? This way, we may also gain an advantage in future competitions with the other 9 nations. Elder Wu furrowed his brow. In half a month, there will be the Martial Institute's trials. Holding matches now seems rather unnecessary. Indeed, Elder Feng nodded in agreement. Moreover, our Martial Institute has no precedent for such events. Commander Zhou shook his head. Your Highness's words hold truth. Although our Martial Institute possesses abundant resources, they are not meant for the idle and incompetent. Naturally, those with the strongest fists shall take precedence. What do you all think? The instructors readily agreed, eager to gauge the true caliber of the young talents under their tutelage. Observing the consensus among the crowd, Elders Wu and Feng's expressions soured. Yet they refrained from further opposition. Your Highness, Commander Zhou inquired again, how shall we conduct the matches? Simply, Jiang Hong replied nonchalantly, the 10 instructors shall form 10 groups, allowing their respective students to challenge one another. The individual who wins the most rounds shall be deemed the victor. Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted towards Instructor Mei. It was painfully obvious that this was a deliberate targeting. Of course, Jiang Hong continued, there must be an incentive for the matches. The one who secures the most victories may select any low-grade mysterious technique from the arsenal, and I shall personally bestow upon them a top-tier spiritual weapon. Are you all satisfied? A top-tier spiritual weapon, valued at no less than several thousand crystals. And the low-grade mysterious technique ranks among the finest within the great Qi dynasty. In an instant, the eager crowd's eyes glimmered with fervor. Your Highness, unlike the exuberance of the crowd, Mei Yun wore a distressed expression. This seems rather unjust. After much effort, he had managed to gather 3 talented individuals, each a precious gem in their own right. If any of them were to be injured or maimed, how could he bear the heartache? Mei Instructor, Jiang Hong cast a sidelong glance at him. How can a cultivator harbor fear? If they are too timid to engage in competition, why have they come to the Martial Academy? They might as well leave early to avoid bringing shame upon our great Qi. In that moment, Mei Yun found himself at a loss for words. Oh, the chubby one couldn't contain himself any longer. Frustrated and sensing Jiang Hong's direct hostility, he unleashed his full ire. Who is this red-haired fellow? Silence fell instantly. Red-haired? The chubby one remarked. Gu Han, nonchalantly, replied, mind your words. He is the crown prince, born with a fiery spirit, quite formidable. Formidable? The chubby one feigned surprise. Who says so? I don't know. Perhaps he claims it himself, Gu Han retorted. TSK, do you boast about your prowess? I wouldn't, would you? I certainly wouldn't. The chubby one deliberately glanced at Jiang Hong, who would proclaim their greatness to the world. At that moment, Gu Han and the chubby one seemed to share an unspoken understanding, locking eyes and simultaneously exclaiming, scoundrel. Everyone was left dumbfounded, except for the old servant lurking in the corner, quietly observing the spectacle. What audacity! He mused as he watched Gu Han and the chubby one banter back and forth, nostalgia washing over him. It had been years since he had witnessed such audacity in youth, reminding him of his own spirited days. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the two. Were they just insulting the crown prince? Yes, they indeed had the audacity to do so. You, Lu Tong trembled, pointing at Gu Han and the chubby one. You dare to insult my cousin? Oh, who might you be? The chubby one retorted, clearly unfazed. Gu Han shook his head. I can't quite see. Perhaps a dog? No wonder. The chubby one exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. A dog relying on its master. That explains the loud barking. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was utterly stupefied, while Mei Yun blinked in confusion, struggling to comprehend. Were these two truly not here to take his life? Seize Lu Tong. I want them captured. I want them to suffer, unable to live or die. Lu Tong's face turned pale with rage. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed as a figure appeared before them. Yuhua. He was determined to eliminate Gu Han and the chubby one and would not let this opportunity slip away. Insulting his highness. Without hesitation, he struck, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Death sentence. Boom. As he spoke, he waved his hand, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual power that bore down upon the two. Instructor Yu. Mei Yun gasped in alarm. Let us speak civilly. Do not resort to violence. Though these two may be audacious, yet, it is still my cherished treasure. With a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of Gu Han and his companion, successfully intercepting Yu Hua's attack. However, his cultivation was slightly inferior to that of Yu Hua, which naturally caused him to stagger back several steps. Mei Yun. Yu Hua's expression darkened. Do you dare to shield them? Mei Yun silently lamented. This is disastrous. The situation is dire. Damn it. The hefty man glared at Yu Hua, his expression menacing. This is the second time. Do you truly believe that you can bully me? Spare us your words. Mei Yun was nearly brought to his knees, casting a desperate glance towards the three leaders for assistance. Esteemed vice captains, do you not see the slander against His Highness? The leader's face remained impassive. By rights, it should be punished. The specifics of the decision must await His Highness's decree. Slander? The hefty man scoffed derisively. He can deliberately target us, and we are expected to endure? Is it not permissible to vent our frustrations with a few harsh words, just because of his status as the crown prince? What kind of absurd reasoning is that? They claim the martial academy respects the strong? TSK. It seems it is more about status and background. You hefty man. Guhan pretended to be displeased. What nonsense are you spouting? Oh dear. The hefty man responded seamlessly. My apologies. I am a straightforward person, and I inadvertently spoke the truth. In the distance, subjected to such humiliation, even an ordinary person would struggle, let alone someone as proud as Jiang Hong. The leader cast a deep glance at the two. Take them down. No rush. Suddenly, the previously silent Elder Wu spoke. In my humble opinion, this matter is not as grave as it seems. The two youngsters have been wronged. It is only natural for them to voice their grievances and frustration. There is no need for His Highness to take it too seriously. Quite right. Elder Feng nodded. Thus, it would be unbecoming to lose one's composure. Jiang Hong's expression turned ashen. He had long discerned that Elders Wu and Feng harbored considerable disdain for his presence at the martial academy. Rather than defending Guhan and the hefty man, they were clearly intent on provoking him. Old fools. He cursed inwardly but refrained from lashing out. These two had been at the martial academy for many years and had numerous supporters. Ignoring their opinions would be detrimental to his ambition of fully controlling the academy. The master's significant matters take precedence. I shall deal with these two gradually. With that thought, he took a deep breath. Since the two elders have expressed such sentiments, I cannot be overly petty. Let this matter rest for now. He glanced at the leader. The competition is in your hands. Very well. With Jiang Hong not pursuing the issue, the leader naturally ceased to bring it up. Thus, the competition officially commenced. Beside Jiang Hong, Lu Ying bit her lip. He has evaded again. Guhan, how is it that you possess such fortitude? Seeing the outcome, Yu Hua cast a reluctant glance at the two before departing. Bah! The hefty man spat vehemently. I will eventually bring you to your demise. A splendid idea. Guhan's eyes lit up. The two of you, witnessing such audacity, caused Mei Yun's heart to rise once more, his expression one of pitiable anxiety. Could you possibly tone it down a bit? I implore you. Mei urged. Brother Mei. The stout man clapped a hand upon his shoulder. Fear not. I am the epitome of subtlety. Indeed, Guhan interjected earnestly. I, too, have never had a penchant for stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng fell into contemplation. Perhaps Master Li's words held merit? Your Highness, he returned to Jiang Hong's side. Yu Hua whispered, these two pose no threat. Jiang Hong replied nonchalantly. Since he claims the martial academy prioritizes strength, I shall observe just how capable they truly are. At that moment, a disgruntled young woman emerged from among Yu Hua's companions. I shall teach that stout fellow a lesson. Hailing from the royal capital, her admiration for Jiang Hong was profound, and witnessing his humiliation ignited her fury. With her cultivation at the third level of the Qi realm, she stood out among the crowd of over 100 and dismissed the unremarkable stout man with disdain. Do not act recklessly, Yu Hua warned, furrowing his brow. That fat fool. Before he could finish, the woman had already charged forth. Come out, you coward. Yu Hua remained calm. Lu Tong, unacquainted with the depths of Guhan and the stout man's abilities, chuckled reassuringly. How formidable can they really be? Surely not more than my cousin. Besides, with so many students in the martial academy, we could exhaust them one by one. Let us hope for that. Yu Hua sighed, his concern still evident. At this moment, the young woman, the first to engage, became the center of attention. While her beauty did not rival that of the stunning Lu Ying, she was certainly above average, and her athletic figure drew many ardent gazes. Remember, in the distance, Mei Yun was admonishing the stout man incessantly. They will surely employ a war of attrition against your stamina. You must not push yourself. If you feel overwhelmed, Concede gracefully. Losing face is far better than injury. Enough. Enough. The stout man exclaimed impatiently, shaking off the warnings. Do you think I could possibly lose? What a preposterous notion. With that, he strode directly before the young woman, hands clasped behind his back, and coolly declared, "You are no match for me, miss. Besides, I am a gentleman who cherishes the fairer sex. Withdraw now and allow another to take your place, lest you find yourself harmed at my hands, you wretched pig." Fuming, the young woman retorted, "What nonsense! If you lack the courage to fight, then kneel and apologize to His Highness." The stout man squinted his small eyes. "What did you call me?" With a mocking laugh. The woman replied, "Are you not just a wretched pig?" In an instant, she found herself confronted by a formidable figure. The crowd gasped. In that fleeting moment, they had failed to perceive the stout man's movement. With a swift motion, he seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. "From my childhood to this day," he declared with a chilling countenance, "I have always detested those 3 words." As he spoke, he raised his large hand and struck the woman's face repeatedly. In the distance, the old servant looked on with disdain. "Is this all there is?" He claimed he was not insecure. Slap, slap. The room fell into a hushed silence, the sound of slaps ringing clear. The crowd wore expressions of disbelief. "Is this what you call cherishing a woman? Have you perhaps confused the terms tenderness and cruelty?" Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the rotund man delivered dozens of slaps before finally ceasing. "Go take a look in the mirror." Satisfied with his handiwork, he mused. "Who among us resembles a pig more?" The woman stammered, unable to utter a single coherent word. It was not that she did not wish to speak, but rather that she was incapable of doing so. Her face had swollen to an alarming size, resembling that of a pig, rendering her unable to articulate even half a sentence. Upon catching the gaze of the onlookers, she rolled her eyes and fainted, not from pain, but from rage. "Ugly wretch." The rotund man disdainfully discarded her, brushing off his hands as he returned to the astonished Mei Yun. In that instant, all the women in the vicinity instinctively touched their own faces. This rotund man, one should keep as far away from him as possible. Even Commander Zhou and the 3 vice deans could not resist casting a second glance at the man. The rotund man. Guhan was left speechless. "This is your notion of cherishing a woman?" "Indeed." The rotund man looked utterly unconcerned. "Otherwise, do you think she could endure 2 slaps from me and still be standing?" "Remarkable." Guhan raised his thumb in admiration. "Truly." Yuhua observed the woman being carried away, his expression darkening. "This rotund man is certainly not one to be trifled with." "Cousin," Lu Tong glanced at Jiang Hong. "What shall we do now?" "Change opponents." Jiang Hong's expression was inscrutable, but his gaze shifted to Jiang Feng, intending to discipline his incompetent brother first, while he would personally deal with that rotund man later. "Understood." Yuhua comprehended his intent, beckoning another person over and whispering a few instructions. "I understand." The individual nodded enthusiastically, showing no hesitation as he stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Feng. "Your Highness, I seek your guidance." Upon hearing this, Wu and Feng exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. "This is outright bullying." "Very well." Jiang Feng had already prepared himself for targeting after previously rejecting Jiang Hong, and upon seeing the man challenge him, he was not taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. "Your Highness," Mei Yun exclaimed anxiously, "perhaps you should concede. Given your strength, the man opposite you is at the 4th level of the enlightened realm, while Jiang Feng, despite being of an extremely cold physique and possessing a celestial grade technique, had only been training for a short time, thus remaining at the 2nd level of the meridian opening realm. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. "Forget it." Jiang Feng fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. "If my brother wishes to deal with me, there are countless methods at his disposal. Even if I evade this time, I cannot escape the next." "Wait." Guhan suddenly intercepted him. "Do not go. I shall take the lead." "Brother Gu," Jiang Feng replied with a hint of exasperation, "he dares not harm me." A derisive chuckle escaped the plump man. "He may not dare to hurt you, but he risks great humiliation. TSK, that red-haired one is quite insidious." Thus, Guhan's eyes narrowed, a clear sign of his rising fury. "I shall entertain him. Do not act recklessly." Mei Yun exclaimed, her heart racing. "You just said you dislike stirring up trouble." "Indeed," Guhan conceded without argument. "However, he has provoked me now." In a heartbeat, he leapt forward, arriving before the man in an instant. "Who are you?" The man, visibly displeased, retorted, "I am here to challenge the 7th prince, not you." With a swift motion, A glimmering blade appeared, its worn tip aimed directly at the man's brow. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead. He had not even perceived how this individual had drawn his sword. "You are useless," Guhan stated flatly. "Bring forth someone capable." In this martial academy, it seemed there was not a single competent fighter present. The prickling sensation at his brow sent waves of terror through the man. "Who are you really?" Guhan pressed his sword slightly forward, and in an instant, a trickle of blood flowed down. "I do not wish to repeat myself. I concede." The man's face turned pale, and he hurriedly retreated to the side of his instructor, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit in the face of Guhan. The arena fell once more into an oppressive silence. Those who entered the martial academy were certainly not fools. They recognized that Guhan's sword was extraordinarily swift, too quick for them to comprehend, and his strength was formidable, leaving them with no hope of victory. At that moment, the instructors cast sidelong glances at Mei Yun, their expressions growing peculiar. This harbinger of misfortune had stumbled upon treasure, and not just one, but two. Mei Yun felt a mix of joy and dread. The joy was in discovering that these two treasures were indeed genuine, while the dread stemmed from the fear that, in less than 3 days, these fearless individuals might create chaos within the academy. The plump man gazed thoughtfully at the sword in Guhan's grip. Quite intriguing. Indeed, Mei Yun agreed wholeheartedly. Such a battered sword wielded with such formidable power made him ponder what heights Guhan could reach with a true divine weapon. The plump man rolled his eyes. A name that sounds unappealing is one thing, but to be weak in both strength and vision is utterly disgraceful. What now? Guhan surveyed the crowd. Is there not a single capable fighter among you? No one dared to reply. In the distance, Jiang Hong and his companions wore expressions of ominous discontent, while Lu Ying gazed at Guhan, who overshadowed the elite with a pale complexion. That individual once no. The current Guhan was far more powerful, more enigmatic than ever before. "By heavens!" exclaimed a young man beside Han Fu, his expression dark. "He is far too arrogant." Among the students of the martial academy, he stood out as the most accomplished, having reached the 7th level of the Qi understanding realm. Thus, he caught Han Fu's eye and was retained by his side. There's no need to proceed. Han Fu, who had initially held high hopes for him, shook his head at that moment. "You are not his match." "What?" The young man felt a jolt within. Is he truly that formidable? Indeed, Han Fu's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. This individual is adept at concealing his true abilities. I have underestimated him before. Nevertheless, I wish to test my mettle. The young man remained undeterred. In the path of cultivation, one must never harbor fear. Even if I were to lose in battle, I would have no complaints. Very well. Han Fu scrutinized him anew. Your courage is commendable. Exercise caution henceforth. Understood. The young man bowed respectfully, leaping forward to stand opposite Guhan. Hizan, I seek your guidance. The crowd suddenly perked up. Aside from the crown prince, Hizan possessed the highest cultivation among them. If he were unable to defeat Guhan, then no one else would stand a chance. You? Guhan frowned slightly. I am not here to seek you out, and you are not my opponent. Arrogant. Hizan bellowed, swiftly drawing a steel blade over 4 feet long. As his internal energy surged, the blade shimmered with a yellowish hue, slicing directly towards Guhan. Is that necessary? Guhan shook his head, raising his sword to meet the oncoming attack. In the blink of an eye, their weapons clashed and separated. Their figures crossed in an instant. Hizan maintained his stance, glancing down at the 3-inch wound on his chest, his expression dimming. I have lost. Your strength is commendable. Guhan remarked, not harboring any animosity, and offered a sincere assessment. However, I am stronger. Is that so? Hizan's gaze darkened as he cupped his hands in respect towards Guhan before returning to Han Fu's side. How did it go? Han Fu inquired. Terrifyingly strong. He is unparalleled among those of the same realm. He held back against you. I know, Hizan replied with a bitter smile. He is indeed a worthy opponent. Oh dear, from a distance, a portly figure stroked his chin, looking regretful. Had I known such a spectacle awaited, I would have gone myself. Mei Yun was on the verge of tears. Fat master, please calm yourself. Do not stir up any more trouble. At this moment, witnessing Hizan's defeat, the flicker of hope in the hearts of the crowd was instantly extinguished. This person is simply too powerful. Is there anyone among the younger generation who can rival him? Instinctively, their gazes shifted towards Jiang Hong. Perhaps only this pride of Qi, the crown prince born with a fire spirit body, could truly challenge his prowess. You, not far off. Lu Tong suddenly turned to someone. Go. Tire him out for me. I refuse to believe that even he, no matter how strong, does not have a moment of exhaustion. This individual was one of the students chosen by Yu Hua, possessing a cultivation at the 4th level of the Qi understanding realm. The person hesitated, but upon seeing Lu Tong's sinister gaze, he gritted his teeth. Very well. That one tea be necessary. Guhan fixed his gaze directly on Lu Tong. My time is precious. I do not wish to squander it on the inept. Let us settle this with a duel. Lu Tong's complexion flushed crimson. In terms of true strength, he was even inferior to the woman who had fought earlier. How could he dare to confront Guhan? What is the matter? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid? It seems you are just as useless. Lu Tong was consumed by shame and indignation. As if he were once again reliving the day he had knelt before Guhan. His dignity was utterly shattered. It felt like a fate worse than death. Very well. With so many eyes upon him, he could not utter the words of surrender. I concede. It was Jiang Hong who spoke up. Cousin, I concede. Jiang Hong replied coolly. You stand no chance against him, and he will not let you off easily. He understood that Guhan's every action was aimed at avenging Jiang Feng. Should Lu Tong face him, it would not merely be a simple defeat. I concede. Lu Tong seemed to summon every ounce of his strength to utter this phrase. He realized that from this day forth, he had lost all semblance of face and honor. Useless. Guhan did not even glance at him. Instead, locking eyes with Jiang Hong, and suddenly broke into a smile. How about you? Do you wish to fight me? What, are you afraid? Very well. Jiang Hong stepped forward, his fiery red hair billowing as if stirred by an invisible wind, wisps of ethereal power swirling around him incessantly. Instantly, the temperature in the arena soared. Hiss! He truly dares to challenge the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was a candidate chosen by the higher sect as a disciple. Among the younger generation of the Great Qi, none could rival him. This young man was utterly audacious. What do you think? One person fixated on the crimson aura surrounding Jiang Hong. What cultivation level does the Crown Prince possess now? Indiscernible. Of course, if you could discern it. You would be more formidable than the Crown Prince. Even though they acknowledged Guhan's prowess. Even the 7th level of the Qi understanding realms, Hezhong had fallen to him. Yet still, no one held high hopes for him. Born with a body of fire spirit, there existed but one such individual in all of Great Qi. Who could possibly compare? Brother Gu, even Jiang Feng harbored some concerns. Fear not. The chubby one cast a careless glance at him, indifferently stating, if he cannot even handle this red-haired one, he might as well perish. At this moment, Captain Zhou and his companions harbored their own thoughts, remaining silent, yet their gazes never strayed from the two combatants in the arena. Guhan's challenge suited Jiang Hong perfectly. In fact, for him, the stronger Guhan was, the better. In this manner, defeating Guhan would allow him to leave an indelible impression of invincibility in the hearts of the spectators, greatly benefiting his control over the martial academy. I shall not hold back. He coldly glared at Guhan, exuding an aura of life and death. Such needless chatter. Guhan brandished his sword, pointing it at him from afar. Come, let me see the caliber of the so-called greatest talent of Great Qi. As you wish. Boom. Barely had the words left his mouth when Jiang Hong's fiery aura suddenly intensified several-fold. The temperature in the arena. In an instant, the intensity surged to a level that was unbearable for the average person. Under a full-force eruption, Jiang Hong's cultivation was unmistakably perceived by all present. The 9th realm of the aperture opening. Death. With a swift motion, the battle commenced. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hong summoned a long spear of deep crimson hue, propelling himself forward with a powerful thrust aimed directly at Guhan. At this moment, Guhan experienced for the first time the peculiarities of a special physique. The extraordinary power emanating from his bloodline amplified Jiang Hong's innate strength nearly twofold. Despite being a full yard apart, the intense heat radiating from Jiang Hong caused Guhan's hair to stir slightly. The fire spirit body. He no longer concealed his own cultivation, unleashing his spiritual energy in an explosive display. He was combating precisely the fire spirit body. Boom. In that instant, an aura of formidable power, rivaling that of Jiang Hong, erupted from Guhan. His spiritual energy shimmered with clarity and transparency, imbued with a sharp intent. In the next moment, their forms collided, creating an invisible shockwave that forced those nearby to stagger back. At the heart of the battlefield, the two colored spiritual energies clashed incessantly, each attempting to overpower the other. Meanwhile, outside the martial academy. Although the spectators could not witness the scene within, the resounding booms reached their ears unmistakably. What is this commotion? Could it be a sparring session among students? Nonsense. Which student possesses such prowess? It must be the instructors intervening. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eager to rush inside and uncover the truth. However, upon seeing the 2 rows of expressionless guards at the entrance, they could only suppress their impulses with reluctance. Clear the way. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from a distance. A figure, swift as the wind, dashed into the crowd, scattering them instantly before reaching the entrance of the martial academy. Halt! The guards moved to intercept. This is a sacred ground of the academy, no unauthorized entry. Step aside. The intruder's countenance reflected urgency as he waved his hand, unleashing unmatched force that toppled the guards to the ground. Those who dare obstruct members of the Morong family are courting death. Before his words had faded, he surged into the academy. Boom, boom, boom. Within the martial academy, the clash of spiritual energies between Guhan and Zhang Hong intensified with each exchange. Yet it became increasingly evident that, despite the enhancement from the fire spirit body, Zhang Hong's spiritual power was gradually faltering. Impossible. The crowd gasped in astonishment. With the augmentation of the fire spirit body, Zhang Hong's might and spiritual energy were nearly on par with the 5th or 6th realm of gathering essence. Yet he was unable to match his opponent? Something is amiss. Wu Gongfeng clearly sensed the anomaly. How could someone with merely the cultivation of the 2nd realm of aperture opening possess such profound spiritual energy? Indeed, Feng Gongfeng appeared to have discerned something. This lad is merely an ordinary body. Such formidable spiritual energy should not manifest within him, unless Zhou Tongling refrained from finishing his thought. Yet, in the hearts of the 3, an answer was evidently forming. In the distance, in the corner, the old servant gazed at Guhan's figure in the arena, the wrinkles on his face deepening. The Extreme Realm? Truly formidable youth. Volume 1, Chapter 44. The body of fire spirit? It is indeed the body of fire spirit. To think, upon witnessing Guhan's overwhelming power, the rotund man suddenly realized. This scoundrel has actually attained the Extreme Realm? No wonder he can contend with me, the esteemed Fat Lord, in such a desolate place. He is indeed a talent. Brother Fat, Zhang Feng pretended not to hear the derogatory remarks aimed at Guhan. His curiosity piqued. Pray tell, what constitutes the Extreme Realm? Indeed, chimed in Mei Yun, her expression reflecting a thirst for knowledge. What is the Extreme Realm? With a smirk, the rotund man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of profound wisdom. The Extreme Realm is not a grand secret. However, considering your limited perspective, it is understandable that you are unaware. Listen closely. The so-called Extreme Realm. In conclusion, he could not resist taking a jab at Guhan. Given the depth of his spiritual power, he has evidently achieved the Extreme Realm of the condensation phase. Yet, he can only flaunt his prowess in this insignificant locale. Of course, he is more than capable of dealing with that mediocre body of fire spirit. After his explanation, the 2 were filled with admiration. Unexpectedly, Mei Yun let out a bitter smile. If merely the Extreme Realm of the condensation phase is so perilous, what lies beyond? Suddenly, he realized something. Scrutinizing the rotund man with suspicion. I just saw your jade tablet. You are He Zheng from Fanding City, right? How is it that he yearned to inquire? Are you the instructor, or am I? How do you possess more knowledge than I? There's no need for alarm, the rotund man casually fabricated. I have an ancient tome at home that records many curious tales. I gleaned this information from there. Brother Fat, Zhang Feng expressed interest. Might I borrow it for a look? Alas, it is no longer available, the rotund man shrugged. A few years ago, in a fit of boredom, I accidentally burned it. At that moment, the battle in the arena had reached a fever pitch. Boom, boom. The clash of spiritual powers continued, and before the rampant energies, the once solid stone floor crumbled as though it were mere paper. The figures of the combatants were engulfed in an endless cloud of dust, visible only to the 3 instructors present. Unbeknownst to them, within the haze, Guhan remarked with a hint of mockery, "To think you possess such strength. It appears your body of fire spirit is not so impressive after all." At this instant, he unleashed the full extent of his cultivation, overwhelming Zhang Hong's fiery spiritual energy, which began to falter under the pressure, leaving him with little capacity for resistance. However, beneath that terrifying intensity, numerous burns marred Guhan's body. At this juncture, Jiang Hong finally recognized Gu Han's formidable prowess, elevating his regard for him several notches. Not impressive? Soon you shall reconsider that. With that declaration, a furious roar, filled with ferocity, erupted from within him. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Jiang Hong's crimson spiritual energy seemed to undergo a transformation, as if it had come to life, swiftly coiling around the spear in his grasp. In an instant, a creature, half a zhang in length and somewhat indistinct in form, materialized before Gu Han. It was a fire dragon. Empowered by the might of the fire dragon, Jiang Hong's aura surged dramatically. With a flick of his spear, he shattered Gu Han's spiritual suppression. At the spear's menacing tip, the dragon's eyes blazed a fierce red, its intense heat nearly palpable. It opened its maw, lunging toward Gu Han's throat with ferocity. What was that roar? Why does it feel even hotter? This is the prince's trump card. One individual seemed to grasp the situation, eyes alight with excitement. The prince, born with a fire spirit body, had been specially provided with a top-tier profound technique known as the Fire Dragon Formula by a senior from the upper sect. Who would have thought to witness it today? The Fire Dragon Formula? Goodness, who could withstand such might? The crowd buzzed with chatter, their gazes riveted on the unfolding spectacle. The first prince had revealed his hidden strength. This opponent was surely doomed. What should we do? Meanwhile, Wu Gongfeng sensed Jiang Hong's murderous intent and felt a swell of concern. This young prodigy had reached a pinnacle of cultivation with his presence. Our great Qi had a significantly better chance in this contest among the 10 nations. Such talent must not be allowed to falter. Indeed, Feng Gongfeng also felt a protective urge. If he were to falter later, should we intervene to preserve his life? What is this? Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. Having already focused his spiritual awareness, he detected a sudden, sharp aura emerging on the battlefield. This is sword energy. This is bad. A hint of disturbance crossed the otherwise calm visage of Commander Zhou. The prince is in danger. As he spoke, he darted forward. Roar. The fire dragon let out another furious bellow, mere feet from Gu Han. In an instant, Gu Han's hair and garments ignited spontaneously. Extravagant. Yet, he paid it no mind, channeling his full strength as he melded with the long sword. Still ineffective. With a swift motion, he swung his sword downward toward the fire dragon. 5 luminous streaks flashed forth. The great yin sword chi. Puff. The sword energies intertwined with extraordinary sharpness, and in the blink of an eye, they shattered the imposing fire dragon, sending it hurtling towards Jiang Hong's brow. Impossible. Jiang Hong's face turned pale, disbelief washing over him. Simultaneously, a wave of impending doom surged within him. Am I to perish? In a critical moment, a figure suddenly descended before him. A large hand reaching out to seize the radiant light, crushing it with force. That is enough. A commanding voice echoed in the ears of the onlookers. The contest concludes here. It was none other than Commander Zhou. With a sweep of his sleeve, the swirling dust dissipated, revealing Gu Han and Jiang Hong once more to the crowd. Is it over? The spectators were left in a haze. Who emerged victorious? Such nonsense. Can't one use their eyes? That person is already engulfed in flames, looking utterly disheveled. How could they possibly emerge victorious? Indeed, with such prowess, how could His Highness ever face defeat? As the crowd murmured, Jiang Feng approached with a heavy heart. Brother Gu, are you all right? What are you worried about? The plump man ambled over nonchalantly. You ought to inquire whether that red-haired fellow is fine, boasting of being the fire spirit body and a prodigy of a generation? Is this all they amount to? With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Gu Han. If I were to take the stage myself, I would certainly not find myself in such a predicament. You fat man. Gu Han shook his sword. Care for a sparring match? Ahem. The plump man's expression shifted slightly. This sword of yours is impressive. Let me take a look. Get lost. Gu Han ignored him and turned to Jiang Hong, who wore a puzzled expression. Are you convinced now? A sudden jolt ran through the crowd. What does this mean? Could it be that the outcome of this contest is not as they had envisioned? Enough. Commander Zhou furrowed his brow. This matter is concluded. There is no need for further competition. No further competition? Gu Han was not surprised. What about the promised rewards? Someone will escort you to the armory to select, came the reply. Excellent. Gu Han beamed. Although he had little regard for low-tier techniques, selling them would surely yield a handsome sum of spirit crystals. By the way, he seemed to recollect something. You won't renege on the top-tier spirit weapon you promised, will you? He understood that, with so many witnesses, he had no opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hong and chose not to dwell on the commander's involvement. Nevertheless, he was quite particular about the benefits he was owed. Of course not. Jiang Hong struggled to utter the words, forcing out 2 syllables. This is it. Observing the situation, the crowd quickly comprehended that the invincible prince they revered had lost in such a decisive manner. It even required Commander Zhou to intervene personally to salvage his final semblance of dignity. In an instant, the crowd felt dejected, their hearts a tumult of emotions. It seemed that Gu Han's sword not only vanquished Jiang Hong, but also severed their faith. Cousin. From a distance, Lu Tong wore an expression of disbelief, muttering to himself. Sister, did you not say he has no background? How could my cousin lose to him? Lu Ying remained silent. The bitterness in her heart was hers alone to bear. This person must not be spared. Beside them, Yu Hua maintained an impassive demeanor, though the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Enough. Seeing the crowd's spirits dampened, Commander Zhou's brow knitted tightly. Who is so audacious as to intrude upon my martial academy? As he spoke, his expression turned cold, suddenly glancing into the distance. In the next moment, a figure approached with remarkable speed. Who are you? Commander Zhou was about to demand an answer when he was interrupted. Master Morong sent me. The single statement silenced the commander's forthcoming inquiry. Manager Qian? Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Han felt a sudden unease. What brings you here? Young brother. Qian Lu appeared anxious. That foolish girl has encountered trouble. What? Gu Han, who usually maintains an air of calmness in the face of adversity, suddenly appeared flustered. His voice trembling. She has calculated. I shall return to investigate. Before his words had fully registered, he had already dashed off into the distance. Observing this, Qian Lu followed suit, disregarding the others present entirely. TSK. The portly fellow curled his lip. Who is this person, speaking so arrogantly? Exercise caution. Mei Yun, startled, quickly grasped his arm and whispered an explanation. The Morong family? The rotund man scoffed even more. When it comes to family backgrounds, Master Fat has never feared anyone. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow in concern. What has that foolish girl gotten herself into? Your Highness, Commander Zhou glanced at the dazed Jiang Hong. I wish to seek Master Du. Jiang Hong suddenly exclaimed, a glimmer of intense reluctance flashing in his eyes. Du Lao? The commander was momentarily taken aback. Just a few days prior, Master Du had secretly arrived in the royal capital. What? Master Du has come to the royal capital? For what reason? The royal capital is merely a small place to him. It is by my master's arrangement. Jiang Hong shook his head. The specifics are not convenient to share with you. Once I leave the martial academy later, I shall request elixirs from him and strive to break through to the gathering Yuan realm. I must reclaim the dignity I lost in the martial academy trial half a month from now. Losing to Gu Han has caused his reputation and self-esteem to plummet, making it far more challenging to regain control of the martial academy. The only solution lies in publicly confronting Gu Han once more, defeating him, or even eliminating him. To restore the face lost today, Commander Zhou hesitated to speak. At this moment, no one noticed that his hand, which had caught Gu Han's sword energy, was already a gruesome mess. Only he understood the true extent of Gu Han's formidable power, possessing an extraordinary level of skill. He did not hold high hopes for Jiang Hong. In the distance, witnessing the disheartened Jiang Hong, Wu and Feng exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy. To defeat the crown prince, possessing exceptional skills and a remarkable mastery of the sword, such a talent is not merely a treasured gem of Mei Yun, but also of the martial academy. This young man has a promising future. Indeed, with him around, it is a blessing for our martial academy. Perhaps he might even stand a chance against that prodigy from Deqiu. Indeed, there is great potential. However, placing him under Mei Yun's tutelage seems rather hasty. Doesn't he it? At this point, both felt a pang of unease, suddenly concocting a plan that would contravene the martial academy's regulations, contemplating the notion of seizing Gu Han from Mei Yun's grasp. After all, this harbinger of misfortune has a notorious reputation. Should such an extraordinary talent meet a tragic fate, it would be an immeasurable loss. At that moment, in a corner of the martial academy, the old janitor resumed sweeping the fallen leaves after witnessing the commotion. The little one is quite interesting. What a pity, you are not the one I seek. In the Tianhao room, Morong Chuan gazed skyward, lost in contemplation. Strange. Too strange. Just then the external fluctuations of the barrier momentarily stirred, yet Gu Han pressed on tirelessly. Finally returning, Asha, upon witnessing the scene before him, his heart sank considerably. Volume 1, Chapter 45. That young girl is in trouble. On the soft couch, Asha lay in a deep slumber, but the incessant trembling of her eyelashes indicated that her current state was evidently amiss. Little brother. Upon Guhan's return, Morongchuan sighed. This young girl seems to be in distress. Her soul power appears to be afflicted by the soul deficiency syndrome. Guhan gently propped Asha up and retrieved the last remaining elixir, cautiously placing it into her mouth. Only when he noticed the pain on her face begin to subside did he let out a soft sigh of relief. Continuous replenishment of soul power is required. Upon seeing the golden elixir, Morongchuan's pupils constricted, and he momentarily lost his composure. This elixir is crafted by the renowned ghost doctor himself. Guhan did not conceal the truth from him. It was a gift from Elder Shui on that day. Elder Shui? Morongchuan was taken aback. Do you know him? Is this the name of Elder Shui? Indeed, I have encountered him on several occasions. This elixir. Morongchuan's expression grew peculiar. I believe I understand its origin. Elder, you are aware? Years ago, Morongchuan reminisced. When the ancestor ventured out, he unexpectedly fell into a dire situation, narrowly escaping with his life. He also brought back a rare spiritual herb from there, which primarily serves to nourish the souls of cultivators. The ancestor treasured it dearly, secretly storing it in the clan's treasury, never allowing anyone to lay eyes upon it. However, the ghost doctor? Guhan's heart stirred. He acquired this spiritual herb? Indeed. Morongchuan smiled bitterly. The elixir in your hands must have been concocted by the ghost doctor using that spiritual herb. But Guhan was puzzled. Wasn't it said that Elder Morong cherished it dearly? Why would he part with it for the ghost doctor? Certainly, it was with great reluctance. Morongchuan replied helplessly, yet the ghost doctor wielded a token, and despite the ancestor's reluctance, he could not go back on his word, and thus had to relinquish the spiritual herb to him. What? Guhan was taken aback. A token? Indeed. The ghost doctor possesses the 8th token. It must be noted that since that incident, the ancestor has suffered a great loss and has since refrained from distributing any tokens. While the one in your possession is purely coincidental. Guhan fell silent. The affairs of the world are indeed remarkably fortuitous. As the ancestor spoke, Morongchuan cast a glance at him. That spiritual herb is exceedingly rare, and the elixir derived from it possesses extraordinary efficacy. Observe the marvel of this elixir. If someone at the Divine Connection realm were to consume one, they could potentially break through several minor realms, saving countless years of arduous training. The value of this elixir cannot simply be measured in elemental crystals. I never anticipated that he would be willing to bestow such a precious elixir upon you. It seems Elder Shui's relationship with you is quite extraordinary. Only at this moment did Guhan truly comprehend the weight of the ghost doctor's kindness. Elder, deeply cherishing this gratitude within his heart, he turned to inquire, is there any such spiritual herb remaining in the Morong family? None. Morongchuan shook his head. The spiritual elixirs capable of nourishing the soul are inherently rare and elusive. Absent a fortuitous twist of fate, how might an ordinary person easily encounter them? Nonetheless, Guhan remained undeterred. Might the esteemed elder know of a method to temporarily seal a person's soul, thereby preventing the loss of spiritual energy? Seal? Morongchuan was taken aback. Can the soul truly be sealed? This is indeed unprecedented. Not even my ancestral figure may possess knowledge of such a matter. Although he had an inkling of the conclusion, Guhan still felt a twinge of disappointment. He had surmised that the ghostly physician's elixirs, while capable of stabilizing Asha's soul, would only prove effective for a mere 3 months. Now, with the last pill consumed, her life hung precariously in the balance. Glancing at the slumbering Asha, his heart ached. Is there truly no alternative? Perhaps. Morongchuan seemed to contemplate something, hesitating for a moment. There is another method we could attempt. What method? Guhan seized upon this glimmer of hope. A few days prior, Morongchuan spoke slowly, in the wild forest. A tumult of beastly chaos has arisen, and during this upheaval, the master of the treasure pavilion discovered a fallen ghost fruit within the lair of a 7th-tier beast. Fallen ghost fruit. Guhan understood immediately. Morongchuan would not mention this without reason. Does it truly possess such properties? Indeed. Morongchuan nodded. The fallen ghost fruit is known to benefit the soul. While it cannot compare to the one my ancestor once procured, it is nonetheless a precious elixir, rare and invaluable. Administered to this young girl, it would undoubtedly yield some effect. Ah, that fellow has indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Guhan detected the underlying meaning in his words. You and he me? Hardly, Murong Chuan scoffed. While I bear no significant grudge against him, we simply find each other disagreeable. This pavilion master, however, is not a person of noble character. Even so, Guhan fell into a moment of silence. I must still make the journey. Should I intervene? There's no need for your esteemed presence, Guhan replied, shaking his head. I will devise my own means. He was acutely aware that Murong Chuan and the pavilion master had their own conflicts. Should he intervene, it would only complicate matters further and risk unforeseen consequences. You alone? Murong Chuan raised an eyebrow. The value of the fallen ghost fruit is exorbitantly high. I understand. Guhan nodded resolutely. Very well. Observing Guhan's determination, Murong Chuan refrained from further discourse, offering a final caution. Be prepared, should you wish to obtain the fallen ghost fruit from him. The price you pay may far exceed your expectations. Guhan glanced at Asha, his expression softening. I am willing to pay any price. With that declaration, he bowed to Murong Chuan, not daring to linger a moment longer, and hastily departed. Should he arrive too late, and the precious fruit fall into another's hands, he would be haunted by regret for a lifetime. Go investigate. As Guhan left, Murong Chuan's gaze flickered with intent, suddenly issuing a command. What transpired at the Martial Academy today? Yes, a voice responded from the shadows. Murong Chuan had keenly observed Guhan's disheveled state. It seems that he gazed into the distance, somewhat pensive, remarking, the day of my emergence is not far off. Huh. Oh, ancient monster, after decades. I wonder how much of your strength remains. What? The seventh prince's residence? Chief Stewardly nearly jumped in shock, causing the few maidservants in the estate to pale in alarm. Your Highness, you cannot be jesting, he exclaimed. Jiang Feng let out a bitter laugh. When have I ever jested with you? It's over. Chief Steward Li's face turned ashen, and he slumped into a chair. It's over, over. He lamented, tears streaming down his face. I, an old servant, have failed to protect your only heir. I am truly a useless wretch. I say, Jiang Feng interjected, as the plump fellow beside him wore a peculiar expression. Isn't your Highness perfectly fine? Not a hair out of place. Why the mourning? You know nothing. Chief Stewardly shot him an indignant glare. You have no idea how formidable that ill-fated Mei Yun is. My lord, your association with him spells doom. Your Highness, I shall go to the Martial Academy at once. Even if it costs me my life, I must secure a different instructor for you. Feudal, Jiang Feng sighed. With my elder brother around, I am fated to choose Instructor Mei. A glimmer of despair flickered in Chief Steward Li's eyes as he said sternly, is he truly intent on extermination? Chief Steward Li. Jiang Feng was taken aback. What do you mean by that? And nothing, Chief Steward Li stammered, realizing he had misspoken. What I meant to say is, the first prince has gone too far. Do you not understand him? Jiang Feng shook his head. Had it not been for my terminal illness, I would have long been exiled to the borders like my other brothers. How could I possibly remain in the capital? Your Highness, Chief Steward Li hesitated. I've long advised you to maintain distance from him. Why do you not heed my counsel? Chief Steward Li. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. Such words need not be spoken again. Brother Gu has shown me immense kindness. If I were to sever ties with him, would I not be lower than a beast? Moreover, even without Brother Gu, I doubt my elder brother would tolerate me. Alas, the plump fellow mused. It seems that red-haired scoundrel is indeed a villain. To even jeopardize his own brother, such a person would have been swiftly dealt with in my family. Chief Steward Li looked disdainfully at the overly familiar plump man accompanying Jiang Feng. You are utterly ignorant. How could your insignificant family compare to the royal family? Chief Steward Li, sensing his words were perhaps too harsh, softened his tone. I understand your intentions, but the die is cast, and we can only accept our fate. As for Instructor Mei, we must leave it to destiny. After a lengthy discussion, the plump fellow appeared somewhat bewildered. You both seem quite fearful of this Mei Yun. He seems rather ordinary, timid and apprehensive. Besides his unfortunate name, what makes him so extraordinary? Brother He, you are unaware, Jiang Feng sighed, recounting the tale of Mei Yun once more. What? Upon hearing this, the plump man sprang up in alarm. It's over. In the next moment, his complexion turned as pale as that of the steward Li just moments before. It's over. This calamity is inescapable for me. It seemed as if there was a desire to compare. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion is even more splendid than the Murong family's inn, boasting a full 5 stories. The first floor is bustling with activity, teeming with a multitude of cultivators, which further underscores the thriving business of this establishment. Before arriving, Guhan had taken the time to change his attire. Otherwise, in his previous disheveled state, he could hardly avoid further troubles. Now, aside from the elusive Luyo fruit, he wished to avoid any extraneous complications. Upon seeing Guhan enter, a middle-aged man approached him enthusiastically. I am Fan Shi, the manager of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. Whether it be magical artifacts, elixirs, or rare treasures seldom seen by royalty, our pavilion has it all. Guhan glanced at him, noting his cultivation at the Qi realm. It appeared that while the Gathering Treasure Pavilion was backed by the influence of the Yuqing sect, it was evidently inferior to the Morong family. I am looking for Qinping, Guhan replied, shaking his head and disregarding the man's fervor. Qinping. Upon realizing the business he was about to lose, Fan Shi's politeness vanished in an instant as he lazily pointed towards a corner. Over there. Go find him yourself. By the way, Qinping is no longer the manager. Guhan followed his gesture, and his brow furrowed immediately. In the corner, Qinping wore a despondent expression. Surrounded by an array of oddly shaped stones, some as small as a fist, others towering over a person. However, most patrons in the pavilion were primarily interested in elixirs and magical artifacts, casting not even a glance at those peculiar stones. Brother Gu? Spotting Guhan, Qinping's face lit up with delight. You've arrived. When did you get to the royal city? Where's that young lady? Why didn't she accompany you? How did your visit to the martial academy go? Which instructor did you choose? A barrage of inquiries filled Guhan's heart with warmth. Old brother Chun, he said, gesturing toward the stones. What are these? I heard someone say you are no longer the manager. Qinping let out a bitter smile. It's quite a long story. I apologize for the embarrassment, my young friend. What happened? Guhan asked, astonished. Did you not bring back the elixirs from Elder Shui? By rights. You should have been rewarded. Yet here you are, stripped of your position and surrounded by these stones. My young friend, Qinping exclaimed, startled, lowering his voice. Be cautious with your words. Here in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, never mention the name of divine physician Shui. Why? Guhan's frown deepened. Follow me, Qinping urged, pulling Guhan toward the corner. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he heaved a sigh of relief. This tale begins 3 days prior. When Qinping returned to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, having brought back the medicinal pills from the esteemed physician, Shui. His accomplishment was indeed remarkable, earning him numerous rewards. And he was even granted an exceptional promotion to the position of chief officer, basking in a moment of unparalleled glory. However, such fortune was fleeting. 3 days ago, an enigmatic individual visited the pavilion. Upon discovering that it was Qinping who had procured the pills, this person wasted no time in stripping him of his position, demoting him to an ordinary menial worker. A mysterious figure? Guhan felt a chill run down his spine. This individual seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the physician Shui. Could he be an adversary? Yet, why had he never heard any mention of this from Steward Li or the others? Little brother, Qinping sighed. Encountering such misfortune is indeed unfortunate for me, and I feel somewhat guilty for you. I had promised to elevate the price of those materials by 20%, but it appears I may not be able to fulfill that promise now. It matters not, Guhan replied, showing no inclination to dwell on such trivialities. I did not come here merely to purchase materials. Then you seek the falling ghost fruit. What? Qinping exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the distant Fan Shi. The day the pavilion master acquired this item, he had kept it confidential, and it was only upon being promoted to chief officer that Qinping had learned of it. Little brother, how did you come to know? Brother, no need to inquire further, Guhan shook his head. This item is of great significance to me, and I must procure it. Do you have a way? Qinping hesitated for a moment. I will take you there. With that, he led Guhan directly to the 3rd floor. In contrast to the bustling 1st floor hall, this level offered items of considerably higher value, resulting in a rather desolate atmosphere with scarce visitors. Steward Wei, upon reaching a quiet chamber, Qinping respectfully announced, I seek an audience. Qinping. A discontented voice emerged from within. What brings you here? Did I not instruct you that until those mysterious stones are sold, you need not come to see me? Steward. Qinping shot a glance at Guhan, steeling himself. I have a friend who wishes to purchase the falling ghost fruit. What? A gasp escaped the stewardess' lips. In the next instant, the door to the chamber swung open, revealing a tall, gaunt man with a sullen expression. Qinping. He did not spare a glance at Guhan, but fixed his icy gaze upon Qinping. You have some audacity. The pavilion master has repeatedly instructed that the information regarding this item must remain undisclosed. You have no connection to him. Guhan pulled Chenping aside. I learned of it from another source. Oh. Steward Wei scrutinized Guhan with a cold smirk. I care not from where you obtained this information. Return at once. This item is not for sale. Guhan remained unmoved. What is the matter? Steward Wei's countenance darkened. Did you not hear what I said? Although the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is a place of commerce, where amiability fosters prosperity, should you fail to recognize your place, do not blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the aura of his cultivation at the third level of the gathering element realm was unmistakable. However, such a level of power was of no consequence to Guhan. Little brother, Chenping hurriedly approached. Perhaps we should deliberate on this matter further? Name your price. Guhan spoke again, showing no intention of leaving. What? Wei Zhushi narrowed his eyes. I said, name your price. Guhan met his gaze earnestly. This item is of utmost importance to me. Go ahead and state your offer, whether it be elixirs, yuan crystals, or magical artifacts. I will do everything within my power to procure them for you. The matter concerned Asha's life, and he was resolute in acquiring the Luo Yu fruit. Seeing Guhan's seriousness, Wei Zhushi hesitated. Do you truly wish to purchase it? Naturally, Guhan replied. Just wait. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he refrained from uttering a refusal. Guhan's sincerity was overwhelming, to the extent that even in his position, he could not unilaterally decide this matter. Coldly uttering a single sentence, he turned to leave. Young brother, Chenping sighed. You ought not to speak so. You are unaware that this Wei Zhushi. Oh, you may be in for a significant loss. Thank you for the warning, elder brother, Guhan acknowledged. He understood that his forthrightness had inadvertently provided the Ju Bao Pavilion with an opportunity to raise their price. However, had he not spoken so frankly, he might have been expelled without any chance of acquiring the Luo Yu fruit. From the 5th floor of the Ju Bao Pavilion, one could gaze down and nearly encompass half of the inner city, making it an exceptional vantage point. Yet, since the establishment of the pavilion, this floor had never been open to the public. Instead, it served as a meeting place for the pavilion master, Tianhong. At that moment, he stood beside an elderly man clad in black robes, showing a considerable degree of respect. Elder Du, are you satisfied with this item? Indeed, replied the elder, who was also Du Tong, the master uncle mentioned by Jiang Hong. He was of diminutive stature, draped in a black robe, with a flicker of green light dancing in his eyes. The Luo Yu fruit is exceedingly rare. It is quite clever of you to seize it amid the beastly chaos. I shall duly note this achievement, and once your senior brother's grand undertaking is complete, rewards shall follow. Before him lay an exquisitely crafted wooden box containing a peculiar fruit. The fruit bore an odd shape, adorned with a ghostly visage, shrouded in swirling black mist, rendering it rather eerie. Thank you, Elder Du. Tianhong promptly bowed. I shall dedicate myself to fulfilling your instructions, but with your presence at the Ju Bao Pavilion, it won't be long before Mu Rongchuan guesses our secrets. On the surface, the Ju Bao Pavilion was backed by an elder from the Yuqing sect, yet in reality, Du Tong's senior brother was also Jiang Hong's master, the true authority over the pavilion. No matter, Du Ting scoffed lightly. If he wishes to know, let him know. With my nephew commanding the martial academy and my presence at the Ju Bao Pavilion, the Deqi dynasty will heed only my senior brother's command. That Mu Rongchuan cannot stir up any turbulence. Elder Du speaks wisely. Tianhong chuckled. With the crown prince's talents and his status, controlling the martial academy will be effortless. Today's inauguration shall surely amaze everyone. Indeed, Du Tong cackled softly. My senior brother possesses a keen eye for discerning talent. My nephew is indeed a rare gem. By the way, he seemed to recall something. What is the status of the 3 shops? Rest assured, Master Du. Tianhong hurriedly replied. They ambushed the manager of my Juhua Pavilion midway, and they were at fault. Coupled with your esteemed reputation, it is only natural that they agreed to merge with our Juhua Pavilion. Good. Du Ting nodded. Now, let us hasten our pace. And that manager must be dealt with at the opportune moment. With my presence, there is no need for Shui Mao's elixirs. Indeed, he chuckled. Shui Mao? Du Tong gazed out the window, a cold smile playing on his lips. I have long heard of your reputation, disciple of the ghostly physician, renowned for your unparalleled alchemical skills. I would relish the opportunity to compete with you and see whose elixir prevails, yours or my toxic concoction. What a pity. Tianhong expressed a hint of regret. Shui Mao has accompanied the seventh prince on an outing and has yet to return. The reasons are unknown. He understood. Should Du Teng publicly defeat the esteemed Shui Shini and step over him to ascend, it would undoubtedly amplify Juhua Pavilion's reputation. Not returned, Du Teng smirked. Then I shall wait for him here. Just then, the voice of Manager Wei from outside suddenly interrupted. Pavilion Master, what brings you here? Tian Heng's expression darkened. Did I not instruct you earlier that no one was to disturb us? Pavilion Master. Manager Wei regretted reporting this matter but felt compelled to continue. A person outside wishes to purchase the Luyo fruit. The Luyo fruit. Tian Heng furrowed his brow. Who is inquiring about it? The fifth floor of Juhua Pavilion has been fortified with a barrier to prevent the probing of divine consciousness, aimed at safeguarding the identities of certain esteemed guests. Thus, even with their formidable skills, neither he nor Du Teng could discern the happenings on the third floor. Manager Wei recounted the situation. This is outrageous. Tian Heng's countenance turned icy. A mere chi-opening cultivator dares to audaciously seek to purchase my Luyo fruit? Tell him to leave. Pavilion Master, Manager Wei quivered. He repeated Gu Han's words. Tell him to leave. Tian Heng waved his hand impatiently. I have already wait. Suddenly, Du Teng interjected. Did he say he would pay any price? Indeed. In that case, Du Teng broke into laughter. What harm would it be to give him this item? Master Du Tian Heng was taken aback. But no harm at all. Du Teng glanced meaningfully at the Luyo fruit and remarked, if he truly desires to buy it and can pay the price, then it shall be his. A mere chi-opening cultivator cannot stir up much commotion with this fruit. It can merely be stored with him for a few days. Do you understand? Brilliant. Tian Heng exclaimed, his realization dawning, showering praises. Master Du, you are truly brilliant. Inform him. Du Teng, feeling somewhat smug, declared, this Luyo fruit is available for exchange only, not for sale. To acquire it, he must offer a profound artifact or a technique of earth rank or higher. Otherwise, he should not even think about it. Yes, yes. Outside, Manager Wei nodded repeatedly. Though he was unaware of Du Teng's true identity, he understood that anyone who could command such respect from his master must possess considerable influence. Rest assured, Senior, I will handle the matter appropriately. At that moment, Tian Heng spoke again. As for Chen Ping, find a way to deal with him. Elder Du is quite displeased with him, understood? Yes, I comprehend. On the third floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, little brother. Chen Ping could no longer contain himself as he observed Gu Han, whose eyes were half closed. Given your current cultivation, although the falling shadow fruit is immensely valuable, you cannot yet utilize it. Why bother? There are matters within this pavilion that cannot be openly discussed, yet you must exercise utmost caution. Old brother. Gu Han felt a surge of emotion at Chen Ping's concerned demeanor. You have become a mere errand boy, yet still find time to worry about me? Chen Ping paused momentarily before chuckling bitterly. Being an errand boy isn't so bad, really. It prevents envy from others, and I enjoy a bit of leisure. Besides, selling Xian stones is still a job. Xian stones? Gu Han suddenly recalled the pile of stones that had been in front of Chen Ping earlier. Could there be a hidden secret within? Just as he was about to inquire further, the sound of footsteps descended from the upper floor. It was Manager Wei. You both seem quite at ease, he remarked. Indeed. Gu Han's heart stirred. Manager Wei's demeanor undoubtedly indicated certain circumstances. Congratulations. Manager Wei smiled, offering a respectful nod to Gu Han. Our master has agreed. The falling shadow fruit is available for sale. However, despite his words, he did not produce the item. Speak. What is the price? Gu Han understood his implication. Little brother, you are indeed astute. Manager Wei fixed his gaze on Gu Han and continued slowly. One piece of a Xian artifact, or a technique of earth rank or higher. Should you be unable to provide such, then you may take your leave. What? Chen Ping exclaimed involuntarily. Is there a problem? Manager Wei furrowed his brow. Chen Ping, do you have an issue with this? Looking at Gu Han, Chen Ping gritted his teeth and said, isn't this a bit too costly? Unlike Gu Han, he had been managing the treasure-gathering pavilion for many years and had a fair estimation of the falling shadow fruit's value. This item was worth at most 100,000 Xian crystals. In contrast, both the Xian artifact and the earth rank technique mentioned by Manager Wei were worth at least 10 times more. Such items were virtually unattainable throughout the entire Qi dynasty. Manager. Chen Ping sighed. This young brother genuinely wishes to purchase the falling shadow fruit. Our pavilion has always valued integrity, and thus should exhibit some sincerity as well. Chen Ping. Manager Wei's expression darkened. You treacherous ingrate. Are you still a part of our pavilion? This is a decision made by the master, and you dare to question it? The falling shadow fruit is clearly being forced upon him. I did not coerce him. Just moments ago, you spoke of any price. How is it that you wish to backtrack now? He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Han, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. If you truly cannot produce anything, it is quite simple. Just purchase one of those mysterious stones below, and you can open it when you return. Who knows? You might be fortunate enough to uncover a treasure. Chen Ping wore a bitter expression. The probability of those stones yielding a treasure is less than 1 in 10,000. Huh. Manager Wei displayed evident impatience. If you cannot afford it and are unwilling to open the mysterious stones, then you might as well leave. My time is not meant for your amusement. Before arriving, Gu Han understood that acquiring the Luoyu fruit today would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Whether it was the exorbitant price set by the treasure pavilion or Manager Wei's exceedingly rude demeanor, all of it was within his expectations. Thus, he did not appear particularly angry. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the pile of stones. Brother Chun, can those worthless stones really yield treasures? Worthless stones? Manager Wei scoffed. It seems you are entirely ignorant of what mysterious stones are. With such a lack of insight, how dare you audaciously come here to purchase the Luoyu fruit? Young brother, Chen Ping explained in a hushed tone. Mysterious stones, while seemingly no different from ordinary rocks, are shrouded in secrets. Beneath their unremarkable exterior lies a multitude of bizarre and wondrous items, elixirs, magical artifacts, and various techniques. However, the peculiar outer layer of the stones effectively obstructs any means of inspection by cultivators. Unless one completely dissects them, no matter how high one's cultivation level, it is nearly impossible to discern what lies within. In earlier times, the trend of stone gambling prevailed across the lands. Although these mysterious stones are deeply buried underground and rare to find, their exorbitant prices did not dampen the enthusiasm of cultivators. Yet, gradually, the number of individuals engaging in stone gambling dwindled, not only because most of these stones were empty, but even when they did yield something. The elixirs had long lost their potency, the artifacts had lost their sentience, and the techniques were often incomplete, leaving behind only fragments of knowledge. Of course, some have indeed unearthed valuable items. However, to stake such a high price on a chance that is less than 1 in 10,000 is only feasible for those with substantial wealth seeking a pastime. Ordinary cultivators could hardly bear such a burden. Thus, these mysterious stones transitioned from being fiercely coveted to becoming objects of neglect. Whoever buys them must be a fool. Upon hearing his explanation, Gu Han felt a stir within. The ability to obscure nearly all means of inspection was quite intriguing. Just then, Manager Wei's impatient voice interrupted once more. Since you cannot produce anything and lack the courage to open the mysterious stones, then hurry and leave. With that, he turned and entered the quiet room, no longer casting a glance at Gu Han. Wait, Gu Han called after him. What is it? Manager Wei's expression darkened. Do you truly believe that I, Wei, am an easy person to deal with? Who said I am not buying? You think you can leave so easily? I can afford it, Gu Han replied calmly. After half a day, I shall return. That will not do. Manager Wei shook his head vehemently. What if you do not return? Not only would it have wasted half a day of Wei's time, but I would also have no explanation for the Lord. Gu Han discerned that Wei, the overseer, was intentionally creating difficulties. Here, take this. However, at that moment, he was not inclined to quibble. He retrieved a fist-sized purple flower bud from his storage pouch and tossed it into Wei's hands. If I do not arrive within half a day, this treasure shall belong to you. The moment Wei's eyes lit up, he exclaimed, Purple crystal vine? I never anticipated that this young brother possessed such a rare gem. Is that acceptable? Gu Han observed him quietly. Of course it is. Wei's heart soared as he fondled the purple crystal vine, his avarice glaringly evident. The purple crystal vine was quite rare, valued at around 20,000 crystals, a considerable fortune even for someone of his stature in the treasure pavilion. Sighing softly, Chen Ping stood nearby, secretly lamenting. Even if this deal goes through, it seems unlikely that the purple crystal vine would return to Gu Han's possession. Very well. Receiving a response, Gu Han no longer hesitated and turned to leave. I shall return in half a day. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping hurriedly followed. Ha. Observing the two departing figures, Wei suddenly burst into laughter. I shall gratefully accept this purple crystal vine. He could hardly believe that Gu Han, a mere novice in the chi opening realm, could produce a profound artifact or a technique of the earth rank. Not only Guhan, but even the lord of the pavilion would be unable to procure such items. Outside, Guhan clasped his hands in salute to Qinping. Thank you for today. I shall remember this favor. Do not mention it, Qinping responded, feeling somewhat bashful. I was of no assistance today. Guhan shook his head. To him, Qinping's goodwill was far more precious than the completion of this transaction. Young brother, Qinping hesitated, seeming to find the right words elusive. You appear somewhat irrational today. He could not comprehend how the meticulous Guhan, who once scrutinized every crystal, had transformed into the naive victim of today's circumstances. Brother, Guhan offered no explanation. We shall meet again in half a day. With that, he saluted Qinping once more and departed. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, he did not return to the inn but instead ventured directly to the outer city, seeking a secluded corner where no soul lingered. Wei's conjecture was not unfounded. Guhan was indeed a pauper. He possessed neither profound artifacts nor techniques of the earth rank. Yet, he was aware that others did. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the depths of his mind. There lay a treasure that belonged solely to him. Damn it! As soon as he arrived before the sword prison, Guhan was greeted by a familiar curse. It was nostalgic, even comforting. Just as he was about to greet the shadow, the next words that escaped its lips darkened his expression. This little bastard, how is he still alive? Ha. He let out a cold sneer, and with a mere thought, a flash of sword energy pierced through the body of the demon lord. Who? The demon lord roared, his rage palpable. Which scoundrel, cough, has come? Upon realizing it was Guhan, he felt a twinge of unease. Surely, his earlier words had not reached Guhan's ears. It was impossible. Otherwise, Guhan would not have acted so impulsively. How infuriating. This little rascal remains as treacherous as ever. Speak. Guhan's icy gaze bore into him. Why the silence? The black shadow could no longer contain himself. Here I am, trapped in this wretched and lightless place, feeling more confined than a prisoner. And you deny me the opportunity to vent my frustrations? As a cultivator, your perspective should be broader. How can you hope to advance while fixating on trifles? His words rang with conviction, and Guhan found himself questioning whether he had indeed been overly petty. Speak, he urged, still reeling from the unexpected encounter. The shadow, taking advantage of Guhan's momentary distraction, folded his arms and inquired nonchalantly, "What brings you to seek me this time?" Guhan sensed an underlying tension, but was too preoccupied with the matter of the falling ghost fruit to engage in further debate with the shadow. I require a technique, he stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon the shadow. What? The shadow scoffed. Do you have another acquaintance? No, Guhan replied, shaking his head. This time, it is for Asha, that little girl. The shadow's genuine desire to take her as a disciple was evident, and he felt a surge of urgency. Has something happened to her? Yes. Guhan recounted the situation regarding Asha. I need a technique to exchange for the falling ghost fruit. I told you earlier. Upon hearing that Asha could only last for 3 more months, the shadow's fury surged. Release me, and I will devise a way to rescue her. You, with the bloodline of the broken illusion eye, would be committing an unforgivable sin if anything were to happen to her. Thus, Guhan reiterated, provide me with the technique, and I shall handle the rest. The shadow's voice faltered as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was Guhan's unwavering stance. Everything else was negotiable, but not this matter. I possess no earth tier techniques. He bristled with indignation. I have already stated that I only collect the finest. The lowest I have is celestial tier. Take it or leave it. You are lying. Guhan narrowed his eyes. Earth tier techniques were one matter, but celestial tier? The moment he revealed such a treasure, not only would the gathering treasure pavilion come after him, but even the people of the Jade Qingtong sect would not let him off easily. You wish to harm me. There is no other option. The shadow shrugged. Earth tier techniques are as worthless as refuse. To even glance at them sullies my vision. Do you know who I am? Not finishing his sentence, over a dozen sword energies erupted from the sword prison, locking onto him tightly. Do you understand? The shadow, seemingly unfazed, maintained his obstinate tone. The legion of demon soldiers I once commanded practiced a low-grade earth-tier technique, the Blood Spirit Sutra. It is utterly worthless and completely unremarkable. Of course, if you insist, I can oblige. Upon uttering these words, he and Guhan exchanged a brief yet intense gaze. Bastard. Despicable wretch. Both cursed inwardly in unison. Moments later, the shadow surrendered its divine powers with palpable relief, prompting Gu Han to retract his sword energy as well. The facade of harmony between the two parties was restored. Damn it! After Gu Han's departure, the shadow seethed with indignation, vexed by the seemingly insignificant young man, whose cunning surpassed his appearance. Just wait. I shall see what you do when you find yourself cornered. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Inside the first floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Chen Ping appeared somewhat distracted, casting furtive glances outside. Opposite him sat Wei, the steward, comfortably reclined with a bowl of spirit tea in hand, also awaiting Gu Han's return. He was curious whether this mere Qi realm cultivator could indeed procure a mystical weapon or an earth-tier technique. Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Ping, he silently scoffed. With his own life hanging by a thread, how could he concern himself with others? Once this matter concluded, it would be time to claim your life. As the appointed time arrived, he set down his spirit tea and rose slowly. Indeed, he had overestimated the young man. However, securing a purple crystal vine was not a wholly fruitless wait. Just as he turned to leave, a voice of surprise erupted from behind him. Gu Han has returned. In truth, Gu Han could retrieve this divine power in mere moments. However, he was wary of arousing suspicion, which prompted the half-day agreement. Returned? Wei, taken aback, had not anticipated that Gu Han would actually succeed in bringing something back. Young brother, he greeted warmly. It seems you are a man of your word. I hope you can forgive my earlier transgressions. Not a word was uttered about the purple crystal vine, clearly indicating his intention not to return it. Gu Han raised the jade talisman in his hand. I have brought it. This talisman was specially crafted, capable of recording a multitude of uses, including techniques, divine powers, and images. Gu Han had gone out of his way to procure one before returning. Excellent. Wei's expression brightened, reaching out to accept it. But what about the items you promised me? Gu Han retracted his hand. Please wait a moment. Wei's smile broadened. I shall report to the pavilion master. On the 5th floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, only Tian Heng remained, as Du Tung had long since vanished. Defeated? Unlike the exuberance of half a day prior. His brow furrowed in disbelief. How could the crown prince possibly lose? Who was this individual that dared to defeat him? Not long after Gu Han's departure, news from the martial academy reached him. The crown prince had indeed lost to an unknown contender. Upon hearing the news, Du Tung was overwhelmed with a mix of anger and shock, leaving no time to consider the elusive fruit any longer. He hastily gave a few instructions and made his way directly to the residence of the crown prince. Jiang Hong had lost, not merely for himself, but also for the grand scheme of his senior brother, which had suffered a significant blow. Sighing inwardly, Tian Heng hoped that old Du might devise a way to salvage the situation. Just as he was lost in thought, the voice of manager Wei resonated from outside. Master, that young man has returned. What? Tian Heng was momentarily taken aback, filled with unexpected joy. With such a high price offered, he and Du Tung had not harbored much hope. It was merely a gamble on a slender chance during their idle moments. Not just him, even for Du Tung. An artifact of such caliber or a technique of the earth tier was exceedingly precious. With this thought, he hurriedly inquired, "Where is the item?" "It remains with him." He stated he would only part with it upon seeing the elusive fruit. What did he bring? "I am uncertain, but it appears to be either a technique or a divine ability." Excellent. The clouds of despair that loomed over Tian Heng's heart dissipated instantly, replaced by immense delight. The item was to be given to him. Techniques and divine abilities of the earth tier were rare even within the Jade Qingsong sect. Although he was the master of the treasure pavilion, he had never encountered such high-level items. In comparison, the elusive fruit seemed less significant. Master, Manager Wei hesitated. After giving him the item, we should follow him. Tian Heng's expression turned cold. Investigate his background thoroughly. I refuse to believe that someone capable of presenting earth-tier techniques is merely an unknown junior. Of course, if he truly lacks any substantial backing, a mere Qi-opening realm cultivator. I know how to handle him. At this moment, he remained unaware of Gu Han's true identity. Understood, Manager Wei replied. And what of Chen Ping? Though he is diligent in his tasks, if old Du wishes him dead, then he shall perish. Tian Heng understood the implications. Du Tong held a particular aversion towards physician Shui, and Chen Ping's act of bringing back the physician's medicine had inadvertently crossed a line, leaving him with little chance of survival. In the hall, upon witnessing that Gu Han had indeed returned with the item, Chen Ping was astounded. However, given the sensitive nature of Gu Han's secret, he refrained from further questioning. Before long, Manager Wei descended once more, dismissing Qin Ping and guiding Gu Han into a quiet chamber, where he produced the wooden box containing the elusive fruit. At the sight of the fruit, Gu Han experienced a slight dizziness, but instead of alarm, he felt a surge of joy. This fruit would undoubtedly be beneficial for Asha. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he willingly handed over the jade talisman, awaiting the inspection by the master of the treasure pavilion. Although the blood spirit technique was merely of the earth tier inferior grade, it was straightforward yet powerful, enabling a doubling of combat strength for a brief quarter of an hour at the cost of burning one's essence and vitality. This technique followed a legitimate path of demonic arts, while the so-called trash divine ability mentioned by the shadowy figure appeared to Gu Han as an exceedingly rare life-saving skill. A twofold enhancement. Aside from the Da Yin Sword Sutra, which he currently could not comprehend, the blood spirit technique is the most formidable divine ability he has ever encountered. Apologies for the wait, young brother, he mused. Just then, Master Wei returned to the quiet chamber and gently placed the wooden box before Gu Han. The leader was quite pleased. The falling mist fruit is now yours. Without hesitation, Gu Han accepted it. What else is there? However, as matters settled, Gu Han did not take his leave, but rather extended his hand. What about my purple crystal vine? What? Master Wei's expression stiffened. Young brother, that seems somewhat ungrateful. I went to great lengths to ensure you acquired this falling mist fruit, even praising you to the leader. Shouldn't I earn a little for my efforts? You praised me? Gu Han shot him a glance. I don't believe it. Having secured the falling mist fruit, he was no longer willing to be manipulated by Master Wei. Master Wei showed no intention of yielding. To be frank, nothing that comes into my possession has ever been returned. This purple crystal vine is my share from this transaction. If you have any objections, feel free to approach the leader. However, the consequences then may be beyond my knowledge. That won't do. Gu Han firmly refused to relent. The purple crystal vine is of considerable value. If I were to give it to you for free, I would be at a significant loss. Master Wei appeared speechless. Earth-grade divine abilities are exceedingly rare, and you hardly blinked before you were willing to part with it. Yet you are fixated on this mere purple crystal vine worth just a few tens of thousands of crystals? How about this? Gu Han changed his tone. I no longer want the purple crystal vine. Instead, I will accept an item from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion as compensation. What do you say? What item? Master Wei's demeanor turned wary. The Xian Stone. Gu Han did not conceal his intentions. I have quite an interest in that. The Xian Stone? Master Wei instantly relaxed. Those stones had been gathering dust for many years without a single sale. To the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, they were the least valuable items. Were it not for a lingering hope of encountering a few unsuspecting fools, he would have already relegated them to the storeroom, hidden from view forever. Young brother, you have a discerning eye. He feigned enthusiasm. The mysteries within the Xian stones are boundless. Should one happen to yield a treasure, it would far surpass the value of the purple crystal vine. Yet inwardly, he scoffed. Country bumpkin, you think you can find a treasure? Even if you open them for 8 lifetimes, you wouldn't uncover anything worthwhile. Outside, before Qin Ping, a cultivator held a fist-sized Xian stone, examining it from every angle. His face a mask of struggle and hesitation. How much is this Xian stone? Qin Ping's heart leaped. Could it be that the Xian stone was finally about to sell? Esteemed customer, he observed the other's expression with caution. The price for that piece is 10,000. Smack. Before he could finish, the cultivator flung the Xian stone aside. 10,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Dear customer, Qin Ping exclaimed, growing anxious. If you truly desire it, I can offer an 8 or even 7% discount. Please reconsider. Sighing as the individual walked further away, he lamented. Indeed, the Xian stone was a commodity no one wished to purchase. I'll take this one, he thought. A familiar voice pulled him back to reality. Little brother? Upon seeing Gu Han, his expression brightened. Has it been accomplished? Indeed. Gu Han nodded, holding a piece of mysterious stone, scrutinizing it closely. However, after a long examination, he discerned no clue. Little brother, from behind, Wei, the manager, approached. The stone you possess is valued at 30,000. While that purple crystal vine is worth at most 20,000. What? Gu Han shot him a glance. Shall you return the purple crystal vine to me? A dry chuckle escaped Wei's lips. Forget it, take the stone. Consider it a gesture of friendship from my treasure pavilion. Nearby, Qin Ping listened intently, sighing inwardly. As expected, given Wei's character, the purple crystal vine would never return once it fell into his hands. Brother, Gu Han tucked the stone away, showing no intention to linger further, and bowed to Chen Ping. Thank you for today. We shall meet again another day. With that, he did not spare Wei a glance and departed. Hee. Wei stared at Gu Han's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. Chen Ping. Huh, manager? Do you know this fellow? This young brother Gu hails from Tianwu City. Thanks to him, I was able to meet Shui cough. Not to mention he once saved my life. Divine Physician Shui? Wei's heart stirred. So, he is connected to Divine Physician Shui. No wonder he could present such a terrestrial-level technique. Alas, Divine Physician Shui is currently absent from the royal capital. It seems misfortune awaits you. He sneered inwardly and promptly followed after Gu Han. Oh no, Chen Ping's heart raced. He was acutely aware of the Treasure Pavilion's methods and Wei's character. Little brother is in danger. Contemplating this, he hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed suit. On the long street, Gu Han maintained a moderate pace, though his direction was not toward the inn, but rather toward the outskirts of the city. With his extraordinary spiritual sense surpassing that of ordinary practitioners in the gathering origin realm, he easily detected Wei trailing him from a distance. Greedy. He could roughly guess the other's intentions and let out a quiet scoff, continuing his act as a compliant prey. However, upon reaching the city gate, a figure suddenly leaped out from the side, blocking his path. It was Chen Ping, little brother. On his way, fearing he would be too late, he had exerted all his strength to reach Gu Han before Wei. Brother Chen, what brings you here? Wei may intend harm against you. Gu Han paused, then suddenly laughed. You exhausted yourself just to deliver this news. Chen Ping nodded earnestly. Little brother, you must be cautious. Brother, Gu Han glanced back and sighed. Do you realize that Manager Wei has already noticed you? What? Chen Ping's face turned pale. He regrets it? A little. Let us go? Gu Han smiled as he patted his shoulder. Where to Chen Ping? Outside the city, he replied, a look of despair on his face. Gu Han sighed. Brother, do you truly believe that someone could take the purple crystal vine from me without consequence? That is worth 20,000 crystals. Chen Ping looked utterly bewildered, unable to grasp Gu Han's thoughts. This is a matter of life and death. Whether it's 20,000 or 200,000 crystals, does it truly matter? Before he could ponder further, Gu Han had seized his shoulder and hastened their pace, swiftly arriving at the city's outskirts. Moments later, the sullen Wei master arrived. Chen Ping, you traitor, informing others? Excellent. I'll deal with you as well, saving me the trouble of searching for you. In the royal prince's estate, a shadow loomed over the atmosphere. The maids and servants moved cautiously, fearful of provoking the master within, whose emotions were somewhat volatile. In a quiet room, Jiang Hong stood with his hands at his sides, a look of guilt etched on his face. Beside him were Yu Hua, Jiang Yi, and Chen Fang, his martial arts instructors, who had covertly aligned themselves with him. Opposite them sat Du Tong, his expression dark and silent. Master Uncle, after a moment of hesitation, Jiang Hong spoke. This incident is entirely my fault. My inadequacy led to my defeat at his hands, jeopardizing Master's significant affairs. Disciple, Du Ting's gaze was penetrating. Do you understand how much you have lost with this defeat? Master Uncle, what do you mean? Over the years, Du Ting regarded him with a knowing look. Your senior brother has been tirelessly working behind the scenes to secure your entry into the Qingyun Pavilion. Before I arrived, this matter was already taking shape, and that individual had agreed to provide you with an opportunity for a test. What? Jiang Hong's spirit jolted. Are you truly speaking the truth? In his agitation, he struggled to articulate his words. The Qingyun Pavilion, a mysterious organization that harbors all the talented disciples of the Yuqing sect, and he might actually have a chance to enter? Unfortunately, Du Ting's tone shifted. But you lack ambition. Given your foundational strength, aside from that prodigy from the Great Chu, no one in the 10 Nations Martial Academy would dare claim to surpass you. Yet now, you have lost to an unknown individual. If he were of a special physique, it would be one thing, but he is merely an ordinary body. The prospects of entering the Qingyun Pavilion now seem bleak. Jiang Hong's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, rendered speechless. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret for having accepted Gu Han's challenge, thereby squandering this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Du Lao, although unaware of what the Qingyun Pavilion entailed, Yu Hua quickly stepped forward to express his loyalty upon witnessing Jiang Hong's embarrassment. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on His Highness. That young man is undoubtedly remarkable. I have crossed paths with him. His spiritual strength is unparalleled in my experience, and even an ordinary 5th or 6th level practitioner would likely not stand a chance against him. Furthermore, it seems his connection with the Morong family is quite significant. The Morong family? Du Ting scoffed derisively. His relationship with the Morong family is of no concern to me. His strength does not interest me either. What I am truly worried about is how to proceed with my senior brother's plan. Master Uncle. At the side, Jiang Hong gritted his teeth. Grant me another chance. I implore you, Master Uncle, to bestow upon me some elixirs. I shall undoubtedly break into the gathering essence realm soon. At that moment, I will reclaim my honor and fulfill my master's plan. Elixirs can be provided to you. Du Ting maintained an impassive expression. But what if you lose again? To take a step back, even if you win, your previous defeat has already left a negative impression on others. How can you smoothly take control of the martial academy? My words ignited Jiang Hong's face with embarrassment and anger. Master Du, Yuhua stepped forward. I actually have a method worth trying. Oh, Du Ting glanced at him. Speak. Yes. Yuhua suppressed his excitement. Although His Highness has suffered a setback this time, his reputation has greatly diminished, yet he has you behind him, as well as that esteemed elder from the upper sect. As long as you make an appearance before everyone and demonstrate a bit of your prowess, the students and instructors, even Vice Deans Wu and Feng, would hardly dare to engage in any underhanded tactics. Seeing Du Ting captivated by his words, he continued. When His Highness breaks through again and thoroughly defeats that young man, perhaps even eliminates him, he will surely restore much of his reputation. With your support at that time, seizing control of the martial academy will be effortless, requiring little exertion. Du Ting scrutinized him anew. What is your name? Yuhua. Excellent. Du Ting expressed his satisfaction. You are quite impressive. A true talent. When my senior brother's plan is accomplished, you shall receive a significant share of the credit. Thank you, Master Du. Thank you, Master Du. Yuhua was overjoyed, repeatedly bowing. Nearby, Jiang Yi and Chun Feng were seething with jealousy, their eyes nearly turning crimson. Having caught the attention of Master Du, their future prospects are boundless. This matter, Du Ting slowly rose, casting a glance at Jiang Hong. You make the arrangements. I will not concern myself with the process. Only the results. Yes. Jiang Hong hastily bowed. Rest assured, Master Uncle, this matter shall be entrusted to me. Just days after the tumult of the demon beasts, the once bustling outskirts of the city now appeared rather desolate. If the demon beasts return, wouldn't he venturing outside the city be tantamount to seeking death? Where have they gone? Over 10 miles from the city gates, Wei, the steward, halted, his expression grim. I clearly saw them come here. How infuriating. He felt a twinge of bitterness. The benefits that were within reach have slipped away. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice echoed from not far away. Who? Wei's heart jolted, his gaze sweeping over, only to see Gu Han and Chun Ping emerging from the nearby woods. It's you two? He paused momentarily. Then his face lit up with joy. So you were hiding there. Beside Gu Han, Chun Ping felt anxious. He did not understand why Gu Han would choose to wait here when he could easily escape from Wei. Little brother, he whispered. Wei is an expert at the Gathering Essence 3rd level. I am aware of that, Gu Han replied, a puzzled expression on his face. Does this have anything to do with my retrieval of the amethyst vine? Chun Ping was taken aback. How could it not be related? Although you are currently at the Spirit Passage realm, you are still vastly inferior to Manager Wei, who stands at a much higher level. How do you expect to reclaim the amethyst vine? With your life? Manager Wei. Gu Han no longer paid him any mind, greeting him with a calm demeanor. It seems we meet again so soon. Hee. Manager Wei's smile was devoid of warmth. Stop pretending to be foolish. You ought to know why I am here. The falling ghost fruit? Very well, produce it. I do not comprehend. Gu Han sighed. I have already paid tenfold for your benefit, yet your greed remains insatiable. Having profited so much, you still wish to eliminate all ties? If blame is to be placed, Manager Wei sneered, it can only be on your lack of strength while flaunting treasures for all to see. Manager. Chun Ping hurriedly interjected. This matter, Chun Ping. Manager Wei's expression turned cold. You treacherous wretch, how dare you betray me? Truly a thankless, ungrateful wolf. It seems the pavilion master was indeed right to want me to deal with you. What? Chun Ping's face paled. Deal with me? Why? I have worked diligently at the treasure pavilion, earning neither merit nor reward. Seeking answers? Manager Wei's figure surged forward, striking towards the two with a single palm. In your next life, remember this. From a distance of over 10 paces, Chun Ping felt a powerful gust of wind rushing at him. Stand back. Meanwhile, Gu Han's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he pushed Chun Ping aside. Brandishing his sword, unleashing his full cultivation. In an instant, a formidable and righteous spiritual pressure enveloped Chunping's senses. This, he paled, muttering to himself. So powerful. He could tell that Gu Han now surpassed the strength he possessed when they last met in the wild forest. And the separation between them was merely a little over a month. This is bad. Opposite them, Manager Wei noticed Gu Han's unusual aura, his heart racing. Why? This lad appears to have just entered the spirit passage realm, yet his spiritual force is astonishingly profound. I was careless. No wonder he seemed so composed. He had been hiding his true strength. However, at this moment, with only a few paces between them, even if he understood, there was no opportunity to escape. Die for me. A sense of impending doom loomed over him. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a long sword from his storage ring. I want it before he could finish. Several flashes of light darted past. A sudden pain pierced his chest, causing his internal spiritual energy to falter, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. He gazed in disbelief at the transparent hole in his chest. What is this? Seeking answers? Slap. A sword rested upon his shoulder. In your next life, remember this. Gu Han echoed his earlier words back to him. No. Gazing at the expressionless Gu Han, Manager Wei was suddenly overwhelmed by a fierce instinct for survival. Please, don't kill me. Where is my amethyst vine? Give it to me. As he spoke, he hastily removed the storage ring from his hand and handed it to Gu Han. Spare my life. I have saved some wealth over the years. If you let me go, I will give you everything. The storage ring? Gu Han accepted it. Compared to a storage bag, the ring offered a larger space and was more convenient to carry, albeit considerably more valuable. The most common ones cost no less than 10,000 crystals. It seems you have amassed quite a fortune. Inside the storage ring, there were over 300,000 crystals alone, along with numerous precious medicinal materials, including the violet crystal vine. It's all yours. Wei, the steward, begged incessantly. Everything is yours. Please let me go. I ask you, Gu Han interjected, refusing to respond. Who ordered the ambush on me? It was the sect master. Wei immediately shifted all blame onto Tianhong. It was his idea, along with Du Lao, to survive. Naturally, I revealed everything I knew. In the distance, Chunping's complexion turned ashen. So it was he who sought my demise. At that moment, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. Had he harbored any trepidation today and not pursued Gu Han, a most tragic fate would have awaited him. Now, although he had taken a significant risk to inform Gu Han, fate had inadvertently saved his life. Every action has its consequence. Gu Han's eyes narrowed. This is not over. Wei's face turned ashen. I have told you everything I know. All these actions were commanded by the sect master and have nothing to do with me. Please let me go. As for my matter, Gu Han glanced at him. It remains confidential for now. Yes, Wei exclaimed with joy. I understand. It will remain confidential for as long as I live. Good. With a swift motion, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and a head rolled to the ground. In his eyes lingered a trace of delight. Not far away, witnessing this scene, Chunping felt a twinge of unfamiliarity and fear towards Gu Han. Brother, Gu Han said, not sparing a glance at the corpse, returning to Chunping's side, and resuming his previous demeanor. As per our usual practice, the spoils of war will not be shared with you. Saying this, he raised the storage ring in his hand. Chunping let out a bitter smile. This young man's thoughts were something he could never quite decipher. Let us go, Gu Han urged. Where to? Chunping asked, his face etched with bitterness. I can no longer return to the gathering treasure pavilion. Where to? Gu Han chuckled. Naturally, to secure you a better position. Setting aside Chunping's repeated assistance, he could not ignore Chunping's entanglement due to Shueshini. The matter concerning Shueshini was indeed his concern. Unbeknownst to Gu Han, during his time outside the city, every student, instructor, and the 3 vice presidents of the Martial Academy received an invitation. The signature was unmistakably from Jiang Hong. Chapter 50, A Fool's Dream, A Glimpse of the Future. Inside the inn, in a serene and elegant private chamber. No wonder. Listening to the statement of the figure in black below, Murong Chuan suddenly comprehended the situation. There seemed to be a lingering intensity about him. Likely a remnant from his battle with Jiang Hong. I had overlooked this detail. How remarkable. He mused in awe. To possess the strength of the second layer of the Qi opening realm, and yet be capable of defeating a fire spirit body at the 9th layer, he must possess exceptional qualities. Indeed, the discerning eye of the young lady is far beyond my reach. My curiosity regarding this young brother grows ever more profound. Little did he know, Morong Yin had bestowed the token to Gu Han purely out of favor. It had little to do with discernment. At that moment, the figure in black hesitated, stating something that piqued Morong Chuan's interest. He waved his hand dismissively. Was he truly capable of dismantling the martial academy? That was not the case. The figure paused, revealing that he had chosen Mei Yun as an instructor. What? The previously composed Morong Chuan instantly lost his demeanor. Mei Yun? He barely completed his thought before his expression shifted, his form flickering and disappearing in an instant. In the hall, Gu Han observed the sudden appearance of Morong Chuan with curiosity. Why did this senior wear such an expression? He had been here for several days, yet had never witnessed him so unsettled. Senior, he clasped his hands respectfully. I sincerely thank you for your assistance in this matter. Have you secured the item? Indeed. Gu Han lifted the storage ring in his hand. So soon? Morong Chuan inquired, intrigued. Typically, he had not seen this individual act with such promptness. What cost did you incur? Tenfold. Tenfold. Morong Chuan's curiosity deepened. He was all too aware of the value of the falling ghost fruit. Given Gu Han's usual frugality, even inquiring whether accommodations were complimentary. How could he procure such a sum of elemental crystals? Moreover, even with elemental crystals, acquiring the falling ghost fruit was not guaranteed. However, Gu Han remained silent on the details, and Morong Chuan chose not to pry further. By the way, Gu Han seemed to recall something, pulling Qin Ping forward. Senior, would you mind assisting me with a small favor? A small favor? Morong Chuan was taken aback, glancing curiously at Qin Ping. Who is he? Qin Ping was utterly bewildered. To be precise, after Gu Han had informed him of the Morong family's affairs, he had become somewhat dazed. He had resided in the royal capital for many years and understood the terror of the Morong family well. The royal family would yield to them. So, Gu Han was indeed a distinguished guest of the Morong family. It was he who had compelled Lu Tong to kneel just days prior. A revelation that left Qin Ping incredulous. Suddenly, a furious shout jolted him back to reality. Upon hearing Gu Han's account, Morong Chuan sneered repeatedly. He had initially thought Lu Tong merely lacked dignity, but was taken aback by his insatiable greed and utter lack of boundaries. Even a tenfold price did not satiate his appetite. What do you think? He turned to Gu Han. Shall I intervene and eliminate him for you? Gu Han appeared speechless. I am the one being hunted, yet you seem more incensed than I. Senior, I do not wish to use the token just yet. Very well. Morong Chuan expressed a hint of disappointment. The recent display of righteous indignation was, in truth, largely feigned. The disdain was genuine, yet the fury was contrived. Your name is Qin Ping? As Gu Han showed no signs of engagement, his gaze shifted to Qin Ping, who stood before the legendary Morong the Great Innkeeper. Qin Ping found himself at a loss for words. Yes, I am Qin Ping. Excellent. Morong Chuan chuckled. I have heard of your deeds. Indeed, they are commendable. You possess loyalty, integrity, and a sense of responsibility. TSK. Tian Hung must have been blind to overlook such a talent as you. Qin Ping was utterly flustered. It was the first time he had been praised as a talent, and the one doing the praising was the enigmatic Morong the Great Innkeeper. How about this? Morong Chuan pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Mayan is not lacking in staff, but the medicine shop in Dian is in need of a manager. You shall accompany Qian Lu, who will enlighten you on the rules. Shortly, I shall send a message to my clansmen, and you will take up your post tomorrow. Qin Ping was again taken aback. The roles of manager and assistant were certainly not equivalent. The position of manager in the Morong family held far more prestige than that of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, a role for which many would weep and plead, yet never receive an opportunity. Such extraordinary fortune had unexpectedly fallen upon him. Brother? Gu Han patted him on the shoulder. Are you perhaps dissatisfied with the weight of this managerial position? No. Qin Ping was filled with trepidation. It is too high. Thank you, young brother. Thank you. Innkeeper Morong. He understood that this dreamlike opportunity had been fought for by Gu Han on his behalf, and his gratitude towards Gu Han reached unparalleled heights. Ha. As Qin Ping, brimming with joy, was led away by Qian Lu, Morong Chuan felt a twinge of sentimentality. You are quite the warm-hearted individual. This elder brother is an honest man. Gu Han chuckled. An honest man should not be subjected to such mistreatment, should he, esteemed elder? Indeed, esteemed elder. Gu Han contemplated for a moment. In truth, you are also a person of integrity, never coercing me with your tokens, which is commendable. No need for flattery. Morong Chuan replied with a smile. I merely act in accordance with clan rules. Furthermore, I, Morong Chuan, am not the petty sort. I merely lent a helping hand. Though should you truly require my assistance, it must be with a token. Old fox, little fox. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each offering a sincere appraisal of the other. Esteemed elder, Guhan clasped his hands. I shall go check on Asha. She should be awakening soon. By the way, Morong Chuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Did you choose Mei Yun as your instructor? Well, Guhan steeled himself. Yes. Haha, take care. Guhan, room of the heavenly rank. Asha was in a deep slumber, a droplet of crystalline drool at the corner of her mouth rendering her quite endearing. Guhan gently patted her head, and all his discontent and gloom dissipated instantly. Sensing Guhan's presence, Asha's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly awakened. Young master. Upon first encountering Guhan, she immediately embraced him tightly, refusing to let go. What's wrong? Guhan sensed her unease. Young master. Asha's small head was buried in his embrace. I had a dream again. A dream? Guhan's heart sank. This was the third time she had mentioned this matter. He had not paid much attention to the previous instances, but this time, he felt an unsettling awareness. Suddenly, the words of the shadow from earlier flashed through his mind. The eye of the broken illusion, when fully realized, could perceive the past and future, comprehending various causes and effects. Could it be that Asha had glimpsed a fragment of the future? Asha. He suppressed his anxiety. What did you dream about? Many people. Asha lifted her small face, murmuring. Many people were chasing the young master. I was very angry, so I glared at them fiercely, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, the young master was gone. Guhan fell silent. This dream was more detailed than the previous two. He found it difficult to ascertain whether this was merely Asha's dream or a glimpse of the future. Young master. Asha tightened her embrace. I don't want to leave you. Silly girl. Guhan took a deep breath. It was just a dream, nothing to take seriously. I assure you. We will never part. Silly girl. Whether it's a dream or the future, I will never let you leave me in this lifetime. Even if the dream is true, even if you truly leave me, I will traverse every corner of the world to find you and bring you back. Are you hungry? With that thought, his mood gradually settled. Come, let me take you to eat something delicious. Okay. Asha perked up a bit. Young master. I want to eat. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, her delicate brows suddenly furrowed, staring motionless at Guhan. Young master. Why is there a layer of dark energy around you? Dark energy? Guhan was taken aback. How could that be? I never. He couldn't finish his sentence. In his mind, he vividly recalled the uncomfortable feeling he had when he chose Mei Yun as a mentor earlier. Could it be? His complexion suddenly paled. The legend of this calamity, couldn't possibly be true. Could it? Asha. He forced a smile. Could you take another look? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? No. Asha's small face was serious. There is indeed a layer of dark energy, though it seems quite faint, like it doesn't affect the young master much. Guhan instinctively let out a breath of relief. Doesn't he affect much? That's good. That's good. Initially, he had planned to obtain the Luo Yu fruit and return to the martial academy to consult with Mentor Mei, also to collect his rewards. But now, he would rather avoid it at all costs. The further he stayed away from this calamity star, the better. Oh, Asha made another discovery. Young master, you have a storage ring too? This caught Guhan's attention. Asha, can you see what's inside? Saying this, he took out a fist-sized mysterious stone. Asha took a glance. A dark object lay before him, its nature a mystery. After a brief moment of hesitation, Guhan exerted a slight pressure with his hand, shattering the mysterious stone into fragments. Once the stone's exterior was stripped away, a dull, thumb-sized piece of iron fell into his grasp, seemingly a fragment of some missing artifact. He cast a glance at the bewildered Asha, a sense of wonder washing over him. Perhaps fortune was finally smiling upon him. Grasping Asha's small hand, he prepared to lead her on a treasure hunt when suddenly, the voice of Qian Lu pierced the air from outside. Little brother, the seventh prince has arrived. Is Jiang Feng here? Guhan paused, then quickly regained his composure. Let him in, he instructed, opening the barrier to the outer chamber. The first to enter was Jiang Feng, his face etched with concern. You left so abruptly earlier. Has something happened? The second to arrive was the rotund figure, who surveyed the room with a dismissive expression. Is this it? Humph. The third was the grim-faced stewardly, visibly irked. Throughout their journey, he had been engaged in a war of words with the rotund man, only to find himself continually outmatched, leaving him seething with frustration. He had not anticipated that the rotund man's tongue would prove even sharper than Guhan's. Before Guhan could respond, Asha noticed something amiss. "Young master," she whispered, tugging at his sleeve. "The seventh prince seems to be surrounded by dark energy as well." Guhan was momentarily speechless. After spending so much time with Mei Yun, how could he not have it? Upon seeing the rotund man, Asha's eyes widened. "He has it too. In fact, it seems more pronounced than yours or the seventh prince's." However, she glanced at Steward Li and noted, "But he doesn't have any. It's just his face that looks dark." At her words, Steward Li's expression darkened further. All present possessed some level of cultivation. Although Asha spoke in hushed tones, her words did not escape their keen ears. "Little girl," the rotund man stammered, his composure unraveling. "What nonsense are you spouting? There's no such thing as dark energy. Stop joking." "No." Asha shook her head earnestly. "I feel you are in grave danger." At that moment, the rotund man could no longer maintain his faade. The troubles stemming from the human calamity weighed heavily on him, and Asha's words nearly brought him to tears. "I beg you, say something reassuring." Zhang Feng, too, began to sense the disquiet. "What does Asha mean?" "Nothing of consequence," Guhan quickly replied, unwilling to reveal Asha's secret. "She has just awakened and is still dazed. Do not take her words to heart." He cleared his throat, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. "Perhaps we should keep our distance from Mei Jiaoxi in the future." A sudden jolt ran through the hearts of the others. Something felt amiss. The astute rotund man quickly discerned that Guhan's words carried deeper significance. "You cannot deceive me. She must know something. Make her clarify." Asha, not adept at lying, stood there, caught in the moment. "I had misjudged earlier. There is no dark aura surrounding you, nor do you need to perish." The rotund fellow nearly reached a breaking point. Upon hearing this from Asha, he became even more flustered. Meanwhile, Steward Li found immense satisfaction in the situation. "Bah, that glutton deserves it." Brother Gu, noticing that Guhan was reluctant to elaborate, Ji Feng wisely refrained from pressing further. "Should you require assistance, feel free to voice your needs." "Indeed." Steward Li nodded affirmatively. "As long as you make a request, we shall go to great lengths to fulfill it." "Your kindness is appreciated." Guhan felt somewhat touched. "However, regarding this matter, you would not be of any help, so I shall not drag you into it." Although Guhan did not state it outright, they understood. Asha's ailment had recurred, despite their ignorance of the specific nature of the soul deficiency syndrome. It was evident that not even the esteemed physician Shui could provide a remedy, and even Guhan, who had effortlessly cured Ji Feng's extreme cold condition, was at a loss. They comprehended that this affliction was more complex than they had imagined. At that moment, only the rotund fellow remained undeterred, persistently questioning Guhan about the meaning behind Asha's words. Guhan ignored him, leading Asha and Ji Feng as guides on a thorough exploration of the capital. In the inner city, along the long street, Asha delightedly held a chicken leg in each hand, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Most notably, her happiness stemmed from Guhan filling her storage ring with chicken legs. Behind them trailed the exasperated rotund fellow, devoid of patience. "You too," he said weakly. "Have you had enough of this place? What is there to see in such a shabby locale? Let's go." Observing Asha reveling in her enjoyment, Guhan remembered the matter at hand. It was time to seek treasures. Treasure? The corners of the rotund fellow's mouth twitched as he struggled to restrain his irritation. What treasures could possibly exist here? "Did I ask you to follow me?" The rotund fellow fell silent, suppressing his frustration. Conversely, Ji Feng and Steward Li exhibited considerable interest in Guhan's so-called treasure hunt. After some time, Guhan led them to a storefront. The treasure pavilion. Upon seeing Guhan, Fan Shi hastily approached. "Welcome back, esteemed guest." Previously, he had witnessed even Manager Wei making an appearance. Understanding that Guhan had undoubtedly struck a significant deal with the treasure pavilion. Now, seeing him return, especially with Chen Ping absent, he was particularly eager to greet this hidden gem of a patron. "Do not mind me," Guhan said, gesturing towards Ji Feng. "Just ensure to attend to him. His Highness the Seventh Prince?" And Steward Li. Fan Shi then noticed the presence of the two, his joy widening into a broad smile. It turned out that the esteemed guests were not one, but three. As for the rotund fellow, he was conveniently overlooked. "Asha," Guhan pointed towards a neglected pile of mysterious stones in the corner. "Do you see any treasures among those?" "Yes," she replied after a few glances, quietly indicating a stone the size of a human head. "It seems there is a treasure within that one." "Really?" Guhan felt a surge of excitement within. He initially intended to take Asha for a brief excursion, harboring little hope, for the chances of uncovering something valuable from the Xian stone were exceedingly slim. If nothing remarkable emerged, he could merely peruse the shops throughout the royal capital. However, to his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him, and within the confines of the treasure pavilion no less. Contemplating the greed and malice of the pavilion master, he inwardly scoffed. This time, they would surely bleed profusely. Not far away, upon observing Guhan and Asha fixating intently on a pile of Xian stones, Jiang Feng's heart sank. Could it be? Indeed, his fears materialized. Guhan halted the attendant Fan Shi, inquiring, "How many yuan crystals for this one?" In an instant, the once lively hall fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar. Could it be? Even the rotund fellow averted his gaze in disbelief. Is this truly what one calls treasure hunting? Brother Gu, Jiang Feng hastily approached. The treasure hunting you speak of, it wouldn't happen to involve gambling on stones, would it? Gambling on stones? Guhan paused, momentarily taken aback. The term indeed resonated aptly. Fear not, I am merely indulging in a bit of sport. At this moment, no one was more elated than Fan Shi. To him, Guhan had transcended the status of a mere esteemed guest, becoming an unequivocal fool. My dear guest, he exclaimed with heightened enthusiasm. This Xian stone is priced at 50,000. Guhan turned on his heel to depart. Fan Shi grew anxious. Dear guest, if you are truly interested, the price is negotiable. How about 80% off? No, 70%. I can offer you 70%. His urgency mirrored that of the earlier Qin Ping. Missing out on Guhan, the unsuspecting fool, meant it would be ages before he could sell another Xian stone. What about this one? Guhan halted, pointing at a Xian stone towering over him. This one? Fan Shi cautiously regarded him. 300,000. It was over. Jiang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Is this what you call a mere pastime? Clearly, this was a venture gone awry. Let it be clear, Chief stewardly interjected, rolling his eyes. We possess no such wealth. His words rang true. Over the years, in a bid to prolong Jiang Feng's life, he had scoured the royal capital for every precious herb, and the meager resources dispensed by the royal family had been utterly depleted. This was all thanks to the continued support from physician Xue. As for Jiang Feng, he was undeniably destitute. As for the rotund fellow, don't look at me, he shrugged. I never carry yuan crystals when I venture out. It's too mundane. The crowd regarded him with disdain. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Will you reconsider? Reconsider? Guhan nodded. Indeed, I must ponder this. With that, he fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Beside him, Jiang Feng appeared anxious while Fan Shi brimmed with anticipation, and the onlookers were akin to spectators at a grand performance. I have made my decision. Moments later, Guhan spoke once more. Both pieces together, at 50% off, will you sell? Jiang Feng's heart plummeted into despair. Due to his status, the onlookers found themselves torn between laughter and restraint, their mocking glances betraying their true thoughts. This was no fool. He was, in fact, the greatest simpleton of all. The guest, Fan Shi, felt somewhat awkward. If it doesn't sell, so be it. Guhan grasped Asha's arm, ready to depart. Sell, sell, sell. Fan Shi exclaimed in a panic. Sir, we shall sell, even at half price. In truth, he was secretly overjoyed. The price at which these mysterious stones were originally acquired was exceedingly low, and after lying dormant for years, they had become utterly worthless. A discount of 50% was still a profitable venture for the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Selling these two stones would elevate his contribution points to the top. As Guhan extracted a multitude of essence crystals from his storage ring, Jiang Feng felt as if his heart were bleeding. He ached for Guhan's predicament. Brother Jiang, Guhan patted him on the shoulder. Do not worry. Once I unveil the treasure, these essence crystals will yield tenfold returns. Jiang Feng and manager Li were rendered speechless. A treasure? It was akin to a total loss. They could not fathom why the usually astute Guhan would act so foolishly over such a trivial matter. It was the rotund fellow who wore a skeptical expression. This rascal, so cunning and treacherous, engaging in a losing venture? Could it be that he truly perceives something within the mysterious stones? How could that be possible? At that moment, news of Guhan's stone gambling spread like wildfire, attracting a throng of spectators, effectively sealing the Gathering Treasure Pavilion in layers of people nearly impenetrable. The reason was simply curiosity. It had been years since such a naive fool had appeared in the capital. Naturally, They were eager to witness it. Humph. Feeling the crowd's gaze as if he were a spectacle, Asha grew somewhat displeased. The young master will surely unveil a treasure. Uft. Someone was the first to succumb to laughter, and soon the room erupted with mirth. In that instant, Jiang Feng's authority was rendered ineffective, and a cacophony of discussions ensued. A treasure? I must open my eyes wide to witness this. Indeed. If this young brother can reveal a magical artifact, it would yield tremendous gains. A magical artifact? I believe we should at least expect a celestial-level technique. That's too conservative. With this young brother's skill, he might unveil an ancient divine gold. Hearing the crowd's ridicule, Jiang Feng and Manager Li's expressions darkened. What are you laughing at? Manager Li could no longer contain himself, glaring at the crowd. Does this matter concern you in any way? Laugh again, and I shall have you dealt with. Instantly, the laughter ceased, though the mockery in their eyes intensified. Just then, an elder in white robes descended from the upper floor. He was another overseer of the gathering treasure pavilion, surnamed Ma. Manager Ma. Fan Chi hurried to greet him. Manager Ma waved his hand, smiling as he addressed Gu Han. Dear guest, we have a rule at the gathering treasure pavilion. Once the mysterious stones are purchased, they are non-refundable. It was clear he was wary of Gu Han changing his mind, especially with Manager Li and Jiang Feng present. He specifically came to support Fan Chi. Indeed. Fan Chi nodded eagerly. Retreat? Not an option. Retreat? Gu Han cast a puzzled glance at the two. How naive. The steward felt reassured. Would the guest like to open it now, or take it back to open? Open it. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Gu Han remained unfazed, calmly stating, Sharpen your eyes and see clearly. The room erupted in laughter once more. It was confirmed. This person was undoubtedly a fool. Alas, Jiang Feng wore a troubled expression. Well, let it be a lesson for Brother Gu, spending money to learn that the depths of this place are profound. Gu Han paid them no mind. Holding the stone, which was the size of a human head, he examined it closely. As he channeled his spiritual energy, the stone's outer layer began to shed off in a cascade. In the blink of an eye, the stone had shrunk to the size of a fist. Everyone watched intently, though they were certain Gu Han would produce nothing of value. Their curiosity was piqued. The stone continued to diminish, revealing a glimmering white hue to their astonishment. Chapter 52. He actually produced a pill. What is that? Could it be true? Hurry up, stop dragging this out. At that moment, the crowd had abandoned their ridicule, holding their breath with rapt attention on Gu Han's right hand. Crack! With a soft sound, the final layer of stone shattered, revealing a 3-inch-long jade vial in Gu Han's hand. However, aside from a small portion that retained its original color, the rest of the vial was mottled and nearly unrecognizable. Humph! One person scoffed. Is that all? Just a worthless pill. Bah! He knows how to keep us on edge. There is something, but alas, it holds no value. This stone truly yielded nothing of worth. As they discussed, disdain returned to their faces, but subconsciously, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a vial of useless pills. Jiang Feng shook his head inwardly. This type of jade vial had been opened before, yet without exception. The elixirs within had long lost their potency after enduring the ravages of time, becoming utterly worthless. Ignoring the others, Gu Han scrutinized the jade vial. Is there a character? Suddenly, he noticed a faint inscription at the bottom of the vial. However, due to the erosion of time, the writing had become nearly illegible, leaving only a small portion decipherable. After a long examination, Gu Han discerned from the remnants of the strokes that it was a small character. His brow furrowed. Small? Small what? At that moment, seeing Gu Han's expression, the steward nearly burst into laughter. Still too young. He deliberately comforted, You need not be so disheartened. This gambling stone has always been a matter of gains and losses. It is perfectly normal. Although this useless elixir may not serve its purpose, it possesses considerable collectible value and could indeed be worth several crystalline coins. Indeed, dear guest, Fan Chi chimed in. Do not lose heart. There remains a larger piece. Shall we not open it as well? Open it. It must be opened. Yes, the large piece is bound to contain something. Ha ha. Perhaps it even holds a vial of useless elixir. In that moment, mockery filled the air. The stout man grimaced, feeling utterly humiliated. Useless elixir? Gu Han's gaze swept across the crowd, his cold laughter echoing. Which of you has the audacity to claim it is useless? You are anxious, aren't you? Go ahead and open it. Indeed, once you do, you shall be utterly disheartened. The crowd erupted once more. Very well, Gu Han replied, his expression impassive. Let me dazzle your eyes. With that, he directly uncorked the jade vial. In an instant, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. How delightful! What is this aroma? It seems my cultivation bottleneck is loosening. At that moment, the crowd forgot everything else, completely immersed in the exquisite scent. Beside Guhan, Jiang Feng and manager Li wore expressions of disbelief. Could it be true? Has something genuinely emerged? The stout man's eyes were now glistening. What a treasure! What a treasure! As he spoke, he surged forward, squeezing his way to Guhan. Come, let me have a look, dear master. Without hesitation, Guhan poured the elixir into his palm and held it before the stout man's eyes. Before him lay a dark-hued elixir, its spiritual radiance long extinguished, save for a rice-sized spot at the top that shone a milky white, still retaining some potency. The fragrance emanated from that very point. What a treasure! The stout man's mouth nearly watered. Let me taste it first. As he spoke, he audaciously opened his mouth wide, lunging towards Guhan's hand. Whoa! Guhan jumped back in shock. Are you a dog? Let me have a taste. The stout man, now shameless, pleaded desperately. Just one bite. Just one. Get lost. Guhan's face darkened. I'll give you a beating. Gradually, the crowd began to comprehend the situation. He had indeed opened something. Furthermore, it appeared to be a remarkable elixir from ancient times. What kind of fortuitous luck had this fellow encountered? Envy, jealousy, and greed intertwined within the onlookers as they fixated on the elixir, their emotions a tangled web of indescribable sensations. At that moment, the supervisor and Fan Shi stood in stunned silence, filled with regret. Such an elixir, if placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, would be a prized possession. Yet now, it was sold by their own hands. At half price. Fan Shi muttered, a mix of laughter and tears in his voice. Half price, half price. Suddenly, at that very moment, a figure appeared in the midst of the scene. Yet within the confines of the 5th floor, the alluring fragrance beckoned Tian Hong, the esteemed master of the pavilion, and Ma Zhu, the manager, who promptly bowed in respect. His countenance bore a bitter expression. What had he just uttered? It seemed he had proclaimed an inability to retreat. Useless. With disdain, he cast a fleeting glance at the somewhat foolish Fan Shi before his gaze fixated on the precious elixir. His heart ached. Possessing a discerning eye, he naturally comprehended the situation. Although the potency of the elixir had diminished significantly, reduced to a mere fraction of its original strength, it remained an extraordinarily rare treasure. Even Du Tung and the esteemed physician Xue could not concoct such an elixir. This elixir, he abruptly turned to Guhan. Allow me to examine it. His tone betrayed a hint of avarice. This elixir, he was resolutely determined to possess. Examine it? Guhan, however, withdrew his hand. Is it truly necessary? What did you say? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Tian Heng's eyes. Witnessing his reaction, the onlookers instantly grasped that the elixir's worth was likely far greater than they had initially surmised. Master Tian, Li Zongguan, standing beside Guhan, interjected ominously. The item belongs to him. Whether to allow you to examine it is entirely at his discretion. Your insistence seems somewhat unreasonable. Indeed, Jiang Feng also spoke up. The item belongs to Brother Gu. Its disposition is naturally his prerogative. Tian Heng's expression wavered between gloom and brightness. On one hand, he was somewhat wary of Jiang Feng's status. On the other hand, as the master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, if he were to seize the elixir in public, the reputation of the pavilion would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, how could he willingly relinquish it? At that moment, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Only the rotund figure continued to pester Guhan incessantly. I won't eat it. Just let me have a taste, just a single taste. The rotund one. Guhan felt a shiver run down his spine. How disgusting. Even Jiang Feng instinctively distanced himself from the rotund figure. It's almost gone. The rotund one lamented, his face drawn. The elixir's potency is continuously waning. Can't you see, you fool? If I don't consume it soon, it will be too late. What? Guhan's heart jolted. A swift glance revealed that the milky white area above the elixir had indeed shrunk further. Hurry. Tian Heng momentarily lost his composure. Quickly, give it to me. I have a method to preserve it. Give it to you? Guhan scoffed. On what grounds? If it cannot be preserved, then I shall consume it. With that, he clenched his hand and decisively split the elixir in two. Yes, yes, the rotund one exclaimed with delight. Quickly consume it, or its efficacy will diminish further. Rest assured, after you have consumed half, I shall certainly remember this favor. His words trailed off as a sudden stiffness overtook his smile. Asha. Guhan disregarded him entirely, bringing the elixir to Asha's lips. Here, consume it. It is a fine treasure. Asha obediently swallowed the elixir. Following this, the narrative continued. In the expression of profound anguish on the portly man's face, he unceremoniously devoured the other half of the precious elixir. Chapter 53 of Volume 1. Let the master fatty have a taste first, to discern its flavor. Had he truly consumed it? The crowd was filled with despair. Such a rare and invaluable pill, if entrusted to esteemed masters of alchemy, could potentially yield insights into its formulation. Yet now, it had been ingested so recklessly. Such a waste. The audible sound of his swallowing echoed clearly in the ears of the onlookers. What does it taste like? He gazed eagerly at Guhan. After a moment's contemplation, Guhan replied, a bit bitter. The portly man momentarily froze in shock. You scoundrel! In the next instant, he erupted in anger. I shall have my revenge. At that very moment, a voice filled with fury reached the ears of the assembly. It was Tian Hung, his face ashen with rage. He had long regarded this pill as his own, having devised various strategies to reclaim it through coercion or stealth. But now, Guhan had disregarded all decorum and consumed the medicine outright. You. He pointed accusingly at Guhan. Do you have any idea how crucial this elixir is to my treasure pavilion? The treasure pavilion? Guhan chuckled unexpectedly. This elixir belongs to me. It has no significance to your pavilion. Before he could finish, an unforeseen event occurred. Beside them, Asha suddenly burped. Moments later, a faint golden flame erupted from her mouth, enveloping her entirely. Young master, she exclaimed in a slight panic. Asha. Guhan felt a jolt of alarm. You. His words trailed off as he too was enveloped in golden flames, mirroring Asha's transformation. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, merging with the existing spiritual power in his meridians and violently crashing against the barriers of his acupoints. In mere moments, he shattered over 10 barriers. Yet, the acceleration of his soul's power outpaced even that of his cultivation. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the metamorphosis of the two had quietly completed. With a gentle exhale, Guhan opened his eyes. Under the nourishment of the elixir, his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the third stage of acupoint opening, merely 2 acupoints shy of the 4th stage. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Is that it? Is it over? They could certainly sense Guhan's enhancement, though it appeared minimal. Beside him, Asha had similarly advanced to the 6th stage of meridian opening. While commendable, it paled in comparison to the miraculous properties of the elixir. Is that truly all? The crowd regarded one another in confusion. The thunder is loud, but the rain is scant. I had anticipated the elixir's potency to be far greater. Alas, perhaps our expectations were too high. Converting those hundreds of thousands of crystal coins into resources would yield far superior enhancements. As discussions ensued, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Thank goodness. This is acceptable. Yet, the portly man, having missed out on the elixir, was already seething with pent-up frustration. Witnessing the ignorance of the crowd, he could no longer contain his fury. The elixir is not at all a means for enhancing one's cultivation. Damn it. Upon reaching this point, his expression was filled with deep regret. It is, in fact, a means to elevate one's soul power. Such fools. With merely half of this elixir, his soul power could double. Soul power? Double? The onlookers were utterly bewildered. In the 5 primary realms of cultivation, condensing qi, opening meridians, unblocking veins, gathering essence, and ling xian, cultivators merely refine themselves, striving to enhance their spiritual strength. This can be considered the most fundamental realm. However, the subsequent realm of divine connection is an entirely different matter. Elevating soul power and solidifying one's divine intent is the path that cultivators of the divine connection realm must tread. Though this realm is not particularly difficult, it has posed a challenge for numerous cultivators. The reason is simple. The rare elixirs that enhance soul power are exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, if one relies solely on their own spiritual energy to gradually cultivate, the time required is extensive, and the results are limited. Many exceptionally gifted individuals have entered the divine connection realm at an early age, yet due to the slow enhancement of their soul power, they squander their entire lives within this realm, never managing to break through to the next. This illustrates the profound difficulty of enhancing soul power. Doubling it lays the strongest foundation for advancing into the divine connection realm. Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, the path within the divine connection realm will be remarkably smooth, allowing for rapid breakthroughs, and even the legendary void riding realm will not be beyond reach. In truth, the rotund fellow was mistaken. Guhan's enhancement of soul power was not actually doubled. Having absorbed a portion of the shadow spirit, his soul power was already formidable, and the enhancement provided by this unknown elixir was less than a full doubling. Nevertheless, according to the standards of the rotund man, Guhan's soul power strength was already more than 4 times that of cultivators in the same realm. In terms of soul power strength alone, he could rival many cultivators of the divine connection realm. Not far away, Tianheng's heart was bleeding. A priceless treasure. It was indeed a priceless treasure. Yet now it was gone. In an instant, he felt an intense hatred for Guhan, and even more so for Fan Qi, to the point where he contemplated severe retribution. At this moment, despite having gained such significant benefits, Guhan felt no joy whatsoever. Asha. He glanced at the spirited young girl beside him. How do you feel, young master? Asha's face was alight with excitement. I've never felt better. Is that so? Guhan sighed. Had he known this elixir possessed such soul-enhancing properties, he would have given it all to Asha, but now it was too late. How could it not be good? The rotund man scoffed, his tone dripping with bitterness. The potency of this elixir remains, yet it yields such remarkable effects. Even in ancient times, it would have been a rare find. To seek another would be an arduous task. Damn it, he doesn't even consider sharing a bit with me. The crowd regarded him with disdain. Who is this rotund fellow to be so shameless? Speaking of which, this individual is no mere fool. He has merely stumbled upon great fortune. Wait, that is not right. The crowd suddenly recalled Guhan's earlier expression of unwavering confidence. Could it be that he can discern whether there is treasure within this mysterious stone? In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd's hearts stirred with excitement. If he truly possessed such insight, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary ability, far more valuable than the elixir he had just produced. The cultivator who had recently mocked Guhan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Brother, you still have that piece, don't you? Will you not unveil it? In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Guhan. At this moment, envy had dissipated, replaced by boundless curiosity and a flicker of fervor in their hearts. Even the portly figure was fixated on Guhan. Just so you know, if there is treasure inside, you must inform me ahead of time. I missed the first opportunity and cannot afford to miss a second. Get lost. Guhan pushed him aside and approached the large piece of mysterious stone. At this time, even Tianheng's heart began to race. Seemingly intent on tantalizing the crowd, Guhan scrutinized the stone intently, occasionally tapping it with his hand, and even closing his eyes to sense its essence. Soon, the crowd's patience was wearing thin. Let us go. It was at that moment that Guhan's expression shifted dramatically, and before anyone could react, he swiftly concealed the stone. I'm not opening it. As he spoke, he waved at Jiang Feng and, taking the simpleton by the arm, prepared to leave. Chapter 54, 5 million yuan crystals. I, the treasure pavilion, have repurchased it. Huh. The portly figure was the first to notice Guhan's unusual demeanor. Leaving? Why are you leaving? You. Suddenly, his expression changed. Could it be that there was a great treasure within? Shut your mouth. Guhan quickly covered his mouth. Speaking sternly, what treasure? Nonsense. There is nothing in there. I simply don't wish to open it anymore. If you choose not to leave, then stay. With that, he disregarded the portly figure and pushed his way out. Right. No treasure, nothing at all. Let us hurry. The crowd watched in disbelief. No treasure? Are we being deceived? Do you take us for blind fools? Stop. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind. It was, of course, Tianheng. He had observed Guhan's reactions and did not believe for a second that the stone contained nothing. What are you doing? Guhan halted, his expression turning wary. Is there a rule in the treasure pavilion against stopping someone? Tianheng took a deep breath. I don't want to open it. There is nothing inside. Tianheng was increasingly convinced that Guhan possessed some means of discerning the contents of the stone. Otherwise, he would not deny it so resolutely. After all, he was still young and could not maintain his composure. Your every word and action has betrayed you. Master Tian. Chief Steward Li's expression darkened as he positioned himself protectively in front of Guhan. Your actions are somewhat out of line, are they not? Tianheng's expression shifted as he weighed his options. He certainly could not allow Guhan to take the treasure away. Merely observing Guhan's reaction, one might conclude that within this scenario lies something far more precious than that elixir. The anguish of having missed the elixir weighs heavily upon his heart. Thus, acquiring this piece of mysterious stone has become imperative. After a brief moment of contemplation, he appeared resolute. The gathering treasure pavilion shall not part with it. I shall return your spirit crystals in full. What? Guhan had yet to utter a word when the rotund individual expressed his discontent. Not selling? By what right? Is this how you conduct business? Can one reclaim what has been sold? Are you operating a black market? This singular utterance drastically diminished the favorable sentiments of the crowd toward the gathering treasure pavilion. Such conduct is utterly excessive. It seems the larger shops indeed take advantage of their patrons. Ask him. Guhan's expression was laced with mockery as he gestured towards Master Ma. Did he not just declare that once purchased, items cannot be returned? What? Now he contradicts himself. Master Ma felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself. Master, with the murderous glare of Tian hung upon me, I must rectify this at once. Pray reconsider, for should we proceed thus, the reputation of the gathering treasure pavilion shall be irrevocably tarnished. And what do you propose? Tian Heng's countenance remained impassive. He could not afford to suffer the loss of 2 treasures in a single day, even if it meant sacrificing the pavilion's reputation. He would not permit Guhan to depart with the mysterious stone. Esteemed guest, Master Ma implored, directing his gaze towards Guhan, almost in desperation. Might you consider returning the mysterious stone to the gathering treasure pavilion? Rest assured, you shall not incur any loss. We merely seek to repurchase it. Not selling. Guhan scoffed, turning to leave. Stop. Tian Heng's voice thundered once more. Name your price. I have stated it clearly. Guhan was incensed. I will not sell. You must sell. The murderous intent in Tian Heng's eyes surged. I have already said, name your price. 5 million spirit crystals. Guhan's expression was one of derision. Will you truly pay that? Indeed. Tian Heng's response was emphatic and unwavering. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. 5 million. For those of their cultivation level. 500,000 spirit crystals was already a considerable sum. 50,000 would signify extraordinary fortune, yet 5 million was beyond the realm of their imaginations. Indeed, Guhan's countenance reflected momentary astonishment, seemingly unprepared for Tian Heng's unequivocal agreement. Then I shall not sell. As he spoke, he pressed onward, aiming to exit the gathering treasure pavilion. Attempting to leave, Tian Heng could no longer contain himself. Boom. A formidable aura suddenly erupted from him, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. Do you presume we are inconsequential? A sharp voice pierced the air. Steward Li immediately stepped in front of Guhan, taking Tian Heng's strike head-on. Bang! The resounding impact sent Steward Li staggering back. Upon regaining his footing, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. He was merely at the divine realm, and the disparity in power compared to Tian Heng at the void realm was considerable. Tian Heng. He glared, wiping the blood from his lips. To our astonishment, you are indeed a remarkably shameless individual, Master Tian. Jiang Feng's expression was equally grim. I shall report this matter to the royal court. Do as you wish. Tian Heng was already indifferent. As long as he acquired this mysterious stone and unveiled its treasures, all responsibilities would fall upon Du Tung to bear. I shall claim this stone. Ugh! The hefty man cursed vehemently. In all my years, I have never encountered such audacity. Speak, he glanced at Guhan. What shall we do? I shall heed your every word, even if it means risking my life to safeguard this stone. However, afterward, I expect you to share the treasures with me, my friend. Guhan's expression remained impassive. There are no treasures. Yes, yes. The hefty man nodded eagerly. There is nothing. Absolutely nothing. You are my brother, and when a brother is in trouble, I cannot stand idly by. It has nothing to do with any other matters. Ugh! The crowd silently cursed. How can this man be so brazen? Allow me to inform you. Chief Steward Li fixed his gaze on Tian Heng. He is a student of the Martial Academy. If you overstep your bounds, the 3 vice deans will require an explanation from you. The Martial Academy. Tian Heng's pupils constricted. This is unacceptable. After a moment, he still shook his head. The stone must remain here today. Your Highness. Chief Steward Li glanced at Jiang Feng, taking a deep breath. You all depart first. I shall hold him back. I am quite eager to witness the true capabilities of Master Tian, a master of the sky realm. Chief Steward Li. Jiang Feng exclaimed in alarm. No, Chief Steward Li. Just then, Guhan's voice emerged from behind. Let it be. Why? This man is clearly bullying us. Heh! Guhan sighed in resignation. Can't you see? It wouldn't matter who arrived today. He is resolute in acquiring this stone, and you cannot overpower him. Forcing the issue might lead to peril. Humph, Tianwu scoffed. You certainly have keen insight. I fear nothing. Chief Stewardly shook his head. I have said it before. You saved His Highness, and I owe you a life. This is your possession, and I shall defend it with my life. Guhan sighed deeply. No treasure is worth more than life. Your life is equally precious. Chief Steward Li's eyes glistened with moisture. Reflecting on his previous disparagements towards Guhan, he felt overwhelming guilt and could no longer face him. The stone. Guhan waved his hand and presented the mysterious stone. Here you go. Excellent. Tianwu's heart leaped with joy. Master Ma, bring forth the Yuan crystal. I am not unreasonable. 5 million it is. Moments later, Master Ma cautiously handed a storage ring to Guhan. Hee. A flicker of fervor crossed Tianwu's eyes as he promptly stowed the stone away. Gentlemen, feel free to stay or leave as you wish. Depart. Guhan took a deep breath, grasped Asha's hand, and walked out of the crowd without looking back. The treasure-gathering pavilion has shown its true colors today. Master Tian chiefly cast a deep glance at Tianwu. Today's events have been duly noted. With that, he followed Guhan alongside Zhang Feng. The rotund figure wore an expression of turmoil, seemingly reluctant to part with the precious black stone. Alas, it appears this treasure is not destined for the likes of me. As the group departed, the onlookers, bereft of entertainment, began to disperse. Though they harbored no sympathy for Guhan, the conduct of the treasure pavilion had chilled their hearts, and many silently vowed never to set foot in the establishment again. Hold on. At that moment, Tianwu spoke again. The disturbance today has caused great inconvenience. It is a fault of our treasure pavilion. Thus, to amend our reputation, we shall offer all elixirs, materials, and magical artifacts at half price within the next 7 days. Consider it a modest compensation for all present. Half price? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such an unprecedented boon. In an instant, their desire to leave vanished. Instead, they surged towards the various sales points, fearing they might miss out on the opportunity. The pavilion's earlier conduct was swiftly forgotten. Chief, remarked Manager Ma with a tone of admiration. Truly remarkable. Haha. Tianwu felt a sense of pride. Such lowly cultivators, with a slight incentive, will easily overlook past grievances. They are not difficult to manipulate. Do you understand how to proceed from here? Yes. The subordinate replied earnestly. Enough of that. The thought of the black stone ignited a fervor within him. From now on, do not allow anyone to disturb me. I shall personally unveil this black stone. Along the long street, Guhan was silent yet swift. Following the incident, Chief Li wore a mask of remorse. It is our inadequacy. Alas, the rotund man sighed. To part with such a treasure for a mere 500 million crystal coins is a monumental loss. Had I known you would sell it to me, I would have offered not 5 million, but 50. Chief Li scoffed. 50 million? If you can produce 500 crystal coins, I will take your surname. Brother Gu. Noticing Guhan's continued silence, Zhang Feng expressed his concern. Are you all right? Suddenly, Guhan halted, glancing back. Seeing they had distanced themselves from the treasure pavilion, he abruptly scooped up Asha and darted forward with astonishing speed. The others stood in stunned silence, watching as Guhan's figure nearly vanished from sight. Run! A shout echoed from a distance. What are you standing around for? Chapter 55. The anxious Guhan and the enraged Tianwu. As he gazed at the receding figure of Guhan, Zhang Feng appeared bewildered. Why is he running? I don't know, Chief Li pondered. Perhaps that girl, Asha, has fallen ill again. Oh no. The rotund man, having suffered once before, turned pale. This scene feels eerily familiar. Run. Though he was unaware of the events unfolding, an ominous premonition gripped him. Lingering any longer might spell disaster. With a swift motion, he cursed under his breath and vanished without a trace. You scoundrel! Halt right there. Have you committed another transgression? In the depths of the treasure pavilion, on the 5th floor, Tianwu caressed the surface of the obsidian stone, his spirits soaring. Compete with me? You are still too inexperienced. At this moment, he was resolutely convinced that Guhan possessed some unique means to discern the mysteries concealed within the stone. Humph. Youthful arrogance. Unaware of the art of concealment. If you had quietly taken these 2 pieces of obsidian back, no one would have known what you had unearthed. However, today serves as a lesson for you. Unexpectedly, his gaze returned to the obsidian stone. Our treasure pavilion harbors such a rare gem. With a flourish of his hand, He brushed away the stone's outer layer, which fell away like leaves in the wind. Let me see. His hands worked tirelessly, eager to unveil the treasures within. Before long, the stone had diminished to half its original size, and his excitement grew exponentially. Regardless of the nature of the treasure, presenting it would surely yield immense rewards. His identity and status would transcend that of a mere pavilion master. A few breaths later, the obsidian had shrunk to less than a third of its size. He pondered silently, realizing that it likely contained not magical artifacts, but perhaps elixirs or cultivation techniques. The latter would be even more advantageous. He could glance at it before offering it up. Shortly thereafter, the obsidian was reduced to the size of a fist. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and continued to peel away the stone's exterior. Surely, there lay treasures within. In the main hall of the treasure pavilion, a cacophony of voices erupted. I want that bottle of chi-gathering elixir. Don't snatch it. I saw it first. Nonsense. I grabbed it first, thus it belongs to me. The clamor of debates, shouts, and haggling rendered the scene more boisterous than a mundane marketplace. In the quiet chamber, Manager Ma wore a cheerful expression. He recalled that the business of the treasure pavilion had never flourished to such an extent before. The pavilion master possesses remarkable skills. I am utterly outmatched. As he pondered this, a thunderous crash echoed in his ears. The entire pavilion trembled violently. What is happening? Why such a commotion? Could someone be making a move within the pavilion? In the hall, the cultivators, who had been clamoring for elixirs and artifacts, turned pale, panic-stricken. What are you afraid of? One cultivator, seemingly enlightened, wore a look of anticipation. This must be the pavilion master unveiling that obsidian stone, causing a celestial phenomenon as treasures are born. We are fortunate to witness it. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. They had not anticipated that the treasures within the obsidian would be so astonishing. Alas, how unfortunate it is that I could not witness the grandeur of the precious treasure with my own eyes. What a pity. With such a treasure. The jewel pavilion is bound to gain renown throughout the 10 kingdoms. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation and flattery, a voice filled with fury and murderous intent erupted. You little beast. How dare you deceive me? I shall rend your body asunder. Boom. Another tremor shook the ground, and the onlookers could only see a streak of light dart away, seemingly the figure of Master Tian. In their bewilderment, they rushed outside, only to be utterly dumbfounded. The once resplendent and imposing jewel pavilion had transformed into a scene of devastation, on the brink of collapse, and the most enigmatic 5th floor had become a wasteland. What? In the heavenly room, the plump man leaped up in shock. Is it fake? What else could it be? Guhan shot him a glance. That elixir was merely a fluke. Do you truly believe the treasures within the Xian stone appear one after another? If you find even one, consider yourself fortunate. Surely you aren't gullible enough to believe it. The plump man instantly erupted with indignation. You scoundrel! Your heart is indeed black, even deceiving us. Do you have no conscience? Helplessly, Guhan sighed, who knew that the jewel pavilion harbored such a treasure. My decision was made on a whim, and I had no time to inform you. Managerly, I sincerely apologize for this. The one most affected was undoubtedly Managerly. At that moment, he was trembling with rage, his face darker than the bottom of a pot, unable to utter a coherent word. Managerly, Zhang Feng hurriedly attempted to placate him. Do not be like this, you are still injured. Managerly glared at him with a mix of sorrow and fury. Injured? Our hearts are truly wounded. How infuriating. I was moved by his words earlier. What nonsense. I should have seen it coming. This boy has never been trustworthy. Indeed, Guhan felt a pang of guilt. Let us first tend to our wounds. This heavenly room of the Murong family, if nothing else, has decent healing properties. Humph. Managerly turned on his heel to leave. You think small favors can appease us? Dream on. Managerly, Guhan kindly warned. If you go out now, you might just run into Tianheng. We just swindled him out of 500 million crystal coins. What do you mean we? The plump man protested. It's you. You scoundrel. This has nothing to do with me. It's all the same. Guhan waved his hand dismissively. Everyone saw it. We are in this together. Upon hearing this, Managerly hesitated, recalling the furious visage of Tianheng upon discovering the deceit. In the end, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Unable to decide whether to stay or leave, his face etched with embarrassment. Come with me, he finally conceded. Huh. Managerly shot Guhan a glare. I'll grant this little girl some consideration. With that, he cast a fierce look at Guhan and turned to enter a nearby room. Gu Han touched his nose, remaining silent. He acknowledged that he was indeed somewhat in the wrong this time. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng remarked with a wry smile. I have always heard of Tian Heng's character. Yet why do you sigh? Gu Han scoffed lightly. I have expended tenfold the cost to procure a falling spirit fruit. Yet he, insatiable in his greed, has gained so many benefits and still seeks to send someone to hunt me down. 5 million crystals are too cheap for him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng shook his head. This Tian Heng's integrity is truly despicable. Oh, the rotund man began to bellow again. You still possess a falling spirit fruit. Let me have a look at it. Look at what? Gu Han retorted sharply. Do you wish to taste it again? Humph. The chubby man curled his lip. It's merely a worthless fruit. If I don't look, I won't take care. However, you, at 10 times the price, where did you acquire such wealth? What does it concern you? Not right. The rotund man's expression shifted to one of suspicion. I sense there is a secret about you. Likewise, I believe you are not an ordinary fat man. Come here. Suddenly, the plump man chuckled and beckoned to Gu Han. Approach. I have something to discuss with you. Observing his mischievous expression, Gu Han suppressed the impulse to strike him down and coldly replied, How fortuitous. I too have matters to address with you. As Gu Han drew nearer, the rotund man's demeanor abruptly shifted. His eyes gleamed with a ghostly light, fixed intently upon him. What secret do you harbor? Little did he know that before he could finish speaking, 2 ghostly lights flickered in Gu Han's eyes, appearing even more enigmatic than his own. In an instant, the rotund man froze, his face blank, standing motionless like a puppet. Who are you? Gu Han intoned gravely. What secret do you possess? A flicker of struggle crossed the rotund man's face, his voice stiff as he stammered. I am Fat Master Fu. Before he could finish, he suddenly snapped back to reality, drenched in sweat, fear etched on his face. You too can wield soul-capturing arts? Impossible. Furthermore, how is your soul power so formidable? Fatty. Gu Han's expression darkened. Were you not called Hezheng? Why do you bear the surname Fu now? This. The rotund man's eyes darted. My father's surname is He. My mother's surname is Fu. I can choose whatever name I desire. It's none of your business. Not far away. Jiang Feng glanced at the rotund man, then at Gu Han, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. These two seem increasingly perilous. Bang! Just as the two were embroiled in their quarrel, a tremendous sound suddenly echoed. What is happening? The rotund man was startled. Do you even need to ask? Gu Han shot him a glance. That Tian pavilion master has come knocking. Outside, above the inn, manager Moro. Tian Heng wiped the blood from his lips, his expression grim. Are you truly going to obstruct me? He had pursued diligently and naturally learned that Gu Han resided here. Indeed, given the mutual disdain between him and Murong Chuan, they exchanged little more than a few words before engaging in combat. Yet despite both being masters of the airborne realm, Murong Chuan's strength far surpassed his own, rendering him no match. Pavilion Master Tian, the commotion from the treasure-gathering pavilion was so great that Murong Chuan was promptly informed. At this moment, his mood was exceedingly comfortable. It had never been so pleasant before. Not only did you breach your promise, but your insatiable greed led you to concoct such a sinister scheme of murder and theft. Now that you have faced retaliation, you have brought this upon yourself. How dare you come here to cause a ruckus? Shopkeeper Murong. A deep-seated hatred brewed within Tian Heng. You allow me to enter, and today, I shall owe you a favor. A favor? Murong Chuan scoffed. Your favor holds no value to me. This is the territory of the Murong family, and I will not tolerate your reckless behavior. Of course, if you wish to resort to violence, then so be it. It has been a while since I last stretched my muscles. You ought to be aware. Tian Heng gritted his teeth in anger. The true master of the treasure-gathering pavilion is not me. 5 million yuan crystals, along with that elixir. This loss has severely crippled the pavilion. If Dutung learns of this matter, he will face severe punishment. That is of no concern to me, Murong Chuan replied nonchalantly. If that person is dissatisfied, he may speak to my ancestor. However, as long as I am here, you shall not set foot inside. You. Tian Heng could hardly contain himself, almost ready to confront him. Well. Ultimately, he lacked the courage. Shopkeeper Murong, we have plenty of time ahead. This phrase was almost forced out through gritted teeth. Huh. Murong Chuan waved his hand dismissively. No need to see you off. As he watched Tian Heng leave with a face full of reluctance, Murong Chuan suddenly burst into laughter. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. This time, he cast a glance downward. Consider it a gift from me. To see Tianheng suffer such a significant loss is remarkable, truly remarkable. Within the martial academy, students moved about continuously. Some appeared relaxed, engaging in discussions about their training experiences with companions. Others hurried along, seemingly seeking answers for their perplexities. However, none of this had any bearing on Mei Yun. Sighing, he gazed at the group of students from a distance, feeling a pang of sorrow. Ever since Gu Han and the others left yesterday, they had yet to return. He waited and waited, nearly an entire day, yet scarcely saw a trace of them. According to the Academy's regulations, as an instructor, he had the authority to penalize the three of them. Nevertheless, he simply could not bring himself to do so. If they do not return. Considering the 3 invitations quietly resting in his storage ring, he gritted his teeth. As an instructor, I must personally seek you out. Chapter 56, The Realm of Enlightenment. The Ultimate Realm. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had already gone by. During this period, Zhang Feng and the others remained in the Tianhao room, never stepping outside. Firstly, it was an ideal place for both cultivation and recuperation for Zhang Feng and Manager Li. Secondly, they were wary of the furious Tianheng potentially acting irrationally. Naturally, their actions also stirred Murong Chuan's disdain. Did they truly believe the Murong family operated a charitable establishment? This Tianhao room, could they simply take advantage of it? If it weren't for Gu Han's standing, he would have likely expelled the 3 of them long ago. Crack! A faint sound resonated within him once more. It was, indeed, Gu Han who had once again breached a barrier of profound understanding. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself at the 4th level of the congenital realm. With the combination of the blood spirit technique and the great transformation sword Qi, he felt confident that, even if Yu Hua were to return, he would no longer be as defenseless as he had been days prior. Ah! A voice from not far off interrupted. The rotund figure, with a hint of envy, exclaimed, "You've broken through? TSK, that pill is truly extraordinary." Fatty. Gu Han's expression darkened. "What are you shamelessly doing here? Are we that familiar?" He was now certain that the rotund man harbored a significant secret. The mere fact that the man could effortlessly discern his achievement in reaching the extreme level was enough to suggest that his background was anything but ordinary. "Leave." The rotund man sprang to his feet. "Where do you expect me to go? Do you have any idea how perilous it is outside? If I were to encounter that shameless creature, would I still have a life to live?" Gu Han found himself speechless. Indeed, the rotund man's reasoning held a modicum of truth. "Brother Gu." At that moment, Zhang Feng approached, his face adorned with envy upon witnessing Gu Han's breakthrough. "You've transcended again. Take your time, you can do it." Gu Han could only offer him words of comfort. "Me?" Zhang Feng let out a bitter laugh. "That foolish girl began her cultivation later than I did, yet her prowess has already surpassed mine." At this moment, he could not help but question whether his own extreme cold physique was a mere illusion. What a pity, Gu Han mused, a tinge of regret washing over him. He had intended to assist her in attaining the extreme realm, but unexpectedly, she had surpassed him first. Extreme realm? The rotund man shot him a glance. "Heh, if you wish for her demise, by all means, help her." "Fatty," Gu Han frowned. "What do you mean? Don't you understand?" The rotund man looked at him with suspicion. "Surely you know how perilous the risks of the congenital realm are? To attain that level, one must endure years of refining and tempering their meridians, followed by consuming various rare herbs to solidify them. Even then, one must be exceedingly cautious during the breakthrough. To assist her recklessly, as you intend, is a surefire path to a disastrous explosion of the body." An unpleasant expression crossed Gu Han's face at the mention of an explosion. "And death?" The rotund man appeared even more puzzled. "No one informed you. How did you achieve the extreme realm then? Goodness, you must have a remarkable fate." At that moment, Gu Han's face darkened considerably. "Wait for me." He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the inn, "Oh, what a great trouble!" Mei Yun exclaimed. "Is the treasure-gathering pavilion someone you can provoke? You lot are already enough of a burden, and yet you've led the 7th prince astray." As he muttered to himself, Mei Yun stepped into the inn. After much inquiry, he had learned that Gu Han and his companions were residing there, along with the unfortunate news of the treasure-gathering pavilion suffering a significant setback, bringing shame upon themselves. Upon hearing descriptions of the group, he understood that Gu Han and the rotund man were once again the source of trouble. This esteemed guest, Qian Lu, who had just arrived and thus did not recognize Mei Yun, greeted him with a smile. "Are you here to lodge?" "I am Mei Yun, a teacher at the Martial Academy, seeking," boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind surged and instantly propelled him out of the inn. As Mei Yun gazed at the sudden appearance of Murong Chuan, a look of bewilderment crossed her face. "Murong shopkeeper, what brings you here? Stay back." Murong Chuan's expression darkened. "Speak your mind outside." Mei Yun felt wronged, on the verge of tears. "Brother Gu." Upon seeing Gu Han open his eyes once more, Jiang Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. "What are you doing here?" "Nothing much." Gu Han waved his hand dismissively. "Just teaching a certain despicable being a lesson." He privately added to himself, feeling a sense of vindication at the faint curses echoing from the shadowy consciousness within. So close. Were it not for the abnormalities in my meridians, I would have been done for. Fatty. Having suffered this hidden loss, he naturally dared not be careless. "You know how to cultivate to the pinnacle of the Tongxiao realm, right?" "Huh." The fatty appeared somewhat astonished. "You know about this?" "Of course, hurry up and tell me." "Heh." The fatty picked up his stance. "If you don't spill, I'll send you straight to Mei's instructor." "No, please don't." The fatty's face turned pale. "Just tell me." Cursing Gu Han in his heart, he dared not withhold any longer. "You should know that a cultivator has 360 acupoints within their body, right?" "Yes. Actually, that is not entirely correct." The fatty sighed. "There should be 365. The additional 5 are known as hidden acupoints." "Hidden acupoints?" "Indeed. These 5 hidden acupoints are exceptionally unique, existing independently from the other acupoints and not connected to the body's meridians, possessing a capacity far beyond your imagination. If you manage to discover all 5 hidden acupoints, your spiritual power will double from its original strength." "Double?" Gu Han's heart quaked. Having achieved the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage, his spiritual energy was already approximately 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator at the same level. Doubling that would result in 10 times the power. In combat, even without employing any secret techniques, he could overpower his opponent solely with his spiritual energy. "Don't get ahead of yourself." The fatty seemed to sense Gu Han's thoughts, displaying a hint of disdain. 10 times the spiritual energy to crush an opponent? Dream on. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to find the 5 hidden acupoints? If the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage emphasizes risk, then the pinnacle of the Tongxiao realm is all about difficulty. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is as hard as ascending to the heavens. How difficult is it? Gu Han remained somewhat unconvinced. "Let me put it this way." The fatty's expression turned unexpectedly serious. "Finding 1 hidden acupoint means you can claim to have reached the pinnacle of the Tongxiao realm. Discovering 2 is sheer luck. 3 is as rare as a phoenix feather. 4, you would be hard-pressed to find many across the world. As for discovering all 5, that is something unheard of. Dare I ask, fatty?" Jiang Feng, standing nearby, was captivated. "Where exactly are these hidden acupoints?" "Right here." The fatty pointed to the limbs and then tapped his forehead. "And here, there is 1 each." The 5 hidden acupoints correspond perfectly to the 4 limbs and the center of the forehead. So, Gu Han inquired, how should one go about searching for them? With spiritual awareness. The fatty regarded Gu Han as though he were a fool, truly lacking in insight. "Do you truly believe that the enhancement of your soul power benefits only your future ascension to the transcendent realm? That is an egregious misconception. As your soul power increases, so too will your spiritual perception and sensory capabilities. Consequently, your success rate in uncovering hidden opportunities will undoubtedly surpass that of others by a considerable margin." He gestured towards Jiang Feng, indicating that his chances would pale in comparison. Jiang Feng appeared quite embarrassed. "If you were to provide an example, why drag me into it?" Gu Han fell silent for a moment, then began to reflect. Indeed, the transcendent realm is extraordinary. In chapter 57 of the 1st volume, Mei instructed, "Stand still and maintain your distance." "Of course." The chubby one nodded. "This transcendent realm is a rare opportunity granted by the great Tao to you mortals. It offers you a glimpse of the chance to compete with those unparalleled prodigies. You must understand that whether it be the defiance of celestial techniques or those extraordinary bloodlines and physiques, they can amplify one's strength several-fold, even dozens of times. Take that red-haired individual. Despite his abysmal foundation, he manages to hold his ground against you for several rounds, all thanks to his peculiar physique, right? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng felt as though he had been insulted once more. "And you?" Gu Han inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "What about you? Do you possess a special physique as well?" "Naturally," the chubby one replied, brimming with pride. "I, the esteemed chubby master, am a natural embodiment of the formless gold, Cough, cough. In any case, I am immensely powerful, far surpassing that wretched red-haired one's ignoble fire spirit physique. I see. Guhan nodded, recalling the chubby one's earlier performance. So, it's about withstanding blows. Nonsense. The chubby one exploded in anger. What do you know? If my physique were fully realized, with your pitiful sword, I would stand still and let you strike. You wouldn't even breach my defenses. No wonder. Guhan finally understood. Your skin is so thick. By the way, chubby one, are you truly at the level of the aperture realm? Although the chubby one appeared to be merely at the third level of the aperture realm, Guhan could vaguely sense a threat of danger emanating from him, a sensation he had never encountered even with Murong Chuan. Let us just say that as the case. Thinking of the impending tribulation, the chubby one lost interest in boasting and hung his head dejectedly. Ah, no more talk of it. My life is truly arduous. Chubby brother, Jiang Feng inquired. Have you also attained the peak of the qi condensation stage? The chubby one blinked. Halfway there. Halfway? What do you mean? It was too painful. I gave up. At that moment, the voice of Qian Lu echoed from outside, tinged with an odd tone. That esteemed Mei instructor is here to see you. What? The expressions of the three men changed dramatically. Outside the inn, Mei Yun anxiously peered inside, waiting with bated breath. However, he dared not enter. For Murong Chuan was still watching him from above. Upon seeing Guhan and the others emerge, his joy was nearly overwhelming, and he exclaimed, "At last, you!" Cough, cough. He abruptly straightened his face, feigning displeasure as he admonished. What kind of conduct is this? As students of the martial academy, neglecting your studies incurs punishment. Causing a ruckus outside warrants punishment as well. Moreover, failing to pay respects upon seeing your instructor is even more. Hey, don't leave. As the three began to depart, he could no longer contain himself. I am, after all, your instructor. We are destined to coexist for several years. Why do you all evade me daily? Guhan maintained an impassive expression. It is prudent for us to maintain some distance. Indeed, the rotund fellow nodded vigorously. The farther, the better. Do stand back. Instructor Mei. Jiang Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. This arrangement seems quite satisfactory. Mei Yun wore a visage of utter despondency. It is as if I have students. Yet it feels akin to having none at all. Alas, he dared not press too hard. Very well, this matter shall be deliberated over time. However, there is an urgent issue that cannot be postponed. As he spoke, he produced 3 golden invitations. The Crown Prince is hosting a banquet? Upon hearing his explanation, the 3 furrowed their brows in unison. Banquets are rarely beneficial. The portly one was the first to speak. Indeed, Guhan's eyes narrowed. The banquet is merely a facade. Establishing authority is the true intent. Then, Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Shall we attend or not? We must go. Mei Yin was anxious. We are all required to attend. This is a directive from both deputy deans. Moreover, significant figures from the upper sect will be present. This is an extraordinary opportunity. You are so remarkably talented that if you capture their attention, you may find yourselves admitted to the upper sect just as the Crown Prince has. Seeing that the 3 still hesitated, he earnestly urged them. Fear not. Deputies Wu and Feng have privately approached me, encouraging you to attend. Should anyone cause you trouble, they will intervene. Especially you. He pointed at Guhan. The deputies have made it clear, you are the future of our martial academy, and they will ensure that no one harms a hair on your head. Is that so? Guhan pondered, realizing that his accomplishments in cultivation had drawn their attention. When does the banquet commence? In less than an hour. All right. Guhan nodded. Instructor Mei, you go ahead. We will follow shortly. Mei Yin was taken aback. Together, with a swift motion, the 3 vanished from sight. Mei Yun, the heavenly room. Are we truly going? The rotund one frowned deeply. You are well aware of his ill intentions. Go. Guhan shook his head. Such matters must be confronted eventually. One can evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. With that, he summoned the naive Asha, who was deep in training. Let us go. Young master will take you to the banquet. Excellent. Upon hearing the words to the banquet, Asha's mouth watered uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng called upon the injured Stewardly. Humph. Upon seeing Guhan, Stewardly still bore a sour expression. Though his physical injuries had nearly healed, the wounds within his heart remained far from mended. After the group departed, Murong Chuan reappeared. Visitors from the upper sect? He pondered, perplexed. How was I unaware of this? Go. Investigate who has arrived in the capital. Yes. Someone replied in the shadows. Why do I feel that something is amiss? Morong Chuan's brow furrowed slightly as he continued on his way. Gu Han and his companions were naturally filled with trepidation, fearing that Tian Hong might suddenly emerge to pursue them. Fortunately, upon arriving at Jiang Hong's residence, they did not encounter Tian Hong. They collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Without facing any significant troubles, they presented their invitation and were respectfully ushered inside. Undoubtedly, the majority of the credit for this was attributed to the status of the seventh prince, Jiang Feng. Unbeknownst to Gu Han, at that very moment, the man he was concerned about, Tian Hong, was being harshly reprimanded by Du Tong. You wretched fool! How could you handle matters so poorly, with such immense losses? How am I to explain this to my senior brother? Du Ting scolded. Tian Heng's face paled in terror. He found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? To admit that his greed had led to the current predicament would only exacerbate his punishment. Humph. Du Ting shot him a cold glance. Were it not for the fact that you brought back that mystical technique, which still holds some merit, my senior brother would undoubtedly not spare you. Yes. Thank you. Du Lao? Thank you, Du Lao. Tian Hong stammered. Master Tian, Du Tong continued. Jiang Hong furrowed his brow. Are you saying that the person is with the seventh prince? And there is a plump fellow by his side. Indeed. Jiang Hong exchanged glances with Yu Hua and the others. It is he. Who? Du Tong inquired. His name is Gu Han. Jiang Hong instinctively clenched his fists. He is the one who defeated me. Is it him? Du Ting exploded with fury. Very well. Time and again he has thwarted my plans. I shall not allow him to escape unscathed. Initially, he had dismissed Gu Han, yet now he seethed with resentment. Gu Han's actions had not only inflicted substantial losses upon the gathering treasure pavilion, but had also derailed his meticulously laid plans. Your Highness, at that moment, a servant approached to report, the seventh prince has arrived, along with the young man Gu Han, and the plump fellow you instructed me to keep a close watch on. He has arrived? Du Ting slowly rose to his feet. Let me see what extraordinary qualities this young man possesses. Tian Hong was about to follow suit, but was met with a cold glare from Du Tong. You need not accompany us. The current state of the gathering treasure pavilion's reputation is your responsibility. You must find a way to restore it, or else, humph. Yes. At that moment, within the banquet hall, a multitude of students savored spiritual delicacies and sipped spiritual tea, engaging in lively conversation. The focal point, undoubtedly, was Lu Ying. Aside from the few, like He Zhong, who were engrossed in their cultivation, nearly everyone else was captivated by her beauty, gathering around her and showering her with attention. Lu Ying, in turn, leveraged her advantages, gracefully captivating the crowd. Though she spoke little, her glances created an illusion among the attendees that she was attentive to them, that she harbored feelings for them. Casually, she glanced outward, but the gentle smile that adorned her face suddenly froze. Junior sister, have you noticed something amiss? Lu Tong inquired with concern. Gu Han, Lu Ying's gaze turned somber. He has arrived. Volume 1, Chapter 58. Attending the banquet, disgracing Lu Tong. Gu Han, following her gaze. The crowd soon discovered Gu Han and his companions not far away. The once lively hall, filled with laughter and merriment, fell into a sudden silence. Their emotions were complex in the face of Gu Han. The previous battle had left an indelible impression on them. How could the crown prince have been defeated by an unknown individual? Yet, he was no longer an unknown. For it would not be long before his name echoed throughout the royal capital, across the 10 kingdoms, and even reached the upper sects. A tumult of jealousy, envy, and resentment intertwined, rendering them speechless. At this moment, the most delighted among them was naturally Mei Yun, who stood alone on the periphery of the crowd. Seeming out of place, he approached with a smile. You have kept me waiting, young master. Upon seeing Mei Yun approaching, Asha shrank back in fright and whispered, He doesn't seem human. Asha, Gu Han felt a twinge of panic. What do you mean? Gathering his courage, Asha cast another glance at Mei Yun. He has too much dark energy surrounding him. Mei Yun's smile faltered. Such a lovely young lady, yet you resort to insults so easily. He forced a congenial smile. Do you see me? In an instant, several of them took a step back. You. Mei Yun was incensed. This is too much. After all, I am your instructor. Stay where you are? The chubby one could no longer endure it. Mei instructor, just speak from there. Please don't come any closer. Yes. Gu Han nodded. We can hear you just fine. Mei Yun, Chief Stewardly warned. Keep your distance from His Highness. Otherwise, we shall not be courteous. Mei Yun, filled with indignation, opened his mouth several times, but ultimately said nothing, his expression one of desolation as he returned to his previous position. Only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances. Had Mei instructor become this terrifying? TSK, TSK. The chubby one patted Zhang Feng, a look of disdain on his face. You are both princes. Just look at your dilapidated residence compared to his splendid domain. There's no comparison. Chief Steward Li wanted to reprimand him. Chubby brother, Zhang Feng forced a smile. My elder brother's treatment is certainly beyond my reach. At that moment, Asha was drooling, captivated by the exquisite spiritual food displayed in the center of the hall. Young master, it smells so good. Indeed, Zhang Feng sighed. My elder brother has truly spared no expense this time. These spiritual dishes are crafted from the finest parts of magical beasts, meticulously prepared with various precious spiritual fruits. Not only do they offer exquisite flavors, but their benefits to cultivators are immense, even surpassing that of medicinal pills. Of course, the price is also quite steep. Let us eat. The chubby one gestured eagerly. What kind of banquet is it if we don't indulge in food and drink? Go ahead. Guhan affectionately patted her head. All right. A foolish girl nodded, disregarding the greasy nature of her prize, and embraced a delectable beast's leg, measuring nearly a foot in length, reveling in bliss and satisfaction. Suddenly, a voice, dripping with disdain, echoed through the otherwise silent hall. No manners. The words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly within the tranquil space. The girl hesitated for a moment, then silently returned the beast's leg to its place. She cared little for the mockery of others. Yet she was unwilling to tarnish Guhan's reputation. Soon, the source of the voice was unveiled, Lu Tong. How brazen, he was in the prince's residence. Am I wrong? Is she not utterly lacking in decorum? The girl hung her head, feeling a wave of sadness. I'm sorry, she murmured. Guhan placed the beast's leg back into her hands. What are you apologizing for? The fat one speaks the truth. A banquet is for feasting and merriment. Eat to your heart's content. With that, he strode towards Lu Tong. Guhan. Lu Ying's heart skipped a beat. What do you intend to do? Step aside. Guhan cast her a glance, his expression impassive. Lu Ying fell silent, understanding that refusing to move would only invite misfortune alongside Lu Tong. How dare you? Despite feeling trepidation, Lu Tong feigned bravado. Do you know where you are? Young Master Lu. To everyone's astonishment, Guhan refrained from striking and instead delivered a firm slap on Lu Tong's shoulder. Pray tell, he gestured towards the array of spirit food. What purpose do these serve? As he spoke, he applied a slight pressure. Lu Tong winced in pain. Though his cultivation appeared comparable to Guhan's, in true strength, he was no more than an ant beneath Guhan's might. Release me. Deaf, are we? Guhan frowned, increasing the pressure. I ask you, what are those things for? Let go. Lu Tong cried out. You won't speak? Ah. A piercing scream accompanied the distinct sound of bones cracking, sending a chill through the onlookers. They were secretly astonished. This fellow not only possessed formidable strength, but also an audacity that was far from ordinary. Mei Yun, several times, contemplated intervening but held back, knowing full well that Guhan would not heed his counsel. Indeed, only the stout boy stood by, brimming with excitement as he egged on the scene. Speak up. If you don't, then our might just be lost. At that moment, a sharp female voice pierced the air. Such audacity. This is the prince's residence. Young Master Lu is the prince's cousin. The stout boy grinned, an old acquaintance. The speaker was the very woman he had struck with fervor days prior. What? Have your injuries healed yet? Does your face still ache? Seeing the stout boy raise his hand once more, the woman trembled, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. The stout boy scoffed. What is there to fear? I am a man who cherishes the fair. Bah! The crowd silently cursed. What an utter lack of compassion. Meanwhile, Lu Tong howled in agony, acutely aware that his bones had been crushed by Guhan. The pain was so intense that sweat poured from his forehead, and he surrendered on the spot. It is meant for consumption, do you hear? Guhan cast a glance at Asha. Hurry, eat. Asha's heart swelled with uncontainable joy as he cheerfully gnawed on the beast's leg. Nearby, Lu Ying observed Asha's expression and was suddenly engulfed by a perplexing emotion that was both indescribable and profoundly unsettling. Boldness. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed from outside. Dare to harm my son, and I shall kill you. Father. Lu Tong's face brightened at the sound. Quick, save me. In the next instant, a figure dashed in from outside, launching a palm strike towards Guhan. The spiritual energy radiating from the newcomer made it difficult for those present to breathe. A chill ran through the crowd. The newcomer was at least at the 4th level of gathering essence. Let him go, your son? Guhan's expression turned icy. I shall teach him a lesson. Boom. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged forth, and he swiftly turned to counter the incoming palm strike. The ferocity of his energy forced the onlookers to retreat. Bang! In an instant, their palms collided, and a scream pierced the air as the formidable figure was sent flying back at a speed even greater than when he had arrived. Throughout the encounter, the crowd barely caught a glimpse of his appearance. Among them, only Hezhong managed to vaguely perceive Guhan's movements. He was stronger than he had been a few days prior. There was a bitter tone in his voice. Don't compare yourself to him. A soft voice drifted from behind him. Han Jiaoshi? Hezhong turned around to find Han Fu standing there, having appeared unnoticed. Why? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Han Fu merely sighed, saying nothing more. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair. At that moment, other instructors began to arrive, with the last to enter being Vice Presidents Wu and Feng. The crowd quickly bowed in respect. Wu and Feng waved their hands and began to converse privately. What do you think? Without a doubt, it's an extraordinary talent. It's been years since our Qi Martial Academy has seen such a promising individual. They had witnessed Guhan's earlier display of prowess. That one is not bad either, Wu remarked, glancing at the leisurely plump figure, hesitating momentarily. Indeed. The two exchanged knowing glances and instantly reached a conclusion, though perhaps a bit shameless. What do you think? Feng subtly shook his head. Does he possess certainty? Let us see, Wu sighed. Regardless, he holds more promise than our so-called genius, the crown prince of the capital. Speaking of which, Feng furrowed his brow. I wonder which esteemed figure has come to the sect this time. No need to speculate. Wu shook his head. The matter at hand merely concerns those connected to him. It appears that the crown prince's determination to seize control of the martial academy is resolute. He has not only allied himself with Commander Zhou and his associates, but has also summoned a formidable supporter. Alas, what a tumultuous season this is. Not far away, Guhan meticulously wiped the grease from Asha's mouth. Beside him, the portly fellow incessantly urged, is this how it ends? If it were me, I would not tolerate such a situation. TSK, why did you only incapacitate one of his arms? Why not be more decisive and simply eliminate him? Guhan's expression darkened. Is that what you call decisiveness? That is merely courting death. At that moment, a group emerged from behind the central screen of the hall. Leading the way was none other than Du Tong, followed closely by Jiang Hong and Yu Hua. Cousin. Upon seeing Jiang Hong, Lu Tong, who was pale with pain, grasped at him like a lifeline. You finally arrived. This audacious individual has injured me to this extent. Silence. Jiang Hong shot him a fierce glare. You worthless wretch. Lu Tong dared not utter another word, though his eyes brimmed with resentment and hatred. You did this. Jiang Hong's gaze swept across the room, landing squarely on Guhan and the portly fellow. He did not need to speculate. The only ones bold enough to act against him were these two. Red-haired. The fat man, sensing blame, hastily interjected, Don't spout nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with me. Oh. Guhan cast him a sidelong glance. This fellow has become quite cunning, hasn't he? However, this time, I do not intend to let him take the fall. It was I who acted. Reason? This individual is lacking in familial discipline, and I took it upon myself to teach him a lesson on behalf of his father. At this declaration, the room fell into a hushed silence. Your Highness, just then, a weak voice interrupted. Lu Sun, gravely injured and pale, was supported as he staggered into the room. His eyes glared at Guhan with malice. This person is ruthless and audacious beyond measure. He has indiscriminately harmed others. Your Highness, he must not be spared. I have come to regret my actions. Guhan suddenly shook his head. That last blow was too lenient. Beside him, the portly fellow rolled his eyes, wearing an expression that suggested, I warned you, but you would not listen. You. Lu Sun, infuriated, coughed up more blood. Do you realize? Jiang Hong took a deep breath. Your arrogance is palpable, and those who are excessively arrogant seldom enjoy longevity. Arrogance. Guhan shook his head. No, it is they who seek to bully me. I am merely acting out of necessity, in self-defense. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, first at Lu Tong and then at Lu Sun. Is this what you deem self-defense? Today, Jiang Hong stated flatly, I will not afford you the same leniency as before. Brother. Jiang Feng appeared anxious. This matter, seventh brother. Jiang Hong shot him a cold glance. Do you possess the right to speak here? Jiang Feng's face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists. Director Li remained vigilant, harboring lingering resentment towards Gu Han. However, should Gu Han find himself in peril, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to ensure his safety. He is a man who understands gratitude. There is no need for such concern. Gu Han patted Jiang Feng and then turned to Jiang Hong, a hint of confusion in his expression. I have a question. Are you speaking in your capacity as the crown prince or as Lu Tong's cousin? In the distance, Vice Presidents Wu and Feng exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. This young man is not lacking in discernment. Jiang Hong did not anticipate that Gu Han would turn the tables on him. Is there a distinction? If you speak as the former, your status and influence allow you to bully whomever you wish. While I may resent this, I am but a solitary figure and powerless to resist. However, if you speak as the latter, it would be entirely reasonable for you, as a cousin, to defend your relative if I were to harm him. At this point, a sudden smile broke across Jiang Hong's face. Whether you incapacitate me or take my life, should you triumph over me, the choice is yours. This statement placed Jiang Hong in a quandary. To rely on his title would imply an admission of inferiority to Gu Han, a notion intolerable for someone aspiring to dominate the martial academy. Yet, should he engage in another duel, he knew he could not best Gu Han, risking further humiliation in front of witnesses. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Gu Han possessed not only exceptional martial prowess, but also remarkable cunning. Only the corpulent figure among them wore a look of disdain. Just a bit of cleverness. Learned from me, of course. At that moment, a cold laugh pierced the air, alleviating Jiang Hong's predicament. Such sharp wit at such a tender age. It was Du Tong, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines. Seeing the flickering green light in his eyes, the crowd felt a stir of apprehension. Could he be the person mentioned in the invitation from the sect? In the distance, Vice Presidents Wu and Feng furrowed their brows. They had already discerned that Du Tong hailed from the Yuqing sect, yet remained unaware of his precise identity. As they witnessed him challenging Gu Han, a sense of concern washed over them. You dare to call Gu Han? Indeed. Du Tang's eyes gleamed with a more intense green light. Were you the one who gambled at the treasure pavilion? That is correct. Then, it follows that you are also the one who deceived the treasure pavilion out of 5 million crystal coins? Not deception. Gu Han shook his head. They owe me. Gasp. The crowd's perception of Gu Han shifted dramatically. The news of Tianheng's deception had been rampant, and while they had heard whispers of the 7th prince's involvement, they never imagined the true culprit stood before them, not to mention those 5 million crystal coins. Daring to outsmart a master of the Void Realm, Gu Han was the first to achieve such a feat in years. Then it is indeed you. Du Tong grinned menacingly. Seize him. Yes. Nearby, Yu Hua had awaited such an opportunity, and, upon hearing this, dashed forward, delivering a powerful palm strike aimed directly at Gu Han. This strike was executed with all his might, intent on taking Gu Han's life. You instructor. Mei Yun was taken aback, hastily rushing over to intervene. Show some mercy. Gu Han's eyes flared with rage as he prepared to activate the blood spirit technique and confront Yu Hua. Yu Hua, should you dare to kill him, we will eliminate you. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. Chief Steward Li sprang forth, directly positioning himself in front of Gu Han. Yu Hua's expression twisted with fury. Get out of my way. I will annihilate you. Boom. In the midst of his words, a thunderous sound reverberated, causing the entire hall to tremble. As a mere practitioner of the 7th level of Ling Xian, Yu Hua was naturally no match for the godly realm chief Steward Li. He staggered backwards, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, clearly injured. Stop. At that moment, the furious shouts of the 2 vice deans, Wu and Feng, rang out. How dare a mere eunuch? Du Tong would not show them any deference, his murderous intent surging as he struck towards Chief Steward Li and Gu Han. You dare to be audacious. You seek death. A green-tinged spiritual force surged towards the two in an instant. My goodness. The rotund figure's complexion changed, and he hurriedly retreated to safety. Oh no. Upon catching a whiff of the acrid scent, Gu Han felt a chill run down his spine. This spiritual force is poisonous. He swiftly hurled the fool next to him toward Jiang Feng, but in doing so, he was also pierced by the toxic spiritual energy. The world spun before his eyes, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Chief Steward Li was not faring much better, on the brink of death beneath Du Tong's palm. Unacceptable. At the critical moment, Wu and Feng arrived just in time to block Du Tong's strike. Even so, the effects of the potent poison left Chief Steward Li's face pale and his body trembling. Young master, Chief Steward Li, the fool and Jiang Feng rushed over. Concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. Guhan shook his head. The dizziness gradually subsided, just like the day he harvested the purple crystal vine. The potent poison that had entered his body was swiftly drawn into his meridians and completely refined into the purest form of spiritual energy. Cough, cough. Chief Stewardly, however, was evidently suffering from the effects of the poison that had infiltrated his body. Chief Stewardly, Guhan sighed. Thank you. Heh. Chief Stewardly cast him a sidelong glance. My intervention was merely to honor our agreement from that day. It does not mean I have forgiven you. That matter is far from over. Jiang Feng could only smile wryly. Even in such a dire situation, your tongue remains sharp. Very well. Guhan, surprisingly, did not retort. Whether you wish to strike or scold, do as you please. Having said that, he glanced at Du Tongue in the distance. Perhaps it was time to utilize that token. Chapter 60. The Enraged Du Tongue. At this moment, Du Tongue was seething with rage, his gaze fixed intently on the two before him. You dare to obstruct me? Are you aware of who I am? Having discerned the identity of the individual before them from the poisonous spiritual energy, the two understood that within the Yuqing sect, there was only one master of poison, Du Tongue. Humph. Du Tongue scoffed. Knowing it is me, you still refuse to step aside? Du Lao, Elder Wu shook his head. The younger generation is engaged in playful bickering. Let them be, for your esteemed self should refrain from intervening to preserve your dignity. Indeed, Feng nodded in agreement. Moreover, this young man holds significant importance for our Qi Martial Academy. Important? Du Tongue remained unconvinced. What does it matter to me? He has inflicted considerable losses upon the treasure pavilion, and I cannot possibly let him off the hook. Du Lao, Wu furrowed his brow slightly. That treasure pavilion, humph, belongs to my senior brother. The two furrowed their brows deeply. This is troublesome. They had initially believed that the treasure pavilion was owned by an elder of the Jade Qing sect, only to discover that the true owner was Jiang Hong's master. Moreover, Guhan's actions undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to his pride. How could he not be enraged? You. Du Tongue glared coldly at Guhan. You should have anticipated the consequences of deceiving the treasure pavilion that day. 500,000 spirit crystals are not easily earned. Deceiving? At that moment, Guhan gleaned the identity of the man before him from the titles used by the others. It was indeed Du Lao, mentioned by Wei Zhu Shi. You should remember that falling ghost fruit. It was you? Du Tongue was momentarily taken aback. That item was purchased by you? Purchased? Guhan replied with a hint of mockery in his tone. You offered 10 times the price for that falling ghost fruit. This is of little consequence. In business, it is a mutual agreement. Since I wished to buy it, I was not deterred by your inflated prices. Yet, after reaping so many benefits, you still sent someone to hunt me down. Considering your 500,000 spirit crystals, I deemed it a bargain for you. The crowd suddenly understood. They had not anticipated Guhan's past conflict with the treasure pavilion. Wu and Feng exchanged glances, subtly shaking their heads. They believed Guhan's words. Having resided in the royal capital for many years, they were all too familiar with Tian Hong's character. He was indeed capable of such deeds. Nonsense. A murderous glint flashed in Du Tongue's eyes. I shall eliminate you. Du Lao. Wu and Feng once again intervened. You dare to obstruct me? Du Tongue seethed with rage. Du Lao, Wu shook his head. You cannot kill him. Indeed, Feng's stance was equally resolute. This youth is of great importance to our Qi Martial Academy. Furthermore, we have already reported his situation to our sect. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and discreetly conveyed a message to Du Tongue. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Du Tongue's face. Qiyun Pavilion? This young man has caught the attention of the Qiyun Pavilion? In an instant, his gaze flickered, revealing his indecision. Had only Wu and Feng been present today, he would not have hesitated to kill Guhan. However, understanding the implications of the Qiyun Pavilion, he realized that should he act today, the consequences would not bode well. Those individuals would certainly not care about the identity of a deputy dean of the Alchemy Academy. Humph. After a prolonged silence, he swept his sleeve and cast a lingering glance at Guhan before saying no more and departing directly. The crowd exchanged glances. Is that it? Just moments ago, he appeared ready to explode with fury, adamant that he would not rest until Guhan was dead. The esteemed elder of the sect appears to be somewhat unreliable. Upon witnessing his departure, both Wu and Feng let out a sigh of relief. Had Du Tongue insisted on taking action, they would have undoubtedly intervened. However, such a course of action would have irreparably offended him, which was not the outcome they desired. The current situation is most favorable. A harmonious resolution for all. Contemplating this, the two exchanged glances with Guhan. Indeed, those with true capability can instigate quite the conundrum. At this moment, Guhan felt a curious intrigue. Could it be that these two deputy elders were concealed masters, capable of intimidating an opponent with mere words? Just as he pondered this, a rotund figure emerged from the shadows, wearing an expression of derision. He had anticipated a far greater commotion. Was this all there was? Rotund 1. Guhan's expression darkened. You certainly know how to make a swift exit. Of course. The rotund figure rolled his eyes. I see through you, my friend. If I hadn't fled, you would have dragged me down with you. Astute. Guhan retorted. Goodness. The rotund one was taken aback. You genuinely intended to do that? Are you even human? Huh. From the side, despite his frail condition, Manager Li couldn't resist mocking Guhan. He is not human. Guhan raised an eyebrow, noticing something amiss with Manager Li's complexion. Manager, why does your face appear so green? Bah. Manager Li cursed. You cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Huh. The rotund one cast a suspicious glance at Guhan. Why do you seem so unfazed? Huh. I am impervious to all toxins, Guhan declared. Bah. Amidst their banter, Asha suddenly spoke up. Young master, one day, I shall glare him to death. Do not. Guhan exclaimed in surprise. You are my secret weapon. There is no need for you to intervene against such a person. Rest assured, when my cultivation reaches a certain height, I will dispatch him with a single sword strike. Only when I encounter an opponent I cannot defeat will I call upon you. Yes. Asha nodded earnestly. Uft. The rotund one burst into laughter. Secret weapon? You have me in stitches. Even Wu and Feng, who had approached, exchanged bemused glances. This young girl is indeed quite lovely, though she seems to lack a bit of wit. Esteemed deputy elders, Guhan promptly bowed. I sincerely thank you for your assistance this time. Given Mei Yun's prior remarks, he was not particularly surprised by their intervention. You need not thank us, Wu replied, shaking his head. We do not possess such influence. The reason he backed down so easily lies elsewhere. Let us set that aside for now. Feng scrutinized Guhan for a moment. What do you perceive your strength to be? Considering the question, Guhan honestly replied, I am unsure. You do not know your own capabilities? Indeed, I am somewhat at a loss, Guhan admitted, feeling a bit helpless. The individuals from the martial academy are not particularly resilient. What of the crown prince? That would be him, they stated, speechless. Truly audacious. Esteemed ones, the rotund one interjected, dissatisfied. I, too, am quite formidable. Why not inquire about my strength? You? Feng glanced at him. And just how strong are you? The one with red hair. The rotund one contemplated. Within 5 punches, should I fail to incapacitate him, I shall not bear the surname he. Jiang Hong was blissfully unaware. Here he stood, a true embodiment of the fire spirit, yet at this moment, he had become the metric for assessing combat prowess for Guhan and his companion. The two were utterly vexed. Setting aside the question of strength, the sheer audacity displayed here was undoubtedly unprecedented since the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy. At this juncture, Steward Li was dissatisfied, his tone tinged with bitterness. Claiming that after His Highness cured the cold poison, he had also attained the extreme cold physique. The mention of the extreme cold physique surprised the two. Zhang Feng had yet to engage in combat upon his return, and thus they remained oblivious to the matter. Under normal circumstances, they would have been greatly pleased, but now, they felt as if mere mortals had stumbled upon a fortune. Their circumstances had drastically changed, with Guhan and the pudgy fellow preceding them. The fire spirit was hardly a match, and the extreme cold physique hardly seemed formidable. Indeed, quite commendable. Hearing the two's insincere compliments, Zhang Feng felt a pang of sorrow. In the distance, old Du and Yu Hua were somewhat reluctant. Was this matter to be dismissed so easily? Silence. Du Teng cast a cold glance in his direction. We shall discuss this later. For now, we must prioritize the task at hand. The task he referred to was, of course, to reveal their identities, garner prestige. An endeavor to restore some of the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Very well. Though perplexed, Jiang Hong suppressed his inner doubts. Stepping forward to glare fiercely at the Lu father and son, declaring in a deep voice, Esteemed guests, we have summoned you here today not merely for a feast, but to announce a momentous matter. At these words, the ears of the gathered audience perked up instantly. Volume 1, Chapter 61. This esteemed old Du, a master of alchemy, unparalleled in the art of poison. Here he comes. Wu and Feng exchanged glances, remaining silent. They understood that the earlier incident with Gu Han was merely a trivial interlude. The primary objective of today's banquet was to bolster Du Teng's reputation. As you are all aware, Jiang Hong keenly observed the expressions of those present. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Academy, although nominally a subordinate institution of the Supreme Sect, seldom received intervention from the sect, allowing each nation's academy to operate independently. Thus, while they were connected by lineage, competition, both overt and covert, was inevitable. However, he shifted the conversation, since the departure of our founding ancestor. The circumstances of our great Qi Martial Arts Academy have deteriorated daily over the past several decades, and we have consistently found ourselves at a disadvantage in various competitions. Have you all considered the reasons behind this? His words ignited a flush of embarrassment among the instructors present, especially Mei Yun, who nearly wished to vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, Wu and Feng furrowed their brows, having begun to suspect Jiang Hong's intentions. Too weak. Jiang Hong was quite pleased with their reactions and continued. Moreover, it is not merely individuals who are weak, but the overall strength. From the instructors to the students, we are all inferior to the other academies. Upon hearing this, Mei Yun felt even more humiliated, as he was indeed the weakest among the academy's instructors. Of course, having achieved the desired effect, Jiang Hong softened his tone. Weakness does not stem from a lack of talent, but rather from an absence of the external resources necessary for cultivation. The essence crystals, elixirs, and magical artifacts are the paramount means to enhance your strength in the present era. Initially disheartened, the crowd felt a surge of hope. Indeed, our shortcomings in comparison to others are merely due to the lack of these items. The rotund fellow scoffed. Relying on elixirs and artifacts to bolster one's power is akin to constructing a facade of strength that can be easily pierced. This red-haired individual harbors ulterior motives. At that moment, the two vice deans, Wu and Feng, along with Han Fu, furrowed their brows even more deeply. While external cultivation resources are undeniably significant, an over-reliance on them can lead to detrimental consequences. Such dependency fosters a mindset of complacency and the habit of seeking shortcuts, ultimately resulting in a hollow mastery devoid of true vigor and combat prowess. The three were perturbed by Jiang Hong's deliberate attempt to lead the others astray, clearly jeopardizing the foundation of the martial academy. Sensing the moment was ripe, Jiang Hong stepped back, allowing his companion Du Teng to take the forefront. With a tone infused with reverence, he proclaimed, "This is my esteemed master Uncle Du, one of the 3 vice heads of the Pill Institute of the Yuqing sect, a master in both alchemy and toxicology. Within the entire Yuqing sect, few can rival his expertise. Mastery in both alchemy and toxicology?" The crowd's interest was piqued, recalling Jiang Hong's earlier statements. Could it be that indeed from tomorrow onward, Jiang Hong surveyed the crowd. "My master uncle will remain in the royal capital, presiding over the treasure-gathering pavilion. In the forthcoming period, he will continuously refine a batch of true essence pills, and each student of our martial academy shall receive 2 for free. The true essence pill, brimming with spiritual energy, also possesses the ability to calm the mind and focus the spirit, making it the most suitable elixir for lower-tier cultivators. Typically, one such pill sells for 3,000 to 4,000 essence crystals, and with over 130 students in the academy receiving 2 each, the total approaches nearly 1,000,000 essence crystals. A grand gesture indeed." The crowd marveled silently, recognizing the distinction that comes from being affiliated with a prominent sect. In the distance, Gu Han's gaze flickered, as if he were in contemplation. "Brother Jiang." Suddenly, he turned to Jiang Feng, his expression serious. "I need a favor." "What?" Jiang Feng swallowed hard, his complexion paling. "Brother Gu, let's not." He feared that Gu Han was about to stir trouble again. When it came time to collect the elixirs, Gu Han clapped Jiang Feng on the shoulder, reminding him, "Make sure to collect my share as well. I worry they might hold a grudge and deliberately withhold it from me." Jiang Feng stood in stunned silence. Beside him, Wu and Feng nearly lost their composure. Clearly, this young lady's intellect is somewhat lacking. She must be influenced by him. "Do you have no shame?" The rotund fellow chuckled derisively. "What use is a true essence pill to you when you possess hundreds of thousands of essence crystals? What? You don't care?" Gu Han shot him a glance. "Of course not," the rotund fellow proclaimed proudly. "Even if it were 20,000 pills, I wouldn't bat an eye." "Very well." Gu Han clapped Jiang Feng on the shoulder again. "Be sure to collect his share for me." The crowd was filled with smiles, delighted by the 2 true essence pills. Although they held no extraordinary value, who among them would reject such a serendipitous gift? Thank you, Elder Du. They chorused in unison. No need for thanks. Du Tong waved his hand dismissively and finally spoke, his tone laced with significance. My disciple is greatly favored by my elder brother, and since he hails from the esteemed Great Qi, it is only natural for me, as his uncle, to take good care of him. A sense of foreboding washed over Wu and Feng as they realized they could not thwart such an overt scheme. Sure enough, the gazes of the crowd towards Jiang Hong were imbued with a newfound respect. These mere true essence pills are hardly anything of consequence. Du Tong continued. Since my disciple is present, I shall grant you another boon. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. In a few days, during the Martial Academy's trial, you will venture into the wild forest, where you may encounter certain dangers. Therefore, aside from the true essence pills, I shall also gift each of you a poison pill. This pill, meticulously crafted by me, guarantees death upon contact with any beast below the 4th tier. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. 4th-tier beasts were akin to the formidable masters of the human realm. To think they would succumb to mere contact? The potency of this poison pill was astonishing. If the previous true essence pills were trifles, then this poison pill was a treasure beyond measure, something unattainable even with essence crystals. Elder Du is truly magnificent. He is indeed a person of great stature from the supreme sect. They proclaimed, rest assured, we shall always follow the lead of His Highness the Crown Prince. The flattery elicited a smile from Jiang Hong, while Wu and Feng's hearts sank even further. Yu Hua seized the opportunity to flatter. If Elder Du's alchemical prowess is unparalleled, then his toxicology skills are truly unmatched. Not even in the royal capital, nor across dozens of nations, could any wandering alchemist compare to Elder Du. Indeed, those individuals cannot hold a candle to Elder Du. They echoed, in my opinion. Only Physician Xue could be mentioned in the same breath as Elder Du. The name of Physician Xue, renowned in his own right, prompted the crowd to unintentionally compare him to Du Tong. However, upon hearing the name Xue Mao, Du Tong's previously jovial expression turned icy. I know of this man. Humph. Merely a name-dropper, a hypocrite at best. Years ago, the academy head invited him to our alchemical institute, but he rejected the offer outright, utterly lacking in discernment. I had intended to seek him out for a friendly exchange, but alas, he has inexplicably disappeared. A regrettable affair. Elder Du, Yu Hua remarked with a grin. Xue Mao's refusal of the Academy's invitation is undoubtedly his own loss. Furthermore, I fear he is not truly missing, but rather hiding in fear upon learning of your arrival in the royal capital. Yu's reasoning is sound. While Physician Xue possesses considerable talent, he cannot be compared to Elder Du. The crowd chimed in. Besides, it is notoriously difficult to obtain even a single pill from Physician Xue. While Elder Du is so generous and magnanimous, the character of both individuals is crystal clear. In that moment, the atmosphere became charged with excitement and admiration. Many individuals have chosen to follow the implications of the situation. They have discerned the underlying tensions between Du Tong and the esteemed Physician Xue. By casting aspersions upon Physician Xue, they seek to curry favor with Du Tong, seizing this rare opportunity without hesitation. As for the truth of the matter, it appears to be of little concern to anyone. At this moment, Jiang Feng's expression was as dark as thunder, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. Physician Xue had spent 2 decades in the royal capital, extending his life by an additional 20 years. In Jiang Feng's heart, the position of Physician Xue was irreplaceable. How could these scoundrels be so audacious? He fixed his gaze upon those who slandered Physician Xue, filled with outrage. Such shamelessness! To utter such words! He was consumed by indignation. Sighing, Wu and Feng exchanged glances, a profound sense of disillusionment washing over them. With such a group of people, could the Great Qi Martial Academy ever have a future? Even Asha felt the spirit of the spiritual food in his hands diminish. How detestable they were. For Elder Xue was nothing like the person they described. And they? Guhan wore a look of derision. They had lost all sense of shame. As he spoke, he prepared to step forward. Young man, Wu and Feng gasped in surprise. What are you doing? Do not provoke further trouble. Vice principals. Guhan shook his head. I cannot allow this group to malign Elder Xue. Do you know Xue Mao? He has done me a great favor. But even if you step forward, what can you accomplish? Much, Guhan contemplated. For instance, I believe the quality of this poison pill is questionable. It cannot possibly slay the demon beasts. The one seeking to gain fame by false pretenses is not Elder Shui, but someone else. He deliberately raised his voice, and an immediate silence fell over the gathering. With a start, cold sweat broke out on Wu and Feng. Someone, can you be more specific? Goodness. The portly fellow was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Steward Li and Zhang Feng, filled with admiration. Look at them, and then look at you. This is what it means to have courage. Fat fool. Steward Li's face darkened. What did you just say? My apologies, my apologies. The portly man wore a mischievous grin, lacking any sincerity in his contrition. It was merely a slip of the tongue. At this moment, Du Tong, who had been basking in the compliments of the crowd, suddenly wore an expression of deep gloom. You again. His eyes flashed with malice as he stared intently at Gu Han. Boy, don't think for a moment that I wouldn't dare to end your life. If you have the ability, repeat what you just said. Very well, Gu Han nodded. Pay close attention. I believe your poison pill is flawed. The notion that it can kill demon beasts is nothing short of a farce. Cannot kill? Du Tong laughed in rage. After years of dedicating myself to the study of poison, you are the first to utter such words. If you claim it cannot kill, then why not taste it yourself? Sure. To everyone's surprise, Gu Han immediately agreed. I shall taste it.